In the realm of the solo queue, where the master tier reigns supreme, achieving MVP status in 88 matches unlocks the system. Reborn, Su Chen embarks on the arduous path of a diligent player in the rift. When teammates quarrel, he mediates. When they hurl insults, he endures with grace, striving to carry the team. After 5 years and 20,000 matches, he finally accomplishes his mission and unlocks the system. Xiran inquires, why is it that despite lifting the championship trophy, the members of TES do not seem to smile? Shui replies, I just received a Q in the bot lane, and Su Chen, from the top lane, promptly sent 3 question mark pings and a scathing remark. Chapter 1. The Hongwen System. The Demonic Codex. GG. Woo. With actors, we can still triumph against 6. Such Gu remains steady and strong. The mid laner could not even lose while performing. Such Gu is a player of the highest caliber, refraining from insults, but do you realize? You have but one person left on your account. We can win this. Mid laner, you are a disaster. Such Gu, please add me as a friend. Victory. As Su Chen gazed at the familiar sight of the enemy's crystal shattering on his screen, he calmly removed his headset, squinting slightly as he drew the blinds to block the dying light of dusk. He read a sticky note on the wall that read, 2 days until the S13 spring transfer period. The colored lights of the host illuminated several empty Dongpeng energy drink bottles in the trash bin, while a few discarded keyboards lay stacked in the corner. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Su Chen, ID such, for completing the task of achieving MVP in 88 solo master tier matches. The system is now unlocked and loading. Finally, it has arrived. 5 years. Do you know how I have endured these 5 years? Since his rebirth, Su Chen has tirelessly played ranked matches, day and night, in pursuit of unlocking the system. To secure victories and earn MVP, he refrained from live streaming, fearing that the presence of an audience might impact his performance. He also declined offers from numerous teams, including EDG, IG, Wii, FPX, and even RNG, with whom he was familiar. In his previous life, a dispute during a training match had led to him being unjustly blamed and subsequently benched by RNG. However, Su Chen's current refusal was grounded in the understanding that to seize the championship, sheer effort is merely the foundational requirement one must also possess. Exceptional talent and a stroke of luck. Furthermore, maintaining harmonious relationships with all teammates is crucial, such as refraining from mocking those who falter in gameplay. Unless one possesses the strength to dominate all professional players as if they were mere novices, wielding absolute authority within the team, can one disregard such matters. Thus, in this life, Su Chen resolved to focus solely on grinding out the system before contemplating a professional career. Yet, achieving MVP in 88 high-level matches is no trivial task. Throughout this vast array of encounters, Su Chen has endured countless tribulations. He mediates when teammates argue and withstands insults directed at him. He bears the brunt of a foul-mouthed gangster's taunts while navigating treacherous matchups, employing cunning strategies to secure victories, all while maintaining his position as the top-ranked player across dual servers. At this moment, as Su Chen gazes at the system interface loading in his mind, a whirlwind of emotions surges within him. In his previous life, he was known for his fiery temper, unleashing a torrent of insults in mere seconds, often clashing with oozy and heated exchanges. Perhaps, as a form of divine retribution, fate has conspired to test his patience with this excruciating task. Ding! The Hongwen system has finished loading. What does the Hongwen system signify? Su Chen, brimming with anticipation, eagerly requests, System, please elucidate its functionalities. As long as the host causes players ranked master and above to experience red warmth during matches, the system will automatically initiate a lottery with a 30% chance of yielding permanent rewards. Causing other professional players, including retired ones, to experience red warmth will increase the lottery results by 30, granting a total of 60 probability for permanent rewards. Additionally, there is a 20% chance of obtaining a potent yet temporary reward that lasts only for the match. After the match concludes, there is a 10% chance of acquiring a special attribute. A unique ability that can only be obtained by causing professional players to experience red warmth. This ability is categorized into active and passive capabilities, time-limited tasks. Occasionally, The system will randomly trigger time-limited tasks during specific matches with a probability of 5, rewarding substantial benefits upon completion. Note, the host must not maliciously inflate red warmth values, such as by insulting teammates. Justifiable reasoning is required otherwise. The system will issue a warning and penalize the host by suspending all lottery triggers and bonuses for 12 hours. Nice! Su Chen exclaimed, pumping his fist with enthusiasm. From the end of Season 7 to the present Season 13, the wait has finally come to fruition. In his previous life, he was known for his quick-tempered nature. Now he is humorously labeled as a punching bag. Even those who wish to give up after 14 consecutive defeats would be motivated to play well alongside such. During this time, Su Chen has endured countless moments of restraint and self-fed warmth in his modest rented room. Today, he has waited far too long. A true man stands tall. How could he remain subdued for long? At this moment, Su Chen has never been more eager to commence a match. With a click of the mouse, he resumes the game. In the pinnacle of solitude, the ranked match begins. Su Chen's thoughts are straightforward. With merely 2 days until the S13 spring transfer period, he must contemplate reaching out to professional teams for trials. Before that, he aims to quickly rank up and create opportunities for his teammates to experience red warmth, testing what rewards the system may offer and rapidly accumulating. Development. Even though Su Chen has significantly improved due to the rigorous training and experience gained from his previous life in the professional scene, the training from ranked matches still pales in comparison to official competitions or scrimmages. Competing professionally is an entirely different endeavor from ranked play. Moreover, while Su Chen is confident in his ability to defeat most top laners in the LPL, he seeks complete dominance. He desires to crush opponents mercilessly and earn absolute authority within his future team. Otherwise, his leadership over T1 could lead to a dismal outcome, turning the LPL into mere fodder for his ambitions. A top-tier player like such transforming into a pressure-relieving red warmth mode. Su Chen chuckled softly. Let's see how it unfolds. Ultimately, the system imposes restrictions, and Su Chen's experiences over the past 5 years have instilled in him a deep disdain for those who mindlessly berate others for minor mistakes, exerting undue pressure on their teammates. Yet, as a thought crossed his mind, Su Chen reached for a thick, black-covered notebook beside his computer desk. With a black pen, he meticulously recorded the ID of the mid-lane actor from the recently concluded match. This notebook chronicles the identities of players exhibiting egregious behavior in ranked matches over the past 5 years, which have cost Su Chen valuable MVP opportunities. Each ID is systematically categorized alphabetically for ease of future reference, with even quirky IDs placed in designated sections, such as Jack Love. He does not harbor resentment towards him for being a poor player. Rather, he is frustrated for having stolen numerous MVPs from Su Chen. A few times, he prematurely exited the game, believing victory was secured, only to nearly suffer a comeback. A true transgression. In summary, this notebook undoubtedly qualifies as a demonic codex. Yet now, Su Chen aspires to gradually transform it into a ledger of vengeance. Best to quickly utilize the name change card, or if you've already turned over a new leaf, otherwise. Do not let me catch you if I do. Your punishment will be severe. Su Chen flipped through his notebook, revealing a devilish smile. Buzz match accepted, waiting for other players. Chapter 2. Who dares to defy my will? I shall end his career. Upon entering the Bampic phase, Su Chen's expression shifted subtly. A player known as Doghole exclaimed, "Wow, this match is a god. The jungler will secure the win." Mouse line is longer than life, chimed in. Uzi and Brother Such, double heavyweights? We're taking off. This match, Katarina will dominate. I dare say it won't be 0-10 this time. God of 108 hands commented, thinking of playing since I have Deathsing anchoring the bottom lane. Brother Such will definitely choose Ram, or the seasoned driver, to complete the lineup. Last time he solo killed Little Super Dream 3 times. Give Brother Such the 5th floor position, and it's secured. Su Chen gazed at the chat records, where the god was being glorified, feeling somewhat dazed. The memory of the training match at RNG that led to his benching was still vivid. In that match, he had solo killed the opponent's top lane early on, and Su Chen had even signaled in advance. Yet, Uzi still got caught, and Su Chen found himself with no good teleport position, only able to push towers in the top lane and accumulate gold. Because of this incident, Uzi had constantly berated Su Chen afterward. Su Chen certainly did not relent, directly retaliating against Uzi for shifting the blame. Uzi never anticipated that a substitute for Let Me would dare to confront him so boldly, and thus the god exploded. Who dares to defy my will? I shall end his career. God-tier runes have been configured at the click of a button. Uzi, in front of the management, shouted profanities, making it impossible for Su Chen to play. The sycophant, Xiaohu, echoed his sentiments. Mortal beings naturally find it hard to withstand the wrath of the divine, especially with the contract from Mickey Mouse's house that made it even more challenging for Su Chen to rise again. Unexpectedly, at this moment, after unlocking the system, he encountered the beloved god in the first match. One could only say fate, truly marvelous that Su Chen would not let this opportunity slip by. After all, with new grievances and old resentments, setting aside the matters of the past, this 5-year ranking god had also made the Demon Codex's red list. Moreover, the god was once a prestigious professional player. Not only was there a high probability of permanent rewards, but also the chance to gain considerable temporary rewards and special attribute abilities in this match. Thus, Su Chen began to ponder. How could he provoke the god's wrath without actively malicious intent? While simultaneously, in Uzi's live stream, the fervent comments rolled in. VN. Misfortune, misfortune, misfortune. The LPL bottom lane is devoid of gods, and every AD is worse than the last. Come back, come back, come back. Uzi matched with a legendary player such. This match is going to be delightful. What legendary player? Not even in the same league as a professional. What does rank matter? Does Wei Shen know? Does Cuz know? Stop barking. Such is a well-known, high-quality player. The ultimate kind-hearted player at the peak of the canyon. Just lay back and enjoy, you bath-loving mutt. First time seeing someone tell a god to lie down. Uzi glanced at the comments, chuckling heartily. Is there someone hoping for the streamer to make a comeback? I wonder if I can still perform well. Hey brothers, I'm matched with a legendary expert. Such how about I try playing Yasuo? He certainly knew of Such, as many Douyin bloggers had made compilation videos of his gameplay. Sure, with such backing, let's go for it. Don't mess around, Such as focused on winning the game. Perhaps you should refrain from ruining it with your Yasuo. Come on, let's have you play Vayne. This match has mid lane Katarina, jungler Deathsinger, and support Bard. Brother, Such will definitely provide the beefy control. Let him handle the ram for you. Uzi will invite Such for duo queue after this. Let's see if he agrees. That lonely solo queue player. The last time a meat chicken added him as a friend, he refused to duo. Still duo queue. The Stains often go take a shower. Do you think he can duo with Such? He isn't even worthy of a friend slot. How dare this so-called Road King player challenge Uzi? Such probably isn't even as good as Let Me, right? He has solo killed the Shy multiple times in highlight reels. You dare say Such isn't as good as Let Me? Can highlight reels even count? Uzi plays ranked casually. If Such is truly skilled, he should prove himself in matches. Seeing the Road King in sight, such a myriad of discussions in the live stream, and with many detractors supporting him, Uzi felt slightly displeased, but maintained a smile while scratching the back of his head. All right, brothers, he'll focus on playing Lee Sandra. I can't let him down. Scores matter greatly to him. I'll crush the opposition, and then next match, he'll play Yasuo. He must showcase his skills to let them witness the disparity between a top-tier professional skill after a long hiatus and that of these so-called Road Kings at the peak of the canyon. As he contemplated this, Uzi searched for Such's match history. Wow, brothers, Such seems to have some real skills. He plays all kinds of top laners besides long-range ones and has so many MVPs. Can he really kill 12 in one game with Ram? If he picks Ram this match, I must have this top-tier player build me some items to see how it differs from Let Me's play. Uzi had matured significantly and would no longer engage in mindless mockery of others while boasting about himself. Instead, he graciously acknowledged the strength of his opponents and aimed to overshadow them with excellent performance, yielding far better results. After the opposing players selected Rumble and Gem for their 4th and 5th spots, it was now Such's turn to choose the final hero for their team. An icon of a female hero with red sunglasses and long braids appeared, followed by an immediate lock-in. The 3 teammates immediately flooded the public chat with a barrage of question marks. Having played warrior and tank top lanes for 5 years, the exceptionally steady and world-renowned Such had suddenly acted erratically today. This match surely wouldn't end in disaster, would it? The comments in Uzi's live stream were in a frenzy. Wow, such as playing top lane Vayne? He never plays AD top. The god is truly impressive. Brother, such is clearly paying homage. Will any dogs be eliminated this match? I genuinely want to see. Declining the Meat Chickens duo request, but choosing Vayne for the god. Now that's a show of respect. Those who just praised such and said Uzi isn't worthy of adding him as a friend, come out and apologize. I'm dying of laughter. Didn't expect that your idol's idol is still the god? How does it feel to be hurt? Professionals far surpass road kings. Yet the professionals all praise Uzi. Do you now recognize the god's strength? Uzi placed his thumb over his mouth, unable to contain his laughter. Wow. Brothers, what does this play mean? Top lane Vayne. Sound good. With this composition, things are getting a bit ridiculous, but no worries. The streamer can casually dominate in a national server. It'll lead such to victory. At this moment, Uzi even envisioned the titles that marketing accounts would post tonight. Years of high-ranking top road king. Dual server number 1 such pays homage to the god for the first time, selecting long-range top lane Vayne. Such is quite perceptive. Meanwhile, Su Chen was oblivious to the collective excitement on Uzi's side. He had never played long-range top lane even when he could, only to increase his margin for error, and with a rather exaggerated aim, to make his teammates more agreeable, providing them with less reason to slack off. Now, however, nature allows one to indulge in whatever one desires. Instantly secure the VN. Skin equipment. FPX Wei Uns Nian Pan. Signature edition of the brilliant browed genius. Chapter 3. The Demon Bogan. I truly wish I could obliterate this one with a single punch. Su Chen's thoughts were remarkably lucid. I had never played a long-range top laner before, and my sudden foray into it certainly bore no ulterior motives. I am about to officially trial for a professional position, and expanding my champion pool during practice seems entirely reasonable, does it not? The choice of this skin signifies my profound yearning for victory. Quite reasonable indeed. Subsequently, Su Chen adeptly clicked the mouse, selecting the Conqueror rune. He swapped in Flash as a summoner spell. As for the game itself, he would check whether he had equipped the emote featuring a little yellow duck playing in a bathtub with a swim ring. There was no ulterior motive here, after all. The little duck is utterly adorable, and showcasing it could alleviate the tension among teammates. Wouldn't you agree? It is certainly not an attempt to artificially inflate my popularity. System, please do not misunderstand. Damn it, what is up with this again? Playing top lane is truly infuriating. This afternoon, Gongzi was repeatedly defeated by Fiora, and in the last match, a small streamer playing Renekton tower dived him multiple times, leaving his mentality somewhat shattered. He felt a flicker of hope when he finally picked Fiora, only to see the opponent promptly lock in a red-tinted champion. Gongzi instantly transformed into the Demon Bogan. How revolting. All long-range top laners should vacate my livestream. Are you divine? What do you wish to convey to me? Gongzi voiced his impatience, but out of fear of divine retribution, he added, "It's not like you're on my side. Do you expect me to smile just because you're divine? Huh? Wait a moment." Gongzi's eyes widened as he adjusted his glasses, staring at the computer screen. Is that my brother S. Vayne? Is this for real? How could that be? It truly is. How did you know? Some people just love to impersonate others, claiming it's a tribute to the divine. You choose this skin and say it's a tribute? Gongzi wasted no time and began to check the match history. The timings matched, and so did the scores. Damn it. I must admit, I still acknowledge him, haha. I just didn't expect him to start playing. Please, video editor, do not cut the beginning. Gongzi felt this wave would circulate on Douyin for 10 to 15 days, and he would be ridiculed for it. But who told him to suddenly play a long-range top laner? Let us engage in a serious landing phase. I will teach you how to secure solo kills, even in a disadvantageous situation. The top player of both servers, haha. Eventually, what Gongzi said would turn out to be true. Even if you consistently rank first across both servers, picking a long-range top laner still makes you a fool. As Gongzi pondered this, his excitement swelled. He had successfully solo-killed Neo Gully Khan several times, but due to high rankings, he seldom encountered him and had never truly solo-killed in a significant sense. But today, he was determined. Even if facing a Fiora, it was someone else as Fiora. I am Gangshun. Moreover, someone who has never played top lane suddenly deciding to do so might not even reach the level of an average player. A splendid opportunity to garner attention had arrived. In this match, the lineup was as follows. Top lane, Night Hunter, Fiora, Jungle, Death Singer, Void Predator, mid lane, Doomblade, Papaya Star Spirit. ADC, Saint Gunner, Revenge Spear, support, Celestial Wanderer, Purple Mischief. However, upon entering the loading screen, the golden red skin and Xiang Ji's gleaming signature momentarily caused Gongzi to struggle to contain his laughter, but he forced himself to maintain composure. Meanwhile, those who had been chatting cheerfully now fell silent. The barrage of comments surged forth on screen, using Xianggu's skin as a tribute to the divine. Ha! You're killing me. Speak up. You know nothing. This is merely an expression of hope for a triumphant return. Suddenly, he felt disgruntled. What does this mean? Are you here to ride the coattails of popularity? I've never heard of this person being a streamer or a content creator. Truly disgusting. As the match commenced, the battle horn sounded. Su Chen made a beeline for the river entrance to the jungle, serving as a bodyguard for the blue buff while the Death Singer initiated the opening. Should the opposing team attempt to invade the blue buff at level 1, the Death Singer would be in for a tough time. The inertia of 5 years was strong. Was I subconsciously acting in consideration of my teammates? Su Chen felt a tinge of helplessness. After all, the probability of seriously playing and shattering the opponent's mentality to the point of them raging was far more feasible than breaking his teammates' spirits. However, Su Chen was neither willing nor inclined to deliberately throw the game, feed, or insult his teammates for the sake of system rewards. He was committed to maintaining his dignity and reputation. Thus, Su Chen merely awaited an opportunity. Deliberately selecting Xianggu's skin was akin to crafting a forbidden fruit, enticing the divine into temptation. Suddenly, a series of signals appeared. Bard had floated in, merrily tooting his horn. His intention was straightforward. This match would undoubtedly devolve into chaos in the bot lane, and the outcome was uncertain. Nevertheless, he was stable and strong, so he decided to lend a hand at the outset. Even if other lanes encountered difficulties, there would still be a safety net. Su Chen quickly understood and followed him to secure the cappuccino he had prepared for his support. Bard cheerfully tooted his horn, striding confidently with a massive crossbow on his back. Then, out of the bushes, a Fiora suddenly darted towards her defensive tower. Gongzi, whose mentality was fraying in the livestream, shouted, "Damn it, my teammates are a bunch of fools. At the very least, they should have flashed out during this skirmish." Earlier, Gongzi had sent multiple signals into the top lane bushes. He was fully prepared for the jungle's Rengar to gank bot lane without sparing a glance for the top lane. Thus, he hoped his teammates would gather at level 1 for an ambush. Even if they couldn't secure a kill, a flash would suffice. If they couldn't get a flash, they could at least place a ward in the bush. But not a single person showed up. The Rengar waited at red for the jungle camp to respawn, while Zoe, the gem support, and the skateboard shoes headed directly to the bot lane. Gongzi could only watch helplessly as Bard prepared a cappuccino under the tower. Yet, Gongzi couldn't explode in anger. After all, they were all targeting the divine. He could only adjust his mindset and force a smile, say, "It's fine if my teammates don't cooperate. I can still solo kill." Meanwhile, he appeared to be merely observing the comments while genuinely engaging in a match, feigning confusion and saying, where's our support? Wow, why do they go to the top lane?" He even specially showcased a camera angle of the top lane, indicating that Bard had assisted at the beginning. Moments later, all troops advance. Minions slowly emerge from the base, having learned their skills in advance, swaying back and forth in the middle of the bot lane. Suddenly, a mischievous gem support leaped out from the bush. Following closely behind were the Blade Caller Callista and Zoe. Choosing not to use flash and confidently maneuvering, he dodged the gem support's attack, but was ensnared by Zoe's bubble, forcing him to use cleanse to preserve his health, only to use flash again. However, at the moment Lu Xian used flash, a gigantic question mark appeared on his face. Night Hunter indicates the enemy is missing. Instantly, the comments in the livestream exploded. What's going on? Ridiculous. ISNT had said that in all of League of Legends, the question mark's sole purpose is to report the enemy's disappearance. The Divine's operation is too absurd. I can't bear to watch. Ha ha ha. Surely, he just clicked incorrectly. Why are the detractors getting so hyped? How could such a coincidental mistake happen? The Void God's actions are not worthy of ridicule. Slowly, making his way down the lane, he might as well dance under the enemy tower. The Void God saved his flash, yet ended up using cleanse. Haha. The teammates in the game were equally astonished. Team, the mouse line is longer than life. Doomblade? Team, Doghole. No love for anyone. Celestial Wander, did you click the wrong button? Noticing this, he furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Wow, This support is making my gameplay rather uncomfortable. If he were here, he'd give me a hand, and I wouldn't even need to use my cleanse. He then switched the camera to the brush in the top lane, hoping it wouldn't disappoint him. Over here, Su Chen observed that Xian was no longer the easily ignitable little chubby boy he once was. He had become quite resilient. What should be done next? Just then, an unexpected message appeared from the opposing team. Oh, GNG24, Twilight Star Spirit, can Xian really be caught out like this? Oh, Xiaotian Xiran, Doomsayer, what kind of strength does this black sheep have to bark here? Oh, GNG24, Twilight Star Spirit, my ranking is higher than your Void God. At least I can consistently climb, while your Xian relies solely on luck. Su Chen was momentarily stunned. Zoe plays beautifully. How could she stir up such trouble? Xian, blame me if you must. I've already concocted a crime for you. This flash loss is due to me. Oh, Xiang Xiaotian NV. Void Reaver, why is he suddenly playing? Su Chen chuckled. Are there still skilled players around? Oh, Night Hunter mainly wanted to try out the skin's feel. Oh, Unmatched Sword Princess? Oh, Xiaotian Xiran, Doomsayer? Oh, GNG24, Twilight Star Spirit, haha. Bro, you're incredible. A flurry of question marks filled the screen. Feeling a bit anxious, he decided to remain silent and focus on his gameplay. This time, he must execute a crushing performance to redeem himself. Being the top of the double server is merely a result of me eliminating countless minions. At the moment when the second wave of minions converged. Chapter 4. Is the warmth insufficient? Full power ahead. Everyone's gaze turned towards the mid lane. So quick? Is Katarina being soloed in the middle? All. GNG24, Twilight Star Spirit, is this it? A level 2 jump into my face? All. Xiaotian Xiran, Doomsayer, if I face Xian, I can play casually. The jungler, currently clearing 3 wolves, glanced at the mid lane and saw that Zoe had finished off Katarina with minimal health remaining, quickly reconsidering his approach. He couldn't afford to gank bottom now. The opposing Kha'Zix was likely focusing on the same strategy. If there was no opportunity in the bottom lane, Zoe would surely accompany him into his jungle. Their Katarina didn't have summoner spells either. Ultimately, the risk of forcing a gank bottom was too high. It would be wiser to invade the opposing top jungle and claim Kha'Zix's remaining camps. Perhaps there was a chance for a clean execution. However, just as the Doomsayer arrived at the stone golem, a figure suddenly appeared in his fountain. Oh no! The Doomsayer reacted swiftly and immediately signaled towards the bottom lane. Yet, the Holy Gunner insisted on trading blows. Indeed, the next moment, Kha'Zix emerged from the jungle, and a beam of light shone from the bottom tower. After a chase, Bard and the flashless Lux were swiftly eliminated under the tower, with both kills claimed by Kha'Zix, while the opponent only secured a gem from the tower. In just a few minutes, it was 4 kills to 2. Why can the opposing team move like this? What about our Doomsayer? How are we supposed to play? Watching Callista bounce around under their tower, alongside Zoe's taunting messages, was disheartening. If it weren't for their Katarina consistently matching Zoe in lane, he would have certainly muted the chat. The barrage of messages from the spectators erupted joyfully. Is this all Xian can do? Is this the so-called prowess? Gaizi, entirely unfazed by Lux's reckless display of dominance without summoner spells, began to ridicule. Classic 4 for 2. Ha ha ha. The Doomsayer was clearly inept, unable to grasp the game. A typical fan meetup. Oh, GNG24, Twilight Star Spirit, listen up. Fan meetup my foot. Oh, GNG24, Twilight Star Spirit, I only went down because it was too difficult to gank top, while your Xian was far too easy to catch. Evidently, Zoe was also watching the stream. Such criticism could be ignored. Frustrated, he remarked, it's a pity about this play. Honestly, Bard shouldn't have gone top at level 1. I was forced to flash and lost my momentum, and being targeted like this is quite unbearable. The mid lane Katarina found it challenging to face Zoe as well. The Doomsayer switching jungles wasn't a loss for him. All he could do was hope the top lane could secure some advantage. While speaking, he shifted the camera to the top lane. Just then, Gonzi seized an opportunity to counterattack. Had it not been for Bard's cappuccino, he might have had to expend his flash. Observing this scene, he felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, he couldn't outmatch the Sword Princess. Otherwise, his evening on Douyin would be quite troublesome. However, Su Chen remained indifferent. He hadn't played top lane in 5 years, and his mechanics were undoubtedly lacking. Moreover, he was preoccupied with thoughts on how to ensure that Xian could shine. Gonzi also enthusiastically proclaimed in the stream. Just this? Next wave I'll stretch it out, and I'll take him down. All. Unmatched Sword Princess, you're being a bit rough there, haha. All. Xiaotian Xiran, Doomsayer with Xian around, Even the brightest fade into obscurity. All, GNG24, Twilight Star Spirit, this is truly abstract. Hearing Ganzi's praise brought him a flicker of joy, though his expression remained troubled. Oh, it feels like the top lane is about to collapse as well. Bard was right to go. Otherwise, it would have backfired. Yet, less than a minute later, another wave of support surged in, forcefully diving into a 4-for-2 trade. They eliminated the opponent, but the kills ended up in Bard's hands. His face turned slightly red. Wow, what are the other teammates doing? Why is every lane in such a tailspin? At that moment, Team 900 play it safe in the bottom lane, focus on farming. Advising teammates to play cautiously seemed reasonable, right? Instantly, the Doomsayer, Katarina, and Bard were taken aback. This was an utterly mundane phrase in ranked matches. But the bottom lane was Shun. The key was, he would never say such things before. Even if his teammates were 0 to 20, he would remain silent. He would only soothe tensions during arguments. What was going on today? His earlier question mark was definitely intentional. The barrage in the live stream erupted in chaos. Little Chubby, please don't die. Even you can be told not to die. Just how exaggerated is your feeding? It seemed utterly absurd. Encountering a retired professional who initially thought they could relax and play, only to have such a dismal performance? How strange. In the past, it had never been like this. Had there been a change in personnel? Was someone using a smurf account? A non-professional daring to critique a professional while they were being chased by Ganzi? If Bard hadn't come to assist him at level 1, would he have endured such a miserable experience? Please, stop barking. Frustrated, he thought, what is this nonsense? A perennial top server player saying such a thing is nothing. The key is that this person has always been characterized as a good-natured fellow. For 5 long years, he has never uttered a word against his teammates. And now, he suddenly tells me not to die. It's directly setting me ablaze. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that someone is envious of my fame, paying him off to undermine me? With this thought, he decided not to escalate the situation further. He would observe how the forthcoming developments unfolded, and if the circumstances allowed, he could rephrase this suspicion publicly. At this moment, Su Chen felt a mix of surprise and anticipation. Congratulations, the host has successfully ignited the retired professional player. Automatic lottery in progress. As expected of you, Shun, I initially thought you had changed. Unexpectedly, a mere question mark was insufficient. Yet the addition of such a mundane phrase could lead to fame. Regrettably, the extraction ability has failed, and it is suggested that the host continue to attempt. A little tip: increasing the opponent's heat level or prolonging the duration might enhance the probability of rewards. Su Chen was instantly somewhat displeased. This is unacceptable. After 5 arduous years dedicated to the system, he faced failure on his very first draw. The reason? Insufficient heat level? It appears that he truly must unleash his full potential. Might the divine grant him another opportunity? Chapter 5. Bard served a cappuccino to the giant infant, with extra milk. Meanwhile, on the road, he was one less, and the lane was pushing slowly. This was an opportunity to support the other lanes. Upon logging in, Su Chen did not see Gongzi and signaled. Katarina was engaged in a duel, and his balloon minion unleashed a spectral dash, while Zoe was nowhere to be found. He signaled again. The Reaper noticed that the opposing Mantis had not shown up for quite some time. He signaled once more. Support Bard was rummaging for scraps near his own stone golem, insisting on developing further and consuming this wave of minions before retreating. The enemy duo came online to pursue, creating distance. Callista flashed in for a quick spear throw to slow him down. The gentleman closed the gap. A hypnotic bubble flew from the wall, landing with a soft thud to form a dreamlike circle. He glanced at his recently refreshed flash, realizing the slow effect had dissipated. Ultimately, he opted for confident positioning. However, he inadvertently walked right into Zoe's circle. Zoe approached from behind the wall, making a face and sticking out her tongue, then summoned a painful star. The Mantis, already bountiful and economically sound, wisely retreated from the ranged minion. The distant Gongzi, playing Fiora, effortlessly claimed the kill, while Bard, arriving late, hastily departed through a dog hole with a cappuccino meant for tribute. Wait a minute. 5 for 1. My support runs faster than anyone else. This is utterly useless. The jungler merely farms. His frustration was palpable. Everyone, GNG24, Twilight Star Spirit, how could the divine be caught and killed again? Come up with a reason for the divine. I can't hold on any longer. He desperately defended himself. The key is that the top laner showed up. Otherwise, I would not have died. What is going on here? How can one be so incompetent? Can't even suppress a Fiora? A player who knows how to play against Fiora should easily dominate. It's a shame Bard went to help him at level 1, ruining the bottom lane. And now the opposing top laner can freely come down to assist. What am I supposed to do now? He vented his dissatisfaction vigorously. Were it not for a shred of rationality, he would have already engaged in a confrontational interaction. However, he refrained, knowing there was an instigator. Everyone, Genji24, Twilight Star Spirit Bard. The Divine says your support is utterly ineffective. Reaper, the Divine says you only know how to mindlessly farm. Everyone, GNG24, Twilight Star Spirit Gongzi. The Divine says you should be easily crushed by Fiora. Everyone, GNG24, Twilight Star Spirit Brother. The Divine says the blame lies with you the most. Everyone, GNG24, Twilight Star Spirit, it's probably because you told him not to feed. And he got angry, saying you were too incompetent to even handle a top laner like Fiora. An opportunity arose, and this scene felt oddly familiar. Su Chen took a deep breath. 4 or 5 years, every game filled with silent endurance was akin to a dark magic ball. At this moment, an immense energy surged forth. Everyone, Night Hunter, are you out of your mind? Everyone, Night Hunter, with so many signals plastered across your face, like a 4 Protect one. You still can't see them? What are you doing? Eating your hands? Everyone, Night Hunter, such mindless ganks without even flashing? There's no thresh in this match. No lantern for you to grab. Everyone, Night Hunter, oh, I see. Not flashing is because Zoe resembles a bathtub too much and you can't resist jumping in for a wash. Everyone, Night Hunter, always blaming others. Is the giant infant too wrong for not drinking milk? Everyone, Night Hunter Bard, quickly pour him a cappuccino. Remember to add extra milk. Oh, and make sure it's sugar-free. In a matter of seconds, the chat box was flooded. The other 9 participants in the match were left in shock, while numerous trolls in the live stream collectively erupted. It was explosive. His face flushed with embarrassment. Steam was practically rising. His hand instinctively moved to his mouth. But upon seeing the taunts about eating hands, he hesitated, feeling as if he might explode. The trolls in the live stream were collectively invigorated. The barrage of comments was terrifying. I can't believe it, brother. You truly are fierce. When you choose to speak, it's astonishing. Gongzi, upon seeing Zoe's statements, felt quite displeased, as if his Fiora held no value. Yet, due to the Divine's authority, he could only suppress his feelings. Unexpectedly, his brother showed no leniency and delivered a significant blow. Bard, who had initially been filled with grievances, now found himself ridiculed for merely performing vision duties. But now, the sugar-free cappuccino was utterly hilarious. The Reaper remained silent, retreating to consume the minions near the bottom lane's corpse. Everyone, Genji24, Twilight Star Spirit Brother, from now on, you are my lifelong idol. You are amazing. Numerous video editors were brimming with inspiration, conjuring multiple captions every second. At this moment, Su Chen found himself in the limelight. He was exhilarated. Congratulations to the host for successfully raising the retired professional player's heat level. The system is automatically drawing rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a permanent reward. Reaction Ability Enhancement 3. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a temporary reward for this match. 1 inch longer. 1 inch stronger. Su Chen was somewhat astonished. This round of divine intervention could be likened to a celestial blessing, yielding a 60 chance of a permanent reward and a 20 chance of a temporary reward. It was merely regrettable that the 10 chance of a temporary inscription had yet to materialize. He would have to find a way to raise the divine S-heat level once more. The enhancement of reaction ability was subtle, but now, due to the 1 inch longer, 1 inch stronger effect, his control felt remarkably different. It was as though even walking became effortlessly smooth. Maneuvering felt like an extension of his own will, and his spatial awareness was governed by an invisible ruler, akin to muscle memory honed over countless years. Is this the power of the cheat? Regrettably, while the effect was astonishing, it was limited to this match. Su Chen's initial reaction was one of disappointment, but he soon realized that such a formidable temporary reward would not be acquired in a mere ranked match, but rather in a global championship's 5th game. For this match, he would relish every moment. Suddenly, the system prompted another notification. Time task triggered. A significant audience is detected focusing on this match. If the host uses 1 inch longer, 1 inch stronger to perform operations that can conquer 3 individuals in this match, the match can conclude and a portion of the skill's power can be retained, permanently increasing the trigger probability of time tasks by 2. Is there such a fortunate opportunity? Su Chen was immediately filled with motivation. But he soon perceived the difficulty of this task. After all, the audience for this match was from the live stream of a certain platform, under biased scrutiny. Even the most exceptional performance could seem mediocre. Thus, if Su Chen were to execute a series of chaotic, impressive maneuvers reminiscent of viral clips, it would be unlikely to truly conquer 3 individuals. Perhaps it is only by breaking the conventional mold and employing methods that are utterly unexpected to the average person that this task can be accomplished. Su Chen gradually began to form a clearer thought process. He perceived that his perception of the surroundings was slowing down. Meanwhile, the atmosphere had turned fervently intense. Without uttering a word, the reclusive control of Xiran came into play. The audience in the live stream fervently added electric heaters to the sauna room. The players exchanged barbs, black versus white. Ultimately, a generous patron sent gifts, urging him not to lose his temper, and after a lengthy pause, he finally managed a slight cooling of his demeanor, stating, "The streamer is not angry. It's just that the game has been somewhat frustrating. Alas, brothers, this domestic server is truly unplayable. From now on, if you call me to play on the domestic server, I won't be coming back. The skill level of these players is lacking, though their mouths are quite capable." Shui, who had been intently watching the live stream, immediately shadowed him in the game. All sword points to 24 Twilight Star Spirit. Lacking skill? Please, brother, not only am I the best in the domestic server, but I also reign supreme in the Korean server. What about you? He promptly disabled the in-game chat. The moderators, understanding the situation, stirred up a tempest in the live stream. Gradually, his expression improved, and he engaged in a casual conversation with his loyal followers. Indeed, these players truly lack skill. Just look at that Shui over there. Despite having such an advantage, he plays like this. Suddenly, a comment arrived, akin to a pillow sent to a weary head. It was as refreshing as a bubble bath after languishing in the desert. "Streamer, please evaluate this match." After reading the comment aloud, he reflected and replied, "There's nothing much to evaluate. I was just a bit anxious earlier and may have said something excessive. But honestly, it's evident he doesn't know how to play this champion. He is merely relying on his awareness and ideas. Otherwise, based solely on skill, he would have been obliterated by the Fiora long ago. Is being the best in both servers genuinely significant? Yes, it is, but to be frank, not many in the professional scene care about ranks. They play merely to maintain their skills. Let us not dwell on this individual any longer. It feels rather perplexing. He maintains his top rank across both servers without ever attaching his name to a platform for profit. I've never heard of him trying out for any team. Today, he suddenly targeted me with insults. I can't fathom his thinking, but it certainly seems a bit off. How did the streamer end up 0 to 5? The streamer is just inexperienced. The rift is filled with masters. I can't blame others. I simply didn't perform well this match. As he spoke, he focused intently on the screen. After being killed in the lane, he shifted his perspective to the top lane, hoping to showcase the average skill level, preferably to witness the Fiora dispatching him single-handedly. Chapter 6. Turret. What can I possibly do? It's quite challenging for me to act. At this moment, in the top lane, Gang Z had lost a fraction of experience due to the earlier assistance, but he had already completed the Tiamat longsword. Boldly, haha, how audacious of Xiao to challenge the god. Gang Z was determined to avenge the god. But of course, he wasn't genuinely seeking justice for the god. Was Gang Z even the type to possess a smidgen of righteousness? He was convinced that the conflict between the gods in this match would undoubtedly go viral on Douyin. With his equipment advantage, an impressive solo kill was imminent. Gang Z was eager to capitalize on this wave of traffic. This moment would be his grandstanding. Having completed the last minion, he reached level 9, temporarily leveling the playing field, and with his equipment advantage, he could hardly contain his impatience. Gang Z began to test the waters, swaying left and right, landing a couple of free hits, preparing to unleash a 3-hit combo. Reluctantly, he activated the Lawrence Insight to defend himself. However, in the next moment, Gang Z excitedly exclaimed, "This time, I could secure a solo kill." Those watching the top lane felt a surge of hope. Had he really just foolishly used a skill while rolling right into Gang Z's defense? Furrowing his brow, it seemed he still cared deeply about the outcome of this match. This game is completely lost. This top laner is going to be taken down. The comment section erupted in mockery. Is this what being the best in both servers looks like? This is truly pathetic. What is the difference between this and throwing? The optimal solution against Fiora was to mitigate the damage from a 3-hit combo. Yet, Gang Z had blocked all of it, resulting in a significant blunder. This is hilarious. If I were there, I would have done so much better. Gangzi had noticed on the mini-map that the opposing Karthus had shown his face near the mid lane. So this time, he could go for the solo kill. The legendary sword of Fiora shone brilliantly, with a myriad of vulnerabilities illuminated around her. At that moment, Gangzi felt as if the classic soundtrack of Xian Jianqi Xiaotian was playing in his ears, edited to fit perfectly with his actions. Regrettably, despite his desire to execute the iconic 4-hit combo, he found himself at a close range, finally recovering from his stunned state. With his mana dwindling after using Flash, he could only afford one more action before being out of mana. Gangzi's second skill was just a couple of seconds away from cooldown, enough to pursue. Unless he immediately utilized Flash to create a considerable distance, there would be a slim chance of escape. Yet, at this moment, he did not utilize Flash. Instead, he walked while delivering a hit to Gangzi. Gangzi felt something was amiss. Was he truly this inept? It seemed he had given up resistance, reserving his skills for the next round. However, if that were the case, this solo kill wouldn't be entertaining for Douyin. Gangzi chased after him, preparing to strike the last vulnerability and finish him off. But alas, at that moment the stealth was activated. Gangzi remained unfazed, even finding it somewhat amusing. Was that activation a tad too late? Gangzi confidently maneuvered Fiora toward the brush, but to his utter surprise, the skill S effect activated on a ranged minion instead. Once again, the thought of his opponent's incompetence surged within him. Previously, he could understand not fleeing immediately, but to retreat along the conventional path instead of into the brush was truly uncharacteristic of a skilled player. However, he did not reveal himself along the usual route. Instead, he appeared behind. Gangzi was momentarily stunned. A reverse maneuver was not uncommon, but he truly hadn't anticipated such an unexpected role. After all, there was a turret behind him providing a sense of security. Was he really that fortunate to be positioned precisely at the extreme edge of the turret's vision? Yet, this would only buy him a bit more time. His health advantage was significant, requiring at least 7 or 8 more hits to take down Fiora, while she only needed to land one more strike to exploit her vulnerability. As Fiora closed in, she had already executed 2 hits. With the ultimate ability S duration waning, Gangzi immediately aimed to strike the final vulnerability, executing a 3-hit combo. Nevertheless, it was inconsequential. A slight repositioning would suffice to break the vulnerability. You're even running under my turret for a solo kill. Gangzi mused, deciding not to use Flash, instead letting loose the 4th shot of his Silverbolt. Having seemingly given up, excitedly, he began to recite his lines. However, just as Fiora was about to strike the vulnerability, she suddenly activated Flash. Although Fiora's attack landed, it failed to exploit the vulnerability. Gangzi was left dumbfounded. In the past, he had only used his Flash to adjust angles and strike vulnerabilities on others. How was it that someone would activate Flash during his own turn, forcing a standard hit? Moreover, why was the turret not targeting her? Had she perfectly timed her positioning to evade the turret's attack? Had she, in fact, managed to perfectly align her Flash at the extreme edge of the turret's attack range? And did she dare to use Flash? What if he didn't need to strike the vulnerability? The damage from that basic attack would have sufficed. Was she truly that fortunate? With only 5 health remaining, Fiora, having absorbed all her skills, could only stubbornly attempt to land one last hit, but she quickly repositioned. In perfect synchrony, she turned and struck at Gangzi. Flustered, Gangzi maneuvered Fiora to flee, activating his movement speed boost to unleash a second 3-hit combo, and chased after her to deliver a 7th hit. Gangzi was left with only a sliver of health, barely a hair's breadth away from succumbing, and it seemed that only a desperate dive into the tower could save him. It should have been a 1-for-1 exchange. Gangzi found it difficult to accept. A 1-for-1 trade was tolerable, yet the opponent's execution was nothing short of spectacular, casting his own blunders into stark relief. At that very moment, he shifted slightly to the left, positioning himself at the very edge of the tower's defensive range to deliver a final blow. The sword mistress fell to the ground with a thud, while the tower stood silently, offering no words of solace. What could I possibly do? My hands seemed tied in this situation. The chat room was filled with question marks. Gangzi was utterly stunned. However, the next moment, after a brief pause, he and another player, a distant Dead Song enthusiast, both shouted in unison, "What the hell?" The left chat box displayed, "Everyone, Anya Lai show Little Fatty. Pay attention and learn well. Everyone, Anya Lai show Dead Song." Don't use your ultimate recklessly. This was the very moment of a breathtakingly precise play, during which he found the time to type a message. Gongzi was left in disbelief. Chapter 7. Was Gongzi's demise intentional or merely a stroke of bad luck? Like Gongzi, the Dead Song player was equally astonished, staring transfixed at the screen. Moments earlier, while clearing his jungle after reaching level 6, he had been consistently switching his view to gauge the state of other lanes. When the skirmish broke out in the top lane, his finger hovered over his ultimate ability. However, he deemed the potential damage insufficient and opted not to use it. Yet, the opponent's remarkable maneuvers had brought Gongzi's health to a critical low, prompting him to unleash his ultimate. Just as he was about to do so, he noticed a message that seemed to taunt him. Ultimately, he beheld a demonstration of what it meant to push the limits. Truly, he was the unrivaled champion of 2 servers. Why wasn't he competing professionally? Dead Song murmured to himself. Meanwhile, Gongzi's chat room was flooded with question marks and exclamations of disbelief, with viewership numbers surging beyond the norm. Many newcomers were inquiring about what had transpired. Deep within, Gongzi felt a twinge of anxiety, an unsettling sense of unease. This was utterly illogical. After all, his earlier performance had been quite mediocre, far from exceptional. Following his unexpected demise, he attributed it to sheer luck and an extraordinary display of skill. Yet at that moment, he recalled the messages that had been posted earlier, sending a chill down his spine. During his intensely focused play, he had been outmaneuvered while the opponent showcased several remarkable plays, all while managing to type. Understand that the flawless execution of his earlier maneuvers, akin to a perfectly choreographed dance, was no small feat. A single misstep would have spelled disaster. Scripts simply could not simulate such intricate tactics. Had everything been part of the opponent's grand design? Did he intentionally feign vulnerability to bait Gongzi into a confrontation? Gongzi murmured to himself in disbelief. The viewers in the live stream, however, were unconvinced and erupted in derision towards Gongzi. After all, many of his fans tuned in to witness his transformation into a demon. Was it truly so difficult for Gongzi to admit his mistakes? How could he be so easily outplayed? Surely, this was nothing but luck, especially given the earlier monumental blunder followed by sheer chance in his subsequent maneuvers. Gongzi bristled, asserting that he had equipped Nact or Clinch, and he had to mention Tiamat. How pathetic. While it was indeed impressive to type mid-play, the idea that it had all been premeditated was simply beyond belief. Observing the barrage of comments, Gongzi felt a surge of irritation. Did they truly believe they understood his skill level? Could they refrain from advising him on item builds? Could they even match his prowess in lane? He was irritated to no end, exclaiming that if he had not been absolutely confident in his ability to retaliate, he would not have typed that message, urging others to pay attention and learn. Yet, Gongzi could not be entirely certain. What if the opponent was simply audacious and unafraid of retribution? Thus, he resolved to press on, seeking the truth behind the incident. Was it deliberate or merely chance? At that moment, Gongzi, who had once been filled with confidence, found himself facing a dilemma. He had been sentenced to defeat, only to be swiftly countered by an extraordinary display of skill. The left chat box was insufferable. Little fatty, pay attention and learn well, leaving him speechless as he continued to struggle in a lane that had become untenable. The audience in his live stream grew increasingly agitated. What had just transpired? Was this mere luck? They clamored for another glimpse. Was he employing a scripted strategy? Was the divine intervention causing him this much distress? Such audacity in typing mid-play was simply outrageous. They were eager to check in on Gongzi's stream, curious to see if he had lost his composure. In the match, Su Chen, having eliminated Gongzi, took down 2.5 layers of tower plates, already acquiring the ruined king's grass shoes. Upon reaching the top lane, he began to torment Gongzi mercilessly. Gongzi, now wary, attempted a couple of probing maneuvers but was met with overwhelming force, signaling for his jungler to assist him. The jungler was still down in the bot lane. With a score of 3-0, he still hadn't made an appearance in the top lane. The top laner hadn't been ganked even once. What kind of jungler was he? Don't tell me about helping the strong and neglecting the weak. A jungler who doesn't show up in the top lane is just useless. Gongzi was frustrated. He had intended to prove himself, but instead found himself being outplayed. Once again, he was taunted by the effortlessly smooth maneuvers of the Dead Song, who dared to toy with the tower's defenses, only to have his ultimate interrupt that sequence, forcing a wave of minions into the tower. Gongzi was left with no options, Ultimately, he was forced to retreat and perished at the hands of the second tower. I am utterly defeated. What is left for me to do? Gongzi's certainty grew. The intention was to provoke him into a rash response, to bait him out and seize the advantage. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, the skateboard shoes and gem were aiding the mantis in taking the dragon, while the next tower still stood unbreached. Su Chen, observing the situation, couldn't help but chuckle. To be fair, the divine intervention was substantial. It allowed him to progress without a care. Su Chen skillfully pushed the top tower, claiming the bounty. Then, right before Gongzi's return, he devoured the mantis golem, reached level 6, returned to the top lane to clear the waves, and then turned to consume the freshly respawned red. At that moment, in the mid lane, Katarina and Zoe were engaged in a chaotic brawl in the bot lane, while Deadsong signaled for assistance, indicating he was ready to strike. He sold his Doran's blade and promptly purchased a ghost blade, Berserker's Greaves, and a potion of wrath. Along with a control ward, continuing to push seemed futile. There was no opportunity to manufacture red heat. So Su Chen made the decision to test the limits of his abilities under the system's enhancements. He steered his champion directly toward the Rift Herald. Gongzi, witnessing the other lanes thrive, was unwilling to relinquish the Rift Herald. His resolve hardened. You can only retreat this time. How will you maneuver? On our side, apart from Callista, who was still in the bot lane, intending to give the Divine a taste of defeat, the other 4 players were hastening to his location. Meanwhile, their underperforming Katarina was still farming under the tower in the mid lane, and even if she arrived, it would be of little consequence. Bard, fearing divine retribution, lingered in the bot lane close at hand. Any forced approach would result in disaster. This time, the Rift Herald was theirs for the taking. However, upon catching sight of Gongzi in the grass by the Shanglu River, he immediately consumed an anger potion, causing his face to swell dramatically. I have observed numerous discussions among brethren regarding whether the Gui Dao is synonymous with the Yumeng Jiling. This is my query. I am accustomed to referring to the Gui Sua's Blade of Fury as Gui Dao. My apologies. Chapter 8. My sincerest apologies, Divine Being. I now comprehend your sentiments. Indeed, indulging in a soak is truly delightful. Shortly thereafter, I engaged with the GNG on 2 occasions. Gongzi was instantly displeased. Previously, he could overlook the arrogance, but now, with teammates present, how could one be so audacious? The mantis lurked just behind in the thicket. Moreover, what were you thinking when you invested a substantial sum in the purchase of a bottle of rage potion during the initial phase? What if your snowball effect were to be interrupted? Are you truly this audacious? Gongzi shouted loudly. He observed every movement, knowing with a mere raise of a hand what was to be released. However, this attack remained unchanged. It was not directed at Gongzi, but rather aimed at Zoe, who had come to expend her energy in pursuit of Feishing. The trio consisting of Mantis, Gem, and Sword Maiden gathered with fierce determination, vowing to claim the head of their foe. Their intentions were remarkably clear, as long as he casts a skill in a location obscured by the wall. Regardless of its nature, it becomes exceedingly challenging to play. The moment he reveals himself from invisibility, he immediately begins targeting the Mantis. The Mantis seized the opportunity and charged forward with a flurry of attacks, simultaneously unleashing the gem. To evade, one must avoid the Mantis and the Sword Mistress as well. The Gemstone player, nearly guaranteed a success, was unexpectedly thwarted, while the Mantis, unable to resist, continued its relentless pursuit. Alas, the pain is truly excruciating. The Mantis player could no longer withstand the pressure and released his ability. Earlier, he refrained from doing so, fearing that if he activated it simultaneously with his landing, it would be easy to miss the escape. Yet, he still ended up missing. Was that a deliberate evasion? Several individuals were taken aback. In the fleeting moment just past, a dazzling light suddenly illuminated the surroundings. The gem, regaining its composure, swiftly retreated and unleashed a formidable attack. Should he be eliminated first, the inevitable demise of Bai would be rather distressing. Even the Mantis Sword Princess has laid claim to the precious gem. At this moment, Gongzi is lurking closely beside the gem, eyeing it with great intensity, remarking that the gem is quite decisive. If it were to reverse direction, it would undoubtedly find itself in an awkward predicament. However, unlike the previous wave of killing, there was no reversal. Instead, the riverbed was completely devoid of any presence. Zui's eyes finally illuminated the destination. To his astonishment, he found himself in the Long Kong. What could have prompted him to stealthily dash to the Long Kong? The three individuals hastily made their way, effectively drawing out the ultimate ability of the gem. However, he did not evade, ensconced within the dragon pit. His demise was almost certain. The trio flanked the rear of the dragon pit, ignoring the visionless Zoe. How could he possibly escape? At this moment, several beams of light illuminated above their heads as the death song unleashed its full power. Gongzi glanced at the chat and, as expected, noticed that the man was once again remotely controlling his teammates during the brief interval of operation. Remarkable, he thought, how audacious one must be to resort to such tactics. Jiangzi wore a vexed expression as a group of them arrived at the entrance of Longkong, yet found themselves unable to proceed. This was due to the fact that the vanguard had just been defeated and was now recklessly charging outward, while Gue Dao had already stacked his abilities and was furiously harvesting gemstones. The effects of the rage potion combined with this scene were quite disconcerting. Once the vanguard's rampage concluded, they surged forward in unison, relinquishing their invisibility. In that fleeting moment of revelation, Zoe accurately unleashed her hypnotic bubbles from behind the wall. Subsequently, I resolutely withstood the formidable onslaught of Gongzi's ultimate attack, relentlessly pursuing the mantis. The mantis found itself unable to inflict damage, as its ultimate ability had yet to recharge, necessitating a tactical retreat. Subsequently, by employing stealth and adept positioning, it successfully evaded Zoe's flying stars and capitalized on a lapse in the opponent's defense. The gem bearer fell first, followed closely by the other opponent. At this juncture, the combination of two items, the attack speed boots and the high-level fury elixir, unleashed a terrifying amount of damage. The crucial factor was not merely the absence of opportunity. Rather, it was the avoidance of numerous pivotal skills. The players slammed the table, exclaiming, "Who dares to claim that this lane was purely a matter of luck? That was not a deliberate hit on me. It was sheer incompetence. All of them are brainless. Do not believe me? In a moment, I will review it for you to observe." Gongzi, while speaking, opened the settings and activated the chat timer. The barrage became frantic. "For heaven's sake, do not obstruct my view. Allow me to witness the entire operation. Gongzi, let me see it all. Is it dead or not? That fool Gongzi deserves his fate." Gongzi may express his discontent through the barrage of comments, yet he is acutely aware that this is his source of livelihood and refrains from offending anyone in such a manner. He promptly disabled the settings. His ultimate ability finally came off cooldown, and he subsequently signaled that he was en route. Zoe understood immediately. She summoned a flying star to engage in simultaneous consumption, but, as fate would have it, it was evaded and she was struck twice in a swift counter. At this moment, the seasoned Zoe and the mantis, as a duo, swiftly coordinated their efforts. In this moment, none shall escape their fate. The mantis, having concealed itself, suddenly darted forward as Zoe unleashed a hypnotic bubble. However, in the next moment, the mantis was swiftly pinned to the wall, meeting a swift demise, while Zhu's skills were rendered ineffective. A true sight was firmly embedded in her visage, leading to her untimely end in just 3 strikes. Ultimately, as she lay on the ground, resembling a small bathtub filled with hypnotic bubbles, in the final second before vanishing, she made her way towards it, simultaneously displaying the expression of a little duck enjoying a bath. Let the bubbling commence. Simultaneously, Su Chen wore a smile, his hands moving with such swiftness that they appeared as mere shadows. "All, in Yi Lai Shou I apologize. All, in Yi Lai Shou I understand you now. A soak in a bath is indeed quite delightful, and I too find myself yearning for a dip. Grant me the red. Bestow upon me the entry." The livestream of Gongzi was inundated with a flurry of question marks. They completely failed to comprehend the intricacies of this maneuver. The high-scoring players within the match truly comprehended this impressive maneuver. Jiangzi could not help but exclaim, "Incredible! I am in awe." Watching the exhilarating performance of Sigu fills one with an overwhelming surge of passion. Glancing at his own 4 assists, the thrill is simply indescribable. He cannot help but murmur to himself, "Is playing as a top laner truly this exhilarating?" The player of the Reaper was yet unaware that the moment this thought emerged, he embarked on a wondrous journey from a rank of 900 to that of a Diamond Guardian. Recently, there was a fierce confrontation in the lower lane. The Callista, having overextended, was struck by a precise ultimate from Bard, perfectly setting off a stunning effect. The Reaper swiftly unleashed his ultimate, securing a kill. Subsequently, his spirits were considerably lifted, This moment was indeed pivotal, as the timing of his ultimate to deal damage was impeccable, and having earned a bounty, he felt emboldened to continue playing. Soon after, notifications of rampant slayings in the upper half of the map appeared. Meanwhile, in a live broadcast room, countless fervent comments flowed, serving as a conduit of excitement. Need assistance? Isn't that someone directing the use of a powerful ability in the public chat? You seem to comprehend how to seize the moment. Would it be possible for you to enable the chat feature in that game? Do you truly believe that the world revolves around you eternally? The gods have offered their apologies on the public screen. Just take a look. Their prowess far surpasses your feeble skills, does it not? Haha. After eliminating 4, I shall indulge myself in a relaxing bath, showcasing my expression. Is bathing truly that delightful? I must partake in a soak tonight. Can Hazy simply roll away? Wasn't it Bard who assisted him in the early game? He constantly gave away kills, allowing him to play so comfortably. The housing authority should take action against these repugnant individuals. As the camera pans to the upper lane, one observes the illuminated expressions and the deliberate consumption of Shui. It has turned red once more. The treasure map cannot be suppressed. Chapter 9. Acquiring the title of Zi O Huing. Ngz reflects and passionately criticizes the audience. It feels as though one is being forcibly compelled to watch Guyong 100 times. The frustration is overwhelming. This individual is truly repugnant. Why is this happening? Disgusting as it may be, what truly matters is that, prior to this, he never repulsed anyone else. Strength is indeed strength. In this game, the circumstances were somewhat unfavorable. Yet he managed to dominate the opposing side. It leaves me wondering if I've been too reckless. Fortunately, this individual is not a professional player. Otherwise, the situation would be even more unbearable. However, even if he were professional, the obsessive sense of achievement derived from ranking would persist. In competitive matches, he would likely merely feign being outplayed, ultimately leading to his downfall. But what can be done now? There's nothing left to say. At this juncture, any action taken would be deemed incorrect. Perhaps it is best to wait for a more opportune moment to address the matter. Regardless, the disparity in fan base is apparent. When the time comes, a reckoning will undoubtedly ensue. Yet, the current situation is truly explosive. One must vent their emotions vigorously. And the broadcast swiftly shut down the live stream, leaving behind a bewildered and exhilarated audience. A multitude of lost souls flocked to Gongzi's live stream, gazing at the rapidly increasing viewer count. Gongzi was unsure whether to feel elated or disheartened. Ultimately, it matters little. Any form of notoriety is still notoriety, and Gongzi welcomes all traffic. Gradually, the game devolved into a personal showcase, with prior advantages crumbling away. The champion, Rengar, was left scrambling for safety, unable to confront his opponents, unable to even glance back. The unfortunate Mantis could only watch helplessly as the hard-earned lead was overturned. And what should have been a straightforward salary settlement with the boss turned into an unexpected overtime shift. Frustration boiled over, leading to public outcries against Gongzi. Everyone, consider how the poet immortal would handle this. Void Reaver, how did Gongzi end up in such a dire situation in lane? Is it truly that difficult? Everyone, unmatched blade dancer, what are you saying? Have you ever been to the top lane? Why don't you take action? Everyone, consider how the poet immortal would handle this. Void Reaver, I admit I did not assist the top lane, but the opposing champion did not either. And I did contribute to the bottom lane as success. In a live stream, mindless insults and accusations only heightened Gongzi's anxiety. Consequently, Gongzi responded passionately. Let us be honest. This is genuinely intense. I cannot speak to other roles, but as for the top lane, what right does this Mantis have to complain? What does it matter if he went 3-0 early on? A mere assassin, unable to take down a top laner. Am I the one who was outplayed? So what if I was? Who among you could do better? You think I'm weak as a blade dancer? Let him come and try. He would last 3 minutes in lane. I am currently the highest ranked blade dancer. What I say is the truth. The past is the past. Let us not dwell on the irrelevant. Countless video editors, filled with excitement, began to take action. They recorded and edited videos while watching Gongzi's live stream. In the coming 2 days, the trending segments on Douyin would explode. It had been a long time since such an exhilarating, dramatic conflict had unfolded. Meanwhile, Su Chen observed, "Congratulations to the host for successfully making the retired professional player popular. The system is conducting a lottery. Congratulations to the host for receiving a permanent reward. Mastery level 7 for any hero. Congratulations to the host for receiving the entry. Bath Emperor settled after the match. Did the 10 chance entry finally appear? Su Chen was curious about the function of this entry. Bath Emperor. It appeared closely related to its origin, yet it seemed rather unserious. Congratulations to the host for successfully making the player popular. The system is conducting a lottery. Congratulations to the host for receiving a permanent reward. Mastery level 10 for Blade Dancer. Mastery level 5 for any hero. Oh, Gongzi has become popular too? A smile spread across Su Chen's face. How delightful. Although Gongzi maintained a relatively composed mindset while striving for ranks, having reached the top 10 in the Korean server, he found himself in a position where he was being thoroughly outplayed, entering the infamous red list of the Demon Codex. This match yielded significant rewards. Now, only the 3 participants for the time task were missing. Nevertheless, Su Chen was confident that with the heat generated by Gongzi's match, the task would soon be accomplished. Everyone, Sword of 24, Twilight Star Guardian Brother, you're amazing. I respect your loss. Everyone, Sword to 24, Twilight Star Guardian Brother, you got me to end the broadcast. Su Chen was slightly taken aback to see that Xiaotian was still in the bottom lane, not AFK, merely having been outplayed and ending the broadcast. It seemed he had matured considerably. Until we meet again, Lucky Star. Oh, it suddenly occurred to him that the chances of encountering the deity again this year were quite high, as the deity was making a comeback, which was something to eagerly anticipate. Su Chen, equipped with luxurious gear, charged up the high ground. Earlier, he had predicted someone would stubbornly argue. So he preemptively opened the chat log, revealing the first message sent at 9 minutes and 21 seconds into the game, with the second message sent at 9 minutes and 26 seconds, all recorded on his phone. Gongzi, feeling indignant, was determined to deliver a resounding rebuttal. Subsequently, as the match was downloaded, the barrage of comments reflected disbelief. Gongzi's bravado was merely a fade. It was impossible. I acknowledge your skill, but I cannot believe you calculated everything perfectly, deliberately exposing weaknesses. How could a top laner with low health and unfavorable equipment willingly allow the Blade Dancer to block both the 3-ring and strong attacks? I would rather believe Gongzi was genuinely possessed by a demon. This is a game, not an act. Everyone has their ups and downs. Indeed, if this person were to play professionally, they would likely be eliminated in no time by lesser opponents. Gongzi, momentarily dazed, began to lose his grip. He momentarily ignored them and rewound the footage slightly. All right, let us focus on this wave. In the recording, Gongzi maneuvered under the tower, dodging attacks from the enemy. Then, Gongzi initiated the attack. Checking the time, precisely 9:21. Come on, critics, speak up. Gongzi pointed at the computer screen, exclaiming, "Who dares to claim they would have done better? The moment you made a mistake and allowed the Blade Dancer to block your attack. Could you have even read the words small fatty while continuing to operate? Who dares to assert this was not intentional? Huh, let's keep going." Gongzi carefully adjusted the time, waiting until the Blade Dancer's health had diminished before pressing pause. Then, he switched the camera to the jungler, who was clearly focused on the top lane, neglecting his farming. The message sent at 9 minutes and 26 seconds warned him not to use his ultimate. After sending this message, the jungler even reacted with a shocked expression, cautioning him not to overextend. Gongzi sat up straight, his posture more rigid than when he scored a solo kill. Speak up. Huh? Where are all the critics who insulted me? Come face Gongzi in lane. Instantly, the screen erupted with comments. Chapter 10, The World's Best. Preparing for Trials. Oh my gosh. Incredible. The World's Best. I am genuinely impressed. Is anyone capable of such feats? This is truly astonishing. Speak up. Everyone has their good days, my friends. I can't keep this up. Cheating? This isn't cheating. How could one intentionally let the Blade Dancer take the hit? In the subsequent waves of operations, with multiple skills flying in, he consistently chose to evade non-hard control attacks, showing no signs of spasms. Who is this? A Smuff? If you can reveal your Smuff account, I would respect you as a true talent. I cherish a saying, those who truly play the game do not insult others. Keep it coming. I want to see that pivotal moment with the Rift Herald. I missed that. Gongzi felt invigorated. It's as if I were a top laner, capable of overwhelming you. Against those inferior players, I could easily dominate. Would you like to see that moment with the Rift Herald again? First, apologize to Gongzi. Upon seeing a flood of I'm sorry, Gongzi, and I'm sorry, Gongzi felt a sense of satisfaction and continued, this is madness. It's not like it's the final match of the World Championship. Why play so disgustingly and act so convincingly? Otherwise, if Gongzi had been prepared, You might not have lost the lane, haha. Gonzi himself chuckled at his own words. Subsequently, the wave of the Vanguard team was unleashed. Aside from the Death Song casting its ultimate, it was entirely a matter of Operation 14. Upon closer inspection, Gonzi remarked that he had used stealth and flash to evade the Mantis and the gem. A typical player would attempt to eliminate the gem. However, it opened its ultimate without hesitation, which was perfectly acceptable. Yet, he anticipated our psychology and instead retreated into the barren pit, initiating the Vanguard as we approached, while simultaneously activating the Ghost Blade and drawing the Vanguard's aggro. As he advanced inward, the Vanguard collided outward, forcing us to wait until it had finished its charge before we could enter. He positioned himself cleverly, seizing the opportunity to ambush. After such a protracted display of skill, having just evaded Zoe, it would be natural for anyone to relax slightly, yet he remained utterly focused. The Mantis and Zoe executed their combination flawlessly, with the Mantis invisibly entering from outside the Dragon Pit, followed by Zoe's near-simultaneous strike. As a result, he swiftly dispatched the Mantis, who had just ascended into the air, refraining from greedily pursuing further and instead maneuvering to dodge Zoe's subsequent efforts before eliminating the Mantis. He then quickly placed a ward while pursuing Zoe against the wall, executing a final shot from an extreme distance to minimize his recovery time. In summary, this sequence was a testament to his awareness and reflexes. Few could achieve such a feat after all. To react instantaneously to pin down the Mantis while resisting greed and skillfully evading Zoe is truly exceptional, bordering on the extraordinary. Gonzi's analysis left the viewers in the live stream astounded. Was such gameplay truly achievable by a mere human? One could clearly discern from the performance his bold and frighteningly clear thought process. To be honest, I still couldn't fully comprehend it. I only recognized the remarkable evasion of skills, confirming his rightful place as the top player across servers. Everyone fell silent in astonishment. Gonzi lamented that this game indeed harbors geniuses. Talent surpasses skill. There is nothing one could do about it. However, in this review, it seems Gonzi has managed to ride the wave of popularity, enjoying his moment. As for the encounter between the Demon Judgment and the Demon Wave, why not mention his little duck expression? Let's forget that. The broadcast came to an end, with Gonzi expressing his misfortune. What kind of bizarre matchmaking did I encounter today? He thanked Gonzi, who lightheartedly said, "I'm afraid of pain," and signed off with a farewell. After Gonzi ended the stream, a multitude of fans lingered, restless and eager for more. Many quickly rushed to Douyin, hoping to find active editing accounts that might have released videos. Shortly after Su Chen concluded this match, he received a system notification. "Congratulations, host. Your maneuver using an inch longer. An inch stronger has successfully conquered 3 opponents in this match. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, host. While playing as a long-range top laner, your damage calculation ability has improved by 17, and your hero distance control ability has increased by 23. The probability of triggering time-limited tasks has risen from 5 to 7. Su Chen felt quite satisfied with these results and proceeded to check the newly acquired attributes. Zhao Huang, active ability. Whenever the host bays before a match, their positioning ability will increase by 30 for the next 4 games. Cool down once per day. Note, cleanliness is healthier. Why not 5 games? Because 5 is simply inadequate. This attribute is indeed quite powerful, albeit somewhat peculiar. Filled with enthusiasm, Su Chen planned to test it out later. Opening the hero proficiency panel, he noted a crocodile, 92, steel shadow, 88, Orn, 91, Brown. The heroes he had a higher proficiency with were those he had frequently played over the past 5 years. The permanent rewards included an increase of 3 in reaction ability, along with an automatic addition of 10 points in proficiency for Fiora, leaving him with an additional 12 points of hero proficiency to allocate as he pleased. Su Chen hesitated momentarily, but ultimately decided to hold off on distributing these points for now. He distinctly recalled having seen some entertaining videos on Douyin, featuring creators playing unusual champions like Time Warden or Jester in the top lane, leaving opponents struggling for survival. In high-level matches, they could easily become a laughingstock. However, for Su Chen, it was not entirely impossible to think of utilizing such champions in future competitions. He glanced once more at the sticky notes on the wall. The transfer period was just 2 days away. Everything seemed to be falling into place, making the exhausting days of relentless practice worthwhile. At this moment, Su Chen chose not to rest, but rather took a shower, updating his sign-off to aspiring to play professionally. He then resumed his ranked matches. Although the transfer period officially began the day after tomorrow, he anticipated being able to contact teams for tryouts as early as tomorrow. Thus, he aimed to maximize his ranked games today to bolster his skills. However, he decided to slightly lower the intensity to ensure he was well rested for the tryouts. Which team should he reach out to? Su Chen pondered the various teams from memory, yet the game had already begun, prompting him to prioritize ranked matches first and deliberate further tomorrow. Nonetheless, he could readily eliminate the weaker clubs from consideration. Oh, and let us not even mention it. I genuinely wish I could deliver a single punch to the legal department of that club. 3 hours later, Su Chen leaned back in his chair, massaging his temples. The Zhao Huang attribute had proven immensely beneficial, allowing him to showcase several extreme angles of movement in these matches. The only drawback was that he would need to shower once more before tomorrow's tryouts, and future training sessions would also require daily washing. Regrettably, despite having played for so long, he had yet to encounter any professional players. He did, however, come across a few, but the system did not recognize them as professional players. Perhaps, in the system's judgment, they did not qualify. They were merely classified as players above the master rank. Following the red temperature, he could only receive permanent rewards with a mere 30 probability. After 3 hours, it became evident that he needed to seize every opportunity to engage with professional players. Nevertheless, Su Chen felt quite content with the progress he had made. The sensation of becoming stronger was exhilarating, and the distance to his professional aspirations, even the goal of becoming a champion, felt increasingly attainable, bringing him peace of mind. After washing up, Su Chen undid his lumbar support pillow, hesitating for a moment before drawing open the blinds. The gentle moonlight poured in, soothingly caressing him, as the exhaustion from 5 years of relentless effort seemed to dissipate in an instant. Lying on the bed, Su Chen gently closed his eyes. Memories from his previous life resurfaced. He had sacrificed much to pursue a professional career, feigning ignorance to the disdainful gazes of others, appearing indifferent to the achievements of his peers while suppressing his awareness of the affections from girls. He would never forget the day he signed his contract. The excitement he felt at that moment was unforgettable. Yet, he was fortunate to have another opportunity, a truly remarkable chance. What do 5 years truly mean? After all, you chose this path, idol. Su Chen gradually drifted into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to him, the match that had been rapidly gaining traction on Douyin was stirring excitement. His simple update of his sign-off to aspiring to play professionally had caused many coaches from various teams to lose sleep. Chapter 11. Coaches from major teams are thrilled. Reliable Xiran. At this moment, the match from today had already begun to go viral on Douyin. Video editors were all sharing footage from this match. Top player of both servers, Wang Quang, unleashes his wrath. The god of play is in action. Gongzi was outplayed in lane, leading to an explosive rage and ending his stream. Who is this player? Suspected account boosting? The king of casuals, a 5-year veteran, erupts in fury today. World's number 1? A green glow emanates. Can't hold it in anymore, folks. The retired god faces humiliation. Red temperature in stream. How dare the climber mock the descending god? My heart aches. The heat of these videos surged wildly as fans engaged in fierce debates, with jokesters creating characters in the comment section. The head coach immediately took notice of this match, his gaze fixated on the screen where extraordinary maneuvers unfolded, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The owner had long been troubled by the club's tarnished reputation, with the legal issues surrounding Ma Xianggua and the dissatisfaction expressed by retired players. The continuous departure of veteran players over the past 2 years had left the team's performance in a dismal state. The situation was exacerbated by the recent decision of a key player to leave, plunging the club deeper into turmoil. After years of consecutive losses, the prospect of acquiring such a talent, who had just secured victory through remarkable gameplay and disrupted the morale of opponents, was immensely tempting. If they could sign him at a reasonable price and bind him with a contract, it could be a tremendous boon for the club. To exaggerate, it could even be a savior, especially considering the overlap between his critics and his fan base. However, the challenge lay in the absence of any contact channels to reach him. Urgently pacing within the office, the coach burst into the training room of the second team. You all, change your high-ranked accounts from Guofu and Hanfu to recruit new top laners. Add him as a friend. Name change fees? I'll cover it. Can't share the same name? Can't you modify a few characters? This is urgent. He understood that the coach monitoring the situation was certainly not alone. As he anticipated, several coaches were reviewing past ranked match videos, increasingly impressed with what they saw. A player who consistently prioritized teamwork while excelling in the top lane was indeed a rarity. Many high-ranked players often played in solitary fashion, wholly unfit for the collaborative demands of professional matches, leading to disastrous performances. In contrast, this player was a breath of fresh air. Thus, aside from teams already possessing exceptional players, all were eager to obtain his contact information to invite him for a trial. Regardless of his current capabilities, the buzz surrounding him could provide a significant advantage, even if only for a streaming contract. However, they were uncertain. As many had attempted to reach out in previous years, but to no avail, it seemed he had no intention of pursuing a professional career. Yet, with the recent surge of a previously unremarkable player suddenly expressing interest in going pro, there lingered a glimmer of hope. In the team headquarters, the head coach, assistant coach, and manager engaged in fervent discussion. Should we consider inviting him for a trial? We must, as our team's objective is victory, renewal of contracts, and strengthening our roster. New talents are relatively inexpensive. During the spring season, a Shui and Roji did not perform well. But the issues with De Huang and Xiaotian are far more pressing. We should definitely give this a shot. We already have De Huang and Xiaotian, but both seem increasingly unstable. De Huang is being criticized heavily online, yet he remains unfazed, often distracted by casual play. His temperament. Are you suggesting he is toxic? I believe he might simply be facing personal difficulties. A player who has maintained a high level of quality for 5 years is commendable in terms of game attitude, perhaps even comparable to the best. This could be our breakthrough. We could inquire about his concerns, and if finances are a worry, perhaps we could offer a higher salary. Indeed, we have sufficient funds now that Shui has left, alleviating financial pressures. Roji is also quite reasonable, not demanding a salary increase. I think we should give it a try, but without high expectations, he probably won't agree. Ultimately, the head coach repeatedly reviewed the gameplay footage while typing, decisively concluding, to be fair, this criticism is quite sharp, yet it also indicates he has been attentive to professional matters. I believe we have a chance. We must attempt to contact him immediately. However, as time passed, the player who should have been engaged in ranked matches was still nowhere to be found. The coaches who reached out that night began to feel a sense of despair, as he had not accepted any friend requests, possibly having gone offline for the night, or choosing to ignore them altogether. But could it not be that he had already been recruited by another team? The urgency mounted. It was deep into the night, approaching 1 o'clock in the morning. Most teams remained illuminated, far from the label of late-night work. Yet they knew the coaching staff and manager were reluctantly donning their jackets and tidying up takeout boxes, preparing to retreat. Just then, a knock echoed through the office. What is wrong, Eugene? We provided you with the best air conditioning in the dorm. Xiaoyu has even checked it. The head coach jested, recalling the times they had lived together and he had awoken in a sweat due to the air conditioning being turned off. No, coach. I just saw that video on Douyin, and after finishing my ranked match, I checked his status. He is logged off, but his signature now states that he wants to go pro. What? The excitement surged, his eyes sparkling. Are you serious? He spoke quickly, heading towards the player training room. Indeed, Song Eugene proved to be as reliable as ever. Eugene, when did you become friends with him? A broad smile spread across his face. A while ago, I encountered him in ranked matches and kept winning. I intended to add him, but he added me first. I thought he wanted to duo queue with me, but he declined, always starting his ranked matches after I began mine, which was a bit frustrating. He remained oblivious to the fact that this was due to his proximity to Su Chen's demonic codex. Su Chen added him purely to avoid facing him in ranked matches and to prevent being snatched away. All right, with this information, we are already ahead of many competitors. He glanced at De Huang, who was idly playing, and Xiaotian, who was engrossed in his takeout, and whispered, Coach, are we planning to invite him for a trial? Yes. Take off your jacket. We're not sleeping tonight. Withdraw from your account and come to my office to log in. You'll head to Hanfu for training tonight. Okay. Meanwhile, at the base Lu, how did you become friends with him? Zhu Kai asked, surprised. Without hesitation, he replied, help me get some takeout, and I'll tell you. Zhu Kai retorted, you tell me first, and I'll go later. After a while, Zhu Kai exclaimed, you mean to say that after being sent away for 50 yuan, he added you and even consoled you a bit? Nodding, he replied, he is truly a good person. However, he plays top lane, and I also play top lane. Can you not be so blatant about telling me you intend to recruit him? I'll help you with takeout for a week. If it's half a month, it's a done deal. Abu hesitated and said, regardless, let us give it a shot. I believe the minor conflicts are inconsequential. Zhu Kai nodded, then heard a shout from the training room. Where's my takeout? It's getting cold. Zhu Kai felt a bit embarrassed. Abu couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, indeed, bold. But thankfully he respects me and has never called me by any nicknames. Zhu Kai quickly walked in, clearing his throat to maintain the coach's dignity. Come with me to log into your account. Then you'll head to Han Fu for training. ISNT that just Xiaobu? Why the pretense? Alu reluctantly approached. As the late hours slipped away, the moon finally took its leave. The first rays of morning light awakened Su Chen. Chapter 12. De Huang panicked. Close the door, guys. Don't let anyone in. Stretched lazily, lifting the covers. He adeptly lowered his head to avoid bumping it against the low ceiling of his cramped rental apartment, and quickly repositioned himself to avoid any clutter at the edge of the bed. After a brief morning routine, he instinctively settled in front of his computer, eager to dive into ranked matches, only to find himself chuckling at this muscle memory of thought. It was high time to contemplate a trial with the team. However, he was momentarily taken aback by a flurry of friend requests. High-salary recruiting top laners, age unrestricted. Were so many teams seeking him? It seemed the performance from yesterday had indeed garnered attention, not only rewarding him with limited-time task bonuses, but also drawing interest from various teams, sparing him the need to reach out himself. Without hesitation, Su Chen dismissed a multitude of friend requests related to this matter. Yet soon, an odd expression crossed his face upon noticing, urgently recruiting top laners, seeking outstanding top laners. Immediate needs, best treatment. Were they this desperate? One even presented itself in the form of a direct link. Out of curiosity, Su Chen browsed the site, only to discover it was a contract prepared for him. The terms were quite favorable, at least among newcomers. However, he nonchalantly scrolled further down. Indeed, it bore the familiar scent, the same old formula. The pitfalls etched in his memory were merely disguised with a few new terms. Su Chen scoffed and promptly closed the tab. He accepted all friend requests from other teams, then politely declined offers from those he had already deemed unworthy. Ultimately, he would make a careful choice. At that moment, he noticed a message from a team, one that had contacted him through their Coach S account. While they were relatively competent, he couldn't help but think that this team wouldn't make it far this year. The thought of potentially becoming teammates made him chuckle. With the capabilities of the Red Worm system, it wasn't impossible, but his ambition was to claim victory. Constantly pressuring his teammates wouldn't suffice. While Shun had matured considerably and Su Chen acknowledged his considerable skill, Shun would not endure everything for the sake of a championship. What he sought was to shine individually. Basking in admiration, and Virus had to leave. Teammates were merely a backdrop. On the other hand, this team, with their illustrious members like Ruji, Shui, and Jungle Xiaotian, all former champions, was indeed enticing. Su Chen had already heard of their commendable character. To be honest, he held a favorable impression of these players, as the exhilarating championship from 8 years ago had been pivotal in solidifying his professional dreams. At this moment, upon noticing Su Chen online, the team members quickly sent messages, even revealing potential offers in an attempt to entice him. Clearly, someone had been monitoring him overnight. Su Chen found himself rather impressed. It appeared that the rumors from years past about various professional teams competing to recruit high-ranking players from the domestic scene in Korean servers, discrediting one another while boasting of their own capabilities, were not mere hearsay. The offered salary was indeed substantial, 300 a year upon successful trial. Such a price for a newcomer was quite exaggerated. Nevertheless, it was an opportunity worth attending, one that could serve as leverage in negotiations. Although Su Chen's primary goal was victory and he was willing to sacrifice much for it, he certainly wouldn't overlook the chance to earn more. This small, dilapidated apartment, often plagued by water shortages despite 5 years of residence, hardly inspired deep affection. Oh, he almost forgot. After a refreshing shower, Su Chen set off. The active ability, Bath Emperor, had been triggered. In the next 4 matches today, Su Chen's positioning will be enhanced by 30. He gulped down a couple of bottles of water and promptly began contacting the trial teams. Once he arrived and familiarized himself with the environment, he would be ready to commence the trial in the afternoon. In this environment filled with fierce competition, the sooner he secured the contract, the better. Meanwhile, the coach awakened with anticipation, arriving at the second team. No friend requests accepted? All right, I see. Shaking his head in dismay, He suddenly had an idea and called Zhu Kai, with whom he was acquainted. Do you know him? The one who topped both servers. Of course, what about him? Do you have any thoughts on him? No, we're quite satisfied with our current roster, performing well, and not considering a change in top laner. Zhu Kai gestured for those nearby to remain silent, who were wearing disdainful expressions. That's splendid. We're eager to invite this player for a trial. Do you have any means to contact him? I certainly do not. I heard other teams have already reached out to him. He accepted their friend requests this morning, but seems to have declined them all. What? His face darkened. Why accept others, but not us? Why? No worries. Let's have a meal together sometime. Bye. After hanging up, he fumed for a moment, then took a few deep breaths before heading to the training room. How's it going, coach? One of the players approached to inquire. It's still uncertain, but there should be a chance. You two don't rush it. I informed the team that there might be reinforcements for the new season, and the top lane connections are potentially underway. Originally resolute about leaving the team, he hesitated a bit, as he had a very good impression of the player. However, the coach did not provide a definitive answer regarding the player's arrival today. Forget it. Coach, should I? Don't rush. There's still a chance. Suddenly inspired, he suggested, the other team is scheduling a training match this afternoon. I plan to take that opportunity. You and Xiaoming should prepare for another round. There's still many issues in the top lane, and the results of this training match will give me more leverage to negotiate with the boss for some additional funding for reinforcements, which could lead to significant opportunities. All right. Reluctantly agreeing, he acquiesced. Although brute strength does not equate to match prowess, the style of the player truly suited competitive play. Thus, he was willing to make one last attempt. Over in the players' lounge, Qing Tian had gone out for a meal, as he was hardly able to compete with the starting lineup. De Huang, on the other hand, was quite anxious, darting around to fetch water cups, grab chips, and massage Xiaotian's shoulders. His public image was suffering, and his recent performance had been lackluster, leading to relentless criticism. With the transfer period approaching, it left him feeling exceedingly uneasy. Today, he had indeed heard whispers that the team was recruiting skilled top laners for trials, heightening his anxiety. Why are you so restless? Moving around constantly? Xiaotian began to tease. Everyone knew that Xiaotian only displayed his gloomy side in public, but was fiercely outspoken among his teammates. De Huang, just speak your mind. Your antics have frightened the brothers. It's nothing really. It's just that the one coming for the trial this afternoon. Relax. He tore open a bag of chips, shaking his head. I don't know what the coach is thinking. We already have 2 exceptional players in the top lane. Why recruit more? Xiaotian nodded in agreement. Pure newcomers find it quite difficult to adapt to professional intensity. Standing up, he patted his chest boldly. Don't worry, De Huang. We'll scare him a bit during the training match. If he doesn't perform well, we'll put pressure on him. They all expressed their agreement. Let us not even give him a bottle of drink. He won't withstand our antics. Xiaotian added with a smirk. De Huang remained silent, a grin spreading across his face. The camaraderie within their small team was palpable, unspoken yet understood. Before long, the moment arrived. This is the illustrious Su Chen, who you might not expect to be so handsome. Let us give him a warm welcome. The head coach beamed as he introduced Su Chen to the others. Eyes brightened. They immediately rose, tossing aside their chips, wiping their hands, and extending greetings. Wow, brother, hello. Welcome. Is it hot? Do you have any drinks left from the last time you bought them? Share a bottle with your brother. After a moment of thought, one quickly replied, I think we're out. I'll go buy some. The atmosphere in the small team was wonderfully harmonious, unspoken camaraderie evident in their smiles. As Di Huing entered, he eagerly inquired, what is going on? Upon noticing 5 bottles of drinks in hand, his expression soured. Why did you buy 5? Was he had agreed to ease the pressure on the newcomers? After a brief hesitation, he leaned in and whispered, to be honest, Shu Zi wants 2 bottles. Di Huing's face lit up with understanding. I get it. We'll let the newcomer think he's been accepted. And then Shu Zi will just take 2 bottles, right? No worries, brothers. I'll cover the cost for the box keys in the future. With a polite yet awkward smile, they entered the training room and closed the door tightly. Shugo, here's your water. Chapter 13. The first trial match, a clash. Revenge is within reach. Schen accepted the water with a smile, expressing gratitude. Thank you. I've learned several strategies from you while playing as a support. His words brought him immense joy. He understood the importance of nurturing relationships with teammates, especially since they were all aiming for the championship. Schen, being an affable person in reality, had already engaged in cheerful banter with a few teammates. He complimented them on how they had ignited his passion for League of Legends back in 2018 and praised the remarkable performance of a certain player during a crucial finals match. This demeanor only served to elevate his spirits. Initially anxious, he now realized his previous judgments had been mistaken. The terrifying output from the fervent red temperature player yesterday was likely just a result of a bad mood. After all, this individual had never berated a teammate in 5 years, always opting for encouragement and mediation, embodying the essence of a saint in a rift. What kind of pressure could a young man like that possibly endure for 5 years? The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. A teammate with such enthusiasm, charm, and strength would undoubtedly be a joy to collaborate with. The coach, too, was exceedingly pleased with the current team dynamics. Having once played professionally in the team's predecessor and later coached alongside CHSHO, he recognized the invaluable role a player with a good temperament could play in a team's success. Everything was set. They were merely awaiting the training match. All right, SCHN's time is precious. At 1 o'clock, we have a scheduled training match. Let us prepare to cooperate well. If we perform admirably, there will be ample opportunity for everyone to get to know each other later. Everyone nodded in agreement. Upon hearing that Di Huing was anxiously smoking outside, they rushed out to find him. Di Huing, where's your 3,000 yuan keyboard? Di Huing asked in confusion. Why? I haven't used it. It's just been sitting there. Bring it here, I need it. What? It's meant for the newcomer. We discussed it and found that his understanding of the game is lacking. If he uses a good keyboard and still doesn't perform well, he has no excuse. Wow, thanks. Love you. Di Huing hurried off to retrieve the keyboard. All right, you go ahead. I'll take care of the rest. Great. Among all the brothers, I trust you the most. Di Huing nodded vigorously, reassured by his reliable and resolute demeanor as he left. Can't blame you, Di Huing. You're being too nonchalant. He might even snag you a substitute skin. With a sigh, he entered the room, cheerfully patting Xiaotian on the shoulder. I remember when I first tried out, my hands were so tense that I fumbled everything. I was used to playing alone, and suddenly having 4 teammates beside me felt strange. They were preparing Xiaotian psychologically for the match, ensuring he was ready. After all, it was unrealistic to expect a newcomer to perform exceptionally well right away. The coach added, this is partly my fault, since it isn't the formal transfer period yet. I couldn't schedule a training match of appropriate intensity. We only managed to set up this one, and it's not against the second team, but the entire first team without substitutes. So, Xiaotian, keep a calm mindset. The outcomes of a few games do not define anything. We can arrange matches with other teams tomorrow. Also, sometimes teammates may become engrossed in the game and may express themselves a bit harshly. Don't take it to heart. They certainly don't mean it. Xiaotian smiled and nodded. It's all right. I welcome everyone to point out any mistakes I make. His mindset was already steeled from years of experience. With a wave of his hand, he reassured, don't worry. We'll just mention our shortcomings. Aside from Xiaotian, who might be a bit abrasive due to his lack of manners, you don't need to mind him. Let us apply some pressure on each other, all right? If we play poorly, feel free to criticize. Everyone nodded in agreement. Xiaotian's eyes brightened as he readily responded, all right. He had taken a shower before coming, and after triggering a certain buff, he had been deliberating whether to disable the red temperature mode for the training match. His abilities were adequate on their own, and he didn't want to intimidate his teammates. However, since everyone was so encouraging, he decided to put forth his best self. After all, first impressions held significant weight, and performing well would not only pave the way for future contributions within the team, but also potentially lead to a higher salary. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable chill down his spine, akin to the sensation of being ambushed by 5 opponents in the bot lane. Oddly, the time was drawing near, and as they logged on, the veteran player expertly ushered everyone into the room. Xiaotian had already resolved to choose a standard hero, ensuring that the opposing team's red temperature was justified while still being manageable for his teammates. However, he did not intend to let the coach suffer from it. Xiaotian found himself caught up in anticipation for the match, despite it not being an official competition. He could vividly imagine the training room where the opposing 5 players were, recalling how the coaching staff and first team members had once passed by him at the water cooler, completely ignoring him. Ding! Time-limited task triggered. In this life and the next, the Spear of Revenge. Should the host employ the Spear of Revenge, the first red temperature player of this match will guarantee the host a time-limited reward. Additionally, if the host successfully exacts revenge in this match, they will earn 30 points of proficiency with any hero upon completion. Reaction ability increased by 7. The probability of acquiring buffs permanently raised from 7 to 11. Xiaotian was momentarily flabbergasted. Was the system stirring things up at this juncture? The first training match was set to unfold like this? What would his teammates think? How would the coach react? But the significant enhancement in reaction ability and the prospect of gaining 30 points in proficiency were too enticing to ignore. Moreover, a permanent increase in the probability of acquiring buffs. Noticing Su Chen's sudden silence, his teammate smiled and patted his shoulder. I assure you, you'll surpass expectations. Trust me, you'll do just fine. Don't be intimidated by opponents who have played on professional stages. For you, it's merely a matter of time. Remember, you are the top-ranked player across both servers for 5 years. Be confident. Don't panic. I'm not panicking. I'm worried you might. The time-limited task prompted him that as long as he initiated the match and let the opposing team have a red temperature player, he would secure the time-limited reward, likely granting him an ability akin to the extraordinary strength from yesterday, an inch long, an inch strong. In other words, victory was nearly assured. All right, I've made my choice. Unaware of Xiaotian's reaction, he had already sent the message signaling the match was about to begin. Everyone is in position. The team was attentive, having decided to put forth their best effort this afternoon, coordinating to request additional funds from the management to bolster their top lane. Upon entering the room, they were momentarily taken aback upon seeing the opposing top laner. Even the most honest of individuals cannot withstand such a blow. Coach, the opposing top laner is turning around. He wore a face full of grievance mixed with a hint of anger. Did you not say that the negotiations were nearly finalized, and all that was left was a small sum to secure him? Truly, one cannot trust these words. Instantly, a sense of confusion enveloped him. How could the desired player be on the opposing side? When exactly did he switch sides? You wretched old thief. And as for himself, he had inadvertently assisted this old rascal in the tryouts. The top laner, known as Xiaotian, was momentarily stunned, but soon a flame of battle ignited within him. He yearned for an outlet for his frustrations. Just yesterday, the club had made a grand announcement seeking new talent, clearly indicating they felt he was insufficiently strong. Meanwhile, the honest individual candidly expressed that his reason for not departing today was to see if he could still join the team, even offering a sincere apology to Xiaotian. I do not require an apology. Xiaotian suppressed a surge of emotion, determined to give his all in the upcoming matches to prove his worth. Little did he expect to encounter someone in a tryout so soon. In this match, I shall obliterate you. I shall demonstrate that you, as a newcomer, are unworthy of such attention from the team. Feeling awkward and at a loss for words, he could only pat Xiaotian's shoulder, affirming that the opportunity to prove oneself had arrived. His mind raced with thoughts as he was resolute in his pursuit. Like many other coaches, he valued the habit of nurturing talent, believing that with some guidance, results could be easily achieved. More importantly, there was a personal vendetta at play. If the newcomer performed admirably, he, as the head coach, would naturally be credited, leading to potential promotions and shares in the future. Thus, a twinge of conscience struck him. Xiaotian, ignite your inner fire. Overwhelm the one unaccustomed to the intensity of professional play. He intended to show this young talent the respect he deserved, paving the way for his own ascension. Xiaotian, you truly are the future world's #1 top laner in my eyes. Maintain your composure and play well. Observing the honest individual's darkened expression and refusal to engage, he realized this earnest man was indeed becoming anxious. He awkwardly shifted the topic. Everyone, let's give our best. Are we ready for the match? What nonsense is this? Am I afraid of him? We don't even need a top laner for this match. The game commenced, entering the interface. Chapter 14. The entire team stunned. What strange tactics are you employing? In the training room, standing behind the others with a notebook in hand, he took a seat at the back to accommodate Su Chen and help him familiarize himself with the process, as this was merely a custom match, devoid of stringent requirements. Let's start with the cat. The opposing team will likely employ a combination of Han Bing, Lang Mang, or Han Bing, Ka Sa Ding, to prevent an early game suppression in mid lane. How about we proceed with the spider? These were standard strategies for the spring season, too familiar to be of concern. As anticipated, the opposing team indeed selected Han Bing and Ka Sa Ding. He smiled subtly, feeling in control of the situation. Su Chen, playing along, displayed an expression of mild surprise, which brought him comfort. Several teammates remained composed, exhibiting the demeanor of professional players. Let us drop the spider. The opposition will likely select a top lane hero next, and we might face a challenge if they choose the crocodile. He jested. I genuinely want to see Su Chen perform. His gameplay is quite impressive, even surpassing mine. Coach, I want to see it too, Xiaotian chimed in. If you play mouse in the jungle, I'll choose for you. Laughter erupted among the group. While it was all in jest, they used this light-hearted banter to remind Su Chen that he could not afford to select heroes carelessly in a match. Ultimately, the opposing team opted to ban out the tanky champion, Xiaotian, and with the absence of a top laner, it seemed they were quite confident. The first 3 picks saw Han Bing, Ka Sa Ding, and Xiaotian banned, while they banned out Cats, Su Chen, and the Spider, almost all of the must-pick champions of the spring season. Su Chen, if the opposing team does not pick a top laner first, should you let Xiaotian help you secure the crocodile? Perhaps not just yet, Su Chen replied, his mind preoccupied with envisioning the scenario following his hero selection. Apologies, brothers. We can let Xiaotian choose first. As expected, the opposing team swiftly secured the crocodile. Let us go with Lang Mang into Shu. Does that work? Both Ro Ji and Xiaotian nodded in agreement. This was indeed a lineup familiar from the spring season. Unexpectedly, the second pick revealed a strange combination of Gangu and Galio. How peculiar. They chose not to select a mage to match up against Lang Mang. Are they planning for an early game strategy? It was uncertain whether they were targeting the top or bottom lane. Adjusting their strategy, they opted for Luo. Subsequently, the opposing team continued to avoid selecting a top laner, instead targeting the bottom lane by banning out Wheel and Zhe Li, clearly indicating their intent to pressure the top lane while allowing the bottom lane some comfort. They decided to ban out the strong bottom lane heroes, Big Head and Female Police, to prevent the opponent from both targeting the top lane and ensuring a smooth experience for the bottom lane. As the opposing team finalized their selections, he wasted no time, stating, in this match, you all focus on assisting the top lane. They immediately selected the bomb man. Since they would be departing after this training match, he figured it would be best to allow Hushigo to play freely, giving him a chance to prove himself and alleviate some pressure in the future. Furthermore, this lineup was quite reasonable, as the crocodile and the bomb man could easily execute kills. Hushi felt the support from his coach and nodded appreciatively, yet a sense of defiance lingered within him. I do not need assistance. I can overpower him myself. The coach somewhat endorsed this confidence, hoping Hushi would perform well, ensuring stability. After all, with 2 top laners already in place, there remained ample opportunity to poach talent. In the base, he frowned. With the bomb man now on the field, it was evident they intended to focus on nurturing the bottom lane while concentrating their efforts on dismantling the top lane. Should we choose between Wei Lu Si or Xian de La? He inquired. These champions were commonly utilized against the bomb man. Wei Lu Si and Xian de La were effective for harassing and developing. On the other hand, they were less susceptible to being worn down by the bomb man's attacks, though their wave-pushing capabilities were somewhat inferior. Nevertheless, once they developed, they would significantly outshine the bomb man in late-game team fights. After watching Su Chen's performance yesterday, I feel compelled to try him out. Locking in his choice, it was no surprise when the opposing team responded by selecting the control champion, Shu Guang. Observing the coach's serious demeanor, Su Chen felt increasingly uneasy. The coach remarked, they must be aiming to target your top lane. We can only provide you with a split-pushing champion. What do you think about picking Wu Qi? He suggested. The Blue Steel Shadow is certainly off the table, but I believe Wu Qi could be the best choice. In the early game, we should avoid direct confrontations and allow them to take the Rift Herald, their Shu Guang. Crocodile, Galio, and Gangu will be difficult to contend with. Delaying until the late game will be more advantageous for us in terms of top and mid lane contributions. After analyzing, he expressed his agreement. If you wish to play another split-pushing champion, that's fine too. The early game might be a bit tough. He smiled. Everyone felt that the opposing team was indeed quite ruthless toward their newcomer. Nevertheless, it was beneficial. Experiencing the rigors of being overwhelmed was the quickest way for a newcomer to grow. Noticing Su Chen's silence, he added with a grin, "All right then, Su Chen. How about Wu Qi?" Su Chen clenched his teeth, steeling himself. "Forgive me, brothers. It's time for me to begin. All traitors must perish." A cold, chilling line echoed simultaneously in the ears of his 4 teammates. They turned in unison to look at Su Chen, their faces filled with confusion. Even the one holding the notebook behind them was momentarily bewildered. What's going on? What strange tactics are you employing? They beheld the screen before Su Chen. KLST gripped her dark blue spear, her eyes filled with hatred, revealing nothing but coldness. Xiaotian stared intently at the screen, driven by the desire for reward. He felt compelled to ask, "What on earth are you thinking, KLST?" Even that man does not play as much as one might imagine. It's merely a deep-seated public impression. These champions are only viable under certain versions and team compositions. Competing professionally is no jest. Brother, this is your very first match. Although it is not a formal competition, it is fortunate that it is not the main event. Did you make a wrong choice? Calming himself, he hastily inquired, despite being mentally prepared. Facing the scrutiny of others left Xiaotian with no option but to muster his courage and respond. Ahem, I believe this champion can manage solo lanes. She won TB overly suppressed by the crocodile early on. This explanation, however, seemed to fall on deaf ears. Bro, if you're in silver or gold, I concede you're correct in your statements. But is this truly your understanding as the top player on both servers? Taking a deep breath, he recognized that ignoring the coach and even his teammates, lost in his own thoughts, was a grave mistake for a team. Hadn't he just demonstrated a measure of professionalism? Was he truly so doubtful of his abilities? Even if you had chosen Q, NGG, Ing, or G New Jersey, I could have reluctantly accepted it. Yet, selecting this champion is less acceptable than choosing one we have at least encountered. Expectations for this newcomer plummeted. He cleared his throat, wishing to express something serious, yet understanding that the eagerness to showcase oneself is somewhat forgivable. After careful consideration, he stated, "This champion is certainly unplayable. Let us request a restart, shall we?" It is permissible to restart a training match. We can simply inform the opponents that there was an error in selection. As he spoke, he sent a message on his phone. Xiaotian hurriedly explained, "Coach, I truly did not intend to cause this. I can play her. I have some understanding of this champion. Trust me just this once." Xiaotian felt a surge of confidence. In the current limited time task, there was a hint. As long as he selected KLST, if he could get any one of the other 9 players to be red-hot during the match, he would undoubtedly receive a powerful temporary reward. Reflecting on the formidable effects of yesterday's YCNCH Ingi Sin Keying, he felt invincible. Moreover, he had not forgotten to take a shower today, and the Z Ohu Ing attribute, which enhanced his maneuverability by 30%, was perfectly aligned. This meant he merely needed to select KLST and find a way to make one of the other 9 players red-hot as quickly as possible. Victory was truly within reach. What do you all think? I believe if he wishes to play, let him have his game. It is just one match, after all, he suggested. This style reminded him of an old acquaintance. While such play might be acceptable in ranked games, it was truly challenging to secure victories in the current meta. He only hoped SCH and would not perform so poorly as to be outshined by a common champion. RUJ laughed. No worries. If it doesn't work out, we can change champions next time. TNF adjusted his glasses, but I don't think I can go top this game. Seeing that the brothers had no objections, it was tacitly accepted. He reluctantly said, "Let us give it a try, but I still want to ask. Are you sure you want to face the crocodile with this champion? Using her against the likely targeted GILU and N keying? Trust me just this once." SCH in S gaze was resolute. "Fine," came the resigned reply. Newcomers must endure more experiences before they will heed advice properly. Chapter 15. The coach's shock. I cannot comprehend. Just as he was about to inform them that a restart was unnecessary, the game was already swiftly concluded by the opposing team. Over here, the few players exchanged glances, and upon hearing the call for a restart due to a selection error, they finally calmed down. Moments ago, upon seeing KLST, HXG nearly leaped from his chair. He mumbled some Zon dialect, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Do you look down on me? As a newcomer, do you not regard me as a player? Am I truly that incompetent? Do you have any idea how many matches I have played? Do you think I'm a bot?" Fortunately, the opponents claimed they had selected incorrectly, allowing HXG's mood to settle. "I told you, how could that be? No one would be arrogant enough to behave in such a manner." Gradually shaking off the state of confusion, he realized that if a top KLST were to materialize, he would not have to compete for recruitment. He quickly fled. Now that it was concluded, he felt a sense of relief. In ranked matches, players typically select heroes most suited to the team composition. Aside from yesterday's match, he had not witnessed him playing any unconventional champions. In fact, yesterday's choice had been reasonable. He had performed comfortably against G New Jersey. Indeed, KLST was merely a miselection. Re-entering the interface, the process was swift, repeating the earlier steps. When it came to a Shu, he hesitated before saying, "A Shu cough? Why don't you select WILS?" Instantly understanding, a Shu chose WILS. It was somewhat awkward, especially since they had already mentioned a selection error, and now the original team composition remained unchanged. What would the opponents think? Furthermore, WILS felt more stable, especially since he sensed that this match would not reach the late game. Meanwhile, the 5 players were left somewhat puzzled. They had switched to WILS. Did both players select incorrectly? Yet it mattered little. This was not the same as suddenly changing champions in the previous match, which would have been tantamount to playing unfairly. Just like before, they locked in the Goddess of Dawn. Subsequently, the opponents immediately locked in KLST. Everyone was left in utter disbelief. The countdown concluded smoothly, and they entered the loading screen. HXG slammed his fist onto the table. HXG's breathing became erratic. What does this mean? After all this, it was not a miselection of KLST, but rather a miselection of the champion? Are you joking with me? I suspect you are deliberately trying to throw off my mentality, treating me like a bot. He stared blankly at the KLST in the opposing top lane. What is going on? Even if you desperately wish to play, one must earnestly compete, achieve results, and then cautiously discuss with the coaching staff before having a chance to try. Moreover, with our current team composition, playing this champion amounts to sheer surrender. He quickly remarked, "HX, don't panic. I will help you educate him during this game." Top lane, SHNGL who be Nexi versus who NGM who F. Jungle, SHNZHQ NGQ Ing versus LBI. Mid lane, FSHJ Q Chi Ing versus ZH Ingi J 11 Ing. ADC, CH NGZH GN versus B Op Gu CI. Support, Hu NLing versus SH Guing in SHN. As the game commenced, HXG directly typed in the public chat, "Everyone, who NGM, HF," he received a system notification. "Congratulations, host, for successfully making a professional player red hot. Automatic lottery in progress." SCHN was momentarily stunned. "I haven't done anything yet. I was racking my brain trying to figure out how to reasonably make someone red hot. Yet how did HXG already become red hot? What on earth has transpired? Lottery completed. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a permanent reward. A 4 permanent increase in damage calculation ability." Following that, as expected, the notification for the limited time Task S reward appeared. "Congratulations, host, for receiving the limited time reward for this match. Vow confirmed. The host will temporarily gain all advantages of the KLST user with a 500 increase, and the disadvantages will be multiplied by 300. Hearing this notification, SCH initially felt reassured, but upon closer inspection, the reward for this match seemed excessively outrageous. "Where's my YCNCH Ingi Sin Keying? I demand a refund. Don't just stand there, pull me," Xiaotian inquired, his expression one of confusion. Had he not been a newcomer to the team, he would have already expressed his frustration. "No need for that. A Shui, wait for me a moment." Su Chen maneuvered Callista as he dashed towards the bottom lane. Instantly, a few question marks appeared above his head. What on earth is this gameplay? You want to play? I can't handle playing Varus in the top lane. Su Chen, equally helpless, was not familiar with Callista. He was merely leveraging the ability of Oathbound, and naturally, it was best to forge a pact with him. As a Shui's Varus paused in confusion, a long spear of contract suddenly materialized. Oh no, this is bad. He attempted to swiftly escape Callista's grasp while controlling Varus. Was this fellow here for a trial, or merely to cause mischief? Meanwhile, a diligent coach, who had previously played professionally and had years of coaching experience, was meticulously jotting down Su Chen's strengths and weaknesses. 1. Does not heed commands, overly confident or eager to show off. 2. Suddenly enamored with long-range, solo landing? This point remains to be determined. However, upon finishing his notes, he lifted his gaze only to witness a scene that nearly caused him to faint. Varus lay lifeless on the ground, forcibly contracted by Callista, who had pursued him to the bottom lane. The sound of his pen dropping to the floor echoed in the silence. At that moment, this seasoned coach found himself engulfed in a profound sense of bewilderment, questioning the absurdity of this dramatic world. Just then, 2 individuals stealthily entered through the training room door. They were the assistant coach and the manager. As they observed the match, they whispered to the dazed coach, apologies for our tardiness. What transpired here is simply astounding. The manager added, why is there a pen on the floor? The contract took a bit longer to print. Not only was there a pen on the ground, but also a contract and several dropped jaws. The players within the game were equally astonished, left in a state of disbelief. Touching his nose, Xiaotian discreetly glanced at the serious-faced Su Chen, then turned away. Unable to contain himself, he burst into laughter. The arrow of retribution finally regained his footing. That wasn't what I meant, buddy. I am utterly perplexed. My mind is on the verge of malfunctioning. And I want to ask, but find myself at a loss for words. Why bind me with your leash instead of the jungler's tree? If you truly find it bothersome, you could have bound the support as well. Amidst the vast sea of people, why did you single me out? Are you planning to toss me like a pockball into a team fight to absorb damage from the crocodile? Su Chen, feeling equally exasperated, recognized that his previous actions were too abstract. He intended to assist Xiaotian with blue buff to alleviate the awkwardness. Xiaotian slowly turned his head to face Su Chen. I noticed you learned this at level 1 before making a move. I want to confirm. This appears suitable for early landing in the top lane, but it should belong to the jungler's blue. Will you help me take it, or shall I assist you? I'll help you. Truly. Su Chen replied earnestly. Xiaotian wore a smirk that masked his skepticism. Su Chen realized that if he were to help Xiaotian secure blue, he would need to transition to the three wolves. At that moment, he had to consider whether this would be the only chance to regain his teammates' and coach's trust. He felt compelled to take action. Behind him, the manager, having recovered, was the first to pick up the fallen contract and pen, inquiring, is this strategy of yours? No, it has nothing to do with me. He nearly let slip a few choice words. The manager's question kindled a wave of indignation in his chest. What l'enfant? How could you question my professionalism with such a query? Such nonsensical tactics could never stem from a mature coach like myself. As he grappled with confusion, Su Chen took the pen and notebook he picked up and struck through the previous 2 notes. He wrote a new entry. Incomprehensible. 6. Chapter 16. Why is your Callista on a leash? On the other side, the gunner expertly purchased his equipment and headed straight for the top lane's red zone. I'll gank at level 2 or 3. Keep the pressure steady. Teacher de Anne's Galio had also activated his abilities, as the pressure from his previous performance was palpable. His substitute, Tang Yuan, was watching closely, and he needed to earn the team's recognition. Xiao Ming opted for a straightforward approach, following closely behind the gunner at level 1, disregarding the vision in the bottom lane to execute an early play. In the bushes of the top lane, all forces advance. At this moment, Su Chen's emotions felt somewhat uncontrollable. He desperately wanted to flaunt his skills and absorb damage from his opponents. The triple disadvantages of Oathbound were starting to take effect, and Su Chen reminded himself to remain calm. Otherwise, he might falter, which would be quite unfortunate. Breathing coolly, those words dripped with disdain and anger. He maintained composure, cautiously maneuvering behind the minion wave. Unexpectedly, he was met with an aggressive opening. Breathing's eyes lit up, coupled with the damage from the rear minions. This exchange seemed minor at first, but he felt exhilarated. This is a good trade. Once I level up, I can dominate. Yet, Breathing could never have anticipated that Callista would defy expectations. She played even more extravagantly than he did. The second wave of minions arrived, and she brazenly pursued without avoiding the minion line. The terrifying damage from the early minions rained down upon him, as if he were oblivious. Are you in silver? Have you been watching too many Douyin videos? Breathing's frustration grew. However, her health was merely slightly above the crocodile's. I can head top now. Their trees ambush 1T work. They can't defeat me with a red buff gunner. Witnessing such reckless gameplay, he controlled the gunner to finish his red buff and headed straight for the top lane. As long as Breathing consumed the minions under the tower, Callista would be rendered ineffective. He had already reached the tri-bush. Still not leaving? Is this newcomer here to entertain us? Just as the minion wave approached the tower, Callista suddenly flashed. She immediately targeted the crocodile beneath the tower. The crocodile hastily used his own flash to create distance. Callista swiftly employed her spear to slow him down and then dove onto the tower. Breathing's crocodile fell beneath the tower, while Callista was also taken down by the defensive structure. Frowning, Breathing pondered, was that truly a trade of 1-for-1? Callista's maneuvers were undeniably slick and smooth, but this outcome was decidedly in favor of the crocodile. A massive wave of minions was advancing towards the tower, yet the crocodile had survived. while Callista had used her purification. Crazy, he muttered before returning to jungling. Breathing felt he had not lost much, though he had been momentarily delayed. His teammates glanced at the top lane, utterly perplexed by Su Chen's choices. Yet, considering he had chosen this champion and contracted with Varus in the bottom lane, what could they say? Xiaotian could not help but express his disbelief. Meanwhile, Su Chen felt a twinge of discomfort. He had spotted an opportunity for a solo kill and found himself irresistibly drawn to it. He could not deny that it was terrifying. Aside from possessing an impeccable understanding of hero distances and tower ranges, he was also exceptionally skilled. However, the side effects were equally pronounced. Su Chen had to divide his focus to maintain control. Moments earlier, he had glimpsed the bottom lane's bombardier tossing explosives. He genuinely wished to rush down and partake in that action. Su Chen found his thoughts abstract. Ultimately, it was a keyboard and mouse game, and a 500 boost was merely average. Yet, the bizarre drawback of 300 was utterly exaggerated. The situation has grown increasingly challenging. In my mind, I envision the most likely scenario unfolding. As the level 2 KLST makes her entrance, the level 3 Gu has already pushed a significant wave towards the tower, while Enqiying is lying in wait behind the tower's brush. Meanwhile, DNS Galio in the mid lane will immediately exchange health for lane control, preventing the roaming support from intervening. Our team's Xiaotian is currently in the lower jungle, and he certainly won't be coming up. So what should we do? Naturally, it's time to force a 1 versus 2 showdown. A sudden desire to showcase my skills ignites within me. Xiaotian immediately presses forward. Rationality cautions me against overreaching. There's no room for error here. The damage is overwhelming. Not to mention, I have a strong urge to feast on the spoils. My mind races. Stay calm. Seek a way to turn the tide. With a comprehensive boost of 500, Xiaotian effortlessly discovers a path to victory. 30 seconds later, the announcement of a kill resounds. Indeed, the mid lane champion has fallen. The head is claimed by Xiaotian's KLST. Both teams are left in bewilderment, many questions lingering in the mid lane. The entire arena is stunned. Their earlier camera focus was already on the mid lane, having witnessed the entire sequence. Indeed, Xiaotian did not ascend to the top. Instead, he swiftly transitioned from the jungle to the mid lane. Xiaotian frantically signals, but Xiaotian remains unfazed. As the Gu accumulates waves in the top lane, he skillfully maneuvers to exploit the limits of vision. Breathing heavily, he questions Dian. How could you allow yourself to be caught by a level 2 KLST? With a pained expression, he retorts, I played this wave perfectly. I exchange health for minion control. And when you push the top lane, you'll be fine. The tree was in the lower half, and I was positioning myself in the upper half. Who could have anticipated that a KLST would show up instead of the tree? Meanwhile, the others are momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, Xiaotian had flanked with precise timing, predicting the flash position and landing a spear, immediately placing a vision ward in the brush. Can we really play like this? He murmurs. Go to the top, don't dawdle. Xiaotian exclaims while signaling vigorously towards the top. Realizing the urgency, they reluctantly head to the top lane to defend against the impending wave from Gu. What the heck? What the heck? Breathing observes the half-health, half-blue are all descending, utterly exposed. He is indeed vulnerable. The KLST, who has been lying in wait in the brush near the tower for so long, is in a dire predicament. One Gu without flash, and the other merely farming red buff and the golem. Yet he manages to pressure the Arling so effectively. Furthermore, attempting to dive the tower guarantees at least one exchange. As the camera shifts back to the mid lane, it captures KLST leisurely farming minions, prompting a frustrated fist slam on the table. One absurd playstyle. No problem. I should have sensed something was amiss after lurking in this brush for so long without seeing him, calming his emotions to prevent breathing from becoming unsteady. He willingly takes the blame. Yet, he too is feeling the heat. He is only level 2, while the opposing tree is likely nearing level 4. Over here, a slight furrow of the brow. Despite the earlier collapse, it appears that he has managed to develop quite well, only suffering a slight deficit. However, initially, he had no intention of contesting resources in the early game. With Xiaotian's tree watching the lower lane, there is no fear of being caught and requiring protection. So that aspect is truly inconsequential. As for Xiaotian, Although he is indeed behind in experience compared to Gu, his economy has surprisingly surpassed that of his opponent. After much deliberation, he chooses to strike out the number 6 from his notes, unable to comprehend. He rewrites it instead. 1. Decision-making is not bound by conventional limits, but it comes with significant risks. As he continues to observe, a frown suddenly creases his brow. He witnesses the level 4K LST once again engaging Gu in a skirmish. With nearly flawless auto attacks and minion spear damage, the recklessly positioned Gu's health plummets. KLST is on the verge of a solo kill. Yet, in a moment of desperation, the enraged Gu retaliates. Instead of evading with the finesse displayed previously, KLST carelessly advances, leading to the missed opportunity for a solo kill. Seeing all this, Xiaotian can no longer contain himself. To be honest, your KLST skills are rather mediocre. Why did you pick her? Xian acknowledges that this particular misstep was indeed his fault. Yet he cannot help himself. Thus, he points emphatically towards the lower lane with a large question mark. This query lands squarely on the face of the recently bombarded player. Come on, buddy, you just engaged in a skirmish, and now you have time to look at my lower lane? Xian is vexed. Shui, don't engage. You think I didn't see? You also faced Gu, didn't you? Shui, unwilling to back down, attempts to play peacemaker, although neither harbors any real anger. The possibility of a conflict escalating looms. However, Xian has already voiced his thoughts. Isn't it easier to dodge Gu than a bomb guy? You're a champion. No one is even controlling you. How can you keep getting hit by the bomb? Suddenly, I find your argument compelling, Shui exclaims, slapping the armrest of his gaming chair. But I don't want this. My mind is consumed with why you dragged me into this at the start. Xian replies, I'm your fan. The entire team bursts into laughter. However, not long after, another kill notification emerges from the top lane. Xian dives the tower, securing a solo kill on breathing. All 9 members in attendance, including the coach, are left in stunned silence. For not only did Xian secure the kill, but he also danced in celebration while tanking the tower. He emerged with merely 3 health points remaining. Chapter 17. Shui exclaims, I felt like a minion, being yanked around by XNDL. All present witness the series of maneuvers and read the messages on the screen. A singular thought blossoms in their minds. Insane. Utterly insane. It's akin to a misbehaved grandmaster infiltrating silver, showcasing skills against the opposition and then taunting them. What happened to the 5 years of high standards? Was the computer's input method malfunctioning? Did the expression and dance keys break? If anyone praises this world's most skilled top laner one more time, I swear I'll take them down. Congratulations, host. You have successfully become a professional player. The system announces an automatic lottery draw. Congratulations, host. You have received a permanent reward. Increased hand speed. Xian can only imagine how infuriated breathing must be at this moment. The critical point is that, regarding this particular play, he never intended to humiliate the opponent. Everything unfolded so naturally, as if the side effects of the oath is set were gently guiding his fingers over the keyboard, with his concise messages flowing effortlessly. He desperately desires to showcase his prowess. Unable to contain himself at the 21-minute mark, breathing is on the verge of suffocation. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. This KLST. She has unleashed her full potential. She is playing in an utterly absurd manner. Fortunately, his teammates have finally arrived. Under the watchful gaze of Nashor, both teams gather, preparing for an electrifying team fight. In the mid lane, the bomb thrower is diligently managing the minion wave, while the Requiem arrow develops excellently alongside his teammates, ready to unleash his ultimate at any moment. Breathing's eyes blaze with intensity. Just reaching the same level as the tree, he is eager to turn the tables. As both teams exchange skills and cautiously clear vision, an atmosphere of tension envelopes the scene. Suddenly, Shui inadvertently eats a Galio skill shot. Nevertheless, it's not a significant issue. Not far away stands Xiaotian. What are you doing? How many of you are playing like this? Xiaotian begins to chastise. Xian cautions, stay calm. They sold out, and all they could do was pull away. This was the first thought of a few people. They were almost at the mid lane, preparing to shift towards a dragon, when suddenly, Su Chen made his move. He positioned himself just right to keep the marksman at bay, while he relentlessly thrust his spear. How's he so fierce? Shui exclaimed. At that moment, he unexpectedly found an opportunity and controlled the mid lane's bomb character. immediately following up with damage. However, prior to this, he inadvertently took a hit from the bomb character at an extreme distance. Meanwhile, Su Chen, almost synchronously, also took the brunt of Xiao Ming's flash. Su Chen immediately cleansed and swiftly retaliated, leaving everyone stunned. This also sent a small shockwave through the entire team. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that Callista's chain was linked to a Shui's smite arrow. What an odd interpretation. The few of them, witnessing a Shui's successful escape and his subsequent capture into a Pokeball, were greatly shocked, yet they had no choice but to continue pulling back. A traitor has emerged among us. Have you lost your mind? Xiaotian exclaimed, staring at the escaping bomb character. A Shui, on the other hand, was utterly bewildered. Shui, go sacrifice yourself. Su Chen shouted. If you don't get caught in a Pokeball, we can't play at all. If you keep taking damage, I can't hold on. I'll go. A Shui couldn't help but curse. At the same time, he was torn about which direction to run. After Su Chen skillfully maneuvered Callista to evade the Sun Goddess's ultimate, he swiftly repositioned to dodge the incoming Crocodile and Galio's taunt, perfectly flashing behind a wall. Su Chen immediately launched a seamless spear attack, lowering the health of several opponents while slowing them down. All of this transpired in mere seconds. From the moment Su Chen captured a Shui to now, it had been less than 15 seconds. As Su Chen watched Galio and the Sun Goddess retreat with a third of their health, he was utterly frustrated. A solo kill is merely a minor achievement. But this play was supposed to be monumental. Why wouldn't they let him finish? Without even removing his headset, Su Chen sprang up, yanking the cord free. He took 2 steps to a Shui side and pressed forward towards the enemy's formidable presence. What the hell? A Shui was dumbfounded. All the team members were stunned. The head coach was left agape, shocked by Su Chen's bold and audacious actions. There was no time to sit back down. He bent over, grabbed the mouse, and began a play. The enemy team's eyes lit up. They had thought they were done for. But the key damage dealer, Callista, suddenly flashed in. At that moment, a Shui unexpectedly fell victim to a sudden calamity and presented himself to the enemy. Is this how you flaunt your achievements? Do you look down on others? Let's go. Remembering that Xiaotian had already berated him several times, Su Chen, fueled by a fiery urge to showcase his prowess, shouted rapidly, "Where Xiaotian's ultimate is playing the Twisted Tree spirit, making you lose your mind? I had the chance to bait them earlier, and now you're still messing around." The others were momentarily speechless. Was this truly the polite and warm-hearted youth they knew? Had the contrast between Su Chen before and after the game become so stark? However, without time for further contemplation, a magnificent opportunity emerged on the screen. As the team focused on a Shui, Su Chen's Callista suddenly performed a slide and came down from the wall's edge, skillfully dodging skills while dealing damage. Dancing wildly. Go! Song Yijin shouted without hesitation. Luo immediately used Callista's ultimate to secure a target, while Xiaotian unleashed his own ultimate, blocking their escape route. In the end, it resulted in a miraculous 1-for-4 exchange. Only a Shui, after being thrown out, managed nothing but a death flash before being immediately focused and eliminated. A Shui, bewildered, murmured, "Wait, what the hell?" From the moment Su Chen captured him in the Pokeball, he had a bad premonition. He never expected that his fears would not only come true, but would exceed his capacity to bear. Is there really such a way to play? Breaking the dimensional barrier of the canyon, engaging in reality? He felt utterly miserable. Why did the team fight have to be so bizarre and absurd? The crucial part was that they actually won. How awkward. After taking a breath and calming down, a Shui quickly stated, "We absolutely cannot play like this next time. The enemy has initiated." Yes, indeed, the entire team typed it out and then left the game. Clearly, their mentality had collapsed. But for a Shui, his mentality shattered into pieces. Aside from the unexpected chain incident at the start, he had been playing quite comfortably afterward. Xiaotian directly retreated to the bot lane. He had a great landing phase. When the enemy team gathered all 5 for the Rift Herald, they were too strong in the early game. So he chose to abandon it and solo took the first tower in the bot lane, developing exceptionally well. A grand stage awaited him. Finally, the team fight arrived. Yet, who would have thought that the chain from half a minute into the game would strike him right between the eyebrows 20 minutes later? The enemy initiated again. They gave him no chance to perform later. In other words, during the team fight, they toss him out to sacrifice himself. And then they won. What was the point of all his hard work in developing? Where was his role? On Su Chen's side, seeing the enemy leave the game, He finally let out a long sigh of relief. Winning this match was what mattered. Otherwise, the entire team would surely have lost their composure. His relentless desire to showcase his skills and consume had finally dissipated. The system's notification chimes rang out continuously. Congratulations, host, for successfully making the professional player Hong when popular. The system is automatically drawing rewards. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a permanent reward. 4 points of any hero proficiency boost. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing a time-limited task, gaining 30 points of any hero proficiency. Reaction ability increased by 7. Probability of obtaining attributes permanently raised from 7 to 11. This wave of generous rewards certainly justified Su Chen's chaotic antics under pressure. Finally, Su Chen was able to sit up straight, pull out a chair, and began applauding. Well played, brothers. Xiaotian, your tree is as fierce as the blind monk in the finals back in the day. Brother Eugene, you were so steady. If I were on the opposing team, I would have crumbled under your steadiness. Your support and opportunity skills are among the best I've ever seen worldwide. Shui, you were the most impactful this match. The championship is well-deserved. I wanted to play professionally back in the day because of you, and your Vera's performance was incredibly smooth, even more impressive than flashing forward. Su Chen applauded while speaking, effortlessly showering praise like a rainbow. His sincere gaze combined with a smile, and with his naturally handsome appearance, it was hard not to feel goodwill towards him, especially if one disregarded that previous match. Everyone, the usually quick-witted and emotionally intelligent Shui's brain once again crashed, and his language system began to falter. No. Su Chen, buddy, you and I both know Varus, right? There's a guy named Ming Kai, you know? When he plays, he sometimes becomes Ming Kai. Sometimes becomes in Kai, you understand? But that is still within the realm of normalcy. Got it? But what about you? Huh? When you enter a game, do you have any operations that even remotely resemble a human? Huh? Me being Varus is impactful? How can you even say that? You've been grinding for so long, and you treat me like a snack tossed to the enemy. You pull me up like a puppet and threw me right into a group of brutes. The enemy was slapping me while flaunting their emotes. Curiously, you actually took action. After playing League of Legends for so many years, I have never encountered anyone as outrageous as you. Su Chen, noticing the overly quiet atmosphere in the training room, scratched his head and sincerely said, "Thank you all for helping me secure victory in this training match, truly." After a long pause, the group took note of the earlier recorded points and simply decided to tear that page out, crumple it, and toss it into the trash bin, rewriting instead. Unintelligible 6. Chapter 18. Teaching newcomers to pose. Delete it. The second match. Hurry up and start. My players are getting anxious. The head coach was beginning to struggle to calm the team. Even the usually composed and steady member wore a troubled expression. The opposing team was winning in such an absurd manner. A rookie Callista had directly humiliated us. Shui was even more arrogant. After the team reinforced with a new top laner, they began to look down on us. At the start, they even let that rookie control him, implying that Shui thought so little of us that he could afford not to take us seriously right from the beginning. He had already planned to let the newcomer take the lead during team fights, using him as a mere pawn. It was utterly outrageous. It was as if he deemed us unworthy of respect. He believed that he could win the game effortlessly without lifting a finger. This kind of play merely communicated that Shui could maintain a solid development in the bottom lane for 20 minutes, but winning the game? He didn't even need to intervene. The new top laner's damage output was sufficient. It was truly excessive, this Shui. The rookie top laner's dancing and taunting were likely instigated by Shui himself. Shui had previously demonstrated a good emotional quotient, enjoying lighthearted banter. But today he had truly crossed the line. No matter, we will give it our all in the next match. Come on, brothers, speak up. The support, who usually had a pleasant demeanor, was the only one who remained relatively unperturbed during that match. However, he could no longer maintain his cheerful disposition. At this moment, he was earnestly trying to console his teammates. His mood was already poor, and it had worsened. Given the circumstances, the pre-match anger and desire to prove themselves were palpable. Xiaoming looked at him and was suddenly reminded of an old acquaintance. At this point, Hushi's face was flushed to the neck, rivaling that old friend. "Let us start the match. Coach, let us get the next game going. Hurry," Hushi shouted. "Teacher duh," and also turned to the coach, who had no choice but to contact them urgently, hoping to commence the next round swiftly. Meanwhile, Su Chen had already earned his rewards. Though it came at a slight cost, it was inconsequential. In time, everyone would acclimate. However, observing the peculiar atmosphere in the team, Su Chen promptly expressed, "Coach, from now on, I will heed your guidance. This match was my fault. Such mistakes will not occur again." Internally, he was filled with a multitude of questions. The next match commenced quickly, and Su Chen was indeed obedient, selecting Aatrox while under the watchful gazes of his teammates, a decision that eased their minds. In this match, Su Chen exhibited exceptional prowess with Aatrox, a champion he had frequently utilized before. His familiarity was high, and to ensure stability, he allocated proficiency points to Aatrox. In this match, Su Chen played diligently. However, with the synergy of their jungler's abilities, previous time-limited task completions, and system rewards that enhanced his performance, along with various factors such as speed and damage calculations, Su Chen had indeed surpassed Xiaotian's skill. Yet, he was taken aback that despite his steady gameplay, Xiaotian inexplicably gained notoriety. Su Chen also received some permanent rewards for champion proficiency, although no time-limited rewards or stats emerged from this match. Each position performed admirably, and after securing a conventional victory, Su Chen pondered why the opposing team seemed to misunderstand his Aatrox pick. They likely misconstrued his choice. There was no intention of teaching them a lesson. However, Su Chen remained oblivious that Xiaotian's notoriety stemmed from more than just this reason. In the base, Xiaotian lamented, "Coach, I can no longer endure this. Let me substitute." After a series of unfortunate events, Xiaotian had descended into a state of emotional despair. The rookie top laner had toyed with him in the first match and had now demonstrated a lesson in the second. What did this imply? It indicated that even with standard play, defeating him was effortless. Some of Su Chen's stable maneuvers appeared almost pitiable in Xiaotian's eyes. Furthermore, he neither danced flamboyantly nor displayed any expressions, leading Xiaotian to wonder if the newcomer was merely mocking him. No, the rookie would never act so pretentiously. He must have been instructed to pose. What an unsettling thought. Xiaotian slumped in his gaming chair, tears streaming down his face, deleting friends from his phone. He sighed deeply. He is undeniably more skilled than I am. I truly do not deserve to be a starting top laner. Xiaoming hurried over to console him. Teacher Dun sat in his chair, awkwardly chuckling. Seeing Xiaotian in such a state and recalling his own intentions to see if he could recruit someone, he felt a bit guilty and could only offer standard coach platitudes. Gradually, Xiaotian calmed down, and as he glanced at the scoreboard, realizing that the opposing Aatrox had dealt over 10,000 more damage than he had, his gaze hardened. "I will meet you again." With a sigh, he made a phone call to summon the top laner from the second team. "You take over." The second team's top laner nodded numbly. However, Xiaoming was also gathering his belongings, preparing to leave. "Wait, don't rush." Panic ensued. Yet, the two were resolute and refused to stay, leaving without hesitation. Just like that, they departed both a liability. After a fruitless attempt to retain them, Xiaotian muttered softly, "I truly need you to save us. I have prepared the contract for you. As long as you are willing, you can demand a high price. We can defer payment, or you can owe us. We would accept that too." He then hastily called to bring over the second team and support to continue the training matches. Of course, it was no longer about winning or training. It was about seizing the opportunity to poach players right in front of them. After all, this was the only channel he could contact. If he failed to seize this last opportunity today, any subsequent attempts to negotiate would be futile. Thus, he urged the second team players to hurry. After a while, someone asked, "Who is it?" Frowning, he inquired about the second team as support. "He got drunk at the bar last night and couldn't get up." The second team player burped and quickly covered his mouth. "Really?" The second team looked disappointed. Had he known he wouldn't show up today, they wouldn't have been trapped for so long. Forget it. It's no use." But what about that one who came up? The one who was caught soliciting the other day and caused a ruckus. He has been detained and will be out in at least a week. Stunned, as a club renowned for its contracts, having confined so many players, how could they still be short-handed when it came time for match? Frustrated, he scratched his head and suddenly had an epiphany. Since the purpose of this match was to scout, why not teacher Da, and watching the players remove their jackets and roll up their sleeves was momentarily taken aback. The head coach was warming up. "Coach, it's fine. You all just play normally." Not long after the game started, everyone exchanged glances. On their side, Su Chen once again chose to comply, pulling out a hand-picked top lane Ornn. The atmosphere among the crowd has notably lightened, even evoking a sense of inexplicable emotion and comfort in the head coach. However, what is peculiar about the opposing team? They have made substitutions, which is quite normal, possibly allowing the starting players to rest and providing the opportunity for the second team to train. This was indeed the intended intensity for the training match with Xiaotian. Yet, the players from the opposing second team seem remarkably inept, particularly the support player, who appears almost as if they're simply giving away kills. Curiously, they are employing a strategy labeled as GDH and SHDBO, devoid of any prefix, and their gameplay resembles that of bots. As they die upon entering the lane, and after 5 minutes of having no one able to withstand their onslaught, one can no longer restrain the urge to express confusion in the public chat. Do not misunderstand. This is not the same bewilderment as that of SHN, but rather a genuine expression of puzzlement. Wow, you all are truly impressive. Our head coach has consistently remarked on the significant gap between our first and second teams. I was skeptical before, but now I am convinced. The expressions of all 5 players, including SCHN, turned strangely inquisitive. My friend, at this level, how did you even make it to the second team? Could you perhaps engage in a couple more matches in the Haze M Egu Gold tier to surpass your current skill threshold? Are you serious? The interaction became unavoidable. The opposing team quickly responded. Of course, our head coach has been berating us for being unambitious and is quite concerned about our future. Recently, the team has been lacking fresh talent, leading to unrest among the players. The bottom lane and 2 veterans are indecisive, even contemplating leaving the team, while the top lane's performance is dismal. To be frank, our true sentiment as the second team has always been that the more the first team falters, the better for us. But after trying my hand, only to be crushed by you all as if we were bots, my perspective has changed. After all, this is an esteemed club that has not entirely given up on someone like me, with modest skills, but lofty ambitions, continuing to provide me with a salary. Not to mention how they treat exceptional players. We share a singular goal, to claim victory and help players realize their dreams. The living conditions, training environment, and coaching staff are all top-notch, with salaries that are generous. This sudden revelation caught those who had been observing intently off guard. What the hell? Despicable. Shameless. There are petty individuals. A furious message was sent from a phone. Have you no shame? Are you pretending? Don't act all coy after giving away kills. Is this how you conduct yourself? What? I'm not doing anything. What happened? I'm in the restroom. The tension escalated, and yet one cannot directly command a player to exit the match, as this might incite SCHN's displeasure. Amused, SCHN observed, realizing the opposing team was truly fixated on him. He saw a reflection of his former self in the lackluster performance of the opposing second team. The difference, however, lay in the fact that when he was once in a dire situation, he did not choose to give up. Instead, he persevered through solitary training. Nevertheless, SCHN was not in a hurry to outright reject the proposition. After all, there was a chance for a salary increase. Ultimately, even if that did not materialize, it mattered little. While more money is always welcome, SCHN's singular aspiration remained to seize the championship. In truth, even if he were presented with a lucrative offer exceeding tens of millions, he would not choose to depart. Setting aside past grievances, the more pressing concern was the current team's insufficient strength to support a championship run. Of course, the opportunity to negotiate a higher salary brought him some joy. Chapter 19. To start, must I consult the coaching staff over foot massages and takeout? At the training facility, DNL Osh and his fellow coaches were astounded by the blatant audacity of their own coach. With pretense cast aside, and having been uncovered by the opposing coach, they decided to lay all cards on the table. He rapidly typed in the public chat, "Our team is in urgent need of a formidable top laner, and you are our coaching staff's top choice following thorough analysis. We have reviewed many of your matches over the past 5 years and believe you are the unparalleled fit for our team. If you join us, I can assure you a starting position and a salary that I dare say surpasses all other teams, starting at 800K. Should you secure 3rd place in the summer tournament, the club offers substantial bonuses. The reward for the 2nd and 1st places are even greater. I guarantee that even if your performance falters, you will retain your starting position. Please consider this. We genuinely desire your presence." Going all out, he tossed out extravagant promises, knowing well that if fortune smiled upon them and they claimed victory, fulfilling such promises would not be an issue. Conversely, if the performance faltered, they could simply claim that the player owed them. As the game dwindled, the enthusiasm waned, leading to a directive for Shu to engage in more kills against the opposing support and for the entire team to collectively torment the fountain. Schen. Let me tell you, that salary is simply unattainable. He began, hesitating mid-sentence. No matter the circumstances, he found it difficult to provide a straightforward evaluation. Such comments could adversely affect his future coaching career. Thus, he mustered the courage to state, "Regardless, I sincerely advise you, Schen, not to be swayed by his conditions. If you join them, I believe it is likely to be a regrettable choice." The others were taken aback. Wow. Whether true or not, for a rookie like Schen to elicit such a response is quite exaggerated. The figure of 800K was unfathomable when they were newcomers. Most earned far less than 500K annually. It was disheartening, especially since Sch's current salary was still far below that threshold. Nevertheless, they acknowledged their circumstances. Simply being a starting player alongside renowned and accomplished peers was already a significant achievement. As the game concluded swiftly with the opposing base exploding, contact information was left behind, hinting at a flicker of hope. Even if Schen did not notice it, he would surely seek them out online or perhaps even approach offline. Immediately, what are your thoughts? Life, much like a match, requires negotiation. Schen hesitated slightly, feeling a twinge of temptation as he inquired, "Coach, is there truly no possibility of increasing the salary we discussed previously?" At that moment, Zhu Ki, who had been waiting impatiently, sent a message to Schen using ELS account. 510K annually. Are you interested? While we cannot guarantee you a starting position, it will depend on performance. I can promise you numerous opportunities. Moreover, I must be upfront. This is the highest offer we can extend, and if you're still dissatisfied, we will have to let it go. Schen found amusement in this, recognizing the unexpected assist. However, he maintained an outward demeanor of contemplation and difficulty. "Everyone, please step out. I need to have a proper discussion with Schen." Taking a deep breath, he addressed the other four. They complied, though not without hesitating to pat Schen on the shoulder, offering no further words. Similarly, after a moment's reflection, one felt their status inadequate and chose to refrain, merely smiling at Schen. They all understood that the figure of 800K held an overwhelming allure for a newcomer. Moreover, even if Schen deemed the 510K offer unrealistic, it was undeniably substantial. Thus, it was likely that he would not remain. Once they departed, taking a seat before Schen, he gazed earnestly into his eyes. "Schen, you must understand why they are offering you such a lofty contract. Aside from your remarkable prowess and potential, a significant portion of the rationale stems from yesterday's match. Your popularity has surged tremendously, continuing to escalate even now. Consequently, a substantial part of their agenda is to secure your signature on a live streaming contract to generate revenue. This ensures that regardless of your performance, the team stands to profit without risk. However, such an arrangement would result in a considerable amount of time being expended on streaming activities. To be candid, there is room for a slight increase in your salary, as the departure of show has created a budget surplus, although 500 is out of the question. But do you understand why you are here, even under a salary reduction? It is for Shui and the prospect of a second championship. Our club will engage in live streaming. Yet the significance of this endeavor pales in comparison to the pursuit of the championship. You have seen our lineup. We possess but one objective, to claim the title at the global finals." Su Chen indicated that appealing to emotions would not suffice, yet there was truth in his words, which had originally been his primary thought. As such, Su Chen did not hesitate to inquire, "What is the maximum you can offer me?" 350 at most came the response. "However, we can certainly consider increasing the revenue share from live streaming." "Not sufficient," Su Chen decisively replied. He genuinely held admiration for Su Chen, feeling that he could bring about a transformation for the spring competition, despite the fact that professional teams do not prioritize flashy gameplay. Awareness is paramount. Yet Su Chen's occasional displays of skill seemed to elevate him above all current players, reminiscent of the unparalleled prowess of past champions. Yet, since Su Chen was adamant about a higher salary, there was little that could be done. "Coach, my goal is also to win the championship," Su Chen continued. "Moreover, I am willing to stay, but I still hope for a higher salary. How about 1,200? The response was one of disbelief, as emotions fluctuated wildly like a roller coaster in reaction to Su Chen's statement. "Are you jesting? I admire you, but I'm not a fool. Others are offering 800 as empty promises, yet you dare to ask for 1,200? How audacious." "Hold on, coach. What I meant is, you can give me 350 now. And if I lead us to victory, then you can supplement it to 1200. Is that agreeable? After a moment of pause, the coach replied, all right. Shall we sign the contract? So decisive? Then how about 2000? If I reach the finals, 2000 is not unreasonable, right? Come, enough chatter. Let us find the team manager. Without hesitation, he made this decision, feeling neither anxious nor perturbed, even finding it somewhat amusing. In a short while, he would likely make a phone call to the boss, symbolically seeking their consent, though he knew he could make the decision himself. For if Su Chen were to secure the championship, the profits would be staggering. After all, why would so many owners invest billions for a bidding position, competing fiercely? Nevertheless, he resolved to invest more effort in nurturing this newcomer. The young man appeared polite and capable, yet did he truly possess such audacity? The ambition to lead the team to victory was commendable, yet did he think himself invincible? Youthful arrogance was understandable, but to play top lane Kalista and treat former champions as mere toys was perplexing. By the way, I cannot directly grant you a starting position. I lack that authority. You must compete for yourself. You have 2 rivals for the starting spot. On the way to the office, he added, what does one need to secure a starting position? Should I treat the coaching staff and other starters to take out? Should I ask them to wash my feet? Su Chen appeared to jest, yet he was expressing some of the common experiences he had encountered in the past. Skill, he concluded with a smile. Chapter 20. A flurry of fists and kicks. De Huang was overjoyed. Within the base, a decisive individual swiftly communicated with the owner and promptly instructed the legal team to draft a contract with clear terms. Su Chen had long been prepared. With a swift pull of his backpack zipper, he produced all necessary materials. As a result, he retrieved his personal belongings directly from the lobby storage. Realization dawned upon him as he observed Su Chen, innocently carrying his suitcase, feeling quite deceived. He had been tricked. This kid had likely come with the sole intention of negotiating a higher salary. How do you know exactly what to bring? He asked, a hint of frustration in his tone. Having played professionally before, I aim not to burden the team, Su Chen replied candidly. Oh, so this is the dormitory. You can choose to share a room or have a single, but remember, no outsiders are permitted. Also, I suggest you refrain from seeking a girlfriend for now. Some internet celebrities may approach you, but do not engage with them. By the way, how did you perform in your previous life? A flurry of fists and kicks. In front of the coach, he could still show off a little, laying some psychological groundwork for his future gameplay. In the hallway, as he chatted with others, he caught the eye of Xiaotian, who approached eagerly to assist him with his luggage. Are you certain? He asked, grinning. Yes, Su Chen nodded. I thought I heard you mention something about a flurry of fists and kicks? Xiaotian inquired, puzzled. Su Chen smiled shyly. The manager hopes I can achieve such results. But I understand that this is a deep expectation from him. I must express my gratitude to the manager. I'm still a newcomer, and there is much I do not understand. I made some poor choices today, and I hope everyone will guide and educate me in the future. The atmosphere grew slightly tense as everyone observed Su Chen's expression. Xiaotian felt a burst of frustration. Thousands of detractors online were vehemently criticizing Su Chen's every move. Yet he now claimed it was merely a misunderstanding? Xiaotian, specialize in sarcasm, but I have never been as cutting as you. Let us go grab a late-night snack, he suggested, tilting his head to signal their departure. I have something to attend to, Su Chen began, only to be interrupted as Xiaotian jovially took hold of his arm. The coach is definitely treating us, he exclaimed, before dramatically cupping his hands and shouting. Come out for dinner. Here we come. Dressed in a short-sleeved shirt emblazoned with an adorable character, wearing headphones, he dashed out with a look of resignation, knowing he would once again endure the relentless grilling of a barbecue tonight. A few of them strolled along, engaged in casual conversation, initially oblivious to, or perhaps unwilling to acknowledge, the underlying tension. As they descended in the elevator and passed the building housing the training room, he hesitated before speaking up. Should we inform D, Hu Ying, and Qing Tian? The group halted in their tracks. SCH In nodded affirmatively. Of course we should. I believe the top laner plays exceptionally well, and I have much to learn from them. Having witnessed SCH In's dual nature, someone interjected. This matter should be addressed. But since the brother is treating us tonight, we can't just offload all the dirty work onto him, can we? True to form, the top-tier mid laner reacted swiftly, pointing to his phone. That little Y messaged me on WeChat. Let me make a call. Mimicking the situation, he lifted his phone to his ear. Hello? Is that delivery? Just leave it outside. Wait, is it a package? Place at the front desk. Yes, yes. He sighed. preparing to confront Di Huing alone. However, Xiaotian yanked the other two along. Let us go, you lot. He waved his hand. Su Chen. Please wait a moment. Inside the training room, the four peered through the doorway, spotting Di Huing sitting alone in an esports chair, his back turned to them. His silhouette exuded an aura of solitude and desolation. You go first, one suggested. No, I'll go first. It's not a big deal. Steeling himself, he pushed open the soundproof door. They soon heard Di Huing passionately shouting, one high flash, come on, go, go, go. The four fell silent. I think he is doing quite well, one remarked, stroking his chin in approval. I concur. Perhaps we should not disturb him? Another added, what a purebred silly dog. Xiaotian muttered. Despite suggesting that it was not advisable, one foot had already retreated outside the door. Just as Di Huing was eliminated by the opposing team, the four seasoned players swiftly transitioned their expressions to one of mild sorrow. Di Huing felt a jolt in his chest and slowly removed his headphones. How many games did you play? 3. Did you win them all? Yes. Is it settled in 3 games? Yes. Di Huing buried his hands in his hair and sighed deeply. He had to hide from the coach while playing, and there lingered a sense of urgency that prevented him from fully enjoying the game. Shu sighed, brother, we really tried our best, but the coach insists on keeping him. Xiaotian nodded. There's no way around it, though he isn't guaranteed a starting position. Upon hearing this, Di Huing raised an eyebrow with a glimmer of hope, inquiring, why JN? How did he perform? His question stemmed from an aversion to deceit. He feared that the others might lie to comfort him. He is doing quite well. Di Huing's heart sank. Bad. If he received such recognition, he must possess formidable skills. Yet, at that moment, he felt a strange sense of ambivalence. Di Huing's spirits lifted slightly as he turned to the others for confirmation. They nodded in unison, acknowledging the peculiarity of the situation. However, the chicken's Chinese still leaves much to be desired. Perhaps strange is a more fitting description. Di Huing felt elated, yet cautiously continued. Is it the kind of strange I sometimes exhibit? Di Huing had indeed showcased several comedic mishaps during the spring competition. Shaking his head like a rattle, they firmly stated, not at all, it's far more exaggerated than yours. During today's match, he suddenly ran over and tossed me like a pockball. Isn't that exaggerated? That is good. Thank you, brothers. Di Huing exclaimed with delight. It seemed that although the newcomer ranked first across dual servers, he only grasped the fundamentals of competitive play. When it came down to the real deal, he evidently struggled. It appeared the coach had recruited him merely to apply some pressure on himself. Thus, Di Huing set his mind at ease. Di Huing, shall we grab a meal together? By the way, the newcomer is called Su Chen. He is here too. Let us get acquainted. He called out. He sensed that Di Huing might have misunderstood something. No need. You all go ahead. I'll continue playing. Oh, and brothers, don't go easy on him. We're all part of the same team now, and sitting in the water prison is surely no pleasant experience. It seems you might have misinterpreted, Shu began, but Di Huing was already engrossed in the match. Looking at the others, they shrugged. Xiaotian shook his head, and they all descended together to meet Schen. As twilight descended and the moon illuminated the starry sky, the returning group had transformed into a camaraderie of intertwined arms. Chapter 21. The debut of a professional career. Schen will face off in the summer competition. Time flew by, and the 2023 transfer window came to a close. Various teams announced their new members in succession. The team planned to unveil the roster at 7 o'clock tonight. The live stream was nearly inundated with inquiries from the audience. It's not that I don't want to share, it's that I can't. The official announcement will come tonight, so why the rush? What is the difference between knowing a few hours earlier or later? All right, I can only divulge a little secret. We have a newcomer joining, and he is quite formidable. You brothers can look forward to it. As soon as this was said, the chat exploded. What position? Is he a top laner? It's about time to replace Di Huing. Indeed, a strong top laner was sorely needed. Is Di Huing's performance so unappealing that the newcomer is a complete rookie? Or is he transferring from another team? A Shu claimed he was quite impressive. And anticipation swelled. This year will be exciting. There are rumors that ZOZ might make a comeback. Rumors of a comeback? You might as well say he is going pro. The barrage of comments was truly frightening. They had managed to accurately guess the information the club had worked so hard to conceal. After the stream ended, someone who had been listening approached. Shu, you shouldn't have hinted at that. It's not good. What do you mean? He asked, puzzled, before realizing with surprise no way. Nodding, he replied, I heard that Uzi is very likely to make a return. The schedule for the summer competition had already been released. Our first match on May 31st and the second on June 3rd. However, the coaching staff would rotate the 3 top laners according to performance and results to finalize the starting roster. Thus, it was highly probable that Dihu Ing and Qing Tian would be the first to play, while Xiaotian would not take the stage. This meant his debut match would likely be on June 3rd. Directly against whom? Shui was immediately taken aback. Bad. His earlier well-meaning actions had inadvertently stirred the pot. When the time came, it would be a face-off that would attract a storm of comments, given that even at this moment, mentioning the two on Douyin would elicit a flood of reactions. It was highly likely that this would be Xiaotian's professional debut. Simultaneously, it could very well be the return of Di Huing. Shui envisioned the scene and was instantly struck by a vision of cataclysmic clashes, realizing he had just added fuel to the fire. He couldn't help but touch his face. I'm sorry, my brother S. I'm sorry. Xian, this is all my fault. With a helpless shake of his head, he remarked, well, it's not too bad. The main issue is that Su Chen has never experienced being targeted by those individuals. Previously, they hadn't breached his defenses, but now that his official Weibo and Douyin accounts are set up and with a live streaming contract ready to be signed, he is about to start broadcasting. If he happens to meet Yuzi and falters, I reckon Shui will scratch his head, quite unsure of how to proceed. Forget it. I'll just kneel down and plead for his forgiveness. However, Jigo, there is something I wish to inquire about. He then slapped his forehead. I too wanted to discuss this. I've been deleted by Shi as well. What is going on? Me too. Another voice chimed in, raising a hand in shared confusion. I haven't been deleted. Xiaotian remarked nonchalantly, lounging on the sofa while fiddling with his phone. The trio of those who had been deleted pondered for a long while, ultimately sighing and shaking their heads in resignation. In the coach's office, the question arose regarding the revenue from live streaming. The split will be 65 for the team and 35 for you. Is that acceptable? Holding a stack of contracts, he looked up expectantly. Yes, Su Chen nodded in agreement. The team would handle contacting the platform, managing expenses and operations, leaving Su Chen with minimal responsibilities aside from broadcasting for a limited number of hours each month. All in all, this division was quite fair, which left Su Chen feeling satisfied with the outcome. Then let us tentatively set the premiere date for June 3rd at 10 p.m. Is that all right? No problem. Su Chen, if you have any grievances, please voice them. I know this arrangement must discomfort you. Increasingly impressed by Su Chen, the coach noted how far removed the memory of Callista was, as Su Chen had been exceedingly obedient and performed admirably. When there were no scheduled practice matches, he was undoubtedly the most diligent of all. Thus, the coach was particularly concerned about whether Su Chen felt any sense of injustice at this moment. After learning of his return, the boss had decided to align Su Chen's debut livestream with the date of his professional debut, June 3rd. This would coincide with a likely match against Yuzi that very evening. Although the duration of the stream had not increased, the choice of this date was undeniably pressuring. If he performed well and secured a victory, it would be fine. However, should he falter and face defeat, there was genuine concern that Su Chen might suffer severe online harassment, possibly necessitating a visit to a psychologist. Is everything all right? Su Chen replied with an air of ease. The boss spoke with me, and I suggested we hold a premiere on that very night. Stunned, they gazed at Su Chen. Is it audacity or naivety? Are you aware of how many professional players have developed psychological issues for being overly concerned about online evaluations, some even unable to continue their careers? I'm not some naive child. Su Chen shrugged nonchalantly. I believe that by doing so, my visibility will increase, which in turn will benefit our esteemed club financially. You don't see the logic in that? All right, to speak candidly, I simply wish to earn a bit more for myself. However, there's one thing that truly bothers me. Could you arrange for me to have a few more practice matches? Su Chen was indeed quite displeased about this. In reality, there were quite a few practice matches. However, with 3 top laners, the system mandated that they rotate, resulting in Su Chen having far fewer opportunities to play. This deprived him of the chance to gain more experience and improve his skills. Moreover, there were instances when it was Su Chen's turn, but he ended up missing out due to unforeseen circumstances, like Xiaotian running off to find his girlfriend or dealing with visa issues. Consequently, Su Chen had to resort to grinding for some rank rewards instead. Given that players above master rank cannot do OQ, he was unable to persuade a teammate to join him for stable rank gains. Nevertheless, he had switched to another account. After all, The reputation built over 5 years on his original account was excellent, and seeing the many fans who defended him, Su Chen felt a pang of reluctance to tarnish that legacy. On his new account, he named it Who Are You Calling Short, which had already achieved Grandmaster status across 2 servers. This account was a different story, as Su Chen needed to help others rank up, leading to it gaining notoriety in the Rift. Many players would go silent like cats upon encountering him, or would simply concede the match. After all, he was skilled and capable, but should anyone underperform, the ferocity of his keyboard output could drive one to madness. He accumulated numerous permanent rewards, racking up over 230 points in proficiency for various heroes, alongside a myriad of enhancements to his speed, reflexes, and health calculation percentages. Yet, he had never once managed to obtain any temporary abilities or tasks. Given the frequency with which he faced professional players, it was challenging to force others to rank up. With such a limited number of precious practice matches available, it was rather disheartening. I'm serious. If you don't arrange more practice matches for me, I might have to report you for treating us to a meal on company funds. All right, I understand. The coach was genuinely pleased with Su Chen's enthusiasm for practice matches. Such a talented, diligent, and passionate player was indeed a rare gem. Keep your spirits up, Su Chen, he replied. Su Chen had already devised a plan. For his professional debut, he must showcase some exceptional skills. Among the 9 professional players, at least 6 should provide him with rank boosts. Moreover, it was highly likely that his lucky star would be on the roster. Su Chen himself was eagerly anticipating this match. He added, "No need to worry. Once you secure your position as a starter, there will be daily practice matches throughout the summer season." The coach had absolute confidence in Su Chen, knowing that neither De Huang nor Qing Tian could match Su Chen's level of effort or talent. Thus, the starter position was merely a formality in the coach's eyes. However, Su Chen would not be thrust into the role without due process, as both Qing Tian and De Huang had their own fan bases. If Su Chen was not fielded in the new season's opening match, it could attract negative attention. Therefore, adhering to the rules was the preferable approach. In the coach's perspective, having cast aside thoughts of Callista, Su Chen was nearly flawless in every aspect and represented the future of professional player icons and revenue generation. At 7 p.m., the official announcement of the roster was made. Top laner, jungler, mid laner, ADC, support. Instantly, major platforms erupted once more. What? Let him prove himself in the professional arena. He really went for it. First in dual servers? Top laner reinforcement? We're taking off. This year is secure. Bobo GG is on track for a dual championship. He hasn't even played yet, and he is already boasting? Does he really think the professional scene is the same game? First in dual servers? Didn't you see he has already dropped in rank? Just wait and see. When he steps onto the stage, he is bound to be obliterated. His skills are merely going to tarnish Shun's reputation. What a joke. He is at home, nibbling on his fingers, and thinks he can compete? Haha, this is hilarious. His name is listed behind a Huang and Qing Tian, meaning he might not even surpass them in competition. Wasn't he just trash-talking before? Meanwhile, Abu waved his hand, promptly releasing the summer season roster. Chapter 22, June 3rd. The return of Su Chen for his debut. Initially, the release of the roster did not stir much excitement. However, alongside it came a rather intriguing image that differed from the official list. Top laner, jungler, mid laner, ADC, support. Indeed, it was the question mark. In the officially announced roster, the ADC position originally featured only one name. Yet, the image that accompanied it displayed an additional question mark at the end, accompanied by a meme of a pig and a dog playing together. This incited a frenzy among numerous fans. Without hesitation, they followed suit, announcing the new top laner and previewing the premiere to be held after the match on June 3rd. Instantly, platforms for videos, news, and headlines exploded. What does the question mark in that image signify? Is it what I think it is? Amidst the swirling rumors, a new contender emerged in the lower lane. And to everyone's astonishment, it was SHN. This moment is reminiscent of Ning Wang's illustrious debut with De Yunsei. I am overwhelmed with excitement. I eagerly await his appearance on stage to deliver a resounding rebuke to the naysayers. Fast forward to June 3rd. At this moment, I find myself disinterested in any other matches. I suspect that he might not even take the stage that day, as the trial performance may have been unsatisfactory. They might be strategically scheduling his debut for that evening to capitalize on the buzz and generate revenue. It is utterly astonishing that he silenced all critics with his prowess. If he manages to secure victories in professional matches, I shall perform a handstand while washing my hair on stream. No less. The summer tournament this year is exceptionally thrilling. Though regrettably, I cannot connect. ZTI, Uzi, and many renowned former professionals and high-ranking players, including WHSHN, BG, and QNGW, have been discussing or subtly hinting at this development during their streams. Numerous internet celebrities, relying on their fame, swiftly released videos to ride the wave of popularity. In a matter of moments, the staff of the organization found themselves bewildered. The attention surrounding this summer tournament has skyrocketed, far surpassing previous year statistics, even eclipsing the post-championship fervor of 2019. It is nearly rivaling the excitement of the global finals. Many former players and casual summoners, who typically only pay attention to the grand finals each year, have resurfaced, brimming with anticipation for the summer tournament to commence. To be precise, the anticipation is centered on the match scheduled for June 3rd at 7 p.m. After all, this match promises to be immensely captivating. The initial traffic is already staggering. And indeed, these two individuals are stepping into the professional arena. Furthermore, their team comprises members from 3 previous championship-winning rosters, each of whom possesses considerable popularity and charisma. Thus, all eyes are fixated on their performance and the unfolding events. A newcomer and a returning player, surrounded by established members, raises the stakes. If they cross paths, one will surely falter, while the other may triumph. In a moment of concern, ZHK, I glanced at B. Is it truly wise to make such an early announcement when nothing is yet confirmed? B chuckled, assuring it is nearly certain. ZHK, I sighed as he looked at the roster, lamenting, what a pity. I heard he performed splendidly in training matches. Initially, 510 could not sway him. I wonder what the reason is. No need to dwell on it, B replied, shaking his head. Perhaps he was informed about our interest in him. Otherwise, it is difficult to fathom why a newcomer would decline our offer, especially with the lavish salary we proposed. Noticing ZHK's lingering disappointment, B continued to reassure him. A strong performance in training does not guarantee success. Moreover, we are determined to sign him. If he cannot accept being a teammate, it raises questions about his character and professionalism. B's words served as a form of self-comfort. He has always cherished talent. It pains him when such talent remains out of reach. As the summer tournament commenced, the first match on May 29th garnered little attention. It must be said that both teams had rather meager followings. However, the first match on May 30th drew significant excitement due to the return of a player. Initially, someone climbed a tree to capture footage of the internal team and coaching staff, and soon after, the announcement of their connection was confirmed. Yet, the match did not proceed as expected. Disappointment swept through the ranks of fans, leading many to withdraw, while those who remained vented their frustration at the management, questioning why the player was not allowed to compete, even threatening the coaching staff with dire consequences should the player remain sidelined. On May 31st, the first match concluded with a hard-fought victory for Di Huing, but the second match ended in defeat, leading to Di Huing's exit. QNGN was brought in for the third match, which also resulted in a loss. Thus, the summer tournament commenced with an initial setback. Should SCHN take the stage and perform admirably, he might only have one opportunity left. Therefore, he could only hope that SCHN's performance would be less impressive than his own. QNGN seemed unfazed, encouraging Di Huing to join him in playing for fun. How about I send you a skin? He jested. Meanwhile, the anticipation surrounding these matches was palpable. Yet many were left disheartened. Why was that man not on the field? I bear the weight of humiliation and the pain of the breath brother, seeking vengeance. When a teammate inquired about his apparent discontent, he remained silent. What joy is there in victory without that man? During these matches, numerous comments flooded in. The fan bases of both teams exhibited a significant overlap, and while many enjoyed the game for its entertainment value, a considerable number were simply there for the spectacle. In summary, these complex fan dynamics posed a considerable threat. His absence could imply that within the team, he may not even measure up to Di Huing or QNGN, which was rather disheartening. On this day, the exuberance was palpable, with some even claiming that when the time came to compete, he might not even dare to show his face. Relegated to the role of a jester in the evening streams, bracing for ridicule from thousands, fans of SHN found themselves at a loss for counter-arguments, resorting to pointing out that their idol had also not participated in matches. The online feud persisted, and the excitement continued to escalate. At last, June 3rd arrived, a splendid Saturday. This day, the legions of fans, both diehard and casual, had waited far too long. Both coaching staffs were acutely aware that Xian and Uzi must take to the field. Although both teams had initially planned for this, preparations were in place for substituting players should their performance falter. Given the current surge in excitement, it was imperative that the match be completed with both players participating. At 6:50 p.m., the commentary team, eager to commence, faced an onslaught of restless comments from viewers, expressing their disdain for the pre-match formalities. They yearned for the match to begin. In the backstage area, B spoke to WZ with a smile. Let us inform Xiaobi about the situation. What do you think? B's tone turned serious. No nonsense. We must secure a victory in this match. In the backstage area, several teammates, along with the analyst MOG, sat together, discussing strategies. Likewise, this match was crucial. It could not result in defeat. Xian was in the midst of drying his hair after a shower when suddenly, the familiar chime of a timed mission echoed in his mind. Detecting the host's debut on the competitive stage, the timed mission has been reactivated. Reactivation. If the host selects a champion never used before in this lifetime during the debut match, all red rewards will have a 100 probability of yielding permanent rewards and a 75 chance of granting bonus attributes. Furthermore, in the next match, the host will have the opportunity to draw from all previously used abilities. What a delightful prospect. The probability of acquiring bonus attributes has surged from below 20 to 75. It seems I shall reap a substantial reward. Xian was determined to seize this opportunity and capitalize on the red rewards. With the system presenting such a thoughtful timed mission, it must be accomplished. Selecting an unfamiliar hero does not faze Xian. He is confident that losing the match is not an option. He has accumulated several hundred points of mastery for any champion, enabling him to excel with any chosen hero. Thus, Xian needs only to consider one crucial aspect: what champion will bring him fame. Xian, focus and follow our established procedure. Trust me, and we will prevail. He was reminded as he appeared momentarily distracted. There is no need for concern. Simply play as you normally would. If you feel anxious, just infuse your performance with a bit more passion, I comforted. Su Chen felt somewhat embarrassed and insisted, I am not nervous. Rather, I am filled with anticipation. My only fear is that my choice of hero might cause you to feel tense. Nevertheless, he nodded slightly and turned his gaze towards the door. The coach's room seemed to fall into a hushed silence, with only the vibrant sounds from the arena breaking the stillness. Su Chen's fingers lightly tapped against his knee. 659 points. The others rose, donned their headphones, and readied their tablets. Su Chen gently smoothed the creases of his team uniform before pushing open the door and stepping towards the stage. Chapter 23. Anger. Su Chen. Are you jesting with your professional career? My little brother has a fondness for Xiran and has whimsically transformed her into a commentator. Please be gentle with your critiques. It is merely a small wish. At the venue, darkness enveloped the arena until suddenly, numerous brilliant spotlights illuminated the stage. Welcome to the 2023 League of Legends Professional League Summer Tournament. First, let's extend a warm welcome, accompanied by the introduction from host Aunt Yuzhan. The players made their grand entrance. The deafening cheers from the crowd reverberated throughout the venue. When it was their turn, the volume escalated even further. Jitai and a host of streamers were broadcasting this match. Jitai adjusted his glasses and remarked, Gay, Uzi's entrance is truly something special. I am eager to see that individual on the opposing team. I wonder what he looks like and what expressions he will wear. Am I also starting to stream the match for clout? When have you ever seen Gangu chase such popularity? But this time, Gangu must watch. As Su Chen took the stage, a girl in the audience suddenly shouted, The villain has arrived. Laughter erupted throughout the arena, with several voices joining in the chant. The official livestream's comment section was flooded with question marks as detractors began to unleash their criticisms. Simultaneously, Su Chen unexpectedly garnered a multitude of female fans. The prowess of an esports player is undoubtedly crucial, yet for female spectators, it may not be the sole factor. With the player introductions complete, Aunt Yuzhan, clad in a formal suit, offered a slight bow before exiting the stage, and the competition commenced. Standing behind his teammates with a tablet in hand, he spoke rapidly. Without a doubt, the opposing team will first eliminate Milieu, and we will swiftly secure the tree and the fox. Nico will undoubtedly make an appearance on their side, so we should consider picking Annie. The first 3 picks align closely with our expectations. Let's see what the opposing team chooses next. Suddenly, an enormous cheer erupted from the crowd as the opposing team revealed their selection. Xiran and Xiaotian exchanged smiles, acknowledging that the commentary for this match featured 2 of the highest-ranking personalities. A salute to our teammates. Xiaotian laughed. Cough. It is hard to say if this is just a playful jab at the mindset of our teammates, Xiran teased. Indeed, top laner Alu confidently selected Fiora in this version dominated by the seasoned player Ge's Crocodile. This person is truly playing with flair. The camera panned to capture the expressions of the players, which were unsurprised. Even Zhu Kai looked on with a beaming smile. He merely chuckled while chewing gum. This was precisely the strategy devised by the coaching staff. Ali's Fiora possesses significant potential, and crucially, regardless of the outcome of this match, they would emerge from the post-match discourse in an undefeated position. Were you not just trounced by Fiora? What face do you have left? In this match, Alu have chosen Fiora. Let us see how you respond. Even if you select a tank and manage to win, it will carry no weight or persuasion. If you dare, showcase your skills in this professional match and replicate that day's performance before my very eyes. The audience erupted in applause. Select. If you do not choose Gangu, you will be looked down upon. In the backstage area, Da Huang, who was gazing at the small television, felt a surge of excitement. It seemed Su Chen's mentality was on the verge of faltering. He had another opportunity. The comment section reached a fever pitch. The entire venue was filled with exhilaration. No one enjoys a monotonous spectacle. Matches demand fervor. However, some jesters remarked that selecting this Fiora was merely a tribute to Gang Z. Xiaotian also expressed surprise, stating, "The tension between both teams is palpable. It will be intriguing to see how they respond." On this side, they genuinely did not anticipate this choice. Looking across at the opposition, Zhu Kai smiled at him, and Su Chen's heart swelled with rage. Damn, you are not adhering to the principles of fair play, resorting to such psychological tactics. Yet it mattered not. Winning was the only truth. The temporary negative public opinion did not dictate the future. Su Chen, maintain your composure and do not overthink it. Just select Hey Gu or the Crocodile. If you truly do not wish to play those, you may opt for the Weapon Master. Play steadily, and you shall prevail. He hurriedly reassured, there is no way a fox can defeat me. Su Chen, do not rush, just play as you normally would. He cautioned, if we secure this pick, their next choice will definitely be Whaley. It cannot be avoided. He was genuinely concerned that Su Chen might disregard the coach's advice and select an inappropriate character. If that happened, the top lane would undoubtedly collapse. At that point, Su Chen would become the subject of ridicule. However, everyone was still quite confident in Su Chen. He was entirely the former dual-server champion, the paragon of high-quality players. Su Chen took a deep breath. Coach, you may not believe this, but this match is of utmost importance to me. A 100 chance of permanent rewards. A 75 probability of obtaining special attributes. Just one Bath King boosts my speed by 30. Such a high probability of receiving special attributes is a rare opportunity. Time Guardian Xiran was locked in instantly. An old man with a white beard illuminated the big screen. The crowd erupted in astonishment. His tablet nearly slipped from his grasp as he quickly stooped down to shield it with his leg. What are you doing? His face turned pale. I cannot play the Time Guardian. He was flustered and exclaimed in despair. During the team's tactical discussions and practice sessions, he was present, yet he had no knowledge of this skill in his repertoire. Do not misunderstand. This is my selection. Brother, trust me if we do not win this match. You can kick my head like a football. As he spoke, he immediately allocated 120 points of proficiency to the Time Guardian. Indeed, despite the plethora of heroes he had not played in the past 5 years, there were still many. After all, in the past, even for substitutions, Su Chen only played heroes that were either synergistic with the team or in which he was proficient. However, since the goal was to select heroes that would garner attention, why not choose the Time Guardian? With those 120 proficiency points, Su Chen's understanding of the Time Guardian reached an unparalleled level. He had even become the most skilled player of that hero without any current rewards. Before the game even commenced, Su Chen already had numerous strategies forming in his mind. Thus, he felt emboldened to make such a statement. Moreover, given that the time spent together had been brief, Su Chen was aware that his actions might appear somewhat bafflingly exaggerated to others. Nevertheless, it mattered not. With time, they would grow accustomed to it. Indeed, as Su Chen had anticipated, The others were entirely bewildered. Instantly, the terror of being dominated by Callista surged within everyone's hearts, leading to utter confusion. He recalled that day when the coach, in a bid to recruit Su Chen, had disguised himself as a player from the second team, ultimately revealing his true intentions. For Su Chen, entering the professional scene was about genuinely learning. For instance, this unexpected and utterly defensive strategy was indeed a revelation. Taking several deep breaths, he remained under the camera's scrutiny, striving to maintain composure. "You are jesting with your professional career," he whispered into Su Chen's ear in a hushed tone. Chapter 24. Zhu Kai was stunned. Su Chen. His thoughts had gone awry. Without hesitation, he immediately addressed, "For this match, I apologize for the inconvenience." Confronted with the suppressed fury of the coach, the other 4 teammates dared not utter a word. "Coach, trust me," Su Chen said with unwavering conviction. Swiftly opening his tablet, he searched for Su Chen's alternate account, exclaiming, "Who recorded the short-statured one?" He intended to ascertain whether this young lad had been engaging in gameplay with the Time Lord recently. He was well aware of Su Chen's prior performance during the training matches, primarily due to the rebellious actions of Callista. With lingering doubts, he had been particularly vigilant about Su Chen's activities. Initially, he even reviewed the records, noting that Su Chen had not played a single match with Callista or any unconventional champions. Consequently, he gradually relaxed, ceasing to monitor Su Chen's records constantly. Yet, upon investigation, he discovered that Su Chen had never played as the Time Lord. Unquestionably, he declared, "Everyone must heed my words. You shall play the Time Lord." Without hesitation, Su Chen responded, "Coach, if we do not win this match, you may confine me to the water dungeon for eternity." Laughter erupted in the room, amusement mingling with disbelief. "Go ahead and play your tricks. Be stubborn if you wish. Prepare to be scorned by all." Meanwhile, De Huang, witnessing the scene, accidentally spilled soda from a can in Qing Tian's hand. Su Chen had inadvertently selected the wrong champion. Such a foolish error could undoubtedly diminish the coach's impression of him. Qing Tian cast a mournful glance at De Huang, pleading, "Stop glaring at me. I will buy you a whole box later." De Huang waved his hand dismissively. On the other side, Zhu Kai stared blankly at the opposing team. Hidden behind the computer screen, no glimmer of emotion betrayed their intentions. How deeply concealed could they be? Zhu Kai felt a shiver run down his spine. A support Time Lord? He had never heard of such a choice. In fact, one might say that this champion had not been played by anyone. Only a young talent from last year had dared to wield it. Truly, they had come prepared. For today's match, they were utilizing every possible strategy. Nevertheless, this approach was sound. Today's victory would significantly impact the reputations of both teams, and by extension, their respective clubs. After all, the fortunes of players and clubs are intertwined. Fortunately, I had devised a strategy that allowed Lu to choose Fiora. Thus, if the Time Lord faltered in the bottom lane, it would matter little, as the focus would shift to how he fared against Lu. Zhu Kai took a few deep breaths, continuing to follow conventional tactics. In the commentary booth, the choice of a support Time Lord over an opposing top laner was unprecedented. This decision stumped Xiran, the most popular female host, whose beauty was matched only by her extensive knowledge of the game. Yet, she found herself at a loss for words. This highlighted that commentary requires not only an understanding of the game, but also considerable experience. Guanzi Yuan fell silent, leaving the awkwardness to Xiran. The ensuing selections proceeded as expected, with the removal of champions like Crocodile, Xiaotian, and Gangplank. If you are not eager to select, perhaps you ought not to choose at all. If you possess the skill, then select. But by the 3rd or 4th picks, the top laner had yet to make a decision. They ultimately opted for the more fitting champion, Pig's sister, while Xiaotian secured Vi. Zhu Kai remained unperturbed. Regardless of the selection, it would be a sacrifice. Vi alone would suffice. At that moment, after much hesitation, the final top lane choice was still undecided. The timer was rapidly approaching its end. Finally, amidst the early selection of the support Time Lord, the newcomer South top lane champion was unveiled, revealing a surprising choice. Annie. Guanzin, attempting to showcase his eloquence, was rendered speechless upon seeing the last-second pick. This time, Xiran, having learned from past experiences, quietly chuckled to herself. Well then, this composition is perplexing. It seems we have a top lane Annie and a mid lane Time Lord. It appeared they had secretly practiced this strategy. The newcomer South top lane Annie was equally enigmatic. Guanzin cleared his throat, quickly attempting to recover. If anyone else had chosen the Time Lord in this match, I would have marked it with a large question mark in my mind. However, seeing it selected, I am more inclined to believe that it conceals an extraordinary weapon. Yet, in the next moment, hero exchanges occurred, and both teams swiftly finalized their compositions. The Time Lord remained steadfast, occupying a position he should not have been in. Thus, they smoothly transitioned into the game. Guanxing's mouth gaped open, struck by disbelief. The same expression adorned Ji Tai's face as he too became momentarily speechless. Having been passionately commentating, he found himself at a loss, scratching his head. Everyone, what is Maya doing with this composition? In the official live stream, the audience was unified in confusion, inundating the chat with question marks. In contrast, Gang Zi's stream featured a mix of question marks and comments expressing that both sides were paying homage to him. Gang Z beamed with laughter, exclaiming his famous line, "I truly wish I could punch this Time Lord to oblivion." In the professional arena, selecting such champions certainly highlighted Gang Zi's prowess. Gang Z was equally intrigued, eager to see how the match would unfold. After all, he had once criticized the Time Lord when he played as a support. Wasn't this champion destined for failure in the top lane? Moreover, this was a professional match. How could he contend against Fiora? At that moment, Zhu Kai was the most astonished individual present. He looked up once more at his opponent, who wore a blank expression as they approached for a fist bump before departing. This person did not even wish to reveal the slightest hint of their thoughts. What a formidable individual. They had managed to execute such a brilliant strategy, tearing a hole through the carefully crafted narrative of the match by selecting Fiora. Should they win this match, the backlash would be severe. In the eyes of the audience, selecting Fiora was one thing, but the opposition did not even opt for a conventional top laner, instead choosing an absurdly unconventional Time Lord. If they emerged victorious, what could one possibly say? Yet, Zhu Kai was baffled. He truly wished to inquire how such a strategy could possibly lead to victory. Did he believe that the bottom lane would be a reliable source of stability? This was sheer gambling. Zhu Kai solemnly urged his team, play well. We must secure a victory. He added with a smile, if we do not win, we might as well retire. Subsequently, Zhu Kai approached his opponent for a fist bump. However, the blank expression on his opponent's face now appeared to him as a mask of repressed madness. Incredible. The audacity was remarkable. I need to reflect on myself. Zhu Kai pondered as he walked. In the backstage area, he stormed into the coach's lounge, brimming with fury. When did you orchestrate this strategy? The manager, in awe, could hardly comprehend it. Although he found it perplexing, he respected the courage shown. In such a high-stakes match, which coach in the world would dare to employ such tactics? Ask Komafi would? His face contorted in anger. I did not make that choice. Your question undermines my professionalism. Let me reiterate. I am not joking. This is not my doing. I cannot comprehend it. I must reprimand him after this match. He took a sip of water, attempting to calm his agitated emotions, yet failed miserably. He is not human. He is a devil. He is not the same person when he plays games. Damn it, Su Chen. The so-called deep love brings profound pain. The greater the expectation, the larger the disappointment. Even the boss called, and after receiving the call, he spent a long time explaining, inadvertently defending him. Yes, boss, I don't know why. It is not merely a matter of youth and naivety. I believe there's a flaw in his thinking. The large screen transitions to the Summoner's Rift. Welcome to League of Legends. Chapter 25. He has gone to the bottom lane again at level 1. In this match, top lane, Time Guardian and the unrivaled Sword Princess. Jungle, Piltover Iron Fist and Winter's Fury. Mid lane, I forgot the name, Bottom lane, Raging Lowly Aphelios. Support, Phantom Spirit and the Enchantress. Lu, they aren't treating you like a person. He chuckled. Lu was quite displeased. He had initially liked this setup because after he was sent off with $50, he specifically added him to console him, knowing that he might be brought in. Lu was genuinely pleased, hoping they could alternate playing and achieve results together. They were bound to become good friends. However, if you choose this champion, I will judge you as a true man. After the match, I will seek you out for a meetup and treat you to dinner. No matter what, I'm still miffed about you exposing my beauty filter. But selecting an old man like Time Guardian is rather disrespectful, don't you think? Everyone, unrivaled Sword Princess. Everyone, Time Guardian, you don't need to play anything else against your team. This is sufficient. The crowd exchanged glances, stunned. How audacious. You, a newcomer, dare to utter such words? Have you become so arrogant? The others also looked at Su Chen in shock. The scene etched in memory reappeared. That was Su Chen transformed into a demon within the game. Swallowing hard, he gripped the mouse tightly. In this situation, he should not dare to snatch my mouse, right? Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the limited time task. Restart. In this round, all red warmers will provide 100 permanent rewards, and 75 will offer attribute abilities. In the next match, the system will automatically draw from the abilities the host has previously used in this round. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Su Chen was determined not to let any opportunity to make someone red warm slip by. With such a high probability of explosive attributes, it must be seized. To say the least, after having vented so many times in the past and holding it in for 5 years, Su Chen found it somewhat unaccustomed to type aggressively now, as he hadn't yet entered that fervent state from before. Over here, chewing gum, he scoffed. He is that kind of person. Ignore him, just crush him. I have long said this person is quite disgusting. Even the good-natured ones couldn't help but exclaim, "This is too exaggerated. Alu, play properly. Strive to crush him." Alu nodded, absolutely. However, at this moment, Su Chen had begun. He would no longer play nice. Everyone, Time Guardian previously, it was not enough. But now that you have added someone in the bottom lane, it will suffice. Everyone, Time Guardian truly, I have encountered his lucks before. It was so pitiful that I wanted to take a shower, but fortunately, I managed to develop well and won. Indeed, Su Chen decided to first target his lucky star, launching an offensive. On one hand, Bath King, this ability is indeed formidable. It is enticing. Su Chen was eager to see what type of attribute the god might grant next. On the other hand, old grievances and new grudges made it easier for the god to turn red. A good start is paramount. The arrow suddenly pointed at one person. It is better to suppress first and then uplift, right? Instantaneously, he wanted to turn red. What the heck? In such a match, are you trying to mess with my mentality in front of my teammates? Yet he still forced himself to hold it in. Alu, who had initially been very angry, inexplicably felt a bit amused. This was quite entertaining. Not long after the match began, the Time Guardian unexpectedly headed to the bottom lane again. Xiaotian frantically bombarded Su Chen's rear with question marks. Watching this familiar scene, he could not help but speak up. "Brother, you can't possibly think you can pull me in this match, can you? Why are you coming down here? Are you trying to give me imperial treatment?" Su Chen's actions appeared to lack any clear purpose. He crouched in the bottom lane, remaining motionless. Xiaotian was completely stumped, although this newcomer had joined. It was indeed better for the team. However, over time, he found this person to be rather exceptional. The practice matches went splendidly, and often when they lost, it was their own fault. Afterward, this person still took great pleasure in practice matches. Xiaotian had never seen a professional player who, after necessary training, would still want to add more practice matches. It was reminiscent of those neurotic top students who demanded extra homework back in school. Xiaotian approached his girlfriend, Mosey, to discuss tactics. Previously, he had been indifferent, but now he reminded her to manage her time for practice matches. Reflecting on this, old grievances resurfaced, and Xiaotian directly vented. "What the heck? What are you trying to do? Have you been possessed by the Time Guardian? Have you forgotten that the top lane should be up top? Shut up, pay attention, and learn properly." He actually has some of his own ideas. Besides wanting to turn red as quickly as possible, the Time Guardian, with a staggering 120 proficiency points, definitely cannot play like an ordinary person. Xiaotian opened his mouth, but ultimately decided against speaking. After all, this person had played bizarrely, but still won. This match seemed impossible to win. But junglers are always patient. If they lost the game, they would settle accounts with Su Chen afterward. Aphelios followed Lulu, securing the brush at level 1. If Lulu did not help start the jungle at level 1, she would generally stay in the brush, as she was very strong at level 1 and could gain a health advantage, which was beneficial for contesting lane control. Thus, amid the watchful eyes of many, Lulu and the old man squatting in the toilet were merely separated by a wall. Meanwhile, Xiaotian was helping secure the red buff. Unbeknownst to the game, the old man's position created a certain psychological burden. However, outside the game, with the broadcasting of the war, fog, and concealment, everyone was utterly baffled. This level 1 was something that Guanzi Yuan had never experienced before. The rookie seems to have many thoughts. It is truly difficult to grasp. Everyone can see that he did not choose to buy Doran's ring and 2 red potions, but instead purchased a kill ring and a control ward. He must be preparing to leave a control ward in the bottom lane brush for his final time. Xiran speculated. Yet, how could Jean Curson and Luo compete with Lulu for lane control? Wasn't he that control ward a waste? But this is the only reasonable explanation. All viewers in the live broadcast room were bombarded with question marks that simply would not stop, and the number of viewers was rapidly increasing. Regardless, this match had turned unusually peculiar due to one person, captivating the attention of audiences accustomed to conventional gameplay. All troops advance. Xiaotian ultimately couldn't hold back any longer. Su Chen, are you out of your mind? Going to the bottom lane to idle? Su Chen remained silent, wildly signaling down to the brush. At this moment, was he still crouching in the bottom lane toilet? He still had not moved. What on earth was he planning to do? Guanzin, perplexed, remarked, "He can't possibly just come online in a bit, right?" The director understood well, keeping the camera focused on the face-to-face Lulu and the old man, separated by a wall. The entire audience focused on this moment. Chapter 26. God. Whoever flinches is a coward. Subsequently, the god made a dazzling exit. Within the game, seeing the time was nearly ripe at this point. It was unlikely for many to gather in the bottom lane, so he boldly charged into a brush alongside Aphelios. As soon as the opponents came online, he aimed to snatch whatever he could. Originally, he would have definitely kept his distance from that brush, but now Su Chen began signaling frantically towards the brush. Go! Without further hesitation. Otherwise, Su Chen would be bombarded after the match. Su Chen's current gameplay, he was undoubtedly at a loss. However, since it had come to this, he might as well create some advantage for the bottom lane. At least they would have something to say. Did they make a mistake in the bottom lane? Can it be seen? He quickly inquired. In a surprising turn of events, the opposing team, South Bottom Lane, unexpectedly engaged in a fierce skirmish against a level 1 Lulu. Securing lane control appeared assured, yet the looming threat of the enemy's Xiaotian on Vi, should he arrive at level 2 for a gank, necessitated assistance from Zhu Mei. To the astonishment of all, they charged forward like two reckless fools, persisting in their blood exchange. Frustration welled up, and a frown creased their brows. Did they dare to trade blows like this? They were determined to fight until the bitter end. Both sides' health rapidly dwindled, but the greater loss was suffered by Jinx and Rockin. Excitement bubbled up within the duo, realizing the audience's claims held true. The state of the bottom lane had deteriorated into such chaos after they left the stage. It was a matter of honor for them to rescue the bottom lane. With a fierce roar, they declared, "Come on, let us trade blows. Whoever flinches is a coward." At that moment, an unexpected figure emerged behind them, an elderly man of time. He ambled forth without casting any skills, merely attacking with his basic strikes. What kind of strategy was this? How did he manage to appear out of nowhere? Had he been lurking in the bottom lane for a full minute since the start? They were utterly taken aback. The two retreated hastily, but no, this was not retreat. This was a tactical withdrawal, a dazzling exit. Was there truly a rationale behind this elderly man's ambush? Guanziyuan was equally thrilled, noting how the rookie's debut and the veteran's return had led to such an explosive clash right from level 1. The situation in the bottom lane had transformed into a 3-on-2 confrontation. The frog, having taken some damage, immediately headed down to assist. Did this newcomer truly play like this? A lesson was necessary. Xiaotian, who was preparing to hit level 6, reluctantly abandoned his chicken and rushed to support. "My chicken, it's fleeing. I only needed 2.5 more hits." Xiaotian lamented. Yet, he could not afford to ignore the fray. The conflict in the bottom lane raged on, with Rockin charging and only to be thwarted. He skillfully reduced the enemy's speed with his aimed movement. The elderly man continued his relentless basic attacks. The slowed adversary was forced to use cleanse and swiftly repositioned, hoping to evade the elderly man's pent-up skill. Yet, the elder did nothing but utter the simple mantra. At a range of 600, the old man's shots cannot be evaded. In the midst of this movement, they were struck twice more. "Enough! That's it!" they shouted. Just then, Zhu Mei arrived from the river. She reached the scene faster than Xiaotian, who was further away and still farming for level 6. "Focus fire on the time, elder. Just attack him," she shouted, leading the counterattack. However, Su Chen had already begun a swift retreat, leaving no room for opportunity. After a moment's hesitation, he thought, "Do I really need to trade blows with him? He is already causing chaos." Although he longed to eliminate the Time Elder with a single punch, this was not a rank match, and thus he could not indulge in reckless abandon. The feeling of a fire that flared up only to fizzle out was indeed unsatisfactory. Guanzin candidly remarked that he could not comprehend the purpose of the Time Elder's level 1 ambush in the bottom lane. Indeed, while they faced a slight health disadvantage, their lane would be more comfortable, yet the Time Elder's impact had been utterly devastating. Likewise, Xiran assessed the situation and deemed it a significant loss overall. Many spectators, anticipating a miracle, furrowed their brows. The new top laner, who they thought had a plan, turned out to be merely fooling around. To stay down there for so long without casting a single skill, this newcomer was purely a jester. Undoubtedly riding the wave of attention, he sought to cash in on the hype during the evening stream. Su Chen lamented as he unwittingly cast a skill that was bound to be dodged, but in doing so, he maneuvered to the right, delaying his retreat. The Time Elder arrived and unleashed a skill. The cleanse effect had long expired, rendering him immobile. Panic surged as he activated Flash. What the heck? He didn't learn anything. He leveled up his skill at level 1. How insidious. He south disregarding our lane to come after me. His eyes brightened as he seized the opportunity and promptly flashed away. Then, decisively, he unleashed healing and acceleration, maneuvering to a position where he would not be obstructed by minions. Once again, he was slowed. Meanwhile, Xiaotian and Zhu Mei, who were busy dealing with the frog and chicken, immediately rushed to the bottom lane. Xiaotian was exasperated. Su Chen, you 2.5 chickens, just 1 tea, let me finish. The level 1 Lulu could offer no protection, and ultimately, they were overwhelmed by the combined forces of 3, leading to a grim demise. Damn it, he exclaimed, releasing his mouse and staring at the darkened screen, feeling his mindset shift dramatically. This was not the triumphant return he had envisioned. He had come to wreak havoc, not to experience such a disastrous start. At that moment, Xiaotian Vi and Zhu Mei finally arrived on the battlefield. Jinx triggered her thrill of the hunt, pivoting her gun towards Zhu Mei. What the hell? He exclaimed. This wave of support was bound to result in a flash. Xiran, exhilarated, spoke rapidly. Triggering thrill of the hunt means her combat power is now immensely terrifying. The positioning of the support is rather awkward. Xiaotian expressed his surprise indeed. The support arrived a moment too late and now finds himself encircled. The most frustrating part is that he had to descend from the wall to hasten his support. Yet he still hasn't adjusted. Both commentators shared the same thought. This could actually result in a kill? Such an unusual strategy? And given the circumstances, escape seemed unlikely. Xiaotian continued narrating the chaotic brawl in the bottom lane. In this case, the only option is to reluctantly use Flash. But will using Flash truly ensure escape? Xiaotian charged up and then flashed in, catching them. He applied a slow with his red buff. With the passive, he rushed in swiftly. Yet, Lulu reacted quickly and launched her skill. She was hit and slowed. Thus, this pursuit became quite challenging. Xiran added, he should be able to escape. What skill does he need to recharge? Incredibly, Zhu Mei's efforts were thwarted by the Elder's flash. The crowd closed in, and a takedown was imminent. Xiran was taken aback. A bizarre level 1 skirmish resulting in a double kill. Wait, how'd he manage to flash to that position? Xiaotian asked in astonishment. Just moments ago, everyone was focused on the chase involving Xiaotian and Su Chen, neglecting the actions of the Time Elder. It must be noted that after using Flash, he had to charge up before following, relying on the movement speed bonus from Thrill of the Hunt to catch up. The skills of Su Chen at this early stage were incredibly potent. Thus, it should have been impossible for him to catch up. A closer look was essential to uncover how this was accomplished. Ah, he exclaimed, after so many years in the profession. The instances of a level 1 team fight taking flight were exceedingly rare. Moreover, where did this level 1 skirmish come from? It was evidently Su Chen, playing in an unorthodox manner, forcing an initiation at level 1. The chaotic brawl in the bottom lane was entirely orchestrated by his skillful maneuvering. Speak of the devil. Su Chen taunted Xiaotian, seeking vengeance for the rocky start. You must ensure I get the red buff. Hurry up and head to the top. Alu is about to hit level 3. The system chimed, ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully making the professional player a red buff. The system is automatically drawing rewards. Congratulations, host, for receiving a permanent reward of a 3 speed bonus. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the title Traffic Deity from the system. This title will be settled at the end of this match. With a wave of dialogue and a display of skill, Su Chen had earned the auspicious title. At this moment, a singular thought resided in Su Chen's mind. What a relief. Subsequently, his gaze toward the other 9 players became increasingly fervent. This match boasted a 75 probability of a title drop. He had to continue this momentum. A significant profit was in sight. Within the gymnasium, there occasionally arose a figure brandishing a small flag, vociferously shouting to the point of nausea, rallying the audience in fervent support. The recent maneuver executed by Xiran truly piqued my curiosity. How was it that, from his position, he managed to keep pace with Zhu Mei without even stepping out of his shoes? Xiran, did you witness that? Everyone was intently focused on the venerable Xiran. How did he manage to catch up with Zhu Mei? We observed that after falling, he happened to traverse the river path, and, at that moment, he began to disregard everything, even neglecting to check, and advanced toward the direction of the defensive tower. He skillfully maneuvered around the minion wave to avoid being obstructed, making a beeline for the escape route. Then, at the very instant Zhu Mei unleashed her ability, he executed a swift flash, intercepting the attack. Xiran rapidly elucidated this series of actions, marveling at Xiran's remarkable judgment and execution. It was indeed a masterclass in anticipation. He did not greedily pursue damage, instead opting for the escape route in advance. Furthermore, he calculated that your swift arrival must have been preceded by skill usage, thereby positioning himself to counter your second ability. The flash block led to a kill. Moreover, he even displayed an expression of mild amusement at the end. Xiran hastily coughed to mask her excitement, realizing she may have been overly expressive. The expression Su Chen showcased was reminiscent of the familiar swimming ring duck from that previous match. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream erupted in joy, while the opposing side remained silent. In the first match after his return, Bai Zi spoke. A deity? The deity who feeds kills. Just returned and already feeding? Wow, his gameplay is utterly chaotic. After years of watching matches, I have never witnessed such audacious tactics. What a charming fellow. I long to see them hold hands. Do you comprehend the game? Indeed, he seized the opportunity, but he himself perished. Xiaotian expressed his astonishment. It also pointed out a critical issue. This player truly possesses a heart of steel. I doubt anyone would dare to play in such a manner on the professional stage. He displayed such audacity upon his debut. The crucial aspect is that he indeed achieved results. However, the ensuing situation would prove quite troublesome. This play netted him 2 kills, yet he received barely over 100 gold. How would he face off against Ayla next? The large screen displayed a query. Aren't you heading to the top lane? Seeing Alu push a significant wave of minions into the tower, I could not help but inquire. In this scenario, Su Chen should surely claim the minion wave. Even in such a situation, it is typically only those who survive that deserve to farm the minions. Yet Su Chen replied confidently. I still vaguely recall our first meeting. You cheerfully accepted the drink I offered, and then joyfully informed me that you often played support, even learning several strategies for me. Su Chen's thoughts were crystal clear. Red. Raid. Give me all the red. Su Chen, which version of you is the true one? I cannot resist asking. I secured you 2 kills, and instead of properly lining up for an advantage, you pose such inquiries? Do you truly believe I will reveal the authentic you later? At this moment, Su Chen's power surged. He was fueled by a singular thought. For the sake of the stats, I shall abandon my humanity. However, let us be rational. Insulting others is quite exhilarating. Perhaps it is the release after 5 years of repression. The atmosphere immediately fell silent. While others might jest in such a manner, Su Chen was unpredictable. If he genuinely became angry, what if he charged over without removing his headphones? On this side, Uzi calmed down. Adjusting his glasses, he quickly advised. If he continues to play like this, his top lane will be obliterated. Alu could strike him at will. Alu appeared perplexed. At least when battling against a bot, there remained a clumsy opponent to provide some amusement. Now that they were in a professional match, the adversary had simply vanished. Is this a true siege game? I shall dive him shortly. Alu declared confidently. He would not survive past level 3. He truly did not expect that his previous ability would be thwarted by a flash. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the top lane. Opening the inventory with some displeasure, he saw that Su Chen's item slots still contained the killer's ring and a single control ward. Grumbling, perhaps I should consider a visit to the ophthalmologist. Or perhaps even a neurologist. He briefly descended toward the lower lane. He yearned to ask, is there a specific reason for placing a ward here? Is the restroom so dark that you fear falling into a pit and thus require a light bulb? However, that ward indeed proved difficult to detect. The director's camera now focused on the control ward within the restroom. Xiaotian suddenly comprehended. Thus, during this play, The perspective of the opponent was completely unaware that the control ward in his inventory was no longer the same as before. But what purpose does that serve? Xiran pondered before concluding. I believe the player must have had a specific intention for this action. Returning to the game, it did not take long for Lu, who had boasted that the old man would not survive past level 3, to experience a subtle shift in demeanor. This time, he abandoned his previously ostentatious bravado and began to cautiously engage with the defensive tower. His stability became rather irritating. His skills were oddly precise. His movements appeared as though he was intentionally inviting confrontation. While the damage was not painful, it was undeniably discomforting. This player seized every opportunity to strike back, even neglecting to farm minions. Whenever he approached, the opponent would instantly retreat. Point me. Lu saw his own cannon minion in critical condition and willingly positioned himself. Hit me. Hit me. You would only lose a cannon minion. Yet, he refrained from targeting him. Instead, he retaliated by securing a cannon minion. Observing Lu in a daze, he then placed a time bomb atop Lu's head. Had it been, Lu might have directly attacked, dividing the spoils. Such a nuisance. A wretched creature. Chapter 28. Is your positioning still acceptable? You stand there like a turtle hermit. The sound from the audience echoed through the arena as Lu took several deep breaths to regain his composure. This is a competition. Remain calm. Do not let emotions cloud your judgment. However, Lu's instincts warned him that if he recklessly attempted to dive the tower, he would likely be outperformed. Lu promptly rushed over to claim Xiaotian's kill, which allowed him to regain some composure. Meanwhile, after Xiaotian fell, he immediately directed his ire towards Su Chen. If you hadn't chosen this champion for the top lane, they wouldn't have arrived so swiftly. And I wouldn't have died. My positioning was flawless. All right. Xiaotian exclaimed in anger. Is your positioning truly acceptable? You stood there like a turtle hermit, stretching his back and bending his arms. Does your brain even function properly? You couldn't even manage a proper speed skating posture. And you still have the audacity to claim your positioning is fine? Xiaotian found himself at a loss for words due to Shu Chen's barrage of reality and gaming insults. Fine, I forgive you. I heard that the rumors about you could indicate that you're rather pitiable. Shu Chen unleashed his full fury. The thrill of confronting someone in this manner surpassed merely typing insults. If Shu Chen had any lingering reservations, Xiaotian's decision to speak up alleviated a portion of them. Recalling the demonic codex, Shu Chen remembered trembling as he recorded the names of countless poor players and notorious individuals, including his teammates, and thus felt no hesitation whatsoever. Attack power! The slight flicker of rebuttal courage from Xiaotian instantly plunged him into despair. How could there still be a physical attack? He was astonished. Do you still dare to interject? Previously, you secured 2 kills, yet you are still unable to secure a single kill in lane. Just how incompetent are you? Shu Chen, I am on the verge of anger. Impossible. They all claim you possess a noble character. No, you're the one with a noble character. The only reason I have managed to restrain myself is that I fear you might rush over to seize my mouse and keyboard. What a splendid idea. If you retire and allow me to play on 2 computers, I believe our future is promising. Oh, Xiaotian, please hurry up and get lost. I can handle 3 devices on my own. Go. Say something to him. Song Ijin, unfazed, remains focused on his operation. Previously, Xiaoyu had gone too far, resulting in a lingering impact since the conclusion of the spring tournament. How could the opposing team manage to suppress me? Go. Oh, what's going on? Did you mention Su Chen? Ah, I see. Su Chen, don't be nervous. Keep it up. It doesn't matter if a newcomer loses their first match. This mid laner Quisangi seems like someone I need to practice with when I have the time. Gradually, this game has taken a turn for the worse. Xiaotian's mindset has crumbled. He has fallen silent and is playing poorly, much like his performance since the spring tournament. The mid lane is being suppressed. The advantage in the bot lane cannot be expanded, and inadvertently, the Zhu may find an opportunity and gives away a kill. Su Chen is left in a flurry of question marks. You helped me at level 1. And this is how you play? You can't stand not eating? In a panic, the camera shifts to the top lane. There, Su Chen's timekeeper expertly maneuvers. After the fencer skills are activated, it is actually Su Chen's low-level timekeeper chasing after Li's higher-level fencer. What can a guy do? Just hold it in. The other party chose a timekeeper, helped the bot lane gain an advantage at level 1, and I ended up giving away a kill while their top lane remains intact. How can I complain? I can't say a word. Soon, the battle for the first dragon begins. Both sides start strategizing around the dragon. The two top laners, in a tug of war, are both on the brink of collapse. Nodding, I wonder, can we push through mid? If we kill Annie, they won't be able to contest the dragon. Fight, fight, look. Kwisani charges in directly, and Annie, caught in a stun, is effortlessly countered by Kwisani. Sensing danger, she hastily uses her flash. With a forceful flicker, the ultimate is activated. Lulu, emerging from the side, accelerates and shields, closing in to apply a slow. Little Annie, under assault from the muscular black uncle and a wild boar, finds her health dwindling and is about to fall. In desperation, she summons a colossal fire bear from the heavens, the so-called heroic bear. However, it is to no avail. At that moment, a rune seemingly materializes and coils around little Annie. Her movement speed skyrockets. The old man is here. Retreat, retreat. A stunned shout follows. Yet it is too late. Two time bombs are thrown over the wall from position 6, striking the 3 champions under the tower. All 3 are simultaneously stunned. Kwisani is instantly dispatched by the turret. How could he be in that position? I can't take it anymore. Surprised, I check. Sure enough, the top lane is deserted. And the opposing team at position 6, having taken down Kwisani, finally levels up to 5. He's really causing a mess, I mutter. Ultimately, he managed to escape. However, this dragon should be secured. Shifting the camera back to the top lane, I see Alu calmly pushing a wave towards the tower. Unable to contain myself, I exclaim, Alu, didn't you say he was guaranteed? This is unbearable. Alu is about to lose it. This player's approach is utterly absurd. I must ask you, would a top laner above Platinum, who is not playing poorly, abandon an entire wave of minions to support a mid laner who might not even be ganked? Especially when they are behind in levels. They neither farm minions nor protect the tower's health for the opposing top laner. Just hard support? Impossible. No one would do that. Is he that selfless? What if they don't gank mid? Isn't he afraid of wasting his time? Alu murmurs. So, does that mean he is quite brave? Let me see. Furiously removing my glasses to wipe them, I resolve to go up and catch him later. I want to see what's really going on. Over here. Well played, Su Chen, I exclaim in surprise. He originally thought it was strange for a level 4 time keeper to suddenly appear here. Xiaotian feels that he finally has the opportunity to retort. Yet, the opposing team's sudden dive is precisely caught by Su Chen, who has been lurking at level 6. Unexpectedly, Su Chen initiates first. Little Tian, can you play properly? You didn't see all those signals just now, did you? Because you didn't show up. The enemy escaped with 2. What are you doing? Are you Yu-Yuting again? Xiaotian begins to defend his dignity. Just now is just now. Su Chen quickly retorts. With your underdeveloped little brain, of course, you can't figure out how to manage this. Xiaotian angrily squirms in his chair, but still pretends to be a ninja. He waits to see Su Chen get obliterated by a Lee's fencer. Chapter 29, Little Tian. You Yu-Yuted. The game pauses. The voices of Xiran and Guanziyuan can be heard from the commentary booth. A perfect catch. Such precise predictions of the game's development and preemptive positioning have already occurred twice in this short match. Could it be that his understanding of the time keeper has reached a level where he can see through time? Xiran praises without reservation. On one hand, it is indeed thrilling. On the other, it requires excellent fresh blood to bring excitement to the match. Additionally, Su Chen is quite handsome among professional players. He is undoubtedly top tier, pleasing to the eye and smooth in his gameplay. However, there is still a serious issue. How exactly should the team deal with the opposing top lane fencer? Guanziyuan adds. At this moment, the top turret is on the brink of collapse. Alu, now level 7, has slowly pushed 2 waves into the tower. Alu senses something is amiss. It's taking too long, and he hasn't seen anyone. He questions. Has he not arrived yet? So slow? He's here. The one hiding in the bush says. The old man has finally come online. Still at level 5. How is he not leveling up to 6? Let's go. Alu keeps his eyes fixed on the old man, calculating his experience. Thus, he is confident about this wave. Without hesitation, he commands Fencer to charge in. The already furious Zhu Mei immediately follows into the tower. However, Su Chen's time keeper remains unfazed, providing Alu with 1 hit to tank, then resets. The battle commence. You can see Alu is very confident. As long as you release the second skill to stun me, my Lawrence Keen Blade will immediately counter it. Guanzian rapidly narrates the unfolding scene. The first attempt is dodged, but it's not a big deal. The damage can easily take down this level 5 old man. He throws out the second skill, but it lands awkwardly. It hits the minion behind them. However, Lu has also used his skill. In that case, this wave must pay the price for choosing to help his teammate by using his flash. He actually dodged Fencer's crucial strike with a flash. Under the turret in the top lane, the Fencer's originally precise and elegant finishing blow is forced to become a mere basic attack due to Su Chen's well-timed flash. Barely surviving with minuscule health, the audience erupts. Many fans are so astonished they nearly spill their drinks. This scene feels eerily familiar. It's this feeling. Gongzi excitedly jumps up, pointing at the timekeeper and banging on the table. He shouts. This startles all the viewers in his live stream. Did Gongzi just have a sudden outburst? Haha, this is too funny. Gongzi and Lu resonate strongly. Previously, Su Chen also used a flash to turn Gongzi's crucial moment into a mere basic attack. Gongzi's line in English is reminiscent of Loki seeing Thor being smashed by the Hulk. My assessment is perfectly fitting. Watching this scene unfold, a sense of foreboding washes over. Sure enough, after Lu dodges the crucial strike and attempts to land one final blow, the time bomb explodes, taking down 2 minions. Su Chen levels up to 6. Lu is left in shock. How did he get enough experience? This is bad. Lu initially believed he could defeat the Time Elder, swiftly appearing before the tower. However, to his astonishment, the Elder had ascended to level 6 and instantly learned his ultimate ability, rising again after being downed. Triumph was not triggered, and Lu fell. In disbelief, he quickly retreated while exclaiming, I can't believe this. Yet, after the Elder resurrected, he utilized his off-cooldown skills to pursue relentlessly. How could he be so accurate? Filled with resentment, Lu succumbed to defeat, resulting in a double kill for the Elder, leaving the entire arena in shock. Even Xiaotian had never wished so fervently for Lu to perish. Yet, not only did Su Chen's Time Elder survive, but he also achieved an extraordinary double kill. At this moment, Xiaotian's heart raced, reminiscent of the anxious nights before clinching a championship victory. Indeed, the storm surged forth, and judgment was upon them. This was not the toxic player from memory, but the lethality remained the same. Su Chen mockingly imitated Xiaotian's earlier bravado, continuing with relentless taunts. Xiaotian, can you comprehend this? This is how it's done. Calm and composed, Su Chen pressed on with his derision. Any other questions? Curious little one? Xiaotian blushed, but unlike most, his face did not flush with embarrassment. Instead, he slumped in his chair, embodying the classic defeated posture. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully making a professional player red hot. The system is automatically drawing prizes. Congratulations to the host for receiving a permanent reward. Proficiency boost of 3 for any hero. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the title. Wild King Tian. Settlement will occur after this game. Another title emerged. Guanxian was ecstatic, exclaiming in delight. At this moment, with 0 errors, he was on the verge of reaching level 7. Perfect execution. Perfect strategy. Xiran elaborated. We all know the experience compensation mechanism. Lower-level players gain substantial experience when defeating higher-level opponents. Thus, by securing 2 kills and accumulating numerous minion kills, he revitalized himself. At this juncture, the atmosphere within the team was severely tense. Didn't TU say he couldn't reach level 6? Lu questioned. This is impossible. Call for a pause. Lu was frantic. It truly can't be. He had been closely monitoring Su Chen, calculating his experience. Professional players may be less sensitive in the late game, but they are acutely aware of the experience required to reach level 6. Look at his last hits. He barely sniffed any experience in the earlier landing phase. How could that be sufficient? Lu was now in utter desperation. He must be cheating. Calm down. The commander maintained composure. Don't forget. The Time Elder's passive allows him to accumulate experience over time and share it with a teammate for a joint level up. However, that wasn't the case. I've been vigilant over every vision where he appeared. Lu insisted. That's impossible. You must have miscalculated, came the stern reply, his expression darkening. Absolutely not. Lu's stubbornness flared. He's cheating. Suddenly, he interjected, I believe Lu wouldn't miscalculate. After a brief silence among the team, the match was paused. Chapter 30, Acquired Title. 50 gold top laner. 3 titles in 1 match. Match paused. The live stream erupted. A pause? Has the god turned red? Halftime milk break? Quickly summon Bard. Cappuccino, bring the milk over. Xiaotian has become subdued again. Why the pause? His gameplay is strong. His weight is significant. His moves are flashy. Many championships to his name. Can Lu just roll away, returning after a hiatus and performing like this? Meanwhile, Xiaotian, are you alright? Do you feel unwell? Need to vomit? Su Chen had already acquired Xiaotian's title, and as a teammate, he couldn't force him to turn red twice in one match. Moreover, he hadn't anticipated Xiaotian's fragile composure, unable to withstand the pressure and calling for a pause. This has nothing to do with me, Xiaotian retorted, feeling speechless. Brother, I concede you're impressive. You play exceptionally well, but can you maintain your previous demeanor? This shift is hard for me to adapt to. You're a real performer. What profession are you in? You'd surely thrive in Hollywood. That's good, that's good. Please don't take my earlier remarks to heart. I just wanted to inject some excitement into the game. Su Chen responded with a slightly awkward smile. However, since it was the opposing team that called for the pause, Su Chen immediately understood the reason. You'll know when the game concludes, he said mysteriously, sharing a knowing smile, as he was the only one aware of what had transpired. As the pause was called, when several staff members approached to inquire about the situation, it became difficult to articulate. The teammates pretended nothing had happened, each facing their own thoughts. One staff member, scratching his head in discomfort, shot Lu a glare. We suspect the opposing team is cheating. What? Cheating? The lead staff exclaimed. Is there truly someone daring enough to cheat in this arena? Realizing he had misspoken, Lu corrected himself. We believe there may be an issue. It felt absurd to say so. What if they weren't cheating at all? Ultimately, Ali's miscalculation seemed more plausible. The lead staff member looked perplexed, glancing at the others, particularly an experienced employee who scrutinized the situation. Yet, like a smoothly cooked egg sliding off a non-stick pan, it slipped away. Yes, it appears the Time Elder's experience is increasing too rapidly. He shouldn't have leveled up to 6 so quickly, he stated. Oh, the Time Elder possesses a passive that enhances experience, which could explain this phenomenon. We will review the replay. Upon review, it was confirmed that there were no issues, all player actions were compliant, and there were no malicious behaviors. Any other questions? Lu shrunk back, falling silent, awkwardly waving his hand. No, it's fine. Can the game continue? Yes, it can. After the staff departed, Lu, feeling both awkward and irritated, glared fiercely at Lu. I told you that you miscalculated. Lu felt frustrated. He believed he hadn't erred. From a moment the Time Elder appeared in the bot lane, he had been closely monitoring him. He didn't want to select such condescending tactics anymore. Thus, he had been particularly diligent. But where had he gone wrong? How awkward. Lu, don't make such mistakes in the future. He scolded. Lu truly needed to be more serious, as another teammate helplessly reminded him. Lu felt wronged, distressed, and furious. It's not solely my call to pause the game. If I miscalculated, so be it. Why must the blame fall entirely on me? All right. Let us all focus and play seriously. We'll review everything after winning. Finally, the pause concluded, and Xiran and Yuan resumed their commentary. This newcomer possesses such sharp brilliance. I believe everyone, like me, thought that after witnessing the Time Elder engage in combat in the bot lane, he would opt for support-type items. However, to our surprise, his first item was a book. At this moment, Lu remained silent, focusing intently on his gameplay. Controlling the Sword Princess in lane against the Time Elder, the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Gradually, Ali's initial feelings of grievance, sadness, and a hint of anger were magnified by the re-emerging Time Elder. With levels and equipment, the Time Elder's damage and mana were now vastly superior to the earlier paltry output. His gameplay had become outrageously reckless. Additionally, his precision remained unparalleled. Even more astonishing, he could land precise hits, but suddenly shifted to a different method of harassing. Lu felt as if he were now facing revenge. The act of standing alongside the cannon and compelling him to choose a path of retribution was indeed a moment of poetic justice. As Xiran observed the scene, she could hardly suppress a smile. Every time Lu sought to consume a minion, a bomb would be placed upon it, resulting in explosive consequences. If he chose to feast, he would be met with an explosion. If he abstained, he would miss the opportunity altogether. It appeared that Lu could no longer restrain himself, determined to secure the cannon despite the impending damage. However, Time decided to place another bomb in the central position, rendering Lu unable to claim the cannon and instead leaving him stunned, suffering 2 explosions and further damage. It seemed as though Lu's composure was on the brink of collapse. Xiran was correct. His patience had indeed shattered, and he had turned crimson with frustration. At that moment, he felt a deep resonance with a man resembling a pineapple, wishing to strike down the old man of time with a single punch. Xian immediately interjected. Has Lu finally reached his breaking point? It seems he might be losing his grip on reality. He swiftly initiated his ultimate ability, causing Time to hurl 2 bombs upon himself. Lu successfully resisted the stun, but Time skillfully retreated to a distance of 100 meters. Consequently, Lu's Fiora missed her opportunity to unleash her ultimate. What was this? Time activated a skill to enhance his movement speed, retrieving the bomb that Lu had narrowly avoided, and charged towards the tower with the explosive in hand, intent on self-destruction. Lu met his demise in such an unusual manner and, upon respawning, was unable to pursue. Truth be told, were it not for his professional demeanor, Xian would have burst into laughter. The absurdity of the situation was overwhelming. The audience, too, was left in disbelief. I am now compelled to play a match with Time in the top lane. Brothers, wait for me for half an hour. Could it be that the true genius lay not with Time, but with the understanding of dual servers? I would gladly bestow upon him the title of the strongest, truly the rookie king. What nonsense is this? He is merely developing, struggling at level 1, yet facing opponents who have secured 2 kills without faltering. This is divine. Just wait for Xiao Go's 3-item build. I believe in Xiao Go. Victory is assured. Lu remarked. Zhu Kai, please keep an eye on the old man of time tonight. Meanwhile, Su Chen received notification. Ding dong. Congratulations. You have successfully made the professional player Hong when popular. The system is automatically drawing prizes. Congratulations, you have received a permanent reward. Damage calculation ability 3. Congratulations. You have acquired the entry. 50 blocks for the top lane. Settlement will occur after this match. What a delight. After 1 match, he had already accumulated 3 entries. Su Chen was immensely curious about the effects of these new entries. Chapter 31, Frantic Decisions. Did they give up the Baron? Brother, please tell me. I am incredibly curious. Su Chen could no longer contain his inquisitiveness and finally inquired. The explanation followed, leading to an epiphany. Is Su Ge this meticulous? Impressive. Su Chen retorted with a hint of annoyance. Haven't we shared a restroom before? Who among us isn't aware of your level of detail? Xiaotian awkwardly scratched his nose. Remaining silent, he realized he might indeed be a bit too meticulous. Was Su Chen hinting at him again? No, he couldn't dwell on it. He felt the urge to laugh. Haha, this is hilarious. The opposing team must be utterly confused due to this pause. He chuckled with excitement, then directed a signal towards the bottom lane. Recalling the earlier situation, will this be useful for Su Ge later? Su Chen immediately shot back. Can you keep your comments to a minimum during a match? Can't you learn from Tian and maintain some silence for a while? The advantage in the bottom lane is slipping away, and you're acting like 2 bots. What does that have to do with me? I didn't even dare to speak. The game continued. Su Chen's Old Man of Time launched a massive comeback, quickly becoming the player with the highest economy in the match. As the audience watched, Time, having completed his Ledin's Echo and with a 12-stack kill book, posed a terrifying threat. Lu's Fiora could no longer hold her ground. The gap had widened beyond what mere skill could bridge. What decisions would unfold next? Accompanied by the commentary of Xiaotian and Xiran, the game's dynamics grew increasingly enigmatic. Tian and the jungle mid duo executed a play, securing a kill, followed by a successful ambush on Kei Sante and Lulu, though they too were eliminated in return. Only in the top lane did the undeterred pig girl call upon Kei Sante for assistance, attempting to secure a kill. After an exhilarating display, they had no choice but to abandon Lu, leaving him to fend for himself. What transpired next would forever be etched in Lu's memory as one of the most profound moments of his professional career. Being hunted down and solo killed by the Old Man of Time while playing Fiora? Not a single teammate came to his aid. Lu donned a mask of anguish. This is absurd. I truly wish to strike down this Old Man of Time. I see now that I misjudged you. We could have been good friends. As long as you despise that old man, we are allies. Beyond these incidents, for the next 20 minutes, neither side managed to secure any kills. The early contest for Dragons resulted merely in a symbolic exchange of skills, devoid of any substantial team battles. This left the spectators in a state of agitation. They had anticipated a thrilling match, yet it devolved into this lackluster affair. Boring. Can we see some game-changing plays? Where's the strategy? Can the director please focus the camera on the top lane? If not, perhaps they should find someone to tighten some screws? I began to feel that the gameplay was lackluster. What should I do? Finally, the 20-minute mark arrived. The Baron. This team fight was one that simply could not be ignored. Regardless of whose mentality might explode, no one dared to remain passive. None would engage in self-sabotaging behavior. For players gathered by the river, while a Lu rolled towards the mid lane to manage the minion wave. As a Fiora, being this far behind would mean certain death in a team fight. He could only hope to find a chance to make an impact from the sidelines. Establish vision. Establish vision, he urged. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Chen commanded, everyone, gather for the Baron. The four comrades promptly complied, initiating the customary process of contesting vision and advantageous positioning. However, Su Chen abruptly signaled toward the top lane. The Baron has been secured. Let South push the top lane. Are you serious? What are you saying? Xiaotian's depression was momentarily dispelled by Su Chen's words. He felt an overwhelming urge to report. Coach, we have a traitor in our midst. Just follow my lead. Anyone who doesn't listen is a fool. Su Chen disregarded all caution and marched towards the top lane. The others were left in a state of confusion. Should they follow? Would they risk their own standing? They were 4 seasoned players. Should they heed the advice of a rookie? Yet, in this match, he was the only one with a significant advantage. If he chose not to join the team fight, their chances would be bleak. Most importantly, no one wished to endure the verbal onslaught from Su Chen. In the observation room, the spectators were left bewildered. A water bottle was hurled towards a couch. Compared to Lu, he seemed to don a double mask of torment. In the training room, he resembled a frustrated alpha dog, pacing the floor and breathing heavily. What in the world are you all doing? Why is Su Chen going to the top lane? What is he planning? Is this how you conduct your professional debut? Do you have the luxury to play this way? Had these 4 players lost their minds? Why were they following him? This was outrageous. After so many years of League of Legends competitions, had they ever witnessed a Baron being willingly gifted to the opposing team, even in a rigged match? This level of performance was unfathomable. What kind of match is this? Is this bronze tier? After a considerable amount of time, he retrieved a bottle of water and handed it over. With a mischievous heart, he tossed it towards the sofa once more, accurately hitting the target. Feeling a sense of amusement, he decided to bring over an entire box of water. Eventually, he sighed, wondering where Dihuing had gone. It seemed that Xiaotian still needed some refinement, and he should prepare for the next match. With a helpless shake of his head, he recalled that while Xiaotian was in the lower lane restroom, Dihuing had been struck on the head by a bottle of mineral water. Chapter 32. This coach does as he pleases. I'm off to deliver takeout. Gu and Ziyun and Xiran were equally wide-eyed, astonished by the unexpected decision. Honestly, I cannot comprehend this choice, Gu and Ziyun exclaimed. Xiran, unable to contain her surprise, admitted, to be frank, since the appearance of this rookie, I have failed to understand this match. In the mid lane, L began to assault the second tower, while the dragon was about to be seized by the other 4 players. It was not only the commentators who were perplexed. The entire team was equally bewildered. As they engaged in the dragon, they had to remain vigilant of whether JNKS would unleash her ultimate ability. Did they intend to use a blind ultimate to snatch the dragon? Such a scheme would surely be thwarted. Yet, an overwhelming sense of unease loomed over them. I thought this match would be a battle of endurance. What on earth is the enemy doing? One of them asked, unable to hold back. Let us ignore them. L continues to push mid. Our bottom lane is still viable. There is no need to panic. He commanded. The group, harboring a sense of strangeness, swiftly finished off the dragon. Yet at that moment, they hadn't even destroyed a single inhibitor tower and had instead retreated entirely. Just seconds before the dragon was taken, SH rapidly issued commands. The group exchanged helpless glances. They had just calmed down, and each regretted following SCHN's directive. SCHN, noticing their disobedience, shouted, "If we lose this match, I will take full responsibility. You may cast all blame upon me." Upon hearing this, the group hesitated no longer. It was not merely the presence of a scapegoat that alleviated their fears of making further mistakes, but rather the fact that SCHN had reached this point in his declaration. If they failed to show him respect, could they still call themselves teammates? Esco, what should we do? They inquired. Let's not ask questions. Just follow my arrangements. Moments earlier, when the dragon respawned at the 20-minute mark, SCHN had been observing the minion waves and gradually formed a bold strategy. It could be deemed reckless. SCHN himself felt a surge of excitement. Did this mean that the upcoming dragon would be handed to them on a silver platter? To be candid, I find it difficult to accept that the game has devolved into such chaos. Gu and Ziyuan could scarcely anticipate this outcome. Initially, he speculated that this group of young players was excessively confident. They had resolved to engage in a fierce battle in the upper lane, but suddenly they retreated. This was not how players typically behaved. Those watching the live stream were left dumbfounded. Had they collectively lost their minds? Even we in bronze aren't this incompetent. One commenter exclaimed. Had these five been enchanted? This was the manifestation of divine intervention. They appeared utterly disoriented, eliciting laughter. Meanwhile, within the large streamer's chatroom, there was a prevailing notion of possessing a built-in understanding, with many familiar with various strategies. Consequently, numerous comments flooded in, questioning the nature of this operation. I truly cannot comprehend this, one remarked. MY, could it be that TOB was preparing for a dragon engagement, and then Xiaotian, in a fit of bad mood, declared he no longer wished to play, leading to the decision to push the enemy's base instead, only to discover it was futile? What to do now? As he spoke, he leapt from his chair, performing a playful dance. Meanwhile, Xiaotian and I remained quietly hidden in the upper lane brush, unsure of what to do. What had once seemed like an audacious plan for the dragon now felt pitifully inadequate. Yet, Guan Ziyuan could not help but exclaim. He sold an item and a piece of equipment to forcibly acquire Shurilia's Requiem. The Time Elder had developed a commendable economy, acquiring a magic penetration item. Xiran, utterly baffled, continued. He traded several items for armor penetration under such dire circumstances. Gu Ziyuan, increasingly anxious, remarked, What on earth are they doing? If I weren't a commentator, I would genuinely want to confront them and ask what is going on. Bizarre. The strangeness was palpable. The five players seemed possessed, executing a series of peculiar maneuvers. At that moment, every viewer of the match, without exception, expressed their bewilderment. Whether in the official livestream or in Jiangzi's stream, the consensus was clear. Had these individuals gone mad? All major commentators and streamers echoed their confusion. In the backstage of the arena, a person was hurriedly on the phone. Yes, boss, there is no major issue. It's just a summer split match. Perhaps I've been too strict lately, and they've all begun to falter in their mindset. After hanging up, he exhaled deeply. Raising his gaze to the screen, he was immediately confronted with the sight of collective equipment selling, and once again, his vision darkened. After hesitating for a moment in the coach's room, he accurately tossed an entire box of mineral water onto the sofa. Finally, he regained his composure, smiled, and pulled out his phone to open a job recruitment app. Chapter 33. A Grand Appearance. A legendary team fight. At this moment, the group was gathering, ready to confront the audacious five who had foolishly engaged the dragon. FILES swiftly cleared the incoming minion wave from the upper lane. They surveyed the battlefield. At this point, the mid-lane minion wave was the deepest, yet it had already been cleared by Shu. The only ones visible were Shu and the rest of the opposing team. Where are the others? Are they at the dragon? One inquired. Even if they were to take the dragon, that would only amount to 3 dragons. What is the point? Another questioned, furrowing their brow. Let us push with 3-1-1 and then transition into 4 players grouping to push mid. However, at that moment, the opposing team I seemed unable to resist the urge to make an appearance, suddenly revealing herself for the upper lane brush before swiftly vanishing. There is someone in our upper lane. It feels like more than one. One remarked. What should we do? Let us fight. They can have at most 3 in the upper lane. At best, JNKS might provide some support with her ultimate. L shouted excitedly. He was eager to eliminate the Time Elder. For his first match back, he wished to reclaim his former glory. One could imagine the audience's reaction when the Time Elder secured first blood in the lower lane. Thus, he must retaliate. There was no way he would allow a rookie top laner to disgrace him in ranked games, let alone in a match. Yet another voice interjected, No. Let us group up and head down. There is no vision in the upper area. The Elder can't manage his dog, and their maneuvers are frankly quite exaggerated. Let us head down. They've already gifted us a dragon. Why should we linger with them? Upon hearing a compliment about their skills, one felt slightly uneasy. All right, but there is no harm in going to the upper lane to compete with skills. Smiling, the deity agreed, but simultaneously expressed discontent. El glanced toward the river to check if they were engaging the dragon, then decided to join the group in pushing down. Finally, El cautiously approached the dragon pit, fearing that 3 opponents might be lurking in the grass. Ultimately, He found the pit completely devoid of presence. His thoughts were clear. The position in the lower lane was absolutely secure. They had been attentively monitoring the enemy's vision movements. All vision during the landing phase had been focused on the dragon. And after the lane swap, it was certain that all their vision was setting the stage for the dragon. Therefore, even if the time Elder and N were present, they could be anywhere on the map, but not in the lower lane. While issuing commands, he also kept an eye on the upper lane. The minion wave in the upper lane was normally converging, and only I had emerged to clear it. They had it all figured out. A group of individuals walked confidently along the wall below, advancing down the lane. They planned to assess the situation in the mid lane shortly after. The excitement was palpable as they shouted, eager for a swift resolution within 2 minutes. What a thrill! Do you think you can outplay me at level 1? Yet, here we are, on the path to victory. At that moment, however, the crowd remained unaware of the intense tension that gripped the commentators, whose hearts raced. Countless viewers likewise shared in this suspense, with the once vibrant barrage of comments significantly diminished. Many, in the quiet of their rooms, held their breath, acutely aware of their own heartbeats. This round was electrifying. In the lower lane, Annie and an old man were stealthily positioned in a secluded area, utterly still. Indeed, at the start of the match, this strategic play had successfully positioned Annie and the old man. The stone monster hidden in the grass had cleared the mid-lane minions and was now ready. As the broadcast cut through the fog of war, Jinx remained alone in the mid-lane, her posture bold as if flanked by comrades. In the upper lane, Xiaotian's Wukong was clearing minions alone, while Lu joined the others in a 5-man push down the lane. At this moment, they had already established a gold lead of nearly 10,000. Although Ziyuan struggled to contain his excitement, the broadcast had captured enough moments. No further commentary was necessary. From a moment Xiaotian's Wukong drew attention in the upper lane to the placement of that true sight ward, everything seemed to shift. To everyone's astonishment, the 5 players synchronously gathered and advanced towards the lower lane. This was the first match for Xiran as a commentator, and the tension had him biting his teeth and clenching his fists. Such a bold strategy felt almost like a gamble. Would this play truly succeed? They drew nearer, step by step, yet the whereabouts of Annie and the old man remained elusive. Something felt amiss. Years of professional experience honed a keen sense, prompting a decisive scan for vision in the nearby brush. At that moment, a recently placed fake ward appeared before them, indicating that someone had passed through this area not long ago. A sudden shock coursed through them. How could this be? Unless the previous Lux had cleared the minions and immediately used her ultimate in conjunction with Annie and the old man's speed-enhancing abilities. It seemed impossible for anyone to have reached this location in time to place a ward. Suddenly, they noticed Jinx in the mid lane unleashing her ultimate towards their direction. Just as the words "pull back" were on the tip of their tongues, a brilliant golden light erupted. Annie's flash followed, accompanied by the fiery descent of Tiburce. It was a display of sheer might. The 5 players were momentarily paralyzed, collectively stunned. Meanwhile, from afar, the Phantom of Huanling was racing down the lane, with the Super Mega Death rocket trailing flames, exploding like fireworks. They activated Cleanse, yet just as they prepared to move, the old man's attacks came crashing down. The damage from Aphelios and Lulu was devastating, leading to their swift demise. Time seemed to freeze as the clock ticked slowly. The 3 surviving players remained in a daze, while the approaching Huanling activated her ultimate, soaring through the chaos. Accompanied by the regal song of Shurelia, Luo gracefully joined Annie's side, leading to a grand entrance. In an instant, the team experienced a roller coaster of emotions, plummeting from elation to despair. Unable to contain himself, one exclaimed, "Damn it." He released his mouse and leaned back in his chair, raking his fingers through his hair. Frantically pressing flash in an attempt to escape control, Kisanti found himself equally immobilized. Meanwhile, Annie, after using her ultimate, initially aimed to secure Elise Fiora but hesitated and instead targeted the pig girl. Su Chen's skills refreshed, allowing him to launch another time bomb. Both the pig girl and Aloof fell, leaving only the tankiest Kisanti alive. A 5-kill opportunity was at hand. He sprang from his chair in excitement. This play was exhilarating. Initially believing the match was lost, Su Chen's command was simply terrifying. The team's voice chat erupted in chaotic excitement. "Stop! 5 kills!" They shouted. Nodding in agreement, they celebrated incredible, a first 5-kill. Su Chen remained unflustered. instead using a slowing bomb to torment Xian Ti. Xian Ti, unable to endure the humiliation, feared remaining stationary would invite further ridicule, succumbing to the mockery. The usually cool and composed female voice was now filled with excitement. Meanwhile, aside from Elu, who remained relatively calm, the other three were flustered, ripping off their headsets in frustration. Their morale crumbled swiftly. Didn't we say they couldn't possibly be in the lower lane? One questioned, striving to control his tone. They had a true sight ward in the bathroom. Who knows when it was placed? It felt like being toyed with, only to end up handing over a 5-kill. He lamented. I saw time use a skill in the bathroom. It's impossible. Taking a deep breath, he continued. How could they have time to place that ward? Shaking his head, he asserted, the vision makes no sense. Throughout the landing phase, we knew where the enemy's wards were likely placed. Later, Annie's positioning never exceeded the next tower, nor did she purchase a true sight ward. Should we pause and take a look? The only optimistic player, Alu, suggested. Surprisingly, Alu felt a sense of satisfaction rather than distress. Let us see how it feels for you guys. You think you're in pain? You have no idea how it feels to be chased to your high ground and killed alone. He continued, I truly believe we should pause and inspect. The other side must be cheating. The fault lies not with me, but with this world. My mistake was merely bringing out an old man, while your blunders cost the match. Come on. Alu, the usually good-natured player, began to lose his patience. A significant portion of the blame lay with him. He had directed the team down the lane, confident that the jungle was clear of vision. However, several teammates had agreed with this decision. Who would dare play so recklessly? Who could have foreseen such audacity? We need to review this match. It feels exceedingly strange, he insisted. By the way, the old man had a true sight ward that he never placed. Alu suddenly interjected. He hasn't placed it yet. He had noticed that after several attempts to catch the opposing team, there had been no sight of this ward. It was purely instinct and skill evading detection. Raising an eyebrow, he queried, what does it mean to buy a ward but not place it? This seems like a ward he purchased at level 1. He hasn't placed it yet. Suddenly, he fell silent. After a few moments of contemplation, he thoughtfully remarked, this leads to an unsettling realization. Impossible, he declared. Who could be so extraordinary? Who could manage to place a ward at the start of a professional match, remain undetected for 20 minutes, allow the enemy to take the dragon, and then use that ward to conclude the game? He slowly shook his head. That cannot be. What if we had discovered that ward earlier? What if, after taking the dragon, we hadn't chosen to push down the lane? No one would play the game like this. No one would dare. Yet, the more he pondered, the colder his spine felt. I find it highly plausible. Have you all noticed the multitude of feints being executed? Moreover, should we discover during the landing phase that the opposing team has eradicated the true vision, it is quite likely that they will not grant us the opportunity to secure the Baron. As for our descent to the lower lane, it was prompted by Xiaotian's sudden reveal of vision in the upper lane. As a seasoned veteran and strategist, I could feel goosebumps rising all over me. No way. Gazing at the ancient figure of time, I felt a shiver run down my spine. We must conduct a thorough review later. I am somewhat dissatisfied. Furthermore, how can a newcomer possess the authority to dictate the team's actions, allowing everyone to indulge in folly alongside him? Even if this series of events indeed stemmed from the opponent's design, it certainly was not executed with finesse. Just a moment. Have you all seen the equipment? Have they all switched to armor penetration? I was astonished. Not only that, but I cannot recall when Luo acquired the crown. He must have sold his gear. He even sold his shoes to augment his ability power. Did they begin preparing for this team fight the very moment we initiated the Baron? This is simply unbelievable. We must review the footage. I cannot accept this. I also cannot believe it. This is utterly exaggerated. This game has essentially reached its conclusion. It appears that a stunning execution of a perfect team fight has occurred, yet the previously utilized distraction tactic of Xiaotian's Weir, who has been pushing the second turret in the upper lane, is now in full swing. Outside the arena, the fans have erupted into frenzied cheers. This game has been exhilarating. Chapter 35, De Huang. This bottle of mineral water doesn't carry any ulterior motives, does it, coach? Incredible, incredible, incredible. Shui is phenomenal. Rookie King, Rookie King, Rookie Vomit, Rookie King. This time, the fans were so overwhelmed by their cheers for the brother that they felt nauseated. Meanwhile, the fan group remained silent. After securing the Baron without sustaining any injuries, they were elated, only to find the entire team's morale shattered. Furthermore, the miraculous arrangement of the team fight has captivated so many fans. Many young ladies, initially drawn to Su Chen's good looks, have begun searching for supportive flags on Taobao. However, what they can comprehend is that after the Baron was secured, a frantic series of actions led to a turnaround, resulting in a terrifying damage output that secured a pentakill. Moreover, the operation that was initially criticized for relinquishing the Baron was, in fact, a signal directed toward the upper lane by this player. This implies that it was highly likely a decision made by him. The players, listening to the cheers from outside, watched as the opposing was slowly dismantling their base, their mental state collapsing. Is your damage really that low? Can you not dismantle it faster? At this moment, they were desperate to leave the stage early and see how it was accomplished. Guanzi Yuan's eyes sparkled as he repeatedly praised. This was a miraculous team fight. The last time I witnessed such a team fight was when Titan launched a surprise attack, catapulting everyone and executing a miraculous team fight. In fact, I would assert that this team fight was even more astonishing. For seasoned veterans, alongside a rookie who achieved a pentakill upon his debut, completed a visual feast. In contrast, the first match of the return for the opposing team experienced such a reversal without any opportunity to showcase their skills, resulting in a loss. They must adjust for the next match. Xiran was even more excited. This team fight will be the highlight of the year, achieving an almost impossible feat after willingly surrendering the Baron. It is simply a dream team fight. I am now extremely curious about how such decisions were made. It is important to note that such performances have never been witnessed before. Could it be that the addition of this player has inspired the coaching staff with more creativity and ideas? The official live broadcast chat was flooded with comments, such as 666. Incredible, spectacular, and Rookie King. Even those who usually viewed the match through a critical lens had to remain silent at this moment. Some followers, unable to resist, began to join in with the comments. There is truly nothing to criticize about this play. The various streamers broadcasting the match initially asserted that it was over, but now they could only utter Maya, Maya, Maya. Zitai's commentary abruptly halted as he realized. The Baron is about to be lost. The base is smoldering, and yet they're signaling in the upper lane. The little dog is nearly equipped with a complete set, still playing awkwardly. What is going on? Social etiquette? No, this is simply a case of being unable to compete and thus throwing the game. I cannot believe it. The fleeting reversal left Zitai momentarily speechless. This time, he truly did not know how to proceed with his commentary. In the coaching room backstage, De Huang excitedly rushed in, having heard that his brother was looking for him. My head is fine. I can play in the next match. Hey, why have you been browsing for direct hires? Are you preparing for something? Before he could finish his words, the screen displayed a thrilling sound effect that caused both to turn and look. They witnessed a 0-for-5 exchange, Su Chen securing a pentakill while Xiaotian was pushing the turret. De Huang, the manager, entered and, seeing De Huang's dazed expression, was irritated. De Huang, what are you doing? I asked you to change your clothes quickly. He glanced at the screen and then at the two individuals inside the venue, who appeared uneasy and promptly fell silent. He slowly rose and handed De Huang a bottle of mineral water while taking a deep breath. Someone must take the blame. For the harmony of the team, why can't that person be me? Brother, you asked me to call De Huang here so he could learn about the advantages of the new top laner, to extract the essence and discard the dross, right? Ahem. Yes, he replied awkwardly. His heart was tumultuous. How do we win? How do we turn the tables? And with a pentakill? I was too caught up in comparing the cost-effectiveness of security guards and delivery personnel to pay attention. De Huang took a step back, and he suddenly understood, lowering his head slowly, accepting the mineral water in his hands, and walking dejectedly towards the door. Brother, this bottle of water is just a bottle of water, right? It doesn't carry any other implications, does it? Ahem, not to that extent. At this moment, his thoughts were in disarray. De Huang suddenly realized. This bottle of water was merely a warning. When his brother ever let him sit in the middle of a sofa filled with mineral water, that would truly convey the message. You are firmly seated in the water dungeon. I hope that Su Chen can underperform in the next match. If Su Chen performs well, he will truly have only one opportunity left to prove himself. Moreover, regardless of the outcome, it is highly probable that he will only have a chance to play when Su Chen's performance falters significantly. As De Huang walked away, engulfed in melancholy about the future. Brother, how did you know I was thirsty? Qing Tian took the water from De Huang's hands, twisted off the cap, and began to drink heartily. Drink up, kid. Stay hydrated. Witnessing the bottle of water being consumed at lightning speed by Qing Tian, De Huang felt a slight lift in his mood. Guzi, we have a match tomorrow, so why did you skip training to watch this match today? The support inquired, puzzled. In his impression, he was an exceptionally diligent individual. He never missed training. Today, for some reason, he suddenly took a leave of absence to watch a live broadcast of the match. Oh, I see a comeback. I almost forgot. He chuckled. No, I'm watching this. Observing the first match where the ancient figure of time achieved a pentakill, it was somewhat hard to believe. What is there to watch? Did we not just defeat them? No way. This newcomer? Noticing this, he gasped in shock. This rookie got a pentakill in his first match. As the ancient figure of time in the top lane, and he got a pentakill? Newcomers are monsters. The top laner joined in, murmuring. This was the dream of countless professional players before they became professionals. Before their debut, they had once tossed and turned, imagining themselves stepping onto the stage at their zenith, executing stunning plays that left seasoned players bewildered, swiftly claiming the title of Rookie King and ascending to the pinnacle of the world. But this was merely a fantasy. Yet this individual, he actually achieved a pentakill in his first match. Even I, in my wildest dreams, would not dare to imagine such a scenario. What incredible luck, he said enviously. Luck? He chuckled. Initially, the champion Callista was perceived largely as a matter of luck. However, I suggest you take a moment to watch the entire match. Simply observe the gameplay. Was he not playing exceptionally well? Astonishingly so, both in strategy and execution. I find myself envious of such a remarkable teammate. He observed the game from a godlike perspective, yet every maneuver he made was beyond expectation. A well-placed ward, a precise vision control, and a decisive team fight after securing the Baron. It was truly extraordinary. I am now curious to see if he can replicate such brilliance in the next match and continue to secure victories effortlessly. Chapter 36, the second game, Everyone's Fury, Revenge. The frustrated player, Su Yu, donned his headphones, utterly annoyed by the cacophony emitted by the coach, who was weeping in despair in the restroom. You are indeed formidable. No wonder you are the man I aspire to surpass. Su Yu muttered to himself, rubbing his temples. The training match from that day had become a psychological shadow for them. For Su Yu, it had escalated into a mental demon. Why did you stop watching? Someone asked. Noticing Su Yu abruptly shut off the live stream. I'm going to try my hand at a top lane with time, he replied, as the match was on a break. Flames of revenge burned fiercely in his eyes. In the game, Xiaotian was pushing the crystal. I feel rather useless, he lamented. He had just witnessed a visual feast of teamwork from 4 allies, destined to become a legendary team fight, yet he felt no sense of involvement, merely mindlessly pushing the top lane. You are the most crucial player, Su Chen remarked with a smile. Without you, this game wouldn't even be possible. Xiaotian replied. You better keep up this level of performance. There will be times when you're not on your game. Then you'll see how I handle you. After achieving a pentakill, Su Chen hastily used his abilities to catch up with Xiaotian as they approached the base. Just as they were about to demolish the structure, Su Chen suddenly said, Hold on, Xiaotian. The system had just pinged, indicating he had successfully assisted the team in gaining vision, but he had yet to secure a kill. He wanted to try again. Meanwhile, as the lowest level support champion, Su Chen immediately placed his second ward, purchased at level 1, into the enemy fountain. Although he did not type anything in the chat, the meaning behind his slight taunt was crystal clear. With a reluctant sigh, he placed the ward 3 times, and upon the final placement, he delivered a basic attack that caused the crystal to shatter. It's red. This is blatant mockery, mocking a team commander, a professional support, who doesn't understand vision. Not a single ward cleared in 20 minutes. And now you can't even clear this one. Is he this arrogant? Playing so disgustingly? Shouldn't he be fined for this? Someone exclaimed angrily. He had no malicious intent towards the fountain. So what grounds do we have for a fine? Allure replied. It feels even more infuriating than griefing the fountain. He grumbled. Enough. No more complaints. We will review the match later and perform well in the next game. If we don't adjust our mindset, we might truly suffer humiliation in the next match. He rarely expressed anger, but his flushed face indicated he had much to say, albeit not to teammates who had yet to gel together. The other 4, though aware of the improbability, couldn't help but entertain the thought. Could it be that he is right, that we truly are lacking? When faced with the harsh blows of life, regardless of future aspirations or efforts to redeem oneself, the inclination to place blame often arises. Sadly, the fans had pampered the chubby player too much, making him too soft. At this moment, Abu sighed deeply. What a shame. We should have let Zhu Kai go all out to secure that victory. With such prowess, I would not mind losing a sister to have him on our team. Don't worry, he was merely lucky, Abu consoled Zhu Kai, reassuring himself that targeting such unconventional champions would render him ineffective. Zhu Kai scratched his head. After impersonating a coach for so long, I genuinely don't know how to counter time. We can consider dropping time for the next match, Abu suggested. It's not embarrassing. Being crushed by him again would be. Zhu Kai suddenly realized, right? We can drop him. But Zhu Kai also understood that even if they won the next 2 matches, public opinion would still be skewed. That team fight was too magnificent. He glanced at the official live stream's comments. Little Dog's item build is complete. Little Dog has fallen. Crying Tone, secure the Baron. With a 10,000 gold lead. I genuinely want to punch that old man Time in the face. Ha ha ha. Still out putting. Instantly eliminated. The match starting at 7 o'clock cannot be lost. The old man read the books at the start, causing half a bomb's worth of chaos. It is quite dramatic. Every element present. From a public opinion standpoint, we have undoubtedly lost. At that moment, they finally confirmed the first matter. The second matter was something they called a pause for earlier, which they still hadn't grasped. This allowed him to level up to 6 after rejoining the game by consuming a bit of experience. The third matter was the seemingly foolish decision to secure the Baron, which was a signal of madness, indicating that it was his decision. The fourth matter involved signaling while preparing to push, leading Xiaotian's Wukong to inadvertently reveal vision, ultimately resulting in the choice to push the seemingly best lane, the bottom lane. The fifth matter was the collective selling of equipment for the final team fight. It goes without saying that since all actions have been signaled, this had to be a command. Selling their shoes was to increase damage. Selling all equipment was to maximize armor penetration and enhance the damage of the Reaper's missiles. The crown was also intended to connect with the control of time. The more they looked at each other, the more silent they became, glancing at one another with increasing bewilderment. They wanted to ask, have you taken something? How can you be this powerful? No worries, in the next match, we will drop time, and we can compete. The opposing team must be hiding some secret weapon. Dropping him will allow us to play normally. Zhu Kai asserted confidently. Everyone, keep your composure. We must achieve a comeback. We absolutely cannot lose this match so easily. He was the first to adjust his mindset, offering encouragement. It was merely the opposing team changing tactics suddenly, which we failed to anticipate. This is my fault. Everyone, do not dwell on it. In this match, I will closely monitor every action. I will account for every moment he is out of vision. I will pay attention to every ward he places. Let us go, everyone. The team rallied and prepared for battle. They could easily imagine how the external public opinion had shifted. Clenching their fists, they vowed that their comeback battle would not result in 2 consecutive defeats. Even if they did, it would not be at the hands of an arrogant newcomer. Their gazes sharpened. How could a former world champion be so easily defeated by a mental collapse in just one game? Alu, while joking, was genuinely indignant. Come on, let's do this. I refuse to believe we can't win against you. Meanwhile, Su Chen couldn't help but smile as the next match began. The system's notifications chimed melodiously, reminiscent of celestial music. Chapter 37, A True Sense of Flow. Active? Backstage, he opened his mouth, raised his hand, but then let it drop. The frustration and anger he had been nurturing for so long transformed into a sense of bewilderment. How should he express this? Scold Su Chen for being disobedient? For being so arrogant? Scold the others for their reckless decision to rush the Baron and gamble with their equipment? Yet, the most outrageous part was that they had won. Su Chen achieved first in both economy and damage output, boasting a dazzling record, a 25-stack kill book gleaming brilliantly, marking his debut on the competitive stage with a pentakill. Fortunately, Su Chen took the initiative to approach. Brother, in the last match, I suddenly felt that Time's lineup was excellent, and this time I will absolutely listen to you. Su Chen was in high spirits at this moment. Although he had gained an unprecedented understanding of the old man Time through a remarkable bonus of 120 points in the previous match, he still lacked complete confidence. He himself felt a bit anxious. Thankfully, they had won. After completing the limited time quest of starting anew, the system would automatically draw a random ability from the limited time abilities he had previously used for this match. This meant that an ability would be selected from an inch longer, an inch stronger, and the oath has been made. This was enough for Su Chen to win the game effortlessly. Hence, he confidently declared that he would obey. He meant it sincerely, as long as he could randomly acquire an inch longer, an inch stronger. Choosing a champion like Na or Kennen would surely satisfy him. As for if he randomly got the oath has been made, while he thought that was unlikely. However, what delighted Su Chen the most was that besides receiving a plethora of miscellaneous permanent rewards, he had also obtained numerous attributes under the 75 probability bonus. From the God of Traffic, passive ability. Every time the host has 50 fans, it permanently increases attack speed, positioning ability, and team fight operation bonus. Note, in this era, traffic is divine. From the White Lotus, one-time active ability. When the host shifts the blame for their misdeeds onto others, it permanently enhances vision control ability by 15 to 40. The larger the blame, the higher the bonus. Minimum is 15. Maximum is 40. Note, pure and immaculate. Of the highest quality. From I am guilty. Active ability. Whenever you fail to protect your teammates and take the blame afterwards, your overall ability will decrease by 15 in the next match. Note, the accusation is sacrilege. Failure to protect the divine. From Xiaotian's Tian Wild King. Passive ability. Whenever the team is at an economic disadvantage, the host probability of stealing jungle monsters in blind vision increases by 10, and the probability of stealing jungle monsters with vision increases by 66. Note, turtling. Green makes one jade. It was slightly unfortunate that, aside from Yu, the other teammates maintained a good mentality, and Su Chen did not want to unreasonable force his teammates to share the blame. On the opposing side, they shared the blame, but the 75 probability did not yield any attributes for him. Nevertheless, with so many rewards, Su Chen was already very satisfied. These attributes had varying strengths. I am guilty was immediately sealed away by Su Chen. What a troublesome thing. Reverse enhancement? I also want to be non-stick. The White Lotus was a one-time ability. Its strength was decent, and it seemed quite fun. After some contemplation, Su Chen felt that he could showcase it during tonight's premiere. As a Lee's 50 Yuan top lane did not seem to provide much enhancement, aside from a direct and extreme version of enhancement. Oh, it seems the match is coming up soon? Sorry, brother breathing. No wonder he is the god of fortune. The previous Bath Emperor was already quite formidable, and this god of traffic provided exaggerated multifaceted enhancements. It was simply the true deity among all these attributes today. As long as the traffic is high, not only can it enhance from multiple facets, but it can also generate income, making it exceedingly comfortable. Tonight's live broadcast coincides perfectly, and with the White Lotus, it is essential to perform some flashy moves to attract more traffic. Xiaotian's Tian Wild King has little to say. It can only be triggered in an economic disadvantage. However, its strength is quite high. In a losing state, it can significantly increase the probability of stealing jungle monsters, which essentially elevates the chances of a comeback. At a critical moment, stealing a dragon, wouldn't that be frustrating for the opponent? At this moment, the system also provided a prompt that Su Chen could equip a maximum of 4 attributes simultaneously in a single game, except for one-time attributes like the White Lotus, which, after use, become permanent bonuses and do not count. Fortunately, the limited time task was triggered again. Attributes make me gifted if the host obtains the official Rookie King title before the end of the Summer Split. An additional attribute slot will be granted. Winning the Summer Split Championship will also grant an additional attribute slot. This task was still quite challenging. League of Legends is not a game played alone. However, Su Chen remained confident. Moreover, 4 attribute slots were sufficient for the time being. He temporarily chose 3 that could be used immediately. Bath Emperor, which increases positioning ability. Tian Wild King, which enhances jungle stealing capability. And 50 Yuan top lane, which boosts extreme counterkill operational ability. Soon, he could test the practical effects of the new attributes. I am guilty was cast aside. The White Lotus had yet to be triggered. And as for the God of Traffic, Su Chen figured there was still 1 empty slot available, so he equipped it. Unexpectedly, Su Chen immediately gained the bonus of 3 attack speed, positioning ability, and team fight operation that comes with having 50 fans. Su Chen was somewhat astonished. Had he really gained 50 fans after just 1 match? He couldn't help but look forward to the next match in tonight's live broadcast. Those watching Su Chen at that moment truly did not know what to say. Are you certain you will obey? Absolutely. Su Chen stood tall and confident. However, upon seeing the doubtful gazes of his teammates, he felt a twinge of insecurity. Surely? Everyone could see that the expressions of the players were quite serious, especially the familiar players, who appeared eager to win. It seemed the previous match's defeat had spurred them significantly. Perhaps adjustments to the strategy were in order. Guan Ziyuan also concurred. Indeed, the rookie's first match showcased a hero that no one had seen before, and he achieved a pentakill, performing remarkably. Will they target this hero? Sure enough, the first ban was time. This hidden ace had garnered recognition. The usual bans followed, including Trant and Annie. Then came the ban of Guanzi Yuan's tone changed as he uttered those two words. Chapter 38, I really didn't plan to choose Callista. Guanzi Yuan also realized he had lost composure. Yet he still struggled to maintain his composure. Good heavens. He had just returned and was actively being banned. His expression darkened, but there was no way around it. The team's discussion concluded that, besides the old man, it would be best to ban the champion that had previously performed exceptionally well. If he could play the old man, what if he became even more formidable? However, this ban was essentially a slap in the face. After all, in the eyes of his numerous fans, he was the spokesperson, the divine being. Yet, after that day's video circulated, it was simply exaggerated. Some maneuvers seemed almost inhuman, too precise. Thus, it was felt that rather than actually banning him, it would be better to endure the discomfort now than later, as enduring a long pain is worse than a short one. Winning this match would make things easier to discuss. Hearing the audience's mixture of astonishment and boos, he gritted his teeth, chewing gum fiercely. Playing professionally isn't something that just anyone can grasp. Playing some unconventional heroes, do you really think you possess great skill? He shouted, this match must be won. Depending on the situation, if there's an opportunity, we can skip the gank on top. He nodded with a serious expression. With the divine's permission. He felt no psychological burden when ganking the top lane. The red sunglasses appeared on the big screen before turning black. The audience erupted in unprecedented jubilation. You got scared. First time then? That's too exaggerated. Aren't you the divine being? You mocked others for not being worthy of selecting skins. But now you dare not choose and fear their picks? Come out and speak. His head glowed green. Truly, let us not let others misunderstand that he was eyeing A.O. me. Before the match even began, the pre-match tension was already heating up. Xiran also remarked, this is not the Yu we know, but the Yu we are familiar with. I believe this player has earned recognition through his own prowess. He is indeed our fresh blood. In the previous match, his choices of heroes and gameplay were imbued with audacious imagination, showcasing a formidable desire for aggression. I am curious to see which hero he will select this time. Zhu Kai, standing behind the players, also gazes at the opposing team. Though he is masquerading as a coach, it is his first experience feeling the immense pressure that another team's coach can exert. How remarkable, boldly utilizing new talents and employing both flamboyant and effective tactics. The effectiveness he brings is truly astonishing. Suddenly, Zhu Kai notices the opposing team's furrowed brows. He exhales deeply, finally feeling reassured. Is it as I anticipated? Are you really intending to let that hero be selected? I admire your courage. But did you not expect this? I foresaw it. I have won my bet. We must do everything in our power to secure victory. Even if many criticize our coaching staff for this decision, as long as we win, the fervent loyalty of our fans will gradually mend things. Meanwhile, the opposing team's furrowed brows suggest confusion over Zhu Kai's persistent gaze. How to persuade Su Chen this time? Suddenly recalling something, he smiles slightly, bends down, and whispers in Su Chen's ear, Su Chen, your plans have been confiscated by the boss. What are you talking about? Su Chen looks on in shock. I've never bought such things. You must be mistaken. It was definitely that lecherous goblin who bought it and stuffed it into my room. Hey, I can hear you. It has nothing to do with me. Xiaotian interjects, exasperated. What nonsense? I mean your live stream tonight. The boss initially planned to send you 200 planes as encouragement to help boost your popularity. However, after your last match with the old man, the boss became furious and decided against it. Believing that Su Chen is still fond of money, he hopes this will make him more compliant. Although the boss's actual words were that if Su Chen continued to disregard the coaching staff and performed poorly, it would be disregarded. Nevertheless, it is imperative to discipline this lad. Su Chen hesitates, saying, Coach, I would like to discuss my thoughts. That would be most excellent. What I dread most is you selecting some bizarre champion without consultation. Though he speaks in such a manner, his eyes are filled with distrust. First, tell me, which champion do you intend to choose? Su Chen proposes Nar, Kennen, or perhaps the Vampire Quinn, or Callista, or even Teemo, as long as they are long-range top champions. Su Chen attempts to mention those that belong to the top lane. Of course, this is contingent upon the fortunate draw of 1 inch longer, 1 inch stronger. If 1 inch longer, 1 inch stronger only allows the selection of Callista, then Su Chen's previous statement serves as a prelude. Unfortunately, not many champions have made an appearance yet. If victories accumulate, he should earn the trust he seeks. Initially, Zhu Kai feels relieved, as both Nar and Kennen are viable options in the current meta. Yet, as the conversation progresses, his anxiety grows. Timo, does this lad truly possess such an expansive champion pool? Or does he simply refuse to play conventional champions? Or perhaps a reverse strategy? In future practice matches, let him play eccentric champions until he tires of them. Then, in the actual competition, he can select standard ones? Zhu Kai tentatively inquires, Su Chen, what about Renekton or Thresh? Or perhaps the Electric Rat and Nar? Su Chen silently awaits the system's operation. Detecting the start of the match, the system randomly selects the temporary rewards for this match. Su Chen begins to panic, thinking, don't do this to me. In his mind, 2 shining temporary rewards. 1 inch longer, 1 inch stronger, and the contract is sealed, spin in a dizzying rotation. Finally, the rotation slows down. Congratulations to the host. You can use the randomly acquired temporary ability for this match. The contract is sealed. Su Chen is momentarily dumbfounded, then quietly sighs. Coach, please hear my explanation later. I truly did not intend to select this. Chapter 39, although feeling quite displeased internally, he finds no valid rebuttal. At the competition venue, numerous spectators cheer, their glow sticks and support banners shining brightly. Observing Su Chen's earnest and reliable demeanor, and listening to his unwavering assurances, several teammates breathe a sigh of relief, gradually easing their worries. Previously, Su Chen had only played that one match with Callista, after which he was quite compliant. Today, having only played the old man, he should also be obedient. They even find themselves questioning, is Su Chen the type who cools off? Once cooled down, does he wish to play something flashy? Indeed, the big yellow one is quite useful. When will they be able to detect how often Su Chen plays? Once they grasp the pattern, they can let the big yellow one take the stage at the right moment. With the first 3 picks concluded, the blue team first selects a fox, a skillful choice, though also a playful one. Thus it could be considered a substitute. Will Su Chen be the one to go first? Is he apprehensive of the opposition? He cautiously asks, should I go first? I'll go first, Su Chen decides, feeling that selecting first could offer some advantage. Go ahead. Among so many brothers, I trust you the most. Encouragingly, his teammate smiles warmly. The other teammates smile at Su Chen, reminiscing about his fierce Renekton and his dynamic Thresh during practice matches. They nod in approval and give him a thumbs up. With determination, Su Chen clenches his teeth. I'm sorry, brothers. I'm sorry, guys. Though playing normally would likely yield a victory, the red temperature entry has yet to be utilized. The system has stubbornly selected this ability. Furthermore, to utilize the entry, the god of traffic, playing quirky champions quickly garners fans. My journey begins anew, with swift movements. He clicks on a class of champions and locks in. All traitors must perish. This familiar and nightmarish line reverberates through the headsets of the team. Instantly, they don a mask of anguish. What the heck? What the heck? I can't believe this. Those days of nightmares were filled with this image. When encountering this champion, it drives one to curse. Why Sugo? I truly do not wish to become a pockball. With his head bowed, hands buried in his hair, he feels the abyssal malice emanating from his teammates. His mouth slowly drops open, and he nearly loses grip of his tablet. His fingers tremble like a centipede. I can't take it anymore. Why? Release. 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 Su Chen immediately contemplates apologizing. Although he is likely to win with other champions, this choice indeed feels a bit absurd. However, apologizing now might disrupt the team's morale. After a moment of hesitation, he says, Coach, this champion can indeed work in the top lane. It's just that I accidentally selected wrong. The coach's eyes widen, nearly popping out. Pointing at the computer screen with a dramatic gesture, you can't even select a champion correctly? I see you did this on purpose. Su Chen's eyes slightly widen, feeling wronged. How can you unjustly accuse me? I intended to select Nar. Both are long-range champions with crowd control. It's easy to select incorrectly. I'm not listening to another word. Get out. He bellows in a hushed tone. If I trust you again, I'm a dog. All right, coach, my fault. But I can truly play this champion. Su Chen shamelessly continues. I have a hack, coach. I truly have a hack. The opposition has just picked a fox. And you tell me I can play? After the training match that day, I indeed pondered whether selecting KLST in that lineup was a judicious choice. However, it became evident that SCHN possesses his own unique understanding of the game. Now, it is confirmed, this is purely about personal enjoyment. The composition of the opposing team is of no concern. With a slight twitch of his facial muscles, I resign myself to the situation. I can no longer intervene. You all make your own selections. Coach, I'm feeling a bit unwell. I think I might vomit. Hearing that familiar phrase startled me, and I glanced at Xiaotian. Yet, Xiaotian, with a puzzled expression, turned to Shu and exclaimed, "Hey, if you're feeling off, can you refrain from misusing my catchphrases?" I feel rather offended. Ruffling his hair in frustration, he declared, "Damn it, I want to play YS. I intend to play freely in this match. Do you dare? What is this? Are we passing the buck now? What do you think this is? A promotion match in the DMXY Bronze League?" I muttered quietly. Who dares to toy with Xian? After the match, I will deal with him. I growled again in a hushed tone, the aura of WSH-ing unmistakable. One is already enough of a headache. What about a whole group? I might truly lose sleep tonight. If we lose this game, the coach will bear the brunt of the blame, especially with you star players. Although Xian may not yet be considered one, it certainly feels imminent. At this moment, the outside world remained oblivious to what was unfolding. Upon witnessing KLST, Guenziyuan expressed his confusion. The first pick is KLST? This champion did not perform well in this year's spring split. I find his first pick rather perplexing. ZHK, I was also taken aback. Is this a strategic placement? How should we proceed? There are many champions to choose from, but with this early pick, shouldn't we consider more top laners? Indeed, I've heard that champions like Ling, Ku SNGT, and Sion have been performing admirably in training matches. Have they all been picked? L asked with dissatisfaction. It feels as if I'm being portrayed as weak, as though they fear I will crumble. Though he felt indignant, he found no solid grounds for rebuttal. I think we should try to counter him, he asserted decisively. Very well. However, the man who truly understood what KLST signified had already risen from his seat. GZ, what's the matter? Why are you standing? Someone inquired. Nothing. Just looking at KLST, he replied with a serious expression, suddenly realizing that he was merely an observer, free from the torment of the match, and couldn't help but chuckle. HX, how did your top lane match go last time? Oh, 0-7. It's 15 already? He said with a hint of amusement. That champion just can't seem to walk, he mumbled. Suddenly, KLST was the first pick. Oh my goodness, they exclaimed in unison. Teacher Dian, who had been lounging in his chair, secretly downloading inappropriate content to share with his rival, Tianju In, looked over curiously at the commotion. Goodness. The three instantly recalled the fear they had felt when KLST had dominated them that day. As they observed Gu Enziu In making wild guesses, an odd yet peculiar sense of superiority washed over them. They understood that this KLST was likely not meant to be played by just anyone. Instead, it was that man who had commenced the proceedings. In the arena, the last few picks from both sides were executed with remarkable speed. They selected conventional heroes, but the unexpected choice of XNDL emerged. Thoughtfully, he helped SCH and avoid the challenging VIL. Meanwhile, the mouse wandered aimlessly within the selection area, eventually landing on random options. You wish to throw the match? A threatening voice inquired. Yes, he admitted resolutely, as if daring anyone to oppose him. SCHN, after this match, you owe me a 1,000-word reflection, excluding punctuation. Of course. Oh, very well. Handwritten. No typing from a computer. Ultimately, he settled on FILS. Well, at least I can unleash my ultimate for some damage. However, at that moment, a wave of astonishment swept through the arena. The two selections indicated that the top lane was not saved for the end. Instead, it was the early pick of KLST. XRN exclaimed in shock. Wait, is that an early pick for top lane KLST? The discarded Ling and Ku SNGT seem rather futile now. Guenziu In remarked, this newcomer consistently surprises us with unexpected choices. I eagerly anticipate his matchup with L. Meanwhile, ZHK, I abruptly lifted his head from behind several players, staring incredulously at the opposing team. Goodness, did we just squander 5 slots? He felt a chill run down his spine. He involuntarily glanced back at the man behind the players. That man across the way was cunning as the sea. He noticed ZHK, eyes scrutinizing gaze. What is with the situation? Lately, coaching in this game has become increasingly challenging, with so many peculiar characters around. He south top lane KLST. Someone reminded him. L was momentarily stunned. He had confidently selected NR, thinking it would be a comfortable matchup against anyone. Now, facing KLST? This person only plays unconventional champions. We should not rely too heavily on standard top laners, he scoffed. A silence fell over the group. Why didn't he remind us earlier? Why not say something sooner? Moreover, that player had indeed risen to the top of the dual servers with conventional top lane choices, and his performance in training matches had been normal. Do you even believe that? VIL was taken, and I demanded, lock in the Mantis. They recalled being thoroughly defeated in the mid lane, where their jungler also played Mantis. Are you sure? Lock it in. He gritted his teeth. In this version, Mantis was indeed viable, boasting a decent win rate. But it paired better with mid laners like North or top lane GTing. This match saw NR in the top lane, HN in the mid, and Mantis did not quite fit the composition. Yet, everyone seemed to agree that Mantis was worth locking in. Mantis locked. The arena erupted in cheers once more. XRN expressed her surprise. Acquiring Mantis seems aimed at countering the top lane, KLST. Truly, no one anticipated this. Originally, the focus of the match was expected to be elsewhere, but it had entirely shifted to this pure newcomer. This individual, as soon as he took the stage, left an indelible impression with even the simplest of maneuvers. The audience was thrilled. This is what makes it exciting. Watching the same two compositions repeated ad nauseam is tiresome. Recognition? That is difficult to assess. The complexities involved are many. First match with top lane time. Second match with skateboard. Is this person truly that exaggerated? Danger. What tricks can KLST perform? I suspect it will only be a matter of lane pressure, something we've seen before, and it is rather mundane. Finally, the moment arrived. The match officially commenced. Top lane Vengeance Spear lost tooth. Jungle QT NDSH Ing, Void Ravager. Mid lane Dark Sorceress, Nine-Tailed Fox. Throwaway version, Remnants of the Moon, Z N Hu Hu. Support Deep Sea Titan, Soul Chain Warden. Indeed, he also unveiled his signature Thresh, opting against the more commonly paired champions like ZL, Lulu, or KLM. Once the game commenced, the players quickly purchased their items and set out, still harboring a flicker of hope. In this match, Xiaotian was playing monkey. What if Xian decided to engage? Would his ultimate catch him? Thus, they chose not to remain obediently at base waiting for Xian to draw him in, but instead pretended to be oblivious as they headed down to the bottom lane. However, Su Chen's Kalista made a beeline for the bottom lane. Suddenly, his face turned ashen. He removed his hands from the mouse and keyboard, slumping back into his chair, closing his eyes to adjust his hairstyle. Come on, Sugo. I shall no longer resist. Su Chen replied, do not act as though I am coercing you into some nefarious deed. Well then, since resistance is futile, I believe it is best to indulge in the moment. With a sigh, Su Chen prepared to cast the contract spear. Xiran, who had been articulating the play, remarked, the player's Kalista is heading straight to the bottom lane. Could it be that they intend to replicate the level 1 ambush from the previous match? In the lower lane, 3 individuals can be observed lurking in the bushes, while 2 others are concealed in the foliage of the upper lane, clearly indicating a strategic maneuver aimed at exploiting potential opportunities at level 1. This time, disappointment may be inevitable. It seems that the same old strategy has proven ineffective. Guanxian was left bewildered, questioning the actions of the players. Did they falter? He abruptly halted his steps, seemingly the affilios that Kalista intended to contract. The audience was left in utter disbelief, scarcely able to trust their own eyes. What was this individual planning to do? Had he lost his mind? Was he about to unleash a grand maneuver? Top laner KLST. Did the ultimate ability grant to FELISI? I initially believed this was a tribute, but it now appears he is paying homage to ignorance. Chapter 41. TNTINYWing. Truly effective. Beneath the defensive tower in the Summoner's Rift, KLST appeared poised to hurl her spear at FELISI. Just as the onlookers were engulfed in uncertainty, KLST's subsequent actions alleviated everyone's anxiety. Guan Ziyun chuckled and remarked that it must have been a misunderstanding, choosing to vacate the bottom lane and subsequently made his way towards the lower brush. Goodness gracious! In the grass ahead of him, there were indeed 3 individuals. Xiran, on the other hand, began to feel a sense of tension. Did the contestants not foresee that their familiar tactics would be anticipated by their opponents? He is about to lose a significant amount of health, perhaps even be stunned. Does this scene not feel remarkably familiar? The last time, the entire team was caught off guard in this very vicinity. Is it truly time to complete the revenge so swiftly? Over here, Upon witnessing Su Chen without a contract, a glimmer of hope instantly sparkled in his eyes. Brother Su, have you come to a realization? Let's speak of it later. The reason Su Chen decided to cancel was due to a sudden realization. In his entry for TNTNYWing, there is a particular detail stating that when the team's economy is at a disadvantage, his probability of successfully stealing jungle monsters under blind vision increases by 10. However, when visibility is present, the success rate escalates to an impressive 66. Thus, in this moment of inspiration, Su Chen hastened towards a location where the opposing team was likely to collectively ambush him in the bottom lane. He intends to proactively place the economy at a disadvantage right from the outset. Here he comes. He has truly arrived. Get excited. I have long asserted that this individual is merely a novice, having merely learned a few tricks and is not capable of much. With disdain, I question whether they truly believe we would be caught off guard by the same old tactics. Do they consider us to be mere amateurs? Instead, I felt a tinge of anger. This was rather disrespectful. When I encountered Callista, she appeared utterly unguarded. So I decided to withhold my skills and wait for her to approach. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Just as she was about to draw near, suddenly, a false eye fell to the ground. The 3 individuals hidden within the thicket were promptly captured on camera. However, in an instant, they were deftly evaded by Callista's agile maneuvering. The enhancement from Zhao Huang is indeed formidable. Subsequently, Su Chen turned and departed. Indeed, there should be no misunderstanding. Su Chen's recent actions were indeed aimed at placing the Team's economy at a disadvantage. However, it was not a deliberate sacrifice. Rather, it was the offering of a false vision, a mere 10 coins. Yet, at this moment, this 10-coin disparity is sufficient to signify an economic deficit. Su Chen's gaze has already shifted towards the area behind the Xiaolong Kong, where the opposing team's red base resides. What an astonishing reaction! What incredible maneuvering! Unable to restrain myself from uttering expletives, I simultaneously activated the scan. With a slight furrow of my brow, I pondered whether it was acceptable to gain an initial advantage in vision. Did you all observe that? This individual wields a long sword and possesses 2 authentic eyes upon his departure. He retains 2 genuine eyes on his person. Exercise caution, everyone. The true eye on Su Chen's body instilled a sense of lingering dread. There was a hint of displeasure. Given such an opportunity, how could they have failed to seize control? The 4 teammates were taken aback by Su Chen's audacious maneuver. However, their trepidation deepened when they realized that the time was drawing near. In 1 minute and 30 seconds, the jungle monsters would respawn. With a sense of assurance, Su Chen executed a displacement through the wall, maneuvering from the dragon pit to the rear of the opposing team's red buff. He quietly calculated the timing. The enemy's bot lane duo was assisting in clearing the jungle monsters, which meant they were progressing swiftly, so it was imperative to time it perfectly. Brother, I truly do not wish to venture over there. One teammate lamented, a look of helplessness etched on their face. I mean, you just displaced from the dragon pit, while I still need to scout a little to gain vision. If I'm not careful, I might suffer too much damage and our lane could fall apart. Oddly enough, feeling unburdened by the pressure, they found themselves somewhat grateful to Su Chen and were quite eager to join in and lend assistance. They inquired, should I go? No need for that, Su Chen declared with confidence. The spectators, witnessing this scene, felt their hearts leap to their throats. What is he about to do? His audacity is truly remarkable. He has already stepped onto the professional stage twice, yet he has never truly made a proper debut. I find it incomprehensible, yet I am utterly astonished. Are you truly unable to play games normally? A master of mischief. Here, with unwavering focus, suddenly, just as I was contemplating to seize this crimson bounty, a true I emerged. Shortly thereafter, almost simultaneously, a long spear surged forth from behind the wall, instantly piercing through the crimson hue. With a thud, it collapsed to the ground, the spear piercing through while simultaneously dispatching a mantis. Indeed, the TNTNYWing proves to be remarkably effective. Utterly bewildered, what has transpired? What object has suddenly soared through the air? Where is Dai Jichuan's red? However, this does not involve Dai Jichuan, nor do I have any connection to it. Only glimpsing the crimson surroundings behind the thick walls. The figure adorned in red, Callista, flashed a fleeting expression before sauntering away. My goodness! In an instant, my eyes turned red with emotion. Can a top lane KLST snatch my red buff? As I had barely taken a few steps online, I was met with this scene, which instantly gave me a headache. You are not a human being. You truly are not a human being. However, it is evident that even a top-tier lineup cannot remedy the situation. This is due to the fact that the opposing team, upon witnessing the unexpected acquisition of the red buff, promptly encircled the area. It is evident that if you do not withdraw, we shall take action against you. The audience could not help but laugh. What is happening? Has the excitement vanished? I find it utterly amusing, to the point of laughter. My assessment is that others combined do not measure up to a single strand. This situation is indeed quite intricate. With precise foresight, he swiftly executed a thrust, launching a spear in an exceedingly brief moment. Remarkably, it occurred just after the mantis, but before it. He seized the opportunity to secure the red, simultaneously exhausting the mantis's move. Encountering such a person across from me truly unsettles my state of mind. Xiran smiled and added, "The crucial point is that the level 1 mantis, with its feeble early game, cannot possibly contend against the level 1 titan accompanied by the crimson-tinged Callista and the long-armed Aphelios. One can observe that the cunning fox in the mid lane is on the verge of making a move, and the highly skilled Syndra immediately responds. It appears that in this instance, one must brace oneself and swallow their pride. Over here, remain composed." With a sense of helplessness, he exclaimed. Chapter 42, Alu. Do not give the championship away. Instead, bestow it upon was. The first level mantis was deprived of its red buff, causing not only discomfort, but also compelling it to reluctantly engage from the side of the stone monster. Otherwise, it would be cornered, unable to gain even a modicum of experience. Level 1 ultimately succeeded due to this, silently farming the stone monsters. I arranged for that true sight and then departed, shouting out, "One must exercise utmost caution regarding this true sight." The three individuals, compelled by circumstance, resigned themselves to queue for the reopening of this authentic experience. He could only console himself, recalling that he had earned a mere illusionary eye and a genuine eye at the outset. He reminded himself that there was still a true eye left unplaced on him, and to be cautious in the upcoming moments. As the captain, he was obliged to maintain composure, yet within he yearned to rush over and confront the opposing player, demanding to know, "Why do you incessantly purchase true eyes at level 1? It's utterly vexing and hinders my focus on the lane." Nevertheless, at that moment, he proceeded to make a play. Subsequently, he opted to position the contract spear right before the minion wave, before the eyes of the other 9 players, the commentators, the coaching staff, and the audience present, as well as all those online who were keenly observing this match. Ultimately, he did just that. What a steal, Sugu, he thought, still immersed in the earlier moments, intently watching the movements of the opposing bottom lane duo. Suddenly, PH Liu's staggered and fell to the ground. He was momentarily stunned, and his mindset shattered. He felt as though the world had lost its color, his hands once again vacating the keyboard and mouse. He lamented that he should not have recruited a new top laner, but rather a new player entirely. This was overwhelming. He could hardly fathom that he had come to deeply understand such a sentiment one day. "What can I do? It's exceedingly difficult for me to act," he questioned through gritted teeth. "Didn't we agree you wouldn't involve me?" Su Chen replied nonchalantly. Earlier, he had rushed to place wards for the opposing team, allowing their economy to temporarily falter, triggering the Tian Yuang and stealing jungle monsters. If the opposing Thresh were to set a trap for him, and he succumbed to the temptation of preemptively placing the contract, wouldn't he risk getting hooked and stunned? At this moment, as the familiar contract connected, Su Chen instantly felt a sense of mastery. The discomfort arose from his desire to flaunt his skills and indulge in his cravings, reaching a pinnacle once more. All players, MSHZHY what? All players, HNSUD New York ZHing what? All players, XK ing Eldu ZH what? These players, who rarely interacted in the game chat, could no longer contain themselves. What did this mean? What was he trying to accomplish? Did he regard them as mere rudimentary AI? Outside the game, the world's focus was intensely directed at him. This wave of contracts had transformed the world into a collective question mark. Guan Ziyuan was bewildered. Huh? Did I misjudge? Is he truly going for PH Liu's? He found it utterly perplexing. Why would he act in such a manner? Xiran couldn't help but chuckle, finally regaining composure. It seems like the player just wants to create chaos. The broadcasters were equally astonished. Their eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth is happening? MY, contemplating his brother's mindset for a casual game, chose Callista, intending to utilize the contract on the bottom lane with PH Liu's, only to suddenly realize, wait, I'm not at an internet CAF. I'm at the 2023 Summer Championship venue. The numerous spectators watching the match could hardly contain their reactions. He truly deserves to be treated as a fool. Let us crush him. How dare he look down on us? In truth, only a select few could withstand this scene, and there was a profound sense of camaraderie among them. The player known as HX looked at the screen, tears nearly falling, and messaged a distant friend. Did you see that? Yes, I saw it. It reminds me of that final day we shared. No need to say more. I too cannot forget that day. I remember your breathing was particularly unstable. The minions within the game remained oblivious to the chaotic antics of the heroes, marching forward in formation. How arrogant he was. He held everyone in contempt. Anger surged. Is he truly this arrogant? He felt a palpable disdain. I will head to the top lane to catch him. He resolved. If I don't catch him 5 times within 10 minutes, I'll gift him the championship trophy. He gritted his teeth, reminding himself of the remaining true I, feeling mentally drained. If you don't catch him 5 times, don't gift him the trophy. Give it to Uzi instead. AL remained blissfully unaware, opting to engage aggressively. The group was left speechless. However, when the smiling AL was pursued by the red Callista, he quickly donned a mask of despair. Get away. I lost my red buff. I was just about to farm the 3 wolves. He retorted. I'm asking you, L. He emphasized. The disparity in jungle performance was evident. AL's composure crumbled. This match was more absurd than the last. Unlike previous matches where he had little trouble early on, he was being tormented from level 1. Ed, keep it up. He shouted. Can't you see? Yes, right in front of you. AL was again struck by Callista's spear, burning and slowing him, distorting his expression. Breathing a sigh of relief, he glanced at the true I in his inventory. Well, at least the true I is still here. He hasn't played any tricks. Despite this, he couldn't help but glance nervously at the bottom lane. The psychological toll was immense. A few minutes later, AL exclaimed with surprise. Can you come this way? I keep making inexplicable mistakes. Chapter 43. Being triple killed. Is the Baron going to be lost? Upon hearing AL's call, he glanced at the top lane, and indeed, there was action. Setting aside the issue of the missing jungler at the start, even with normal development, they couldn't secure a kill and risked being outplayed. Trading health wasn't too detrimental, but the opposing team was consistently gaining. AL's anger was mounting, ready to unleash his ultimate ability at any moment. I'm flanking from behind. Without hesitation, he advanced. AL shouted, I'll feign a weakness. He'll surely bite. But suddenly, Callista, with the awareness of a hawk, retreated. I'll wait a moment. He crouched down, reminding himself to be patient as a jungler. However, after crouching for over 20 seconds, the opponent simply refused to engage. Reluctantly, he departed. He must have guessed I was here. Yet, barely 10 seconds later, AL was solo killed. No, I should have waited a bit longer. AL lamented. I've been crouching for half a minute. It's the early game. I haven't even farmed my jungle yet. Don't throw your life away. AL, he shouted. I'll throw out a hook. You come up and test him? AL, in his anger, didn't care who it was, Xiaoju, Xiaobu. Everyone was a target for his ire. Fortunately, AL was still somewhat obedient. AL, don't rush. We have a significant advantage in the bottom lane. Having secured 2 kills has revitalized our spirits. We will win this match. They are already crumbling. Thus, in pursuit of victory, the jungler also shifted focus to the bottom lane. But in AL's eyes, this was merely a decision to hand over the championship trophy. Once again, AL experienced what it meant to suffer, with a record of 0-6 by the 20th minute. The opposing Syndra sporadically made appearances, denying any experience. It was unmanageable, utterly impossible to play. However, the situation on the opposing side was even more absurd. Shui had transformed into a specter, posting a score of 0-8, making it seem as though he had lost his mind. He didn't even bother to farm minions seriously. His attitude could be summed up in 4 words, utterly indifferent. Moreover, a Shui appeared relaxed and cheerful, half reclining in his chair, nearly out of the camera's view. If conditions permitted, he might have even considered changing to a more comfortable position to lounge and play on his phone. I'll kill. You can kill. Just go ahead and kill. In any case, there is a senior brother this time, and my friends will only have one role to play, which is to click the mouse and be done with it. Suga, I am quite curious. Why must you tether me with a leash? A Shui even found the mood to chat. I really wanted to remind him that this is a competition and to take it seriously. But I was also intrigued by the answer to this question. You mentioned this last time. It sounds too contrived. Change it. Also, why don't you take Xiaotian? A Shui asked while sipping water. Oh, the truth is that you are barely keeping me as your dog. Even my own dog doesn't deserve to be treated like this. However, a Shui insisted on asking, so I had no choice but to pretend to be nonchalant and enjoy a moment. A Shui ended up spitting out his drink. Wow, this is your true sentiment, isn't it? I truly wish I could pull out the version of myself that once thought you were a refined and amiable gentleman and give him 10 hard slaps. Xiaotian. My mood has soured. I feel like I am about to become despondent. Just wait. There will inevitably be times when one does not perform well. At this moment, Kali Sita has completely shattered a low. Olu, like before, slumped in his chair, descending at a pace of 5 centimeters per minute. The audience was equally thrilled. While both sides are clashing fiercely, truly divine. This is what makes it deity. What greatness requires no further elaboration. What does it matter to be a champion? The true king without a crown is the one who is adored by the masses. Stop shouting. Your god has been frightened away. In the last match, the first game after returning, he was already defeated. Is this what you call a deity? This game has developed very well. Whoever wins is the real champion. Finally, amidst the attention of the crowd, at the 24-minute mark, a team fight opportunity with a wave of 55 has arisen. Zayli and Kali Sita both possess 3 items. The overall economy on both sides is nearly balanced. Su Chen forcefully restrained his desire to revel and pulled back. At that moment, he shouted loudly, "Go!" He hooked him. Meanwhile, as the moment the hook from Thresh hit, he quickly shouted, "Retreat." He understood well that a Shui had developed poorly this time. So it didn't matter if he sacrificed himself, as long as Thresh did not follow in and control too many people. However, his experience was still somewhat lacking. His first reaction was to protect himself after being hooked and rushed forward to counterhook. Fight! With a roar, the camera focused on his expression, and many viewers sighed in amazement as he executed a beautiful flash to dodge the Titan's hook while simultaneously adjusting his position. The Doomsday Pendulum, not air, transformed and flashed into the fray. The Fox unleashed its ultimate skill in a flurry. The Mantis activated stealth, preparing to strike, and finally, Zayli entered the battle, unleashing her ultimate. The electric net enveloped everyone. The god began to reap. Guanziyuan immediately exclaimed, "A splendid initiation." An extreme flash dodged the Titan's control. Before the Titan's ultimate could be unleashed, the Fox enchanted him, and the control chain ensued. He fell directly. Xiaotian's monkey entered the fray, creating chaos in an attempt to rescue his teammates, but he too was caught. This situation is grave. Xiran continued. The monkey activated its clone and attempted to retreat, but it was predicted accurately. This wave, the duo from the bot lane dealt an immense amount of damage and control. Only he reacted quickly, managing to create distance and escape to the red position, thereby surviving. Yet the Baron was lost. The fans of he and she, who had been suppressed for so long, erupted with excitement. Hey Z, speak up. Chapter 44. You should support our cause, mighty dragon. Weaklings retreat. Upon arrival, I witnessed the gods securing a triple kill. There was not even time to use the ultimate. Is this what you call a rookie's first game with a pentakill? Just this? Just this? I said to let the Baron go directly in the last match. It turns out we could not compete head-on at all. Despite having the same 3 items, there is still a gap. The dog sister and Nasi combination. The wild dog duo. Invincible. The ultimate was triggered, yet they were driven to flee in disgrace. The first game was merely an adjustment period. So cool. The spectators couldn't help but frown in unison. Could it be that we were truly that inexperienced back then? Why did this wave of team fights fall apart so easily? Over here, I hurriedly apologized. My bad. I threw it away. I didn't T1 the pressure. This game was played too casually on my part. Yet, I also felt perplexed. Why didn't Su Chen use his ultimate in that wave? Otherwise, if he provided a knock-up, Xiaotian would at least have had a chance to survive. Sigh. It seems I still can't place too much trust in Su Chen. He may have skill, but I can't put all my bets on him alone. I slapped my cheeks, reminding myself of the professionalism expected of a professional player. Am I going to take the mid lane? I asked. Su Chen sneered disdainfully. What lane to take? Listen to my commands. I'll lead you to victory. He glanced at the economic panel. Very good, a disadvantage. The opposing team is currently engaging in the Baron. Excellent, very good. Tian Yi Wang. Triggered once more. Everyone, retreat. I am about to begin my performance. Over here, 5 voices rose in unison, their faces adorned with smiles, looking for true vision, seeking the Baron. They shouted. This match was filled with thoughts of true vision, but it currently appeared that the true vision left at the start was still in his possession, having not been placed. It could only be within the upper lane range. After all, he had been focused on the upper lane this whole time, offering no support to his teammates. Far from the upper lane, they began. Once they engaged the Baron, they won T be able to turn around. I'll go behind the dragon pit. Don't let them snatch it away. He continued. I will accompany you. Ali's not air followed closely to provide protection. He also steadily placed a ward at red. As the freshly spawned red was lost, indicating that it had likely been taken, he and I retreated together. Wait, shouldn't we head to the mid lane? There is no sign of anyone. I'm somewhat puzzled. I might as well delve deeper into the jungle for a look. Immediately afterward, he spotted two golden figures emerging from the brush next to the red. The two suddenly flashed past his position. Wow, I was so startled that I trembled. There stood Xiaotian, holding a red that had been pierced by who knows how many spears. Meanwhile, the Baron's health was plummeting rapidly. Be careful of the Baron's steel, he shouted, simultaneously unleashing the Doomsday pendulum once more. However, it was dodged with a precise 90-degree movement. At the same time, a true vision landed in the Baron pit. Su Chen's calm voice echoed in the headset. Now is the time, Xiran. Immediately controlling Xiaotian, using telekinesis. He hurled the red in front of Kali Sita. A spear launched. This dark blue spear harvested and pierced through the red, striking the Baron. Countless spears abruptly manifested on the dragon's body. You should support our cause. Mighty dragon. Pulling out the spear, it was torn apart. Nasher's Baron let out a furious roar, only to dissipate into oblivion. The purple dragon appeared at the feet of Kali Sita and Xiaotian. Kali Sita turned and left, leaving behind a cold remark. Crush their fantasies. The entire venue erupted. Is this even possible? Can this Baron be snatched by you? Did you give it to him? The barrage instantly exploded. What are they doing? The execution line exceeded the smite. Didn't you see how that red was pierced like borrowing arrows from straw boat? Incredible. These two games have completely conquered me. I declare myself a lifelong fan. Xiaotian felt a shiver run down his spine, shouting, the Baron was actually stolen by he in such a manner. Xiran was equally incredulous, covering her mouth, and then hurriedly explained, this wave of stealing the Baron seems simple, but it's actually quite difficult. You must understand that the Baron pit originally had no vision. It requires precise timing to flash out and place a ward. Xiaotian further elaborated. I can only say that in the absence of vision, daring to flash out for such maneuvers is simply gambling. This method of play is truly reckless. Over here, my Baron. Wow, can this really be stolen? In the midst of the cacophony, the enraged roars of teammates echoed through the headphones, signaling an explosion of frustration. The moment the morale shattered, a hook was cast towards the enemy with fervor. It connected. Up, up, up. Initially, there were concerns that the hook had been thrown astray. Yet the adversary's movement inadvertently led to a perfect catch. Alu's Nar, without hesitation, leaped forth to unleash a flurry of darts. However, it was evident that his damage output fell short. One dart sent him crashing against the wall. In the next instant, weaklings retreat. He was promptly dispatched. The ever-watchful Syndra had been monitoring his every move. Callista commenced a frenzied dance, swiftly eliminating Nar once more. The Mantis swooped in, yet was ensnared, unable to disengage, and had no choice but to retreat behind the lantern. Goodness, why is this player always able to seize my jungle monsters? I have never experienced such a distasteful series of matches. Truly, even when facing a team far beneath my skill level, I have never felt this level of frustration. This player is something else. How'd I die again? Alu lamented in agony. We had a significant advantage in the team fight. Not only did you steal the dragon, but you also managed to eliminate me right in front of my teammates. I accepted being hunted to the high ground last match. At least my teammates were not around. This time, they were all by my side, and you still chose to do this to me. I am utterly defeated. I truly am. I will no longer challenge you. You are my brother, and I simply cannot defeat you. His second true sight ward ultimately proved effective, and even his previously resolute mindset faltered. Adjustments? How can I adjust? I already made adjustments last match. How is it that your true sight ward always has such a profound impact? Instead, he exclaimed, it's all right. This round was not a loss. I secured 3 kills. We can win at our leisure. It felt exhilarating. I must possess such teammates who, despite their disadvantages, do not hinder my performance, allowing me to rise to the occasion. Chapter 45. Shui. Has this moment finally arrived? The calls echoed, and gradually, a few began to regain their composure. The little red man had lost his luster. Could we continue to shine? Let us proceed slowly. Over here. While feeling dejected, upon witnessing this scene, I couldn't help but glance at Su Chen and smile. Were it not for the constraints, I would have embraced him. Incredible. How impressive, Su Chen. My cheeks ached from smiling. I could already envision how magnificent this moment would appear on Douyin, showcasing my prowess alongside Su Chen. Goodness. I understand now why you refrained from using your ultimate ability to assist me earlier. You lacked the mana. It dawned on me that after the skirmish over the dragon, Callista had already depleted her blue mana. Had she unleashed her ultimate then, how many from our team would have perished? That dragon would have undoubtedly fallen to the enemy. No, it was purely a sense of indifference. The outcome of the game bore no weight on me. I alone am sufficient, Su Chen calmly stated. In truth, it was due to his insufficient mana. Yet, he found it difficult to suppress his bravado. Earlier, when he called for aid, it was driven by the increased probability of securing jungle monsters with Xiaotian Wild King, compelling him to believe that this approach would yield the highest chance of success. Otherwise, he might not have even considered asking for assistance, opting instead to rely solely on his own skills. I must maintain this fa-ade. I shall maintain this fa-ade. Xiaotian could no longer contain himself and inquired, "What are you daydreaming about now? You have no experience to leech off, nor rewards to place. What exactly do you intend to do?" Su Chen smiled slightly. "I'm contemplating the optimal percentage of my strength to employ, enabling us to win this match while ensuring the game does not descend into a foregone conclusion prematurely." The others felt a mix of disbelief and exasperation, but they could not hear Su Chen's words. They suddenly realized that at the moment Su Chen snatched the dragon, he had eerily preempted with the phrase, "Everyone. Revenge spear, is that all? Everyone. Revenge spear, no apprentices." Their expressions soured, and they muttered in frustration, "Goodness, I am truly at a loss. Prepare for the next dragon. Does he genuinely believe he has secured the great dragon?" Anxiously clicking their mice, "Hurry up and finish the match." Furrowing their brows, "That player just consumed my hook. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have been slain by the little dog. I wonder what he is pretending." Continuing to chew gum vigorously, "I will torment his fountain later." Scratching his head, "If only he had taken on apprentices, I would have learned a few tricks. Why are you all staring at me? If you're unconvinced, go face him in lane and see for yourselves." Before long, 35 minutes had elapsed. During this time, several opportunities for ambush had been squandered, leading to numerous casualties. The enemy's equipment was extraordinarily luxurious. 6 full items plus red potions. The enemy's fox had already constructed her large hat. Meanwhile, the serious players still struggled with subpar equipment. Only Su Chen's gear could rival that of Song Yi, who had developed reasonably well. Another team fight over the Great Dragon was imminent. They were leading by a staggering 10,000 gold. They were fueled by determination, leveraging their item levels to exert pressure. Fiercely, they expelled the enemy from their jungle. Xiaotian's monkey and the Titan were both significantly depleted. With grave expressions, they declared, "Let us directly engage the Great Dragon. Force them to confront us in battle. If they do not come, we will cease at 3,000 health." A few looked upon the 5 formidable figures and Nashor's Baron with anxiety, yet felt powerless. Except for Su Chen, how should we proceed? Can we engage? They asked anxiously. Let's pull back and engage cautiously. I can sacrifice. I have purchased a guardian angel. Xiaotian hesitated, but I fear that if I fall, they will take the Great Dragon. How amusing. Are you truly afraid of that? After being my teammate for so long, you have made no progress. If you had learned even 1% of my strength, you would not be in such a predicament. Su Chen scoffed, exuding an aura of intimidation. Then how shall we proceed? The enemy has already commenced the Great Dragon. Surely, we cannot attempt to steal it again as we did before. They are on guard. Observe closely and learn well, Su Chen replied with confidence. He once again decided to place a spear the red. The 2 commentators outside were perplexed. This operation is quite strange. Does he intend to replicate his previous success? Observably, the Thresh, Nar, and the Mantis had positioned themselves against the wall of the dragon pit, obstructing any angles for a dragon steal. While they could hold their ground in a frontal engagement, why were they reluctant to attempt it directly? The comment section began to fill with anticipation. Will a miracle occur once more? If they manage to replicate the feat, we might as well retire. Those with discernment understood the impossibility, attempting the same strategy twice in a single match. Did they think Phi Baka could not react? Aren't they geniuses? Within the game, the players stood like fools outside the dragon pit, still accumulating red orbs and spears. Meanwhile, the great dragon's health dwindled to 4,000. Yet the enemy remained steadfast behind the pit, unwilling to descend and attempt the steal, causing the players to waver in confidence. Shall we engage? Fight! What is there to fear? I refuse to believe they can replicate their previous success. Even if the great dragon is stolen, it matters not. The priority is to secure kills. They are far too behind. Callista's advantage is rendered moot. One position is insufficient for team fights. It is better to avoid being robbed and save our damage abilities for later. 2,500 health. Let us strike together in 3, 2, 1. The mantis unleashed his smite. The great dragon. It was secured. The team's expressions brightened. Meanwhile, contemplating that Su Chen had been slow to anticipate this time, I maneuvered Syndra to hurl the red orb forward. However, almost immediately, Callista launched her spear once more. Revenge is at hand. This spear, piercing through the gap between Thresh and Alu's Nar, struck the mantis's frail form with devastating force. Subsequently, it tore apart, just as the lantern landed. The mantis's health was already depleted. Goodness! Startled, he trembled, nearly losing his glasses. He was eliminated in an instant. Su Chen smiled faintly. What does it mean to only seize the dragon? To share the same cup is simply an affront to the aspirations of the 300-watt Herzi Gu. The moment he manipulated KLST to hurl her spear, he simultaneously unleashed his ultimate ability. In the heat of the moment, Shui, who was frantically maneuvering on the ground, was abruptly taken out. Shui, go in and sacrifice yourself. The others can play freely. Shui's heart trembled. Is this moment finally upon us? Chapter 46. Song, Jin? Just a reserved and brooding man. Shui's thoughts were in turmoil. Is this my mission for this match? In the previous wave, Su Chen did not have his ultimate, and the situation was overwhelmingly unfavorable, so I decided to play casually. However, better late than never. My sole purpose in this match is about to manifest. Shui cried out in despair. I'll do it myself. Here I come. I'm going in. This is it. What kind of damage is this? Rubbing his face, still murmuring to the black and white screen. Everyone felt a jolt in their hearts when struck by the spear. Suddenly, a pockball came hurtling down towards several people. Everyone became excited. It's fine. It's fine. They made a mistake. They shouted. Yafei is sending it. Alu exclaimed with joy. Look at Shui. Look at Shui. Speaking rapidly. What the heck? So fierce? Get him. Faces flushed with excitement. Outside the arena. This is the feeling. Seeing this familiar scene, I couldn't help but spring up from my chair. I accidentally knocked over my sprite, but I didn't care. Dude, what are you doing? Startled, I hurriedly wiped the table. This is the feeling. This is the feeling. I shouted, with a bewildered expression. What's going on? Is this still the reserved? Taciturn Gizigu I know? Simultaneously, at the base, HX, DNL and the others stood up, standing straight. This is the feeling. It resonates. Finally, it has arrived. The three embraced, overwhelmed with emotion, recalling the moment KLST appeared, the moment that man bound Shui to the bottom lane. After more than 30 minutes, they finally witnessed it. Wanting to cry, wanting to shed tears. The coach watched this scene with mixed feelings. Fixating on the screen where KLST was showcasing her skills, opening his phone to play What a Pity, if only. The bullet comments flooded with question marks. Shui is acting out. Is he initiating a flesh and blood team fight? After sacrificing an entire game, he is now going for a big one. Ha. It looks as if Shui has been tossed like a pockball. We won. Did you see that? What damage? It evaporated? Back to the arena. XRN exclaimed in shock. Oh my. Shui made a colossal blunder. He charged right into the enemy's face. However, Guan Ziyu merely stated, if that's the case, this match is going to be long. At this moment, everyone began to unleash their frustration on the newly landed Shui. You're showing off, aren't you? It felt good to knock us back, right? After giving away so many kills, you're still so arrogant. Huh? Who taught you to play like this? Speak. First, let us rule out who NFing. Who is it really? Even our wild little dog, ISNT, this reckless. Indeed, after F. Elias fell, everyone sighed in relief. After all, This was more than 30 minutes of FELS, and even if he didn't T-develop well, his ultimate would still deal some damage. Once he was taken out, it became much easier. Suddenly, a KLST jumped down from the wall. They're coming too. Are they sending it? Flushed red, I roared, attack. Get them. At this moment, the Titan flashed down and initiated his ultimate, while Xiaotian's monkey rushed in with a reckless ultimate. KLST sneaked in from the side, dealing damage and pulling back. It looked fierce and well-coordinated, but they were not worried at all. Their composition was strong as well. What if someone died? Didn't you just lose someone? Everyone focused intently on their maneuvers. Inar had transformed. With a flash and an ultimate, he slammed the monkey and Titan against the wall. The fox activated her ultimate to create distance, unleashing spells as if they were free. More so, she unleashed her ultimate with great ferocity. The monkey's resurrection item was instantly shattered. The Titan collapsed as well. I hooked. Look at KLST. Someone shouted. No need to wait for the monkey's resurrection item to guard the corpse. Once he dies, we can push straight through. Moreover, his damage is too high. He must be eliminated first. Su Chen's expression turned slightly unnatural, forcibly suppressing his craving, dodging the hook. He then continued to operate. The fox's threshes and Inar's abilities were all evaded. In the crowd, Inar fell once again. I can't believe it. Alu exclaimed in frustration. Dying like this again. Change it up. What is your name? Let us call you Zhao Zilong. At this point, his eyes brightened as he unleashed a grim green cage. He has no space to escape. Just watch him. I saw KLST sliding towards the edge of the cage. Moreover, she was frantically shooting, and KLST's health was already low. Everyone felt reassured. This way we can kill him. But the next moment, just as KLST was about to touch the edge of Thresh's cage, she activated her flash. She flashed right into the midst of the surviving team. Everyone's faces were aghast. Then, in a series of coordinated slides, she created distance. Quickly turned the gun. Just 2 hits left. But at that moment, KLST, with a flash, unleashed energy torrent combined with weakling's retreat. You can always trust Song Yi-Jin. However, using purification to retaliate resulted in being hooked by Thresh. Turning around to strike heavily, he reluctantly activated his Zonia S to wait for death. At this moment, Xiaotian's monkey revived and stood up, yet no one even glanced at him. We won. Look, if we kill him, we win. Everyone's eyes turned red as they gazed at KLST. This time, we can finally focus on beating you. Chapter 47. 3 against 1. Will you play? Upon seeing the 3 charging forward, Su Chen smiled slightly. He intended to seize the dragon at all. What he wanted was this team fight, just to show off. And at this moment, he finally found himself on the brink of dying. The entry 50 gold top lane had been triggered. 50 gold top lane. Whenever the host economically suppresses their opponent, for every 50 gold, the host's probability of achieving a critical counterkill will increase. In a team battle, this probability will be multiplied by 100 times. Currently, Su Chen's economy had suppressed Alu, who had chosen not to take any farm and had given all the gold to his teammates after falling behind in lane, amounting to 5,800 gold. His critical counterkill probability had now increased by 116, though not substantial, combined with the 30 mobility bonus provided by Bathing King. Sufficiently suppressing the desire to indulge in the contract is firmly established. The true maneuvering, the genuine moment of display, is only just beginning. Su Chen skillfully controls KLST, his fingers moving with a frenzy that elevates their speed to unprecedented heights. Should anyone venture near at this moment, they would witness Su Chen's hands nearly transforming into mere phantoms. He has truly begun to dance gracefully. Observing this scene, Gu and Ziyu In shouts loudly. The trio has assembled, ready to claim their prey. They are entering the fray. Charge ahead and commence the onslaught. Meanwhile, YKing stands dumbfounded. His ZL is unleashing a torrential barrage, the gun's barrel heating up to a hue redder than his own face. Yet, as if guided by some divine force, KLST evades with frenzied left and right movements. What the hell? Why am I continuously missing my shots? His excitement quickly turns to anxiety. He thought vengeance was finally within reach. But as the chaos unfolds, an unsettling sensation grips his heart. Why is this slippery character evading so effortlessly? All of ZL's primary attacks land nowhere. It was manageable for KLST to dodge early on, giving her many mobility options. Yet now, in the late game, ZL's attack speed has escalated. How can she evade this? Dodging bullets? Is this the Matrix? The 9 champions in the Rift stare wide-eyed in disbelief. What in the world is this? KLST employs her passive mobility and occasionally anticipatory sidesteps, executing a dazzling display of skill. ZL's health is rapidly diminishing, unable to inflict any significant damage despite being fully equipped. I've arrived. The fox dashes forward, predicting and launching attacks at 2 separate positions. But KLST abruptly halts, deftly avoiding the incoming skills. What the hell? I missed again. Xiran exclaims in astonishment. This KLST is truly dancing through a sea of flowers, untouched by a single petal. Faced with an onslaught of skills, she remains unfazed, continuing her incredible display of prowess. She evades Thresh's hook with remarkable precision. At this rate, it seems the trio is on the verge of being outshone. Everyone watches in awe as the bloodied KLST, against all odds, grows stronger amidst the 3-man assault. Revenge Spear, how have you 3 been unable to inflict any damage in over 30 minutes? The remaining trio, having missed too many skills, find it impossible to concentrate on the team fight, and thus, they witness the taunts appearing in the public chat. Yet before their very eyes, KLST continues to maneuver, sidestepping and gliding with her passive ability as she showcases her skill. Sweat beads form on their foreheads. Is this a human being? This must be a ghost manipulating the game. Let us see how many spears you can endure. KLST has begun her counterattack. I can't retreat now. You all should run. I shall sacrifice myself. With too many spears lodged within her. It is merely that KLST has yet to extract them. She is surely doomed. Thus, she charges towards KLST, hoping to buy time for her teammates to escape while simultaneously retreating. Upon witnessing this, Xiran cannot help but exclaim, I initially thought it was 3 against 1, but unexpectedly, 1 has surrounded 3. Oh, she has even pulled out the spears. KLST has now reached another level of fury. Ignoring Thresh, she refuses to remove the spears and relentlessly pursues. During this pursuit, she mysteriously dodges yet another hook from Thresh. All 3 opponents are left as pincushions. After witnessing the chaos unfold, the previously spectating individual cannot contain themselves. Is she really not going to remove the spears? She's showing off. In truth, they find themselves relieved. Had they not been eliminated at the start, what if they also became mere background characters in this soon-to-be legendary play? Hearing the shouts, 1 begins a divine retreat along the long wall, not pulling out the spears to show off. I will ensure you do. Just as KLST smoothly glides along the wall, she abruptly halts, extracting the spears. All 3 opponents collapse simultaneously. Exclamation point. Everyone stands in shock. What the hell? They cannot help but curse, frantically massaging their temples, overwhelmed by the severity of the blow. This is a fresh wound. It hurts. It hurts so much. Ruffling their hair, they mutter, thank goodness it wasn't a pentakill. This was merely a pseudo-pentakill, as there was no follow-up after the initial takedown. Yet, had she pulled out the spears earlier and eliminated Thresh, pursuing the other 2, it would have been a legitimate pentakill. Thankfully, she made a mistake. Otherwise, 2 pentakills in 2 matches would make us look utterly incompetent. Revenge Spear 3 against 1 and still being countered. Do you know how to play? Revenge Spear, I knew there would be a genius questioning why she didn't secure the pentakill when she had the chance. Revenge Spear in truth. Obtaining pentakills frequently loses its charm, especially since this isn't a high-tier match. Do you care about pentakills when battling against simple AI? The atmosphere turned tense. Aside from L and a few who grudgingly acknowledged her skill, the other 3 were furious. This is simply too showy. The key point is, they find it intolerable yet cannot overpower her. This truly deserves to be captured and shared, showcasing her true nature. After a long period of finger-biting, a remark slips out. Isn't this embarrassing enough? L mutters under his breath, feeling quite displeased. Why didn't they recruit her? How could someone so skilled and infuriating be an ally? Gazing at the demolished base, their expression darkens. Why is she so extraordinarily skilled? How can she be so formidable? Could it be that the divine presence bolstered her prowess? At this moment, Xiaotian's monkey re-enters the fray, initially planning to flee, but now excitedly approaches Su Chen's KLST, sharing a playful expression. Why aren't you destroying the mid lane tower? Why come to the mid lane? If you wish to bask in my glory, wait until I finish this high-stakes match. Su Chen immediately dons his mocking attire. Chapter 48. The divine little chubby hands are incredibly difficult to touch. After enduring Su Chen's taunting combo, Xiaotian leaves in dismay. You better maintain this level of intensity. There will surely be times when you're not on top form. His vitality and spirit have been drained entirely. He even contemplates violating the league's regulations, willing to face penalties just to surrender. Sighing, he clears his throat. Although the others feel disheartened, they all echo a sentiment. Yet, their lips remain tightly sealed, with only the little chubby hands capable of breaking through the front lines. He initially thought L was quite decent. However, being consistently outperformed leaves him feeling frustrated. Watching this individual flaunt their skills. What a farce. Pure farce. These teammates truly do not recognize their roles in this game. How can they lack any effectiveness? Witnessing this first-time player wreak havoc, he can no longer restrain himself. How is it that they can win the game even when they gift them such opportunities? What gives? We are unable to overcome them in lane, nor can we in team fights. With that composition, I can hardly fathom how we can secure victory. It feels inexplicably as if we are in a losing battle. Let be. I feel it is destined to end this way. Upon uttering these words, the other four fall silent. Despite having a significant advantage in lane, the notion of not being able to win is evidently directed at them. As for the composition, we indeed squandered numerous opportunities, but who could have anticipated that KLST would be chosen for the top lane? If you now blame the composition, why didn't you voice your concerns earlier? Noticing the silence among the group, they realize there is no one to support their arguments. Suddenly, they feel a newfound appreciation for Xiaotian. After enduring so much, their mindset gradually settles, reflecting on the fact that these individuals will remain teammates. And perhaps it is best to adopt a gentler approach. Forget it, they mutter, awaiting the inevitable destruction of the enemy base. The others breathe a sigh of relief. The divine punishment has not yet fully descended. Everyone is eager to swiftly conclude this match. Fortunately, one can always trust Yjn. Regardless of whether facing opponents or allies, he is remarkably reliable. It seems he has heard the call of several hearts. After rising from a precarious state, he noticed that no one was attending to him as they pursued their enemies. Hence, he directly pushed down the nearest wave in the lower lane, advancing towards the tower. At this moment, he also moved forward, expressing his emotions while pushing towards the base. The game concluded. Xiran remarked, I could hardly comment on the final team fight. I never expected that under the circumstances where the players willingly sacrificed themselves to initiate the engagement, KLST danced effortlessly on the edge of a knife. Let's extend our congratulations to Team 20 for their victory. We are grateful to both teams for presenting us with such a splendid match. Although Xiran internally expressed gratitude for the thrilling display of dominance. Could he, as a commentator, truly voice such thoughts? Certainly not. The head coach backstage scratched his head in confusion. Could they have won the match in such an absurd manner? It is unfathomable. Can victory be achieved solely through individual prowess? It defies reason. Wouldn't a well-chosen lineup ensure an easier win? Why won't they heed my advice? My approach may not be absolutely correct, but it is undoubtedly closer to the truth. After all, it is backed by analysts, match data, and a team that has tirelessly crafted a strategy. This is my vocation. Yet in these two matches, I nearly dropped my clipboard twice. What does this have to do with me? Others are oblivious to the fact that it was Xian, covering his ears, who orchestrated this chaos. They mistakenly believe it was my doing. As a professional coach, I wonder how others perceive me. Next, I must ponder how to plead with the boss. To encourage Xian, who is set to stream tonight. The fervent attacks from those fans can be quite terrifying. What if Xian cannot withstand the online harassment and his mentality falters? Damn it, you brought this upon yourself. Now I must clean up your mess. I am left to take the blame for your foolishness. Meanwhile, various comments began to flood the screen. Fans and admirers expressed their awe. So handsome. I have found my pre-sleep tips. Others commented on the astonishing feats. How much has he hidden? It's outrageous. The top player from both servers is handsome too, without a single blemish on his face. I adore him. Longtime viewers of ordinary matches remarked. A new god rises. A new savior. Rational fans cheered. Incredible. A well-deserved victory. While some criticized, it is truly disheartening to see someone who shows no respect for the game win. Regardless, many spectators remembered this player. Such a competitor. Unprecedented in the history of the profession, strong yet unpredictable, is simply astonishing. The official staff genuinely adored this player, regardless of his demeanor. He brought unexpected excitement to a waning event. Even after the match concluded, the viewer count remained high. At this moment, both teams exited the stage, and everyone rushed to fist bump the 5 players, whose mental states were on the brink of explosion. The comments reached a fever pitch as countless spectators glued their eyes to the screen. Due to their performances and past deeds, anticipation surged. I closely observed those approaching for fist bumps. As they passed by, he could not help but exclaim, "You are the boldest and most formidable coach I have ever encountered. What is going on? This is insane. What does it have to do with me?" Just as he was about to say more, the 5 players arrived. AL, the optimist, was the first to recover after the game. With a broad grin, he eagerly exchanged fist bumps. When it was Xian's turn, L unexpectedly seized his fist. "I will have a Shu share your WeChat with me later. I want to add you as a friend." Xian replied, "Thank you." Maintaining politeness, he smiled while fist-bumping Xian, even bowing slightly. Yet, he was puzzled. How could such a charming young man be so audacious in gameplay while being so courteous? Only G did not willingly extend a fist, turning his face aside while busying himself with his keyboard and mouse. When Xian approached, he and his companion failed to successfully fist-bump the small, pudgy hand. "God, if you continue like this, people might think I have offended you. Next time, I must be sure to step ahead of Esko for the fist bump." After the 2 teams exchanged fist bumps, Xian did not depart. He wished to chat with them for a moment. Although the current atmosphere was rather chaotic, the opposing players were still commendable. Had he encountered players like Hb, ID, O, or Newzhu Shu, he would have only intensified his taunts. However, this match was primarily affected by Shu Ziji's contract established, which prompted him to boast publicly and ridicule the entire team. Otherwise, Xian would only have targeted the pudgy player with his remarks. Therefore, it was best to apologize now. Xian encouraged himself inwardly, then revealed the warmest, gentlest, and sunniest smile. "Esteemed seniors, we were fortunate to win. I may have uttered some unkind words during the game, and I hope you can forgive me." The 5 players stiffened. What is going on? Why is he suddenly apologizing? Do you have a split personality? They were all taken aback, but gradually came to understand. Damn, he's begun. Upon noticing their strange expressions, even Xian, who considered himself mentally strong, felt compelled to press on. "I have some quirks. I tend to get a bit fiery when playing. In truth, I have been watching matches for a long time. You all are my idols. Your pivotal performances with phone in and your control of an ITU during key moments left a lasting impression on me. Several strategies I employed as a support player were learned from you. The more they listened, the more astonished they became. This kid is indeed my fan. He recalls my many iconic plays in detail. I can hardly remember all my exceptional performances. It seems he merely lost control of his enthusiasm during the match. He was blissfully unaware that G's expression had contorted. This speech sounds eerily familiar. He previously mocked my support play, just earlier during that match with Time Old Man. But it doesn't tee in there. Xian continued, "Brother, your play back then was the most inspiring to me." The 5 were wide-eyed in shock. What the heck? This kid knows us so well. He is truly our fan. Their expressions could no longer be contained. One by one, they trembled, struggling to suppress laughter. Finally, unable to hold back, they pulled Xian away. "Dude, we can't listen to any more of this. Are you giving acceptance speech here? Are you going to suggest we get Heidi Lau and chat all night? Let us go. Don't forget you have your debut tonight." Xian chuckled awkwardly. Ultimately, he turned to Shin. He felt it would be inappropriate to overlook his good fortune, hesitating for a long moment before saying, "You are quite adorable." Shin paused mid-stride, a hint of awkwardness enveloping the air. The others burst into laughter. You couldn't think of a better compliment? No clever banter? His face flushed with embarrassment. He felt quite uncomfortable. Yet in person, he truly struggled with repartee. Meanwhile, from the audience's perspective, Xian suddenly engaged with the players, whose expressions shifted from confusion to astonishment, followed by laughter. Viewers were left in a frenzy. What on earth did he say to them? "Director, don't cut away. Tonight, Su Chen's live broadcast is set to premiere. and I simply must catch a glimpse of this individual. Alas, I have skipped class. This live stream is a must-see. After finally exchanging greetings, Su Chen let out a sigh of relief. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have successfully become a professional player. The system's notification chimed. Su Chen calculated. In the second match, everything was on the line. On his side, there was still no sign of improvement, yet he maintained an admirable composure. In this round, the chances of obtaining a high-value attribute had diminished, yielding only a modest permanent enhancement. However, what was truly delightful was that the fortune star deity could still transcend the confines of probability. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the attribute, God of the Void. God of the Void. Active ability. Whenever the host randomly selects a hero during an official match that they have never previously used in competition, the permanent reward for that match increases by 50, and the probability of obtaining attributes rises by 25. Should the host achieve outstanding performance with this hero, the permanent reward for that match increases by 100, and the probability of attributes increases by 5. Note: can't play Xia? Can't play Varus? Then you can only be the God of the Void. True divinity lies in the mastery of numerous heroes. Upon seeing this attribute, Su Chen nearly burst into laughter. How amusing! Yet this attribute is indeed powerful, a necessity for development. Achieving outstanding performance, according to the system's usual interpretation, likely means ensuring more individuals shine brightly. The fortune star deity never produces inferior outcomes. Indeed, the randomness of hero selection is crucial. Su Chen realized that this attribute was essential for him to utilize effectively. Deep down, he understood that ranked matches are not the same as actual competitions. His previous successes in training matches were largely due to facing teams that were not particularly strong, with some not taking the game seriously. In the absence of temporary bonuses, Su Chen's true strength could only be considered slightly above average. It was insufficient for a single individual to dominate and secure victories consistently. Fortune would not always favor him. He could not guarantee that he would receive temporary rewards in future critical matches. Thus, Su Chen must employ the God of the Void to select some unconventional heroes in future official competitions. This way, he could double the permanent rewards and elevate his strength more swiftly. However, he must ensure victory. Let us not forget that he still has a time-sensitive task. Attributes make me gifted. If the host earns the title of Rookie King before the end of the summer split, one attribute slot will be added. Winning the summer split championship will grant an additional attribute slot. Therefore, the title of Rookie King and the summer split are essential for Su Chen. 100 fans. The attribute bonus from the Flow God has increased to 6. Suddenly, hearing this notification, Su Chen felt a surge of excitement. Incredible! Gaining 1 million followers in just 2 matches? His rate of follower increase is quite impressive. Su Chen believed that with a couple of flashy moves during tonight's livestream, he could further boost his following. On his way to the coach's office, Su Chen received a reminder call from the staff about the live broadcast tonight. After a brief review with his brother, he would head over. Suddenly, Su Chen noticed a fresh notification on his phone from the video platform, making a comeback and dominating. But unfortunately, teammates falter, leading to a narrow defeat. God's comeback easily crushes the lane. Lost, but Uzi did not. These notifications garnered substantial support. Meanwhile, Shui's fans were understandably upset, unable to counter these narratives. Su Chen's expression turned peculiar. This is unbelievable. After 2 consecutive losses, they can still spin the narrative? People and fans are quite adept at this. A bunch of bath emperors, I suppose. Chapter 50, Courage. Not only bathing, but also choosing the brand of shower gel. While these videos might be overly flattering, the audience perceives the second match as a total rout. The blame for this incident ultimately falls on Su Chen's shoulders, primarily due to his Callista's poor performance, leading to Aphelios's frustration and subsequent disengagement. How should he clarify this situation? Su Chen pondered quietly. Although their time together had not been extensive, Shui was quite magnanimous, and the camaraderie among teammates was strong. Besides, losing is losing. The chubby fellow wouldn't have many justifications. He is not to be questioned, right? Wait a moment. Su Chen suddenly remembered he had an unused one-time attribute. White Lotus, a one-time active ability. When the host shifts the blame for their own misdeeds onto another, they will gain a permanent enhancement of vision control between 15 to 40. The larger the blame, the greater the enhancement. The minimum is 15, the maximum is 40. Note: pure and unsullied, with high moral standards. In other words, shifting the blame would make him stronger. The greater the blame, the more substantial the reward. Perhaps he could place the blame for the tactical mishap on a Shui, resulting in a negative yielding a positive outcome. Yes, Callista was indeed the pick a Shui wanted, and leading Aphelios was also his request, all for the sake of appearances. Fighting? Even dying could lead to an easy win. Su Chen contemplated a Shui's public persona among the audience and deemed it feasible. It might even endear a Shui further to his fans. Furthermore, this maneuver would undoubtedly enhance his fortune star deity's visibility once again. Who wouldn't enjoy witnessing the transformation of a chubby lad into a radiant figure? Who will be accepting the interview later? The manager inquired. All four heads turned in unison, gesturing towards Su Chen. Su Chen had become a force to be reckoned with, transforming into a specter in official matches. Yet his strength was undeniable. His teammates harbored complex feelings towards Su Chen. The manager nodded. Excellent. A united team has collectively decided to grant our new top laner the opportunity to shine. I believe your synergy is commendable. Everyone, remember that a positive team atmosphere is the cornerstone of success, and I hope you continue to uphold it. The four were suddenly rendered silent. Synergy? It was clearly Su Chen stirring the pot. The expressions of his teammates darkened. Su Chen nodded repeatedly as he made his way to the interview room. Although it seemed somewhat troublesome, such exposure is beneficial for the flow god, so it was certainly worthwhile to attend. To his surprise, the post-match interview host was Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu appeared radiant, instantly souring Su Chen's mood. How can I win the championship when you drain my already aging teammates? Hello everyone. Welcome to the post-match interview. Please welcome our new top laner. Su Chen made a grand entrance. Hello, I am Su Chen. Hello, Chen Su. Hello, Chen God. Hello, Xiao Su Su. Hello, Rookie King. Hello, Head of Black fans. Hello, the greatest time of the world. Witnessing this overwhelming wave of attention, the director was elated, instructing that they must keep him on screen for a while longer, relayed into Xiaoyu's earpiece. Xiaoyu beamed with joy. Welcome, Su Chen. Your first appearance on stage. Were you very nervous? Su Chen nodded decisively. Of course. Facing an established powerhouse for the first time, with players I have previously admired, it was indeed quite nerve-wracking. Fortunately, luck was on my side, and we emerged victorious. Xiaoyu could hardly contain her laughter. The audience's reactions were even more exaggerated. Familiar and admired? Haha, are you hearing this? So fake. So fake. This guy with his thick brows and big eyes. All he speaks are empty words. Tell a joke. Admiration. Then after the match, he shows a duck while bathing. Another joke, very nervous, then pulls out the timekeeper. A humorous anecdote, feeling apprehensive. Then showcases the skateboard shoes and contracts the bot lane. Yet another joke. Luck was good and won, while sacrificing a Shui, dodging 1,000,000 1 versus 3s. You, my friend, truly understand the art of superficial conversation. Xiaoyu, after managing to stifle her laughter, continued to inquire about the questions that piqued the curiosity of most viewers. In the first match, the ward you placed in the lower lane that turned the tide. Was it intentional or accidental? It was intentional. In the second match, was the contract with Ka Li Si Ta aimed at a Shui deliberate or unintentional? It was deliberate. Now, Su Chen, you achieved a pentakill in your debut match. Do you have anything to say about that? Su Chen, as usual, attributed it to luck and the prowess of his teammates, a rather clitch response from the veterans who perhaps were not in peak form today. Xiaoyu pressed on. The synergy between you and your teammates appears to be quite effective. Which teammate left the deepest impression on you? Every teammate is remarkable, but the player who stands out the most is one who plays with great audacity, always brimming with imaginative ideas, including the concept of Ka Li Si Ta tethering Yi Fei Lu Si, which was entirely his brainchild. Su Chen was already laying the groundwork to shift the blame onto by Lian Hua for the livestream that evening. This left some viewers who were eager for entertainment, slightly disappointed, as they had expected him to be a bit of a rogue, yet he turned out to be a courteous player. Xiaoyu then asked if there was anything amusing about them. Su Chen felt a bit uncomfortable. Why are there so many irrelevant questions? They are quite interesting, but there is one thing about the player that I find perplexing. Xiaoyu was taken aback, as everyone knew she was a prominent figure in the esports circle. With a smile curving her lips, she asked, "What is it that you don't understand?" Although she smiled, her gaze held a menacing undertone. Su Chen pondered for a moment before responding. I deeply respect this player. He is very diligent and possesses a professional attitude that I aspire to emulate. Yet he occasionally wastes training time pursuing his girlfriend. The audience erupted in laughter. Huh? Can you really say that? Song Yijin was taken aback. Su Chen's eyes were so clear. He seemed genuinely puzzled as to why Yijin became less skilled after finding a girlfriend. Xiao Yu's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly interjected. Ahem. Well then, the next question. Many netizens have commented on how handsome Su Chen is. Did you specifically manage your appearance before the match? Su Chen honestly shook his head. No, I just took a shower before the match. Xiao Yu was left speechless, and the director was equally bewildered, urging her to change the subject. However, Su Chen stroked his chin and continued. I do have some experience to share regarding image management. There's no need for cosmetics or facial cleansers. I've always used Johnson's Baby Washington. The live stream descended into a sea of question marks. Courage. Haha. I was laughing so hard I nearly fell off the toilet. Wow. Give him an opportunity, and he dives right in. Here, essay joke. Admiration, a love for showers, and an affinity for Johnson's Baby Washington. I thought this chap would shy away from confrontation, but he truly is bold. Chapter 51. Was I too lenient with you before, or have you entered a rebellious phase? Xiao Yu gazed at Su Chen in astonishment. How exaggerated. He truly is a formidable character. I hope Song Yijin doesn't follow his bad example. Ahem, well, everyone is curious about how you chose to pursue a professional career. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Have you all heard the tale of switching to a better camera to pursue a professional career? Oh, their essay story. Xiao Yu immediately brought the microphone closer to Su Chen, eagerly awaiting his words. Su Chen resolutely stated, unlike him, I want to switch to a better bathtub. Xiao Yu almost dropped the microphone in shock, her expression dazed. The director backstage scratched his head, contemplating how to usher Xiao Yu away from this irreverent individual. Yet the viewership was too high to let go. Ha ha, I can't take it anymore. This guy is truly entertaining. To switch bathtubs, I must go out and dominate? This fellow really knows how to catch attention, doesn't he? How disgusting. Xiao Yu cleared her throat, attempting to steer the conversation away from the topic. Su Chen could no longer contain himself. He had matters to attend to, so he took the microphone and continued. Thank you, Xiao Yu, but I have a bit of social anxiety, making it difficult for me to endure long interviews, and time is limited. Our coach is waiting backstage for a debrief. Thank you all for your support. As for this question and others you may have, I invite you to join my live stream tonight at 10 p.m. for a detailed discussion. Goodbye, everyone. I appreciate Xiao Yu. Gratitude to all. With a standard bow, Su Chen unilaterally concluded the interview under Xiao Yu's astonished gaze. He hurried off to the backstage without a moment's remorse for the interview mishap. Next up was the post-match review, with some scathing remarks. Then came the live stream. Indeed, Su Chen was eager to go live and gain followers, utilizing Lu Yang's Yishun and Bai Lianhua to grow stronger. Additionally, he aimed to earn some income. Following this, he would employ Su Kong Yishun to enhance his prowess, claiming the title of Rookie King and the Summer Championship. Ultimately, on the global finals stage this year, he would strive for victory. Spare me any other trivialities. This is the true goal of a real man. Watching Su Chen swiftly depart, Xiao Yu stood there dumbfounded, clutching the microphone. Most professional players genuinely suffer from social anxiety or are reclusive gamers. It's already astonishing to encounter a few like Li Yi who express themselves on site. You claim to have social anxiety, yet you politely snatch my microphone and unilaterally terminate the interview. The most audacious part is that before leaving, you conveniently directed traffic from the official live stream to your own. This is the first time I've witnessed such a maneuver. Did he just slip away? How skillfully audacious. This social anxiety? This social terror. At 10 p.m., I am prepared to confront Shunju. Did you not notice how this individual's silhouette resembles that of a dog? In the coach's room, the screen displayed the footage from the earlier match. He made sure to adopt a stern expression as he settled into his chair, embodying an authoritative presence, radiating a commanding aura. It was essential to make these complacent players aware of the coach's authority, especially Su Chen. You're giving me heart palpitations. The 5 players gathered around the table, discovering a bottle of mineral water before each of them. Having won, they still had to go through this routine, rushing to dive into the mechanized path. Xiaotian spoke quietly. He was feeling overly confident, having been engrossed in the mechanized path for too long, unable to extricate himself. Brother, speak up. I can feel the pressure. He extended his hand, indicating for the coach to start. With a resounding slap on the table, he directed a fierce gaze toward the large screen displaying the match review. Do you genuinely believe you played well? Huh. Both matches presented a significant economic advantage. Xiaotian, Why were you wandering in the first match? You win ball. Why were you caught despite having an advantage in the first match? Why did you feed in the second match? Did you have any strategy for the team fights? Song, Xiran. Did Annie struggle against Quan CT and fail to roam? Having set the stage adequately, he finally turned his gaze to Su Chen, the moment of truth. Su Chen, why didn't you heed my instructions? Speak. Su Chen immediately bowed his head, displaying a commendable attitude of remorse. Coach, I was wrong. I promise not to do this again. Such a response momentarily rendered the coach speechless. The key point is that this lad acknowledges his mistakes, yet he does not amend them. He maintained a stern demeanor and remarked, "Was I too lenient with you in the past, or have you entered a rebellious phase? Su Chen, do you realize who you are?" I couldn't help but burst into laughter, nearly spitting out my drink. Brother, could you refrain from abruptly referencing the 369 joke? I almost lost my composure, promptly furrowing my brow. What are you laughing at? I recalled something amusing. What amusing thing? Ahem, I won the last match effortlessly. Immediately, the coach pointed an accusatory finger. You, like Su Chen, must write a 1,000-word reflection, handwritten and no online searching allowed. I couldn't suppress my laughter. What are you laughing at? I also won effortlessly in the previous match. With a resounding slap on the table, I reiterate once more, I am not jesting. Laughter ensued, and though he nodded in agreement, his serious demeanor finally cracked, and he could not help but join in the laughter. Instantly, the entire coaching room was enveloped in a jovial atmosphere. However, amidst the laughter, a gnawing feeling of insecurity crept in. If I could win without my involvement, what purpose do I serve? Should I meticulously analyze each player's preferences, collaborating with nutritionists and dietary psychologists to pinpoint the most exquisite takeout? Surely, that is not a task befitting a coach. I'm not Zhu Kai, who pretends to take notes, only to find that his pages are filled with games of Go and bizarre battles. Speaking of which, why does that fool Zhu Kai always look at me with such admiration? In the training room, the staff had already prepared the live streaming equipment for Su Chen. In addition to indulging in distractions, they planned to launch an all-out live broadcast to create momentum for Su Chen, organizing a flexible group match. Su Chen panicked. He had intended to discreetly place the blame on Shui. How could they all start a broadcast together? No need. You all can take a break. I can manage on my own. Shui insisted. Let's go. Let's play a couple of rounds. He had already decided to lock in Callista the moment they entered the game. This guy seeks revenge. No matter how uncomfortable you feel, I will not relent. For my suffering far surpasses yours. At this moment, he profoundly understood the essence of vengeance. He chuckled, saying, "No worries, let us team up for a few games. Do you have a Smurf account in Zone 1? If not, I can create one for you." Just as Su Chen was about to find another excuse to decline, his phone suddenly rang. After answering, he appeared quite embarrassed, stating, "Xiaoyu seems to be in a mood for some reason. It appears something went awry during the interview, and I'm not sure if she misspoke. Many netizens are criticizing her for affecting me. I'll video call her. Could you hold on for a moment? Apologies. Ijingo." He chuckled. Chapter 52. How can one excel in their profession without evading temptation? Faced with the awkward expression of Song Ijin, Su Chen felt a pang of guilt. Well, Ijingo, I'm doing this for your own good. You cannot blame me, right? How can one excel in their profession without evading temptation? Just as he was about to initiate the video call, Su Chen waved his hand grandly and said, "Ijingo, you need not video call her. Why not go and comfort her directly?" After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Perhaps I shouldn't. It's your first day broadcasting, and it's best if you focus on your stream." "No, really? Go ahead. Are you sure? Then I will go. When you start the broadcast, I'll send you some gifts." Su Chen gave a thumbs up, urging, "Quickly resolve it. Ijingo, I can handle things here. If you do not go, I will have a hard time letting it go." Feeling touched, Su Chen realized that this guy could truly be a lifelong good brother. After a few more apologies, he finally departed. Su Chen immediately addressed the group, "Brothers, since Ijingo has left, it's not as enjoyable to play with fewer people. After a day of competitions, everyone is exhausted. Let us call a night. Should I rest as well?" Shui, feeling genuinely tired, stretched. Thus, the weariness of both body and mind took hold. Perhaps revenge could wait for another day. Let us hope Callista does not appear in my dreams tonight. Su Chen made a gesture. Go on. He patted Su Chen on the shoulder, shedding his outer garment to reveal a casual tee. His phone had already entered a certain game, the loading screen stark white. It was said that mastering this game could lead one to become the world's premier support. Su Chen exhaled in relief as he opened the live stream. Instantly, a deluge of viewers flooded into the chat. Morning livestock, newcomer, world's #1 time, savior, anti-nuclear time, filthy beast. Su Chen greeted with a smile. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to my live stream. Immediately, the chat exploded with gifts. Shui and Gu both sent a barrage of fireworks. Perhaps due to his guilt for accompanying Xiaoyu, Gu sent 20 consecutive gifts. This left Su Chen feeling somewhat awkward. How would he face Gu tomorrow? Even the usually aloof Xiaotian unexpectedly sent a few rockets to support his teammates. The boss was even more extravagant, showering the stream with 55 fireworks and leaving a message. First match, 5 kills reward. Su Chen expressed his gratitude, although he couldn't help but ponder. Unfortunately, in the second match, influenced by the contract is set, Shui distracted him with thoughts of showing off, resulting in him not achieving 5 kills. Otherwise, wouldn't he have garnered 5,555 fireworks? Many new fans also sent gifts, rapidly elevating their fan levels in the chat. Among them, one fan sent fireworks along with a question, "My tactics dominate." He asked, "Why does this seem so familiar? You scoundrel. Even now, you wish to bring me misfortune?" After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen launched a counterattack. "How many years have you signed? I cannot disclose that. However, I do possess priority renewal rights. Moreover, I've heard their coach pales in comparison to our coach. Let's leave it at that." In the club's restroom, anguished cries echoed. Moments later, the restroom door would not budge, and faint sobs could be heard from within. Brother Hu, puzzled, knocked on the door to inquire, but received no response. While Su Chen contemplated how to smoothly shift the blame onto Shui, he suddenly noticed an influx of viewers. A clown has begun streaming? The world's #1 quality top laner, infuriating opponents in matches? Every day, showcasing that little duck expression. Were you once a duck? A superficial pretty boy. With nothing to compare. This player, you dare to mock? Truly impressive. Besides that, many fans of other players launched attacks against Su Chen, because Su Chen's performance in the matches had been exceedingly arrogant. He gleefully showcased his expressions, taunting, and even danced after securing kills. Not only did he eliminate opponents, but he also sought to embarrass them. It can be said that Su Chen's fans and detractors were both rapidly multiplying. An idea sparked in Su Chen's mind, and he seized upon the opportunity to deflect blame onto the White Lotus. Everyone, please do not misunderstand. The streamer holds great respect for whoever is omitted. The expressions and dances during matches were inspired by Shui, who advised me to confront my nervousness head-on. The more you fear something, the more you must face it boldly. And if you feel anxious, just be more flamboyant and passionate. Truly, I initially had no intention of displaying expressions in the match. It was indeed Shui who taught me. I even mentioned this during the interview. Today's second match was also suggested by Shui. He believed I played Callista exceptionally well and encouraged me to choose her, saying that in this match, he would simply let himself go in the bot lane. And by throwing him into team fights, victory was assured. Upon hearing Su Chen's remarks, the main proponents of the trolling brigade were immediately incensed. How could this be? With such a statement from you, it implies that you have no regard for us, feigning incompetence and giving away kills while also claiming victory? What do you expect us to save face? They began to lash out. You make it sound as if Shui could easily defeat Uzi. What a pretense. To attribute your expressions and dances during the match to Shui, such a lowly act of deflection? Expressing admiration post-match while mocking during the game? You must be jesting. This streamer, with such a charming facade, clearly has ulterior motives, willing to feign incompetence for profit. Yet, there are also some fans of Shui and other players who believe Su Chen's words. Excellent. This resonates with Shui. It perfectly encapsulates that sense of feigned incompetence. I wonder why he played that way in the second match. It aligns so well with my impression of Shui. He simply disregards everything and aims to show off. Meanwhile, he was feverishly indulging in snacks, having just witnessed Su Chen's statements in the post-match interview, and he was ready to explode with anger. However, the teammates remained at the base, engaged in discussions about Su Chen. Consequently, he departed the base and ventured out alone for a meal. Upon entering Su Chen's livestream, he intended to gauge the current sentiments of the online community. To his surprise, he found Su Chen, that scoundrel, once again leveraging his notoriety, uttering repugnant remarks. What does it mean to be exposed by me? It's deliberate. A fool who cannot comprehend my formidable prowess. Yet he suddenly recalled that Su Chen's Zili was being dodged today, which made him shrink back slightly. This Su Chen is indeed not lacking in skill, but that is precisely what makes him most insufferable. When playing poorly, he is merely a jester, but when he excels and still derides others, it becomes truly outrageous. Among professional players, who does not praise my abilities? Do you think your eccentricity makes you amusing? However, the acolytes have begun to rally. This individual is destined to face a severe backlash tonight. You may possess some skill, but do you have the right mentality? Even at your age, I found it challenging to control my emotions. I wonder how long you can endure this. Chapter 53. Pure and untainted, never taking the fall. At this moment, Su Chen's livestream was divided into two factions regarding his attempt to shift blame onto a Shui. Some believed him, while others did not. Yet, the numbers supporting him were substantial, leading to a frenzy of comments. A notification rang in Su Chen's mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully shifting the blame. The one-time bonus for the Bai Lianhua vision control ability has reached 15. Would you like to claim it? Su Chen had effectively placed the blame for both his missteps and in-game mockery squarely on the shoulders of Shui Ziga. However, it appeared that there were not enough believers, or perhaps the blame was not significant enough, as the Bai Lianhua only provided the minimum vision control ability boost of 15 rather than the maximum of 40. Su Chen was not inclined to relinquish the opportunity for a 40-point enhancement so easily. After some contemplation, he decided to intensify his efforts, stating, "Many brothers have asked me what I said to the players after the match, and I actually went to apologize, expressing my respect for them. Truly, the in-game mockery was merely a Shui instructing me to act a little flamboyantly. Otherwise, I would not have apologized post-match." At that moment, Elu unexpectedly sent a message, inquiring why Su Chen had not answered his call. Elu had also started a live stream, successfully adding Su Chen as a friend through Shui Ziga. Su Chen felt puzzled. What was it about this phone call? Nevertheless, he answered, "Hello, Elu, good evening. Wow, you left me a bit dazed today. Your performance was truly remarkable. Initially, I thought your selection of time was a sign of disdain, that you were merely playing casually, but I did not expect you to possess such skill and conceal your true prowess." Suddenly, an idea struck Su Chen. He could use Alu to amplify the blame. No, it was all luck. Alu, were you all very upset by what I said in the public chat today? Alu chuckled. You should have seen it. When you were mocking us in the public chat, Uzi was practically fuming. I could hardly believe someone could turn that red. It seemed like his head might explode. Many of Uzi's supporters were incensed. Other players' fans were furious too. This individual not only showcased his expressions and danced during the match, but also mocked in the public chat. Is this what one learns? How dare you mock a descending deity when you are merely an ascendant? Battling you is akin to battling a bot. I detest those who deride others while gaming. Such low quality. You mock. You are a beast, and yet you claim to have apologized to the players afterward, asserting respect for them. Not even a dog would believe that. Alu, completely oblivious, continued to stoke the flames in the second game. You said you didn't T-go for a pentakill because it's pointless against simple bots. Wow, that was utterly outrageous. It felt like you were truly toying with their mentality. As soon as he uttered this, the audience was completely ignited. Other fans were equally enraged. Are you truly that arrogant? Winning the match has made you believe you are exceptional? Alu was laughing, making them feel even colder inside. They have exerted so much effort to make a comeback, and how dare you, a newcomer, mock the veterans, the number one Xiran in the world, the number one basket. Su Chen felt that it was about time. The blame had been sufficiently amplified. Now it was merely a matter of persuading a few more individuals to believe it. Su Chen guided. Alu, I too feel I may have gone a bit overboard. Did they remain angry after I apologized? Alu paused before replying. No, they are not angry anymore. When you came to apologize, our entire team was stunned. We initially thought you would be very arrogant offline. But you came specifically to apologize and said those words. You also mentioned how well you understood his jungling. It's no wonder he could never catch you. Uzi was indeed furious. Haha, we had initially arranged to dine together tonight, but upon hearing them discuss you, Uzi became angry and left. However, I must say, your contrast is indeed striking. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen remarked, in reality, I do not have such a stark contrast. Primarily, Shui Zigu told me that during matches, one must be passionate, frequently dance, express oneself, and mocked the opposing players to better immerse oneself in the game. Lu paused. Are you saying that a Shui instructed you to do this? Su Chen innocently nodded. Yes, I was just explaining this to the comments. But they did not believe me. However, a Shui did not mean any harm. Please do not hold it against him. He may not have thought that deeply. Is that enough to be considered white? Enough to be a lotus? Will this not grant me a 40-point enhancement? Lu suddenly understood. I thought so. How could someone who has not mocked anyone for 5 years suddenly become so arrogant in matches? Tomorrow, when you see a Shui, please give him a punch for me. Upon hearing this, the comments section exploded. Is there truly a twist? Oh my, there is something fishy in the water. It turns out Su Chen was indeed directed by a Shui. Excellent. Scheming to cause trouble aligns perfectly with my perception of Shui Ziji's character. Could it be that a Shui, seeing the opposing team's resurgence and immense popularity, felt envious? Water Ghost was thoroughly crushed today, witnessing Su Chen gaining the upper hand, thus letting Su Chen take the blame. I refuse to believe that Su Chen's previous mocking of Uzi has been forgotten. He just mentioned something about bathing in an interview. It seems too far-fetched. Is it possible that during that time, a Shui had already led him astray? Let us not forget, he was once the first on both servers. The king of quality. Players who encountered him were compelled to act with high standards. The system prompted again. The one-time bonus for the Bai Lianhua vision control ability has now reached 30. Would you like to claim it? Su Chen felt that while he had not reached 40, this was sufficient for now. The current situation was that a Shui's fans were not only unbothered by the blame, but rather relished it, as a Shui's penchant for showmanship had long been ingrained in their minds. They were also unwilling for a Shui to be criticized for his performance in the second game, using it instead to elevate their idol. Thus, Su Chen felt confident in claiming his reward. At that moment, Lu suddenly said, Su Chen, who she, the Breath Brother, wants to add you. Su Chen was slightly taken aback. Breath Brother? What could he want? Nevertheless, Su Chen accepted the friend request, and who she promptly created a group. Initiating a call, Su Chen began. Good evening, Breath Brother. What is on your mind? No worries, Su Chen. You played exceptionally well. I noticed that some in your live stream still do not believe a Shui directed your mockery of others, and I would like to vouch for you. Su Chen was taken aback. You wish to vouch? Vouch for what? Breath Brother continued. In the previous training match, you also selected top lane Callista and contracted with a Shui. Do you remember? I remember. In the midst of a team battle, a Shui carelessly discarded his Varus, resulting in his demise. However, the team triumphed effortlessly, reminiscent of the second match of the day. At that moment, it was evident that a Shui had imparted this strategy, implying that he need not lift a finger for us to be outmatched. This was infuriating, leading to the deletion of the entire team's WeChat contacts. Upon hearing this, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Could someone really be so imaginative? Suddenly, a divine assist appeared. Surely, this reward of 40 could not be ignored. Goodness, Brother Shui, this had nothing to do with me. I did not intentionally recruit Hushi to serve as a witness. Indeed, as Su Chen anticipated, Hushi's extraordinary assist was akin to rekindling the flames beneath a cold bath. The barrage of comments erupted in excitement. Chapter 54. Who says champions cannot emerge from obscurity? Voho, Shui, so ostentatious. I love it. The captives emerged. How could one teach newcomers so poorly? Deity? A Shui, can you truly achieve greatness without effort? Can you compete with me, Yu Huaqiang, on that level? Without my intervention, you would still falter. How audacious. Truly nauseating. Lacking a championship title, yet possessing more fans. Do you know why? That is the essence of the crownless king's prowess. Solid proof. When Bo's pretentiousness is laughable. Overall, a Shui's original fans were ecstatic, and many were drawn to his flamboyant personality, which resulted in a surge of followers. Yet, simultaneously, an overwhelming influx of detractors emerged, significantly magnifying the negativity. One could only weep and continue to play the role of the White Lotus. Everyone, please, a Shui is not that arrogant. He is merely a tad extroverted. Gratitude was extended to Long Kuei for her remarkable rocket, and her reminder that mocking others could lead to misguided individuals turning against him. Thanks to the treasure map from Bao Fu Zhao Kai Miao, I shall remember to avoid bad influences in the future. Various video platforms buzzed with titles like, Mocking in Competitions, What Could Be the Reason? A Shui, on how to better impress and teach teammates. The case is solved. The idol's taunts and matches were taught by a Shui. The shocking truth revealed by Brother Hushi from past scrimmages. Once a high-quality bystander king. Now a professional debut with a pentakill and mocking in public. Why the dramatic change in Su Chen? Numerous video editors presented compelling arguments, showcasing a Shui's expressions during the second match when he was slain, his nonchalant farming demeanor, and the pivotal moment when he willingly fed during a team fight. Sunbeams illuminating his shoulders, as if he were a free spirit. They even provided close-ups. On Su Chen's side, he finally received a system notification. The White Lotus trait has been unlocked. Congratulations. The host has permanently gained a 40-point enhancement in vision control capabilities. Su Chen exhaled in relief. The sensation of being a White Lotus was indeed exhilarating, albeit it required considerable effort for Brother Shui. However, he could clarify later. At this moment, the mentality of viewers watching the live stream completely shattered. Goodness, this person is incredibly pretentious. How can anyone be deceived by him? Now, many genuinely believe that Su Chen possesses great skill and high quality, while Shui is merely a show-off who looks down on him, having devised a strategy to intentionally feed during team fights with Callista in the bot lane. And yet they still won. What does this say about my authority? In a flurry of frustration, he pondered for a while before posting on Weibo. The road to a comeback is arduous, with ill-intentioned individuals constantly obstructing my path. However, for the sake of my fans and my dreams, I shall not surrender. He accompanied this post with an image of himself in player attire, head slightly bowed, emanating a sense of melancholy. Instantly, the comments section erupted. Viewers launched a new wave of attacks against Su Chen. Such a skilled actor. Are you afraid of the number of fans? This person is the most hypocritical. Obviously, he is playing the White Lotus to deceive women for money. If you truly feel remorse, go offline and apologize. Various critiques poured in. The deity posted on Weibo, expressing his hurt and the difficulties of making a comeback. Naturally, viewers were determined to uphold justice and protect their idol. Observing the fiery barrage of comments, some of Su Chen's fans grew anxious, and many defending him found their responses lacking in impact, sounding almost like playful pouting. Consequently, they began searching for effective comebacks online. Su Chen was somewhat surprised. He initially planned to remove the White Lotus mask the following day, as such a sudden shift in demeanor felt disjointed. Yet, how could he allow such rampant behavior in his live stream? Immediately, Su Chen adopted a perplexed expression. Have you all misunderstood something? I did not intend to mock the entire team, but I certainly wish to taunt. Perhaps you should take more baths, especially to cleanse your ears. Otherwise, you won't hear what others are saying. Upon uttering these words, the comments section exploded. What does this kid mean? Is he merely using us to gain views? In an instant, a frenzied onslaught ensued. The newly appointed female moderator was so alarmed by the situation that she rushed to ask Su Chen what to do, wondering if they should ban everyone. This only invited further ridicule. However, Su Chen remained unperturbed. No need to ban anyone. Who says that being blacklisted doesn't count as being popular? Who says champions cannot emerge from obscurity? In that moment, Su Chen's nonchalant attitude further provoked the viewers. They could not tolerate his calm demeanor. Today, they vowed to push Su Chen to his breaking point. They would not rest until he shed tears, intensifying their offensive. Suddenly, Su Chen furrowed his brow. The viewers instantly rejoiced. Their attacks were working. He was about to crack. Su Chen, visibly annoyed, stated, "What do you want from me? I even complimented how cute you all look today. Is that not sufficient?" They were taken aback. This person is truly repulsive. Complimenting other players, and then saying such a thing here? Setting aside the facts. Do you really think you are much better looking? Setting aside the facts. Do you truly believe you possess significantly more skill? Seeing many viewers on the verge of breaking, Su Chen became increasingly gleeful and simultaneously noticed the rapid increase in his follower count, secretly astonished. Could this truly lead to a swift rise in followers? It appeared that the deity's detractors were not to be underestimated. Hold on, something feels off. Su Chen scrolled through his new followers, discovering that a considerable portion were those currently criticizing him. So, they followed to conveniently insult him. Huh? Very well. After all, these numbers still contribute to the count of the true god of traffic. Leaning back in his chair, Su Chen remarked, "All of you who are hurling insults at me. Many of your comments are repetitive. I can hardly keep up." Frustrated, he added, "And yet you still profit from this? You truly are despicable. Others criticize you and expect to see you break down, and yet they must pay for it." Yet, some affluent individuals, eager to vent their frustrations, sent gifts. A plane has been gifted. Let me ask, do you do nothing all day but annoy others? Grateful for the generous gift from Chenju, Su Chen smiled slightly. What are you implying? A streamer bathes daily. Chapter 55. To be honest, I'm a die-hard fan of the deity. Su Chen's words left many feeling utterly miserable. Where did you acquire such a plethora of negative angles? Unyielding, they launched another wave of attacks. With your level, come work on my factory tightening screws. Grateful for the explosive gifts from Chenju. I'm not in need of a job at the moment. Perhaps you should reach out to me. Streamer, you criticize the champion without any titles. How many championships do you have? Today marks my first day in professional play, and indeed, I lack titles. However, if I continue playing for a long time without winning any, I might as well steal from others. Streamer, are you so idle that you have taken on the role of a clown here? How could I possibly be idle? I have mentioned before that I take a shower daily, and I actively participate in competitions. In fact, I just want a match. By the way, the streamer often indulges in sweet treats, particularly those delightful candy figurines. Has anyone else tried them? Chen Su, you are merely riding on the coattails of comeback. Nonsense. Isn't it a return to bask in the glory of my debut? You even came specifically to congratulate me on my pinnacle. Chingo, such critics are truly repugnant. I'm a fan. Just look at the expressions I display, all depicting little ducklings taking a bath. I use Johnson's baby shower gel, paying homage at every moment. You insult me, a die-hard fan, yet you must be the true detractor, right? Calm down for a moment. Let me speak to you properly. Have you seen the images posted on Weibo? An old veteran driven to such solitude. You don't feel a pang of sorrow? Su Chen fell silent for a moment before indeed opening that post on his computer. The image depicted the back of a deity gradually fading into darkness, head bowed, gazing at the ground, filled with profound desolation. The most popular comment read, "My heart aches for Uzi. The veteran returns for glory, yet faces so much slander." He bows his head, perhaps searching for something, maybe a once-thriving esports atmosphere. Su Chen gravely remarked, "I feel it. He is so sad. Furthermore, I know what Uzi is searching for." The others were taken aback. Could it be that this person still possesses a shred of humanity? Su Chen confidently articulated his interpretation. He is searching for the championship trophy. He became an instant sensation. This combination of arguments was akin to an endless whisper, an unassailable blow to their defenses. They collectively crumbled. How could this person conjure such distasteful antics? The more he saw others criticize him, the more invigorated he became. The deity's detractors erupted in ecstatic joy, tingling with excitement. 100 shades of confusion. The attack power. By Z speak. Perhaps he truly could withstand divine retribution. Su Chen chuckled. The entry for traffic deity indicated a meteoric rise in followers. For every 500,000 fans, he would permanently enhance his attack speed, positioning capability, and team combat prowess. Currently, he had amassed 2.02 million followers. Moreover, the number was still climbing. This was an unprecedentedly splendid beginning. As for the followers of other players, they genuinely believed that Su Chen respected them, rather than shifting blame onto Shui. Let us seize the opportunity to attack the little chubby guy. Thus, the blame for disparaging other players fell squarely on Shui. During a voice call on WeChat, Alu's breathing was palpable in silence. This guy's aggression is truly formidable. Did Shui really teach him to mock others? Shui must have only introduced him to the concept, right? This must be his true talent. Compared to his prowess in League of Legends, it felt less dazzling. His aggression was too overwhelming. Would attending the hearing also invoke divine retribution? I want to flee, but it feels impolite. Su Chen also noticed that 2 others were still on the call, and after they had all fallen silent, he cleared his throat and said, "All right, everyone. The bedtime story is about to conclude. I will play some flexible matches with my friends. You are welcome to try and snipe me. Remember to take a shower before sleeping. It's good for your rest." Alu, ecstatic, exclaimed, "Hey Su Chen, why is this not your main account? Who is the little guy you referred to?" Just as he finished asking, Alu covered his mouth. Goodness, associating with Su Chen truly carries significant risk. After hesitating for a moment, Breath remarked, "It seems many production teams are chasing him, but they haven't succeeded. His rank is climbing too quickly. I've heard the reason they are pursuing him is due to his overwhelming aggression." The audience suddenly understood. No wonder that account dropped from first place. He was using a smurf account. I faced that account yesterday. Our teammate hired an actor on the opposing side, but the opponent was a little guy. He obliterated the actor and still won. It turns out it was Su Chen, What a surprise. Many streamers wouldn't dare provoke him. He has been honing his skills for 5 years. Is his intensity truly that great? Su Chen chuckled. He had forgotten to switch to his main account while streaming. Alu pondered and felt that having 3 top laners grouped together might not be very entertaining. And moreover, Su Chen was even more exaggerated than official matches, which seemed pointless. Thus, he suggested, how about we skip the flexible matches and play a few rounds instead? Breath was taken aback, especially since the next match was about to commence. He had to let Su Chen play a few rounds with the Time Elder, so he could test the strength and learn which heroes might counter him. Otherwise, they would surely lose a position. Let us forget about Callista and any potential picks. It wouldn't be feasible. It simply wouldn't work. However, he selected these 2, perhaps to survive and stabilize. After all, the top lane advantage ISN T2 exaggerated. And the mid-game impact surely wouldn't be as absurd as his elder. Thus, Breath immediately shouted, "All right, that is a must. Let us have an epic showdown in the top lane." Under the demands of Breath and a barrage of comments, Su Chen indeed selected the Time Elder. Previously, he had expended a staggering 120 points on this costly champion S mastery, so now he truly excelled at playing this hero. However, Breath and Alo, rolling up their sleeves, still felt a degree of confidence. First blood, a tower, 100 minions, without needing to worry about being ganked, they could focus entirely on a 1v1. Let us see if this man is truly that formidable. They all began recording. They were prepared. If Su Chen was solo killed even once, they would record it and upload it across all major platforms to unleash their wrath. But soon, Breath and Alu discovered that this was not the case. Rather, they were being subjected to a one-sided, torturous training mode. Breath slammed the table in frustration. Damn it, can't my minions stop throwing themselves at the enemy? Why is this so infuriating? Alu too was losing his composure. I can't hit him, but if I don't, he LL suppress my last hitting, and I'll inevitably be blasted. I really need to practice against this. Amidst the 2 top laners' lamentations, numerous frustrations remained unvented, placing their hopes on Alu and Breath. Yet they ended up recording an entire evening of Su Chen's spectacular plays instead. As the night deepened, Chapter 56, The Unveiling of the Demonic Codex. Wenbo Yijin, danger. His face pale, he turned off Su Chen's livestream. He contemplated that if things did not improve, he might need to retire once more and wait for a better opportunity for a comeback. Why was he utterly unfazed by online harassment? The more they attacked, the more exhilarated he became. How desperately he wished to punch Su Chen and his Time Elder. Wenbo awoke in the morning. Strangely, he usually would never wake up at this hour. He turned over, checked his phone for the time, and felt refreshed after a full night's sleep. But waking up in the middle of it to discover he still had a few hours to sleep was even more delightful. However, when Wenbo saw the notifications flashing on his phone, he instantly perked up, sitting upright. What the heck? Why is it 99 on all platforms? Usually, Wenbo enjoyed mingling with detractors to mock himself. But what on earth happened today? Jealousy? Teaching, mocking, and disparaging? The once champion, Shui, teaching the new top laners to ridicule? Upon seeing the titles of videos in the comments section about him, Wenbo could no longer sleep. He swiftly got up, turned on the light, and scrutinized his phone. As he scrolled, he felt his composure shatter. A multitude of disparate, highly complex individuals were attacking him. Among them were quite a few of Su Chen's female fans. With earnest pleas, they implored, "You are all teammates. Do not harm Su Chen. What is wrong with you? Su Chen, are your teammates harming you? Can you really solo kill a Syndra with a minion? All the blame has been placed on you." And these marketing accounts had logical arguments. What do you mean I intentionally fed just to show off? They even accompanied this with Su Chen's delightful expression, featuring a close-up. Wait, that doesn't seem right. It does appear he was intentionally feeding. But I didn't want to. I have my own difficulties. Is my expression merely a fade? My friend, I have reached a state of enlightenment. This is liberation. Do you not comprehend the principle of opposites? Extreme suffering does not always manifest as a mask of pain. It can, in fact, take the form of laughter. Suddenly, Wenbo felt a chill run down his spine and wrapped himself in a blanket. Furrowing his brow, he recalled a distant memory from the past. May I ask, Wenbo, do you ever aspire to become the world's #1? I believe that ship has sailed. The earnest and endearing translation brother remarked. He claims he has long surpassed the world's #1. What opponents does he wish to face next? There are no particular teams he yearns to encounter. It all depends on luck. Any opponent will do. The earnest and endearing Yu translation brother added. He says he can play against anyone, without hesitation. Yu Wenba tightened the blanket around himself. Is this Su Chen the one who altered his name after cosmetic surgery, specifically to create his own path? Fortunately, this individual still possesses a modicum of humanity, taking the blame for the verbal onslaught upon himself. Otherwise, Yu Wenba feared he would have to worry for his safety when stepping outside. There are no competitions today. Around 11 o'clock in the morning, Su Chen entered the training room, opened the window to disperse the lingering odor of smoke, and sat down to stretch his neck in preparation for the upcoming matches. Su Chen remained unfazed, as he had only streamed a little later the previous night. That live broadcast was remarkably fruitful, receiving an abundance of gifts, and after deducting platform and club shares, he was left with over 800,000. Earning such a sum in a single night felt surreal to Su Chen, and his fan count had reached 300. His dexterity, positioning skills, and team fighting prowess had reached a staggering level of 18. Su Chen was quite satisfied with this. However, after the previous night's live stream, he felt a twinge of guilt towards Shui Zigu and subsequently purchased 2 items, which should have arrived by now. Suddenly, 2 individuals, treating the corner of the training room as a bush to conceal their presence, rushed over and swiftly restrained Su Chen. You little rascal, feeling a bit too confident lately? Song Yijin inquired. I heard you spoke ill of me during your stream last night. Yu Wenba added. Speak up. Do not pretend to be mute, or I shall only use Callista in future matches. Su Chen repeatedly exclaimed, I was wrong. Let me go. Yet, his 2 enraged teammates remained unmoved, transforming into Morgana and Lux, taking turns to imprison Su Chen. Come on, use the unyielding grip, Yu Wenba commanded. Song Yijin understood immediately and began to act. Oh no, I was wrong, truly wrong. Su Chen shouted, I will clarify everything during today's stream. Clarify? Do you have any idea how many thousands of girls lost sleep last night due to your shattered image? What is there to clarify? Yijin, do it. Yu Wenba shouted, ready to take action. After struggling for a while, Su Chen seized an opportunity, executing a smooth flash and ghostly escape from the training room. The 2 teammates exchanged satisfied glances, finally exacting their retribution, and comfortably sank into their gaming chairs. Brother Yijin, you may not believe it, but my fan count has actually increased. Yu Wenba mused, stroking his chin. Am I truly perceived as such a Fa Ade in everyone's eyes? To be used as a pawn in a match, and they think it was intentional, as if to convey that my team need not intervene. The opponents could not possibly win anyway. Should I become a bit more arrogant and play even more flamboyantly? Song Yijin pulled out a thermos, took a sip, chewed on some goji berries, and with a hand on his lower back, chuckled. Little you anger aside, you truly did not cling to me last night. The 2 shared a brief, awkward glance and chuckled. Suddenly, Song Yijin noticed a thick notebook beside Su Chen's desk. The Codex of Demons? Intrigued, he opened the notebook, and Yu Wenba leaned in to peer at it. The first page bore the 4 characters, Codex of Demons. Su Chen's handwriting was meticulously neat. Flipping through, there were black lists and red lists. Song Yijin browsed curiously and suddenly came across something familiar. With growing astonishment, he read aloud. On December 25th, 2018, at 3:55 p.m., the bot lane Ezreal did not push the lane and prematurely exited the game, leading to a comeback. On December 27th, 2018, at 9:13 p.m., the bot lane Jinx stole the kill. On January 2nd, 2019, at 7 o'clock p.m., the mid lane LeBlanc stole the kill. Flipping further, in January 2023, the bot lane Draven, with a significant advantage, caused a comeback due to reckless play. The support Ollie Star, who healed rather than assisted, caused distress. The bot lane Kog'Maw's Fa Ade led to my demise in an attempt to save him. Apart from these 2, there were many familiar names, some belonging to other professional players, others from high-ranking players consistently recognized in the canyon. Yu Wenba muttered, no way. Song Yijin, unable to fathom the contents of the notebook, exclaimed, Ah Shui, I find this rather frightening. It sends chills down my spine. Yu Wenba dashed towards the computer. I must verify if these matches are real. With a cautious approach, Yu Wenba searched online and discovered that these matches indeed existed. In fact, many times they had played with alternate accounts. Yet Su Chen had recognized them and recorded their main account names. This is utterly terrifying. He has kept track of me for a solid 5 years. Yu Wenba's face was a mask of shock. Song Yijin shared his confusion and astonishment. It seems that since 2018, my sleepless nights were not solely due to stress. Someone has been monitoring me all along. The Codex of Demons. How can I not view the author of such a voluminous tome as a true demon? The two could not help but mutter. This person is truly terrifying. Hanging by a thread? A gentleman's revenge is never late? Is stealing a kill considered a grudge? Brother Eugene, could it be that his sudden desire to pursue a professional career is aimed at targeting us? The frequency with which Uzi appears on the red list. Is it perhaps because of this that he has been criticized? It must be so. If he can meticulously document every incident, and now that we live together, what if we inadvertently cross a line? Would he storm into our dormitory at midnight and take us out? Brother Eugene, it seems we just subjected him to a punishment. Yu Wenba and Song Eugene exchanged a glance. At that moment, the door creaked open. The silhouette of the demon appeared, clutching some items that were not immediately identifiable. Yu Wenba took a couple of steps back and whispered, Brother Eugene, I feel a bit uneasy. Do not push me. I feel uneasy as well. Yu Wenba hurriedly covered the notebook behind him, pretending as if nothing had happened. Su Chen approached, extending his hand with the items. Here you go, Shui. I ordered a new Transformers figurine for you last night. It arrived quickly, same city delivery. Brother Eugene, an ergonomic keyboard. I remember you mentioned your wrist was hurting, so give this a try. Su Chen had placed the order the previous night from local shops, and with a little extra payment, it was delivered this morning. It was a gesture of swift apology. Teammates may bicker during matches, but maintaining good relationships in reality is paramount. After all, they had spent so much time together, forging bonds. While Song Eugene's situation was manageable, Shui's recent actions could potentially create discomfort for many of his fans. Although Su Chen understood that he wouldn't take it too seriously, it would still be prudent to clarify things during his next stream. Su Chen felt that he had inadvertently taken a path somewhat reminiscent of Gidge, wielding powers from both the light and dark realms. However, the peculiar expressions on the faces of the two individuals before him puzzled him. Are you taking it? Don't you want it? He inquired. Yes, thank you. They stammered, suddenly becoming quite reserved, leaving Su Chen somewhat bewildered. Where's my killing book? What is that? Yu Wenba gulped nervously, surely having misheard. A notebook with a black cover was lying there, and Su Chen picked it up and tucked it into his bag. Initially, he had obtained it to cope with the relentless mental strain from daily challenges without burdening his teammates, merely to alleviate his boredom. Now that he was officially entering the profession, he paid little heed to it. After all, many had changed, and it served as a memento. Yu Wenba, clutching his beloved Transformers figurine, found it hard to rejoice, anxiously pulling Song Eugene back a couple of steps, whispering, Did he just say killing book? Does he intend to turn the Demon Codex into a killing book? Oh my, does this gift imply you have some head-chopping rice saying on your side? I heard Xiaoyu mention it while we were chatting. The two were utterly flustered. We're just playing an esports match. It can't possibly lead to personal danger, right? After enduring 5 years of rank oppression, not venting his frustrations was not due to magnanimity, but rather meticulous documentation in his notebook, while on the surface. He morphed into the epitome of a decent bystander. His patience and grudge-holding tendencies were astonishingly bizarre, more abnormal than a player who goes AFK to shower, more absurd than one who neglects to pick up lanterns. At that moment, Su Chen had already begun his livestream. As a viewer count climbed, he cleared his throat and announced, Hello everyone, I need to address something first. Yu Wenba dashed over, beaming at the camera. Indeed, it's all my buddies doing. How can we play games without mocking the opponents, right? That's what I told Su Gu when he just joined the team. If there's anything, come at me. Haters, don't roast Su Gu, roast me instead. Su Chen was taken aback. What was going on? A mere Transformers gift had moved this guy to such an extent? Shui, what are you doing? That was all supposed to be my job last night. You really didn't need to, Yu Wenba quickly interjected. Is Su Gu hungry because he skipped breakfast? Why is he talking nonsense? Eugene Go, order some takeout. He then continued addressing the audience, right? It was all me that made Su Gu do it. No doubt. When gaming, if you don't show off, what's the point? Yu Wenba was panicking. The thought of his actions being recorded in the notebook made him tremble. He dare not provoke Su Chen. What's happening? Su Chen asked. Su Chen, how about some steamed buns, fried dough sticks, water-fried buns, soy milk, steamed dumplings, or soup dumplings? Or would you prefer cake, bread, or milk? How about beef noodles? No, scratch the beef noodles. Or perhaps you'd like barbecue. I have an excellent relationship with a barbecue shop owner. I could have him whip something up for you. With this, he aimed to awaken Su Chen's humanity. Or if he deemed those options unhealthy, Song Yijin hesitated before resolutely stating, I'll ask Xiao Yu to make a portion for you. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Why the sudden change? Were these two hiding something nefarious? Surely, his brother had said something to them. They were employing flattery before the conflict, hoping to prevent him from playing unconventional heroes. They were bound to be disappointed. He was determined to play unconventional heroes. Not even Jesus could stop him from doing so, and their flattery was painfully awkward. It was nearly noon. Who still had breakfast at this hour? Xiaotian walked in, his cheeks bulging with food. What? You're still having breakfast? What are you eating? Can't you see that Su Ge hasn't eaten? Yu Wenbo snatched a bag of steaming buns from Xiaotian's hands and offered it to Su Chen. Xiaotian stood empty-handed, utterly confused. What did Su Chen not eating have to do with him? Chapter 58, Team Dominance Confirmed. Kicking Yijin and punching Shui. After the buns were seized, Xiaotian observed the beaming smiles on Song Yijin and Yu Wenbo as they fawned over Su Chen, almost ready to offer him a massage. He adjusted his glasses, bewildered. What was happening? Did Su Chen save the world after falling asleep following their discussions about the Mo family's mechanisms? The key was that Su Chen appeared utterly impatient with the sycophantic behavior of Yu Wenbo and Song Yijin. Go on. Can't you see I'm live streaming? Su Ge, where are you heading to play? To the peak of the canyon. Oh, okay, understood. Then we want to disturb you? Get lost. Su Chen showed no signs of goodwill. If he were too accommodating, he might end up with a random hero selection in a match, and that would be embarrassing. They were trying to avoid Su Chen's training sphere, ensuring they wouldn't end up being selected or recorded in the notebook. We're quite clever. Xiaotian could only scratch his head in confusion. What kind of taste do you have, buying such unappetizing buns? Su Chen asked disdainfully. Normally, if Su Chen had such a disdainful attitude, he would have already unleashed a barrage of insults in Zhuan dialect, cursing Xiaotian's entire family for their misfortune. Yu Wenbo and Song Yijin's inexplicable sycophantic demeanor made Xiaotian somewhat anxious. After a moment of hesitation, he quietly asked, Did you kill the Huang? Huh? Su Chen looked at Xiaotian quizzically. Did you kill Qing Tian? Get lost. I'm live streaming. What are you talking about? Xiaotian hurriedly retreated. The barrage of comments was nearly bursting with laughter. Team dominance confirmed. I can't help but feel Shui was coerced into taking the blame for him with such poor quality. With teammates like this, they would have won the championship long ago. Is Su Chen in such a high position? A prince? Xiaotian's inquiry about whether Su Chen had killed De Huang nearly made him laugh himself to death. The marketing accounts were first stunned, then became excited. There were too many amusing elements about this person. Moreover, he was a professional player who dared to unleash his ultimate move in front of others. The traffic was soaring. Edit the video and post it. Soon, a flurry of new videos spread rapidly. Character collapse. 2 punches to kill De Huang and Qing Tian. The only team dominator. Punching Wenbo and kicking Yijin. A single glare makes Xiao Tian roll away. Su Chen is already quite gentle in his insults toward his teammates. Coupled with the previous videos of Su Chen's antics and mindset manipulation, his popularity soared. He debuted on the competitive scene with great flair, overpowering a slew of veteran players and returning champions, becoming a hot topic in the community. Consequently, Su Chen's fanbase was divided into 2 factions. The aggressive faction believed that based on Su Chen's skill and merely 2 match records, combined with his unprecedented rookie popularity, he was fully capable of challenging the gods. The conservative faction felt that the aggressive side was overly cautious. This only made it more difficult for them to accept. You've only played 2 matches. What gave you the right? How dare you show such disrespect to the gods, yet still be doing so well? Do you want to ruin League of Legends? In a few days, the next match would unfold. Su Chen, relying solely on his prowess, had temporarily transformed many fans who had previously derided him back into loyal supporters. Even before the match commenced, there was an outpouring of support. The royal family never gives up. Let us go. I have carefully studied the ranking videos of Hu Shigu. He is indeed terrifyingly strong. If the team can provide him with a little more support, he will undoubtedly dominate Su Chen. Buddy, just a few days ago, Su Chen, Hu Shi, and Alu took turns obliterating the 2 of them. Did you study it with your backside? Time 1, immediately retired. Callista 1, immediately retired. Su Chen's skills are not necessarily that impressive. If targeted, Hu Shi can easily dominate Su Chen. He often plays unconventional heroes, and those 2 matches brought significant economic advantages. However, the team's synergy was lacking, which led to their defeat. Now, facing the challenge, They will dominate effortlessly. As long as they win, I will be a loyal fan from now on. Time and again, many have faced setbacks in front of Su Chen. Thus, even the fans are more eager for victory in this match. The coach, crouched in the restroom while scrolling through comments on his phone, appeared immensely excited. He hastily adjusted his pants and rushed out. Unexpectedly, the fans began to support him instead. On various platforms, the number of supporters surged to more than triple within a day. Even though you have dissolved our contractual restraints, have you not also given us the opportunity to turn the tide? He paced back and forth at the restroom door, filled with anticipation. If I fail to seize this opportunity, would I not be akin to Zhu Kai, merely masquerading as a professional coach? He caught hold of a player who was about to enter the restroom. How's your breathing? One hand in his pocket, he adjusted his hair and quietly replied, still training. He strode confidently toward the training room. Indeed, he found Hushi wearing headphones, focused on the computer, practicing lane control with the newly joined support, LMO. LMO was already feeling nauseated from playing the Chrono Keeper, yet Hushi's determination was remarkable. The long-range top laner, KLST, was relatively easier to deal with and could consider not utilizing certain abilities. However, the Chrono Keeper could not handle multiple abilities, which posed a significant challenge. He nodded in satisfaction. His intention was to motivate Hushi and ignite a spark within him. Unexpectedly, Hushi was quite diligent. He began to envision the possibilities. If they win this match, they would soar. Suddenly, LMO asked, Coach, do you smell something foul? He waved his hand dismissively. What foul smell? I only detect the fragrance of victory. Finally, the day of the match arrived. The sun gradually descended in the west, and the time until the match at 5 p.m. drew near. Here, they had departed early in the afternoon, and now the entire team was backstage at the venue. Su Chen filled in 4 item slots: Bath Emperor, God of the Void, Wild King, and 50 gold top lane. White Lotus was a one-time use item, and the 40 vision control bonus had permanently enhanced Su Chen's awareness. Flow God served as a developmental item, also providing a permanent enhancement, which could be set aside for now. The final item in this match was particularly noteworthy. 50 gold top lane, passive ability. Whenever the host's economy suppresses the opposing player, each 50 gold will enhance the host's probability of executing a critical counterattack by 0.1. In matches against teams, this probability will increase 100-fold. This extremely targeted item guarantees victory. It is what is known as royal privilege, specifically designed to counter. Thus, Su Chen's focus today was on God of the Void. He intended to randomly select a hero to gain more permanent rewards. Chapter 59. The only strategy, mindless gank top lane. If the hero selected randomly using God of the Void yields favorable results, the rewards could increase by 100, effectively doubling them. Su Chen was well aware of the system's quirks. The sole criterion for determining favorable results was to make a strong impression. Therefore, Su Chen needed not only to randomly select a hero, but also to devise clever tactics while striving to win the match. Although it posed some difficulty, it was advantageous. Creative play would undoubtedly boost Flow God's follower count and further enhance their strength. However, Su Chen felt something was amiss. Recently, a Shui and even Xiaotian had been excessively flattering him. It was rather strange. He brewed himself a cup of tea, adding some chrysanthemum to cool off. Su Chen, the match is about to begin. Let's discuss which hero you plan to play today. As Su Chen was about to express his absolute willingness to comply, he caught sight of a Shui's incredulous demeanor. A Shui paused, wishing to divert the conversation to avoid provoking any teasing remarks that might lead to being noted in the kill list. He quickly changed the subject. By the way, here's the 1,000-word self-reflection you asked me to write. After receiving it, he nodded and immediately turned to Su Chen, launching into a pointed inquiry. Why haven't you submitted yours yet? A flash of realization struck Su Chen. Oh no, a Shui, you really ought to be condemned. I completely forgot. What? Su Chen exclaimed, raising his hands in surrender. I've been training non-stop, no time. A Shui's mind raced. Oh no, that was Su Ge's reflection. He asked me to submit it for him. I forgot to write mine. Su Chen stared at a Shui in disbelief. No way. A Shui, known as the real-life Ezreal of the league. Does he actually have a fondness for gems? With some skepticism, he glanced at the self-reflection. In the second match on June 3rd, I, as a top laner, failed to fulfill my role, my mindset faltered, and I kept feeding. After reading the beginning, Su Chen's expression turned peculiar as he inquired, A Shui, are you certain Su Chen wrote this? As a top laner, Shui quickly replied, KLST is a valid choice. It makes sense. He didn't fulfill his role. A top laner should initiate fights, absorb damage, and protect teammates. Yet he only focused on the game. His mindset faltered, and he kept feeding. Shui pondered deeply. Based on my analysis, that line likely contains a typo. Shocked, Su Chen exclaimed, what kind of deal did you two strike that I am unaware of? Did he save your life? Or did you owe him? Shui hastily waved his hands, forcing a change of topic. Coach, let's discuss this self-reflection later. The match is about to start. I think we should analyze the game thoroughly. Yes, indeed, we have digressed. We should examine it further. He glanced back at Su Chen. Su Chen, what hero do you intend to play today? Share with us. Shui held his forehead in exasperation. What a hassle. And now I owe a self-reflection too. What's the difference between this and a death in a joint venture? Hearing his query, Su Chen stroked his chin, deciding that honesty was the best policy. I don't know. God of the Void requires me to select a hero randomly. How can I predict what I will get? A mouthful of tea sprayed onto Tien, covering him in green tea leaves. Tien wiped his face, perplexed. Why is it green? After coughing for a while, he questioned, you don't know? This is getting ridiculous. A professional player before a match claims he has no idea what hero he will choose. That's terrifying. He contemplated the situation and realized it needed resolution. After a moment of thought, he stated, Su Chen, you should step outside for a moment. Su Chen instantly understood. It was evident that Tien wished to confer with the others, hoping they could stabilize his hero selection through teammate connections. Otherwise, the current summer season was manageable. But in the playoffs and world championships, formidable opponents who would thoroughly analyze Su Chen's previous matches would not leave many openings. Brother, there's no need for this. I have a hanging. Su Chen reluctantly admitted the truth. Unmoved, Tien replied, you hang, just wait outside. Meanwhile, Hushi, it's time for us to depart. Xiao lightly patted Hushi's shoulder. Since that night of victory, Hushi had watched Su Chen stream and found opportunities to interact with him, sacrificing sleep to train fervently, relentlessly seeking methods to defeat the Chrono Keeper, until just before the match commenced. At that moment, Hushi was staring at the screen, fixated on a red failure, his eyes bloodshot. Although Su Chen's performance had indeed left him astounded, he remained unconvinced. When Hushi first embarked on his professional journey, he harbored dreams of making a spectacular debut. However, the reality proved to be far more complex. Almost all newcomers failed to shine, often relegated to obscurity due to lackluster performances. Gradually, Hushi came to terms with this truth and took pride in his modest achievements. Yet, at this juncture, an unexpected newcomer emerged, a pure rookie with no prior professional experience. In his training matches, he showcased an impressive display of prowess, and upon his debut, he sparkled brilliantly, quickly becoming the brightest star. All bloggers spoke of him, and every spectator knew his name. Even when he faced criticism, he remained unscathed, his popularity only increasing, garnering a growing fanbase. His every action starkly illustrated the concept of disparity. Hushi, accompanied by Xiao Bang, turned off the failure screen and offered words of comfort. We have laid the groundwork. Victory is ours today. With a determined whisper, he reiterated, victory is ours. Xiao Zheng nodded emphatically, recognizing Hushi's dedication. They had to give their all to secure this match. Teacher Daan's gaze was resolute. No obstacle could deter Tang Yuan. If Hushi did not perform well today, the mid-lane starter would undoubtedly be replaced. The world runner-up could not afford to linger in stagnation. Contracts were unforgiving. This was a daunting realization, and Hushi pondered whether this might be his singular opportunity to restore the glory of the mid-lane underachievers, an obligation he could not shy away from. As they arrived at the competition venue, he straightened his suit, smiling as he declared, today, we have but one strategy. Do whatever it takes to overpower Su Chen. In recent days, he had been intensely studying the enigmatic opponent. However, due to his uncertainty regarding Su Chen's champion pool, he could not devise the most effective counter-strategy. Thus, their plan remained straightforward, an unrelenting assault on the top lane. Hushi extended his hand, proclaiming victory, victory, as the competition was set to commence. The audience buzzed with anticipation. Damn, this new top laner is incredible. His first match featured a pentakill with Time Old Man. The spectators from Wanwan warned against idolizing him, citing his questionable character. Lacking true skill, Su Chen was destined to fall harder as his fame rose. Observers remarked on Su Chen's intriguing champion pool, cautioning others to remain vigilant. I still hope for victory today. If Su Chen performs well, I might as well eat 3 tons of dung upside down. Others were quick to dismiss the notion, claiming he was merely deceiving them. At last, the moment arrived. Welcome to the 2023 Summer Championship matchup. I am commentator Wawa, and I am commentator Milo. Without further ado, they welcomed both teams to the stage. The lighting, somewhat monotonous as in previous events, illuminated the arena, while the commentators introduced the team's entries. This time, however, the audience was electrifying. Cheers of support erupted, and banners proclaiming vengeance filled the air. The fans were particularly fervent today, with some even displaying customized flags. The banner featured a large, adorable figure, emblazoned with the faces of the current 5 members, accompanied by the rallying cry, "The royal family never surrenders. Strike with fury." Despite the impressive turnout, the opposing team's atmosphere felt subdued in comparison. Many fans were taken aback by the rival team's antics. A wealthy young woman made a call on-site, purchasing a plethora of support items, from glow sticks to team flags and player stickers. Had the match not already begun, she likely would have arranged for even more extravagant displays. When Su Chen took his position among the competitors, he was pleasantly surprised to find a notable portion of fans among the crowd supporting him. Some held up his photographs, while others waved shiny Shun fan signs. A particularly charming female fan, clad in a short skirt that accentuated her figure, had even customized a pillow with his likeness. Upon noticing his gaze, she adorably kissed the pillow, leaving a vivid lip print before playfully shoving it back into her bag. This spectacle excited her companions, who nudged each other to share in the moment, casting teasing glances at Su Chen. Xiaotian swallowed hard, feeling a pang of jealousy. He thought to himself, what does Su Chen have that I don't? Just good looks, a high salary, a tall stature, exceptional skills, daring maneuvers, and a deep champion pool? What else? Unexpectedly, Su Chen merely scoffed at the exuberant fan, turning his gaze away without a second thought. If I cannot evade the petrifying gaze of the snake woman, how can I claim to be worthy of the championship? Attempt to bewitch me? My purification will negate your charm. Is this all you have? I refuse to lose. He remained resolute, disregarding any distractions. Then, he noticed a group of individuals holding identical signs depicting Selaz's feeble expressions, complete with upside-down thumbs directed at him. Su Chen mused himself, how dull. He contemplated whether he might communicate with his fanbase in the future, suggesting they unify their support signs with cute rubber duck motifs. Meanwhile, Xiaotian felt disheartened. How could Su Chen maintain such composure in the face of such a captivating fan? What a fade, he muttered under his breath. What did you say? Su Chen inquired, glancing at Xiaotian. I was commenting on their ridiculous display. Xiaotian retorted, gesturing toward the oversized banner of shame. The other side had been observing Su Chen intently, their eyes burning with competitive fervor. Today they must win. No team craved victory more than they did. They had procured such a massive flag specifically for this moment, and had even envisioned the marketing buzz that would follow. Tears of emotion. The old company stands for justice. As he looked up, he noticed the opposing team staring at him with an almost vacant expression. This puzzled him. He had encountered similar gazes before. What's going on? Are they all insane? The initial moves of the match were conventional yet swift, inciting surprise among onlookers. Milu expressed his confusion. Why didn't they opt to Bantime Old Man or Callista in the first 3 picks? Wawa pondered aloud. It appears they possess confidence in their counter-strategies against these champions. A moment later, both commentators gasped in unison. They actually selected Callista as their first pick. Could this be Hushi's strategy? Hushi's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he continued to observe. Did you anticipate this? If you select a top laner, we will counter with Callista. If you choose a conventional top laner, we will shift Callista to the bottom lane. How will you respond to that? Though slightly taken aback, they accepted the situation. However, their top laner's delay in revealing his champion was less acceptable. Their focus was not on the opposing team, but rather on whether Su Chen could inspire confidence. Ah, Su Chen, have you finally decided which champion you wish to play? While speaking, he discreetly gestured to several others. Su Chen's mouse moved swiftly, inducing a sense of trepidation. Yet, astonishingly, his cursor landed on the random option. It felt as though someone had struck him at his temples, akin to being scorched by the sun. Are you planning to randomly select a champion for the match? Chapter 61 Xiaotian suggested, how about I play as Nam Mei in the jungle? In response to the scrutiny, Su Chen nodded. The Void God stipulates that champions must be selected randomly. Furthermore, when Su Chen commenced his selection, Void God indicated that he could choose randomly 3 times, ultimately selecting one from the 3 champions presented. If a champion appears that he had previously played in the official matches, it would not count against his random selections. With one hand gripping the armrest of his chair to maintain his balance, he muttered through gritted teeth. Is this the reason you claim you don't know what you want to play? If I choose randomly, how could I possibly know what I will get? Did you go for it? I did. Why not take a chance? I had no intention of letting him start, but if you truly select a champion randomly, I might genuinely consider replacing him. I believe my luck will hold. I won't end up with a poor champion. As he spoke, Su Chen randomly selected the Time Elder. Instantly, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although he still did not fully understand this champion, it was evident that Su Chen was adept at playing him, seamlessly integrating this champion into his repertoire. I think Black Brother would be the best choice, but if you truly do not wish to play, then consider this option. However, you must be aware that since the opposing team has prepared extensively, they surely have strategies tailored against you. What are you doing? Su Chen clicked on random once more. The champions switched. The functionality of the Void God is predicated on champions that have not been utilized in prior official matches. Since he had already played the Time Elder, he could not select him again. Su Chen had 2 random opportunities left. This time, the champion revealed was the Saint Gunner. Without waiting for others to react, he immediately locked in. He did not even need to utilize the remaining random selections. Instant lock. Xiaotian was undoubtedly the optimal choice for this match. The reasoning was straightforward. The opposing team clearly came prepared. They had chosen 3 top lane champions and selected Callista, revealing their intent to target him ferociously. Especially concerning the Time Elder, Su Chen possessed an impressive 120 points of mastery with the Time Elder. Thus, he understood the nuances of top lane matchups. It was highly likely that the opposing team would select champions like Galio, Nocturne, Jarvan 4, Renekton, or similar assassins. Su Chen was quite familiar with the champion pool. He did not frequently play assassins. He had previously tried Jarvan 4 and Renekton, but managed to survive by merely focusing on last-hitting minions. Thus, it was more probable that the choice would be between Galio and Nocturne. Galio was relatively more suited for mid lane. However, if Su Chen were play as the breath, he was more likely to opt for Nocturne in the top lane. Consequently, Xiaotian was a fitting choice, not merely in terms of landing, but in the mid to late game. If Nocturne dares to engage him, it would result in a complete annihilation. Moreover, Su Chen harbored an even bolder idea. He intended to pay homage to Uzi, pay tribute to the divine. Simultaneously, it would likely attract attention to Flo, true god. Upon witnessing Su Chen swiftly lock in Xiaotian, his mouth gaped open, resembling the abyssal maw. Wasn't I allowing you to select anything other than the Time Elder? Su Chen began scratching his head. Wasn't Black Brother the best choice? His finger trembled furiously as he pointed at the screen. Black Brother, it seems you indeed have some foggy judgment. Fearing Black Brother might have an aneurysm, he quickly reassured. Don't worry, I truly know how to play this champion. He revealed his intentions, intending to showcase some flair with this champion. For how could he possibly meet the lofty expectations placed upon him? Isn't this about whether or not you can play? How do you even play top lane Xiaotian in this version? He appeared utterly perplexed. Top lane Xiaotian is arguably more conventional than the Time Elder and significantly better than the bottom lane Callista. The crux of the matter is that this was a random selection. Are you joking? If you randomly selected a cat or a robot, would you dare to venture into top lane? It was unfathomable that the answer was indeed a resounding yes. Taking a deep breath, he insisted, you must heed my advice. Top lane Xiaotian is certainly not a champion suited for this version. Just because we won previously does not guarantee victory will continue. Do you realize how much backlash you would face if we lose this match? Xiaotian, play Na Mei, and let us have Luna in the bottom lane. Afterward, we can let Su Chen select. Observing Su Chen's reluctance to comply, he shot a glance at the others. He pretended to be preoccupied with his keyboard and mouse, feigning technical difficulties. Earlier, he had hoped they would assist in persuading Su Chen. However, he genuinely did not wish to intervene. It is worth noting that during the past few days of ranked matches, he had neither acquired the Demon Codex nor the Kill Book. Xiaotian felt a sense of bewilderment. Initially, he had been fervently praising Su Chen. Yet, as his rebellious streak emerged, he recalled how Su Chen had previously mocked him over matters concerning he and Xiaoyu. Did that not mean he would be similarly ridiculed? Thus, it was wiser to avoid provoking any conflict. He expressed his confusion. In my Genshin Impact alternate account, what has transpired these past few days? Sugo, you should adhere to the coach's advice. It would be prudent to interject, he suggested. However, upon speaking halfway, he suddenly noticed the other senior players were silent. Thus, after some clever contemplation, he continued, have you eaten breakfast yet? Su Chen regarded him with a look of disbelief. It is now 5 in the afternoon. What do you think? With a smile, he adeptly deflected the blame. It was mine. His mindset crumbled. What do you mean? I am the coach. What are you all doing? Did you dismiss my earlier statements? Where is my dignity? Why does no one dare to speak up against Su Chen? You are all seasoned professional players. 3 of you have won championships. I did not even request you to confront him directly, yet you cannot even offer a word of counsel. Is he truly the tyrant of the team, the illegitimate child of the owner? Why was I not aware of this? Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he reminded, time is running short, coach. Xiaotian had no choice but to hastily select Na Mei and discreetly glanced at Su Chen's expression, quietly explaining, if it comes to that, I can play Na Mei in the jungle. A wave of frustration surged, nearly choking him. Play your game. Yet, surprisingly at that moment, Su Chen exhibited an unexpected understanding. Xiaotian cannot possibly play Na Mei in the jungle if I do not wish to play top lane Xian. Stunned for a moment, warmth unexpectedly blossomed in his heart, filling him with joy. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing he had fallen for this ploy. Forcing a smile, he earnestly said to Su Chen, as long as you understand, I am confident you can indeed play top lane Xian and quite possibly excel at it. Yet, this is not the time, Elder. This champion has traversed the top lane before, and all competent professional players have played or faced him. They know how to counter him. Su Chen nodded. You make a valid point, brother. Therefore, my Xian will be played in the jungle. As he spoke, Su Chen switched his summoner spell to Smite. Chapter 62, what are you planning to do? Do you wish to ruin League of Legends? Su Chen smiled slightly, having changed his summoner spell to Smite. It struck like a bolt from the blue. The entire team turned in unison to gaze at Su Chen. Their synchronized movement was so practiced. It was not the shock of your memories, but the gravity was no less than before. No, it was perhaps even more intense. What on earth are you saying? We once believed that the extraordinary maneuvers of the top laner, Shiguang Laotu, and Callista leading a Shui were the pinnacle of your capabilities. Su Chen, what exactly are you attempting to achieve? Do you wish to ruin the professional League of Legends matches? Silence enveloped the atmosphere tonight. After a prolonged pause, Xiaotian finally spoke. Brother Su, the match is about to commence, and you suddenly inform me that I am to transition from jungle to top lane. Don't you think that's rather excessive? Su Chen let out a cold snort. If you could forget that damned mechanism and focus solely on training every day, I would hold you in high regard. Xiaotian immediately fell silent. He had already experienced Su Chen's formidable prowess while reviewing videos. This man could single-handedly face numerous opponents while effortlessly taking their focus and countering with a sugar-free cappuccino. His own troubles seemed trivial in comparison to Su Chen's formidable presence. Given that it was Su Chen's request, if they lost, he would not bear the blame. Thus, Xiaotian decisively declared, Brother, let me play you on, sure. To be honest, I have longed to try top lane. I have played it before in ranked. Please, I must give it a shot. It might just become our team's new strategy. He chuckled, convinced of his own intelligence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have anticipated the need to brace himself against the chair. Miller nodded, stating, the choice has been locked in for the released Luna combination. While this version of Luna may not be as formidable as before, it remains entirely viable. Wah concurred. I thought we might play something more deceptive this time. I distinctly remember the last instance when Callista was first picked, leading to all sorts of confusion regarding the top lane. Wawa had made up his mind. Although he was certainly expected to support this match, he must not reveal his intentions too overtly. Suddenly, Miller had a flash of inspiration. What if we see a top lane Luna? Could this Nami merely be a diversion? The feasibility of that was indeed uncertain. Nami could accompany other champions in the bot lane, but it would appear somewhat forced. Yes, since they had selected Nami and Luna, it would be regrettable not to roam together. However, with the peculiar newcomer joining the team, assessing the hero pool had become quite challenging. What we could conceive, we could also anticipate. It all depended on how to address this ambiguous position. Over here, the opening selections took them by surprise. After all, their previous strategies had been concentrated on a single player, while the others simply opted for standard meta champions. Zhao's brow furrowed. I believe there's indeed a chance for Luna to go top. He keenly noticed the opposing team's laughter, a raucous and unabashed display. An unsettling feeling brewed within him, but after much contemplation, he could only say, "Breathe. Let us stick to our original plan." Breathe nodded. "Just give me the nightmarish one." They may not dare to select the old man now, but this champion could still hold its own against Luna. Nightmarish was locked in. The arena erupted in gasps. Because prior to this nightmarish confirmation, the jungler Rail had already been selected. This implied that they had concealed a lethal strategy, a top lane nightmarish. Precisely. Previously, Breed had partnered with Greenhair to explore various top lane champions against the old man and discovered that nightmarish was one of the most suitable counters. Quick lane clearing, capable of withstanding a skill, and the ultimate ability in conjunction with the jungler could forcibly secure kills. Even if they faced difficulties in the early game, they could simply focus on farming and roam mid-game. In essence, it was a versatile champion. Miller immediately praised. "This choice is remarkable. The bot lane has secured Callista, leaving the old man for us, while the top lane nightmarish complements the jungler Rail as frontline and crowd control. I am now very curious about who will ultimately enter the game as the top laner." Oh, another Toad has emerged. Toad can only go top or serve as support. But with Nami already present, could it be that Su Chen intends for Toad to head top? Wawa seized the opportunity and quickly suggested, "That must be the case. Su Chen's hero pool should be exhausted. Choosing Toad to accompany Nightmarish in the top lane is a reasonable choice." Miller was taken aback. "Goodness, you truly know how to seize an opportunity. Even this can be twisted to subtly belittle Su Chen. Surely the disciples must regard you with greater esteem?" Miller clenched his teeth internally, contemplating how to make his presence felt shortly. Over here, they had completely settled into their roles. What could I do? It was challenging to take action. The key was that several of Su Chen's teammates were indeed obedient to his directions. Moments ago, when he hesitated over what to assign to Xiaotian, Su Chen suggested letting him play Toad in the top lane, and without a second thought, it was locked in. No one voiced any objections. Weakly, someone asked, "Why let Xiaotian play Toad top? He doesn't even know how to play Yuan, sure." Su Chen replied with conviction. In truth, he wasn't entirely confident. However, in pursuit of victory and improvement, Su Chen had no choice but to assume the role of a domineering teammate, becoming the very persona he despised. It felt even more excessive than the domineering behavior of past years. Nevertheless, Su Chen would never resort to stealing others' champions if he had not already secured a championship title. "Are you truly dissatisfied with your salary?" he casually inquired, reclining in his chair. Back when he was in the old royal family, he felt disgruntled that his salary was on par with his teammates. He believed he deserved the highest compensation on the team. Thus, when the old royal family faced the opposing team and the coach suggested selecting Luna, he immediately locked it in, forcing him into the jungle role. Subsequently, the performance of 0-4 was even worse than that of Luna in the jungle, leading to a 20-minute surrender by the old royal family. Those still on the team were left bewildered. However, as time passed, the disciples ascended, and this incident was reinterpreted. A deity was once a mortal. Mortals are bound to make mistakes, right? How could one criticize a deity for past transgressions? To all the esteemed individuals, there's no need to continue lowering my ratings. The only reason this book might face a hiatus is due to insufficient ratings and revenue. My gratitude to everyone. Chapter 63, Commentary on a Match Requires Gifting Players a Mercedes? In response to the inquiry, Su Chen was certainly not one to be insatiable. He quickly waved his hand. "No, my salary is already quite substantial." Shui and the others were taken aback. They were unaware of Su Chen's earnings, but they could only surmise that, regardless of the circumstances, a newcomer's salary could barely cover their petty expenses. Goodness, could it be that Su Chen had discreetly noted this down? Tentatively, they inquired, "What should I build mid, Brother Su?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow. "Have I become a coach? Play whatever you desire, but I believe Malzahar is a solid choice." "No worries. We will follow your lead this match." They immediately nodded and looked at Shui, who swiftly locked in the Void Prodigy. For the final pick, Shui chose. In this version, the best pairing with Nami was either Luna or Jinx. Since Jinx had already been taken, they had no choice but to select Luna. However, this left the spectators utterly perplexed. The current lineup was as follows: Luna, Nami, Toad, Malzahar. It focused on an eerie theme. It was utterly unprecedented, bizarre to the extreme. Even during past seasons, There had been numerous instances where odd compositions were selected solely based on everyone's lane capabilities. Yet, at least the direction of the lineup was discernible. This was rather absurd. Over here, the brows of the opposing team were tightly knit together. What on earth is this? He glanced towards the opposing coach, attempting to glean some weakness from their expression. However, it was evident that the cunning coach had simply vanished. It appeared that just moments ago, he had requested the staff to move a chair, cleverly concealing himself behind the players. For words came to mind, unfathomable depth. This was a coach devoid of any flaws? Suddenly, he comprehended the feelings that Zhu Kai must have experienced. But now it was too late to make any adjustments. He could only look towards Breathe and the others and say, "Remember our strategy?" Everyone nodded with determination. Even if we cannot secure victory, as long as we can destabilize Shanglu's Su Chen, we shall deem it a triumph. Moreover, considering the perplexing composition of the opposing team, it is truly beyond comprehension how they intend to clinch a win. All players are professionals. Despite any disparities in skill, to simply concede is utterly outrageous. Approaching for fist bump, he didn't even bring a sign. He merely offered a lackadaisical tap before hastily departing. This only fueled further speculation. It appears he is already confident of victory. The barrage of comments erupted with confusion. With this lineup, one could not discern who would assume which position. Nami is undoubtedly the support, yet the roles of the others remain uncertain. What if the Toad is the support and Nami occupies mid? Or is Nami going to mid? How could Nami possibly venture mid? Su Chen must have tasted the sweetness of playing flamboyantly. Should he lose this one, I shall consume 10 tons. I shall consume 20 tons. The two commentators were equally perplexed. What exactly is the top lane composition? Who is a jungler? Who are the mid and support? Miller couldn't contain his laughter. I believe the most probable lineup is as follows. Top lane Malzahar, jungle Toad, mid lane Lux, and bottom lane with support Nami. Wawa pondered for a moment and responded, "I wonder, could it be that Xiaotian is employing Malzahar in the jungle? After all, a Toad jungler is unheard of. The Toad should still go top. Or perhaps it could still be top lane. Let's not forget Su Chen's prowess." Miller shook his head. That seems rather unlikely. However, regardless of who occupies top lane, the top lane nightmare is not particularly feared. Their minds were nearing overload, struggling to decipher the lineup. Suddenly, Wawa had a brilliant idea and chuckled. "How about this? Since you think it's improbable, I shall assert that Su Chen is top lane, or perhaps the Toad. If I am wrong, I shall treat you to 2 crates of Mosley post-match." Miller clapped his hands, impressed by Wawa's cleverness. He even managed to slip in an advertisement. Surely the officials will reward him with a bonus? Furthermore, this maneuver has an exceptionally brilliant aspect. Previously, fans often criticized them for being overly biased towards one team, while glossing over the impressive plays of the other. Wawa's suggestion quite reasonably redirected everyone's attention back to Su Chen. Should Su Chen falter, the blame would magnify infinitely, and Shun Hui would shine brightly once more. Conversely, should Su Chen emerge victorious, it would be inconsequential, as he undeniably possesses the aura of a burgeoning superstar. So intricate, so detailed. Realizing this, Miller quickly stated, "All right, I shall wager that Su Chen is playing Malzahar or Lux in the top lane. If I am mistaken, you may demand I purchase a Li Ning garment or shoes for you on JD. Is that acceptable? More magnanimous than you, right?" Wawa nodded, intensifying the stakes. "Then I shall select the latest Li Ning model. But what if we both guess incorrectly? Say, if Su Chen is playing Nami top. What if Su Chen doesn't go top?" Miller burst into laughter. "Then we shall pool our resources to buy Su Chen a Mercedes-Benz. Ha ha ha, splendid. Today, I shall risk it all for you." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the heroes were adjusted. Top lane Lux, jungle Toad, mid lane Malzahar, support Nami. Wawa laughed heartily. "The latest Li Ning jacket. I'm already contemplating which piece best suits my style." Miller held his forehead. What a loss. This Su Chen truly plays by his own rules. Yet, this top lane Lux should be utterly demolished by the breathing nightmare and the small Rhea's military training. What can Xiaotian's jungle Toad accomplish? Slow farming and mediocre ganks. It seems destined to be merely a utility character. Meanwhile, the audience in the venue erupted with fervor. 3, 2, 1, go. Huangzu, never say die. With banners waving in the background, the fan club's momentum was unstoppable. 3, 2, 1, go. Tao Bo fight without regret. They refused to fall behind. However, the atmosphere was slightly less intense, likely due to a greater number of female fans. Wow, the live audience is exceptionally passionate today. Thus, we officially enter this matchup with Su Chen's top lane Lux. Wawa's sentence abruptly faltered. Miller paused, his eyes widening in shock. The two commentators gazed at Xiaotian's Toad, as well as Su Chen's Lux, equipped with the Smite spell. They were rendered speechless. Chapter 64. The Swinging Emperor. Do you harbor a deep-seated grudge against the Divine? In this match, top lane River King Eternal Nightmare, jungle Black Brother Slim version of the Iron Maiden, mid lane Ghoulie Naja Justice Giant, Night Hunter, no application version, Callista, support Tidecaller, Ahi Deep Sea Titan. The two commentators' minds buzzed in disbelief. Let us set aside the Mercedes matter for now. Are you certain you aren't engaging in professional play due to a profound vendetta? How can you be so versatile? Are you even human? Swinging champions, swinging positions, swinging summoner spells? Even we've been swayed by you? Did you overhear us discussing the Mercedes-Benz through an extra channel in your headset? The barrage of comments erupted with laughter. Ha ha ha. Both commentators, post-match, shower Su Chen with a Mercedes-Benz. I challenge anyone to claim Lux cannot jungle. His game understanding surpasses a decade of the current meta. Wawa and Miller. I genuinely believe Su Chen is a fan now. This tribute is profoundly moving. This person is truly insufferable. Choosing such a champion is a sign of poor judgment. Isn't it? I am but a bystander. Yet Su Chen seems intent on mercilessly ridiculing the veterans. How tedious. This individual is merely here for amusement. Let us tone it down upstairs. The stench is overwhelming. No one anticipated the lineup to be like this. Bang! Somewhere, a chubby spectator, silently watching the match, slammed his small fist onto the table. He incessantly mumbled something, his face flushed with embarrassment. Meanwhile, backstage, those witnessing the astonished reactions of the live audience. The plummeting real-time support rates, and the commentators rendered speechless sighed heavily, pulling out their phones. Boss, let me explain. They must be misinterpreting my thoughts, right? No. It's genuinely not my thoughts that are amiss. After a while, the call ended, yet he did not reopen the job search platform. Deep down, he harbored a flicker of hope. What if Su Chen, once again, emerged victorious as he did before? Initially, he had intended to cultivate him as a player of that caliber, yet this rascal is merely a trickster. He could only continue to hypnotize himself. We too have our inventors. However, they're merely grotesque versions. On this end, the situation was even more dire. As soon as the game commenced, everyone donned their masks of agony, especially Bushi, who, right from the start, began to struggle with his breathing. No way. For days, I devoted countless hours devising strategies against your top lane, training tirelessly until bloodshot eyes emerged, all to counter the temporal champion. And then you enter the game and inform me you want to play top? Bushi simply could not accept it. Su Chen, I doth implore you. You are forcing me to become a fan. You truly deserve to be cursed. Chunju. Others were equally distressed. This lineup is a foolish, purely early to mid-game composition, lacking a single late-game powerhouse. Galio and Rhea were specifically chosen to target Su Chen's top lane. Their sole purpose was to dismantle him. Yet, Su Chen's audacious maneuvering has left Teacher Dun anxious. If this continues, no one will wish to play, and his starting position will be jeopardized, prompting him to urgently exclaim, "Everyone, remain calm. His Lux in the jungle is unplayable." Previously, during that match, do you recall how KLST sees the red buff at level 1? We must establish our vision. The team swiftly organized into a formation, guarding every crucial point with vigilance. Meanwhile, congratulations, host, for successfully utilizing the red buff. The system is automatically initiating a lottery. SCHN heard the system's notification and felt a twinge of confusion. What was happening? Why was it reminiscent of the previous training match? And why was he already benefiting from the red buff at the start? Did he perpetually enter matches with overwhelming rage? A passion therapy? I merely selected L11N. It shouldn't be this intense. I haven't even exerted my strength yet. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a permanent reward. 3-team fight strategy enhancements. The Void God attribute has doubled the reward to 6. Regardless, the reward was secured, and the doubling felt quite satisfying. He inquired, "Shall we invade the enemy jungle?" SCHN shook his head, stating, "No need." Although the 50 gold top laner would significantly increase his chances of securing a kill, it still depended on economic pressure in the matchup. This time, he was up against Ruar, a champion favored in the current meta, often utilized for jungling due to her rapid clearing speed. He could indeed make a move with TNTI in YWing. But since he had already suffered a setback at level 1 last time, the enemy might be wary, so it was best to hold off for now. After waiting for a considerable period without sight of Su Chen, they reluctantly retreated, albeit cautiously leaving vision in both the upper and lower jungle river areas. They swiftly exchanged a few words. We must catch out Xiaotian. We need to break through their lanes. Don't worry, our bottom lane will hold steady. We must secure the first Rift Herald. Indeed, the strategy had not changed. They were skeptical that Xiaotian, temporarily filling in the top lane, could shine significantly. Surely, he would be a point of vulnerability. As long as the early game did not collapse under Ruar's pressure, they would be fine. However, with vision established in the river, how could L11N, who was undoubtedly slower at farming than Ruar, possibly disrupt her? Therefore, this match held significant potential for victory. The jungle monsters respawned. SCHN commenced with a standard blue buff start, not requesting assistance from Xiaotian. Ruar, with the aid of the bottom duo, cleared the jungle at an astonishing pace. At this moment, WW finally reconnected, already anticipating the barrage of comments proclaiming Mercedes-Benz filling the screen. Yet, he could only grit his teeth and continue to analyze. Cough. I still haven't seen the utility of SCHN's L11N in the jungle. Using the smite to secure the frog seems rather detrimental. Oh, after clearing 2 camps, L11N is not continuing to the 3 wolves, but is instead heading towards the river. But there is vision in the river. Earlier, Xiaotian stood there and knew that there were wards. This is a grave error on SCHN's part. Originally, I intended to reference many jokes about DN, but DN is truly a respectable man. Chapter 65, Collective Assault. Where is L11N hiding? This move appeared to be a colossal mistake on SCHN's part. Yet, in the next moment, SCHN's L11N took a peculiar route towards the river. The director cut to the fog of war. It turned out that SCHN was cleverly maneuvering at the very edge of the vision range, inching towards the barren pit. Indeed, SCHN was preparing to invade the enemy jungle. At this point, they were at an economic disadvantage. The top lane was under pressure, mid lane was being suppressed, and the bottom lane was temporarily even. The farm economy was nearly negligible. However, SCHN had cleared 1 less jungle camp than Ruar. TNTI in YWing had already been activated. With vision in play, the probability of successful jungle invasion increased by 66. Earlier, when Xiaotian was positioned in vision, he observed where the enemy had placed their wards. SCHN was attempting to navigate around this river ward using Li Nu S40 vision control capability, aiming to slip into the opposing jungle. However, the issue now was that he was at the extreme edge of the ward's range. It was impossible to circumvent this vision entirely. SCHN decided to instruct his teammates for assistance. ML, observing the scenario, remarked incredulously, he is still attempting to maneuver around the vision. But Ruar's jungle speed is not on the same level as L11N's. If L11N intends to invade the jungle, not only is there the risk of being discovered, but whether he can even win the fight is debatable. Ruar is already nearing level 6 at level 3. Oh, why did L11N suddenly stop moving? SCHN's level 2 L11N had positioned itself at the very limit of the vision range, seemingly intending to approach the barren pit. Yet, if L11N took another step forward, he would undoubtedly be spotted. There was no way to maintain this position. It appeared that SCHN was aware of the vision here. If he knew he couldn't bypass it, why was he lingering? At that moment, all 3 lanes suddenly launched their assaults. Down in the lower lane, I charged forward, fiercely grappling with K, LST, and T at N. In mid lane, MRZHH positioned himself strategically, attacking GLO during the minions' aggro intervals. In the top lane, Xiaotian's frog bravely confronted the wave of minions, challenging N. Everyone was taken aback. This made no sense. HX immediately shouted, "This frog dares to trade blows with me? Is L11N on his way up? Is Ruar coming too? She should be heading mid." DN weakly remarked, "Even if you are S-Ingy, you shouldn't be so fierce." She questioned, "Wait, L11N has arrived? What is going on?" He had been away from the starting position for so long this season, having been sold for a bargain. Thus, he cherished every opportunity to start. Before the match, he studied Xiaotian's performance in that game, where he had overwhelmed the bottom lane early on, so he felt anxious. That was when Xiaotian was in the top lane, and now Xiaotian was playing jungle. Wouldn't this be even more chaotic? Moreover, the importance of this match was equivalent to a renowned player participating in their final game. Due to the conflict between Xiaotian and the team, many harbored immense expectations for him. This match's composition critically required him to step up. It was truly a match that could determine his professional career. He had to exercise utmost caution during the landing phase. Ruar was bewildered. Why is everyone calling for L11 North on every lane? Where is he? Is he using a shadow clone? However, indeed, L11 N should be preparing to gank at level 2, which would mean he was likely in the lower jungle after starting red. Which jungler brings blue buff for a level 2 gank? Moreover, it was evident that the frog had gone straight to the top lane without assisting in jungle clearing. Thus, he was undoubtedly in mid or bottom lane. He should not be in the top lane. Watch out in the bottom lane. I'm heading mid. He swiftly bypassed level 6 and rushed to mid lane. In the bottom lane, KLST and Xiaotian could only retreat cautiously, as this powerful early game duo had been pressured. They were frustrated, but there was nothing they could do. HX's eyes reddened with frustration. Xiaotian, you are truly acting. While enduring all those minions, if I didn't know better, I'd think you were playing in silver. Yet at that moment, the mid lane's skirmish swiftly transitioned with a retreat. Ruar had missed her opportunity. Up to this point, L11N had not been seen at all. Outside the game, WW was explaining. All 3 lanes have begun to engage. However, none have fully committed. Mid and bottom lanes are still gaining ground, but Xiaotian's frog is dangerously low on health. Why did they all suddenly engage at once? The director expressed his mounting pressure. Wait, when did L11N arrive at that spot? ML stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene within the game. It turned out that just moments ago, as the 3 lanes clashed, Xiaotian's L11N executed a swift maneuver, appearing in the river vision for merely an instant. He then arrived at the Baron Pit's location. At this moment, he stood quietly, pressed against the wall of the Baron Pit. Though WW and I had initially intended to lean one way, they couldn't help but feel a sense of tension due to L11N's precise maneuvers. Hadn't they noticed? Such finesse. The team's communication and collaboration were truly commendable. As the 3 lanes began to engage in a fierce contest for attention, Su Chen seized the opportunity to slip past the vision. His presence was barely registered for a fleeting second, as if he had gone unnoticed. At that moment, the team was engulfed in confusion, questioning Su Chen's whereabouts. Surely he was in the jungle, was he not? Xiao suddenly exclaimed. He just revealed himself on the map. I could see his items. Instantly, tension gripped the 5 players, pondering where this elusive figure had briefly shown himself. They had never felt such pressure at the onset of a match, especially when the economic disparities were still negligible. Greenhair hesitated, while Dunn contemplated, could it be in the mid lane? He had been preoccupied with dodging the skills of the enemy's meat shield. Yet, he resolutely asserted, he definitely hasn't appeared in the top lane. I witnessed it clearly. Xiao found himself at a loss. However, his experience was substantial. While it was highly likely that Su Chen had commenced from the red buff, he could very well be lurking in the mid or bottom lane. The uncertainty surrounding Su Chen's position was palpable. Exercising caution, he activated the scanner, maneuvering around the red wall and placing a ward in the brush behind it. Indeed, the vision over the 2 river areas was established by Hushi and Greenhair, while Xiao, mirroring Su Chen, opted not to purchase a health potion, instead acquiring a vision ward at the outset. This was to enhance the defensive vision for Su Chen's use. Chapter 66. This demon-slaying marksman, Su Chen, certainly exudes the flamboyant style reminiscent of a wild pup. What a pity, lamented Wawa. Xiao was utterly unaware that he had brushed past Su Chen, who was merely separated by a wall. Had he stood just a tad closer, he would have swept Su Chen into view. Miller couldn't help but interject. The emotions are escalating. I'm getting drawn into it. I almost forgot my steadfast stance. Zhao's scan had also detected a stone golem, revealing that it had not been engaged, leading him to make the decision to attack the red buff directly. However, Su Chen was only level 2 and still lacked vision. Was he really planning to go for a heart steal? Su Chen calculated the time, sensing it was nearly right. Xiao should be finishing up at level 6 and making his way to the red buff. If Xiao had been a bit more vigilant and checked around, He might have placed a ward in the brush behind the red wall. Regardless, it was time to advance. Su Chen maneuvered Lu Xian along the left edge of the dragon pit, utilizing the wall behind the stone golem to advance, perfectly evading vision once again. The broadcast fog of war left the audience in awe. Previously, only one player from another region had executed such vision-denying maneuvers. Yet here was Su Chen, performing these extraordinary feats. Xiao remained blissfully unaware, still focused on pulling the red buff to level 6. He contemplated where Lu Xian could possibly be. His earlier caution had cost him precious time, nullifying his initial advantage in jungle clear speed compared to Lu Xian. He needed to swiftly eliminate the 3 jungle camps in the top lane. In the next moment, a vision ward was placed, and almost simultaneously, a radiant light flashed from the brush. The red buff collapsed. Xiao was taken aback. What the heck? In the following instant, the Holy Gunner, now level 3 and adorned with red and blue buffs, dashed forth. How could he be here? Xiao was at a complete loss. Just moments ago, he had been meticulously cautious, even checking and placing a ward to prevent being counter-jungled. Yet Lu Xian had successfully executed the steal. Can I take a look? Xiao exclaimed in a panic. In the blink of an eye, Lu Xian was already upon him, leaving Xiao on the verge of tears. He was being relentlessly pursued by Lu Xian's relentless assault. Spectators outside the game relished the spectacle. This Lu Xian is something else. I ask you, is he not fierce? Xiao found himself resonating deeply with the experience of being denied the red buff by Callista just a match prior. Wow, witnessing this for the first time in 2 years. It feels as though this demon-slaying marksman, Lu Xian, embodies the wild spirit of a pup. The squad from Taiwan, perhaps, might not think you were complimenting him, but I challenge you to show me. At the base, aside from one player, the other 4 swiftly pushed the door and dashed into the training room, exclaiming, "Hurry! It should be starting soon." One grumbled, "It's all Ali's fault for insisting on ordering an extra drink, wasting time." Ali retorted defiantly, "I simply wanted to taste a cappuccino without sugar. What's wrong with that?" When they finally booted up the computers and entered the match, they were greeted by the familiar sight of Zhao's red buff falling. This scene was all too recognizable. The team exchanged glances before approaching Xiao, patting him on the shoulder with a collective sigh, bowing as if offering incense. Get lost. Returning to the game, upon hearing Zhao's call, Dan felt powerless. I can't go. Dan had not seen Xiao Yu for several days, and the fully formed Song, he was unable to move, even against Galio's confrontation with Malzahar. I'll take care of it. Hushi was seething with anger. The original plan was for him to push the lane aggressively before slowing it down, exchanging health for lane control, and then Xiao would join for a 3-man tower dive. However, due to Su Chen's audacious play, their strategy had crumbled. Is it your intention to disrupt our jungle? I'll take you on. Wawa immediately shouted in enthusiasm. I never expected he would actually manage to steal it. But it wasn't a significant issue. The junglers were clearing at an equal rate, and Hushi held absolute lane control, with the level 3 Nightmare ready to provide support. Lu Xian had no choice but to retreat. However, Su Chen did retreat, but in the direction of the stone golem. Hushi's breath quickened. Are you still not finished? Yet, Xiaotian's frog had also arrived. Hushi found himself encircled. Wawa slapped his thigh. It's time. Let's engage. It was evident that Hushi could no longer contain himself. He began to clash with Lu Xian, while Xiao was on his way. Hushi missed, but it was of little consequence. His maneuver had blocked Lu Xian's attack. Such finesse. Miller elaborated on Hushi's actions, attempting to earn favor. Su Chen can only use his flash now. If he gets feared, Zhao's arriving Rel will ensnare him, and he could be eliminated in one fell swoop. At that moment, Hushi's hand hovered over the flash key. Should Lu Xian choose to flash, he would follow suit immediately. He would unleash his damage to obliterate him. Xiaotian's frog had closed the distance, but Rel had already entered the fray, exchanging pokes with the frog. As expected, Lu Xian was heading toward the wall behind the stone golem, clearly intending to flash over the wall and continue the skirmish. Just as the fear from Nightmare was about to take effect, a flash of golden light illuminated the scene. Without hesitation, Hushi followed suit and flashed. But the next moment he was dumbfounded. Before him stood 2 stone golems, calmly gazing back as if to ask, "Are you here to mess around?" Wait. He flashed in the opposite direction, into the brush. Hushi's composure shattered. Had he been outplayed again? Had he been toyed with once more? Chapter 67. The Holy Gunner's Resurgence. The role of Jungle Lu Xian. When Hushi reached the opposing side and locked eyes with the stone golem, Xiao exclaimed, "Danger!" Lu Xian emerged from the brush, swiftly teaming up with the frog to eliminate Zhao's rel. Well played, Su Ge, a Shui exclaimed, eager to praise. Impressive, impressive, so strong. Not to be outdone, Xiaotian chimed in, I collaborated effectively, right, Su Ge? Absolutely brilliant. They echoed in unison. He acutely sensed a peculiar shift in the team's atmosphere over the past couple of days, as if several senior members had united under a common leader, and thus, he felt compelled to align with the group. The audience outside erupted with excitement, while others remained silent. The banners they held became increasingly desolate. A few individuals expressed their frustration, their morale somewhat diminished, yet their spirits were not entirely broken. The earlier events had indeed stirred things up, leaving everyone puzzled about the circumstances. Did he obstruct our vision? Let us focus, everyone. We missed spotting him when he revealed himself earlier. Let's farm for a while, and then take him down. With our lineup, even if we sacrifice a few at the start, their Vanguard 1T stand a chance. Wawa expressed some discomfort, stating, this time, Lu Xian secured first blood and eliminated the small six. Fortunately, Hushi has respawned, but the stone monster is unlikely to be taken down. Miller, feeling the pressure, fell into silence. The two must be feeling the strain. As Su Chen's popularity rose, so did the pressure brought on by Maizid. How reckless of us to suggest something like this. In the game, the match in the upper lane was surprisingly enjoyable for Xiaotian. Perhaps he had grown weary of jungling and found a fresh perspective in playing the upper lane. Whenever he occasionally hit a frog and licked the opponent's Hushi, Xiaotian felt a moment of delight. What can I say? Although I am a professional jungler, suddenly playing the upper lane feels different. What does it mean to be a genius? Can you feel the envy? But soon Xiaotian's smile faded. Once Galio leveled up, his lane-pushing speed skyrocketed, and he began to pressure the upper lane alongside Su Chen. Both sides were earning kills. As expected, in matches involving Su Chen, conventional strategies were thrown out the window. Rather than relinquishing the vanguard, 4 of them converged. Except for Shui, who was farming, the rest joined the fray. The team's communication became a cacophony. We can do it. Our Callista is formidable at this moment. Let us not rush. Let us play it smart. Titans sought opportunities, asking how Lu Xian had become isolated. Hushi's eyes lit up as he finally seized a chance. Is Lu Xian really that arrogant? Can I fly? Go ahead, fly. Green Hair shouted. The next moment, the screen turned dark from the perspective of the 5 players. The curtain rises. Reacting swiftly, they followed Su Chen's signal. Earlier, Su Chen had indicated that he would make a small play, advising him to heed the signal, so he remained calm. On the path where the nightmare was soaring, Lu Xian activated his divine light, unleashing a barrage of bullets upon the approaching nightmare, leaving it unable to evade even a single shot. Hushi felt his breath almost cease. Thankfully, he was still holding on, waiting for his teammates to arrive. Miller quickly explained, although the nightmare took a full divine light barrage and is low on health, the Justicar is also arriving. The nightmare pursued Lu Xian relentlessly. Even if you manage to severely injure me, you're still just a mere shadow. Besides, I have my brothers behind me. Guido London. Although he couldn't knock up Lu Xian, who escaped with his skills, it was all right. He could still pursue. The next moment, Wawa exclaimed in despair. He actually flashed over the wall, just barely reaching Galio, with only Lu Xian and the nightmare left standing. It seemed Hushi would fall this time. The viewers in the live stream became electrified. Wow, that was truly impressive. Lu Xian activated his ultimate while the nightmare was in flight, delivering a full barrage. Song Yijin was so confident. Was that a predicted movement? The nightmare had no vision. That was Su Chen's signal. I trust Su Chen completely. Following the signal, I flashed over the wall without vision, just barely spotting Galio and locking him down. With this team, it felt as though they had suddenly found their spirit. Their coordination was truly remarkable. If Song Yijin were to hear such praise from the audience, he could only say, "It is not that our coordination is exceptional. It is that I had no choice but to coordinate well." Hushi, in a state of agitation, scratched his head. Can we keep fighting after he took me down? I'm out of steam. It's fine, it's fine. Malzahar has no skills left. Green Hair, as Titan, charged ahead, while the remaining 3 alive rushed in to focus fire. Completely concentrated, the opportunity to showcase their skills had arrived. Should we retreat? Someone asked. Although the Vanguard had turned into a 4v4, Su Chen's condition was quite average. No, let's engage. We secured first blood at level 1. And after taking down a few in the bot lane, thanks to Shui's generosity, he also managed to collect a cannon minion and several small minions. This time, he secured another kill. At this point, compared to the lowly support rel, Su Chen was already 1,100 gold ahead. The 50 gold top laner provided an incredibly absurd advantage. It could be said that Su Chen's Xiaotian was on the verge of becoming everyone's nightmare. Seeing both sides unwilling to relinquish the vanguard, Wawa couldn't help but focus intently, unwilling to miss any spectacular plays from the team. Green Hair S Titan, in perfect synergy with the small rel, provided ample control. Callista deftly dodged Xiaotian's attack while sliding away. How can we win against such a solid lineup? Miller remarked. Xiaotian's frog play was a critical error. All missed, and the shield was activated too early. Although a few of the frontline brothers are in mediocre shape, this is practically a 3-protect-1 lineup, allowing Callista plenty of room to deal damage. Callista's momentum is fierce. Xiaotian has fallen. However, Titan was still taken down by Xiaotian, while Nami used her flash to escape, but ended up catching Galio instead. Su Chen's Xiaotian could only deal damage from the back. What purpose does your jungle Xiaotian serve? At this moment, he was completely driven mad. The opportunity for fame had arrived. He flawlessly completed the task at hand. Having executed 2 delicate movements just moments ago, this round is bound to be featured in highlights. Wasn't he that how legends were made, step by step? Chapter 68. Why are you shouting so loudly? It was crystal clear. This match was not against a foreign team, yet the excitement was palpable. Countless eyes were fixed on this scene. If they could eliminate Su Chen and secure his career's first blood, even if Su Chen became the rookie king and climbed to great heights in the future, others would find it hard to forget, I was the one. Miller continued passionately narrating. Callista followed Nami as she flashed. However, she cannot eliminate Nami first, as Xiaotian is targeting her. It's not a big deal. The operation here is quite meticulous, and the condition is decent, but Xiaotian should also fall. Wawa's commentary abruptly halted as he witnessed an incredibly absurd scene. Su Chen's Xiaotian utilized a bush, skillfully maneuvering away. When Callista aimed at him, he immediately ducked into the bush. Losing vision, Callista missed her attack. This exemplifies the difficulties of Callista's passive ability. Then, Xiaotian swiftly emerged from the bush to retaliate. Callista's health plummeted as she decisively closed the distance and placed a ward in the bush. However, Xiaotian simply dashed over the wall, disappearing into a shroud of darkness. Callista's attack missed again. Simultaneously, he had evaded Galio's and Rel's charges. Chase, chase, chase. He can't escape. At that moment, he truly felt the thrill of the match. He recalled the banners held high by the audience, the flag of the divine, adorned in dark golden robes, never yielding. At this moment, he embodied the spirit of the peak, the wild pup. Even if he was manipulated by the opposing Xiaotian twice, his confidence remained unwavering. The first casualty, Hushi, couldn't he help but shout, "Get him!" The relatively calm Xiao initially considered retreating, as their 3 members were not in great shape. But the atmosphere had escalated to this point. Charge! However, on their pursuit, they suddenly spotted the 3 wolves by Xiaotian's side, creating additional obstacles for them to navigate. Callista, however, remained unafraid, as she could maneuver effortlessly. However, Xiaotian swiftly evaded her attack and countered with rapid strikes. Both of them were already on the brink of collapse. Regrettably, KLST clenched her teeth, realizing that she could only make a change. Truly, the execution is remarkably meticulous. Thus, the mutual extraction of bounties by these 2 individuals ultimately proves to be advantageous, particularly for the one who is evidently stronger in the later stages. However, for oneself and for morale, it is undoubtedly a tremendous gain. The clash of spears and bullets soaring through the air, the collision of cold weapons and modern armaments. However, just as the spear was about to pierce Xian, he utilized his flash. He vanished once more, losing sight of his target. The spear dissipated into the air, and KLST fell, consumed by rage. He shouted in disbelief. He could hardly believe his eyes. Was he really able to evade that? It was one thing to dodge skills, but to evade 3 of my regular attacks? As I gazed at the still illuminated avatar of Xiaotian, I gradually became aware of the disparities within the world. Is there truly such a vast chasm between individuals? Xiaohe and Du were momentarily taken aback, hastily retreating. However, Su Chen's Xiaotian took a detour, activating the explosive fruit, which detonated not far from the 2. Teacher Da and promptly maneuvered Galio to intervene, yet was thwarted by the evasive Su Chen. He is still alive. He continues to unleash his prowess. Su Chen successively accepted the remaining two individuals, utterly astounded, murmuring, "Why is Su Chen bringing back Xiaotian? Oh, he is the jungler." The entire team fell into silence. The canyon lay in stillness, with only the three wolves, whose hatred had not yet been completely eradicated, serving as a harbinger of the trio's pursuit, reminiscent of being chased like dogs. The two commentators genuinely found themselves at a loss for words. It was truly a breach of defense. What a display. Had I known he could stage a counterattack, I would not have spoken so earlier. The faces of the two individuals burned with embarrassment. Furthermore, they would inevitably refrain from praising him, his IDSBNCH after the match, as the audience, known for their high entertainment value, would likely exert considerable pressure outside the arena. In the backstage coach's room, a fist slammed onto the table. How exhilarating to witness that. Su Chen's recent maneuvers have left him exhilarated. This lad truly excels in his skills. How can one evade like that? Not only dodging abilities, but also basic attacks? In truth, there appears to be a plethora of highlight reels showcasing the skills of professional players circulating on the internet. However, to be candid, there are not many that truly stand out. Moreover, these compilations often lack the extraordinary maneuvers displayed by these players in ranked matches. After all, professional teams are composed of various kings, making it quite challenging to provide ample room for such remarkable feats. Moreover, in the competition, each team places far greater emphasis not on the individual skills of the players, but rather on teamwork, strategic thinking, operational efficiency, positioning at the right moment, and support capabilities. Yet, Su Chen, how many matches has he truly played? A series of waves has been showcased, whether in terms of ideas or operational limits. As long as he can maintain such impressive proficiency, it is perhaps for the best that I refrain from participation. I am filled with excitement. The boss called, but I promptly declined the call. Who are you with? Do you wish to apologize? That can wait. I am currently engrossed in the match. I wish to document the issues faced by the competitors. My thoughts remain unclouded, and my dedication is unwavering. At this moment, De Huang approached, holding a bottle of water, with a sycophantic smile on his face. "Brother, your water," he said. Annoyed, he pushed him aside. "Get lost. Do not obstruct my view of the match." De Huang gazed at the water in his hand, tears dampening his little shoes. The host felt awkward for quite some time, while the director cursed in his earpiece, lamenting how such a mistake could occur after so much commentary had already been provided. The commentator could only continue, exclaiming, "Ahem! The performance of player Su Chen is truly remarkable, displaying calmness in the face of adversity. Now, let's observe what choices will be made next." The reactions from the audience at this moment are equally intriguing. I hereby declare that Su Chen is the unrivaled master of operations in the world. Who is in agreement? And who is not? What constitutes a true supernova? Tactical lean back. I venture to guess that Su Chen is typing on the public screen. The little chubby boy is quite handsome and worth learning from. Is the void god present? Shall we delve into to explore the means of transcending the void? The two commentators are truly repulsive. I await their compensation to Su Gu in the form of a Mercedes. Goodness, they have truly captivated my attention. "Doctor, I require oxygen. Where are you? Step forward and speak. Why are you shouting so loudly? I am currently in the depths of despair, weeping inconsolably." Indeed, many were eagerly recording videos that night. Much like the premiere of Su Chen, they awaited the moment when Su Chen would be eliminated, so they could confidently share their videos. However, they still executed a remarkable maneuver that is destined to be recorded in history. Chapter 69. Song Yi's Unexpected Wall Collision. The Salvation of Xiaotian. The others were equally exhilarated. Alu exclaimed, "Wow, incredible. Enjoying a beverage while watching such a competition is truly delightful. This is truly unattainable. I feel that if we can maintain this throughout the year, it is rather daunting. It feels somewhat invincible, given our current state. The only conceivable victory seems to be in our grasp." Alu, "Hey, my brothers, this cappuccino without sugar is surprisingly delightful. Would you care to try it?" The crowd cast disdainful glances in his direction, seemingly displeased with his incessant spirit of amusement. Alu murmured, "Why are you staring at me? If you do not drink, I shall recommend it to Woozy." Returning to the match, Su Chen felt quite pleased with this maneuver. Is this the exhilarating operation following the astronomical probability of a counterkill from the 50 Yuan top lane? How delightful! However, Su Chen also understood that this time he was indeed fortunate to have drawn the hero Su Chen. Previously, during his time practicing as a substitute mid laner, he had specifically honed his skills with this hero, particularly because Su Chen was undeniably powerful in that version, reaching a point where he was a must-pick. Thus, Su Chen possessed a considerable level of proficiency. Had he randomly drawn a hero with which he was entirely unfamiliar, it would have been exceedingly difficult to achieve such an effect without relying on his familiarity with the hero's mechanics. The crowd remained in a state of exhilaration, truly impressive. Remarkable indeed, exaggeration. If the previous accolades were hindered by the contentious nature of the killing book, now everyone genuinely expresses their admiration. In the realm of electronic sports, prowess speaks volumes. Once again, no one intervened, allowing the minions and tower to be devoured with glee. Witnessing the development into a robust version of a Shui stirred a surge of excitement within. One could hardly resist the urge to join the next team fight and showcase their prowess. Song Yijin couldn't help but smile broadly, a subtle sense of pride blossoming within him. Had it not been for the friendship he forged with Su Chen all those years ago, he might never have managed to bring Su Chen into the fold. That seems incorrect. It was Su Chen who took the initiative to add him as a friend, and he even wrote a letter of intent. Did I inadvertently bring him to my brother, or did he gain entry through me? The situation is truly unsettling upon deeper reflection. Su Chen tentatively contemplated uttering a few words. They should be hesitant to engage this time, especially given their frontline position. Su Chen was still engrossed in the game. In this round, he secured several kills and claimed the bounty of Callista. What a thrilling match. However, the collective lack of focus exhibited by his teammates left Su Chen feeling somewhat discontented. In this match, he had not employed any disruptive tactics to control his teammates' actions. He had merely chosen to play as a jungler with Su Chen. Is it too much to ask for you all to concentrate on the game? Wherein lies the professional integrity of us as competitive players? The atmosphere here is rather subdued. The remarkable display by Su Chen has left everyone feeling somewhat intimidated. Teacher Dun, sensing the mood, encouraged everyone. Brothers, let's maintain a calm mindset. We still have opportunities ahead, even if we cannot emerge victorious. We must confront this Su Chen at least once. The crowd was taken aback. If Teacher Dun suggests that we strive to uplift ourselves and seek opportunities for a turnaround, it becomes exceedingly challenging for them to regain their motivation, as they are acutely aware of the formidable difficulty in achieving victory. The advantages held by the opposing side have, at this juncture, become quite exaggerated. However, Teacher Dun has aptly highlighted the crux of the matter. We must eliminate Su Chen at least once. Indeed, how dare he, a mere newcomer, so brazenly invade our jungle and treat us like mere playthings? While he may possess formidable strength, does that imply we are exceedingly weak? We have conceded the vanguard and the dragon. It is time for us to focus on our development. Let us allow one lane to be pushed while we only farm the minions that come our way in the bottom lane. I refuse to accept this. We must take him down. I will build semi-tank items for my Meng Yin, for without them, I cannot withstand Su Chen's ultimate attack. I will follow closely. If the opportunity arises, feel free to soar. The flames of vengeance burned brightly in the eyes of the crowd. 10 minutes elapsed. Within this time, Su Chen secured 3 additional kills, while Malzahar used his flash to suppress opponents, and Su Chen unleashed a devastating barrage with his ultimate, easily executing a masterful display of torment. However, Xiaotian's frog was also slain once under the tower and captured another time. Of course, Su Chen could fully comprehend the situation. It was by no means Xiaotian's fault, for he was compelled to venture to the top lane. Xiaotian had done his utmost in this match, but what irked Su Chen was his typically lackluster mindset and his lack of seriousness during training, being entranced by the intricacies of mechanics to the detriment of his professional attitude. I have devoted my life to this game, tirelessly grinding, and despite achieving certain accolades, I still refuse to relent. What are you doing every day? In front of everyone, we must take action. The double marksman composition played swiftly, yet they completely neglected to engage in this team fight. Rationally speaking, engaging in this fight was not feasible. However, by abstaining, they merely allowed the opposition to snowball, leading to a gradual demise. At such moments, most professional teams would typically attempt to capitalize on any mistakes made by their opponents to turn the tide. Yet their target had shifted. Their focus was solely on one individual. That individual was Su Chen. Winning was undoubtedly out of reach. However, eliminating him remained a possibility. Thus, everyone frantically pushed lanes and farmed jungle camps. No matter how fed Lu Xian became, he could not possibly build tank items, could he? Surely, with all the damage aimed at him, he could be slain. After slaying the Baron, the five of them gathered, fixated on Su Chen. Suddenly, their eyes lit up. An opportunity. Attack. Not far from Su Chen's Lu Xian. Although Malzahar had exchanged his spellbook for healing, he was currently occupied with the stone golem, placing some distance between himself and Su Chen. Everyone was acutely aware that waiting for Titan to find an opportunity was nearly impossible. This was indeed the best chance. Meng Yan's deep, sultry voice echoed, "Embrace the darkness." The canyon was once again engulfed in shadows. A wave of panic washed over him. This was the moment he needed to help Su Chen control an opponent to prevent Meng Yan and Galio from focusing him down. He hurriedly followed Su Chen's signal, moving to the wall, and then executed a flash. He crashed into the wall. "Oh no, I made a mistake," he exclaimed anxiously. "Why do I always hit the wall?" Upon witnessing this scene, the green-haired player excitedly shouted, "Song Yijin hit the wall. He hit the wall. Opportunity, opportunity, opportunity." Meng Yan surged forward. Galio followed suit with his ultimate. The remaining three hastened to the battlefield, hoping to arrive at the front lines swiftly. Everyone was filled with excitement. As Meng Yan soared halfway, he felt a sense of stability. Yet at that moment, a frog flashed in, opening its gaping maw and swallowing Lu Xian, who had just activated his ultimate. Lu Xian unleashed a torrent of bullets from within the frog's belly. A moving artillery piece. The holy gun laid waste. Chapter 70. The die is cast. Breathe, breathe. Meng Yan awkwardly consumed a barrage of bullets mid-flight. After his demise, he slammed his fist on the table, covering his face. It is happening. It is truly happening. I cannot play anymore. Meanwhile, Galio landed without touching Lu Xian in the slightest. The overwhelming presence of darkness in the canyon receded like a tide, and by the time the remaining three arrived, they were utterly unable to engage. The wall-hitting Song Yijin also circled back to the front lines, while Shui's Nami rushed from the mid lane, attempting to flank. They had no place left to retreat. Finally, someone could confront Lu Xian. Yet what followed was Lu Xian's familiar elusive movements and seamless damage output. The frog had also cast the knight's vow for redemption. In the end, they still could not slay Su Chen. Shui finally arrived, only to find a dire situation awaiting him, and he shouted with excitement, "I'm here." He then immediately activated his ultimate. The die is cast. The moment of the hunt had arrived. However, the preceding three kills were swiftly claimed by Lu Xian's overwhelming damage, leaving only two wounded foes to flee, which compelled Shui to chase after them. Alas, one of them was instantly poisoned to death by Malzahar, ultimately resulting in Shui securing only a single kill, claiming Rel. Shui felt a twinge of disappointment. It was akin to striking a punch into a cotton ball. Having exceptionally skilled teammates does not seem to be entirely beneficial. It felt reminiscent of what was said in the neighboring division. How to describe it? If we were to liken it to instant noodles, the top, mid, and jungle would be the noodles, while the water and seasoning would be akin to eggs, optional but enriching. Currently, however, he was barely worthy of being considered an egg. Upon reflection, ever since Su Chen joined the team, whether he thrived or struggled, he had not contributed much. There was no enhancement at all. He primarily served as a linchpin. Without him, the game could not commence. Shui sighed. Alas, pondering too much feels rather unsatisfactory. Suddenly, Shui's spirits lifted. If Su Chen could maintain this level of performance, could they possibly have a genuine opportunity this year? In their youth, claiming the championship felt as effortless as Zhu Beiji consuming ginseng fruit. They once believed that such excellence would persist indefinitely. Yet Shui gazed at Su Chen, feeling an indescribable surge of excitement. Having won championships in his youth and weathered numerous lows, Shui matured rapidly in his outlook. He now understood that lowering expectations while giving one's all is the key to life. Yet at this moment, watching Su Chen, who remained focused on the screen even though victory was all but assured, stirred immense anticipation for the year ahead. As the base exploded, Su Chen satisfiedly released his grip on the mouse. In the final wave, several opponents had turned red, and the God of the Void double reward left Su Chen thoroughly content. Shui removed his headset and earnestly remarked, "Su Gu, well played." Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. It was merely luck, just luck. Su Chen spoke sincerely. It was purely a matter of encountering this particular team. The 50 Yuan top lane boost was simply too outrageous. In fact, he could say that without other attributes, they could win effortlessly. Just moments ago, after causing Meng Yin to turn red, Su Chen received a notification about obtaining a reward. Breathe, breathe, active skill. Whenever the host's mindset is unstable, deep breathing will clear the host's mind, enhancing situational analysis by 30. An unstable mindset? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. How could he possibly be unstable? Nevertheless, with a spirit of experimentation, Su Chen replaced Bathing Emperor with Breathe. Breathe. Now, Su Chen's attribute setup was as follows. Breathe, breathe, God of the Void, Heavenly Wild King, 50, Yuan top lane. Backstage, Xiaotian scratched his head. Wow, playing top lane is actually quite enjoyable. I performed some flashy maneuvers and won. I'm feeling pretty good about myself. Suddenly, playing top lane made him realize just how well he could perform. I'm a top-tier genius, a Shui suddenly remarked. Is there any fun in playing the mechanism? Oh my goodness. Xiaotian swiftly locked his throat, exclaiming, I have endured you for far too long. In truth, he had been tolerating Su Chen for quite a while. However, to lock Su Chen's throat, that was a different matter entirely. He would never dare to provoke him. Instead, he lay back on the sofa, legs crossed, swaying slightly. Choosing wisely outweighs mere effort. Since I cannot control the players, and they can win using their own methods, why should I persist with stubbornness? It is far better to enjoy the moment. He was bowing his head, engaging in a WeChat conversation with his boss. My apologies, boss. Let us discuss in detail after the match. Though he emerged victorious, we must first address the issues that arose earlier. He switched off WeChat and activated flight mode, executing a seamless series of actions. What demeanor should I adopt? The authority of a coach must still be upheld. Should they indeed continue to win in such an exaggerated manner, maintaining the coach's authority is paramount. I must not allow them to discover that the outcomes of the games bear no relation to me. Clearing his throat while contemplating, he maintained a stern expression. The game was acceptable, albeit with an element of luck. The opponent did not anticipate our lineup, since they exhibit a lower adaptability to changes. Let Su Chen lead you in the next match. All right, everyone, take a sip of water and rest briefly. Let's discuss potential improvements and strive to secure a 20-point victory against them. He presented a new tablet. What defines professionalism? This exemplifies professionalism. Nodding seriously, he accepted it, only to suddenly notice something, exclaiming in surprise, Oh, coach, this tablet can even order takeout. A spray of water erupted. Song Yijin, what are you implying? Su Chen could hardly contain himself, bursting into laughter. A Shui was engaged in a lively exchange with Xiaotian, who grew increasingly audacious. Back in the day, when he struggled against Jin Gong, he was at the bottom of the team, yet he managed to develop some survival skills. Now you Wenba, think you can defeat me? Do you truly believe you are Yu Wubwa? I fear Su Chen, but you? I'm not afraid of anything. Monkey steals the peach. Xiaotian struck his teammate. Su Chen frowned slightly. This victory was primarily due to luck, having randomly encountered Xiaotian. Coupled with the formidable strength of the $50 top laner, it was no wonder they won so easily. How did it turn out like this? Su Chen snatched a notebook from Song Yijin's hands. This tablet seems to stream live quite swiftly. Subsequently, he opened a live broadcast room. The voice of the monkey echoed from the tablet. Maya, no way. This match was truly well played by Xiaotian. What does it have to do with the top lane, Maya? Playing a toad and getting killed on the lane, what good is that? The streamer has no job at home, yet critiques others. Why can't Maya comment? I could play that toad too. Shout out, Suga. I'm coming. And swallow the opponent whole. Who can't do that? You could do it too. Xiaotian was instantly silenced, as if he had finally extinguished the lantern, being pulled down mid-flight. Chapter 71. Understanding the meta exceeds a decade. Truly divine. Su Chen held the tablet in one hand, stroking his chin with the other. Upon opening it, I found the prominent streamer. It can only be described as fate, a match made in heaven. Xiaotian transformed entirely into a sluggish state. He was swiftly subdued by Yuanba. In the shadowy recesses of Xiaotian's mind, thoughts surged. Surely, there will be times of subpar performance. Just wait and see how I handle it. Or perhaps, I should truly sever ties with the mechanism and become a man without weaknesses? No. The professional scene is so monotonous and arduous, without a touch of excitement. How could one endure? Surely, you too have your weaknesses at times. The monkey's live stream continued to resonate. He understood the flow of traffic, refraining from mentioning his discord with Su Chen. Pretending not to notice the barrage of comments that once criticized him, now praising Su Chen, he selected only the entertaining remarks. Morning God won this match, directly earning a Mercedes-Benz. Ascend. I would love to sit in Morning God's Benz and experience the feeling. Just thinking about it brings joy. Everyone wore a puzzled expression, casting glances at Su Chen. What is going on? Has Su Chen's bet been exposed? Did he earn a Benz? Su Chen merely shrugged. What Benz? A Shui leaned in. Hey, take a look at the official live stream. Su Chen had chosen Su Chen as the jungler and won. The onlookers were intrigued, eager to see how the fans would react. However, at this moment, the choice to avoid a losing battle was met with a barrage of comments, filled with cynics, trolls, and jesters. I've always said a jungler Su Chen could work. Understanding the game exceeds a decade. Authentication complete, truly divine. A jungler Su Chen. I pay tribute to the legendary junglers from the old royal family and their excellent performances in matches. All junglers Su Chen paired with the bottom lane. Why didn't they win back then? Probably because the bottom lane was too weak. The Holy Gun's baptism resulted in a Benz. What a surprise. Morning Pet. Boss. Come out and give Morning God a raise. Don't let it come to disbanding the team in a few days. Come out and clean up. What does Benz even mean? The group exchanged glances, each pondering various speculations. Su Chen slammed the tablet shut. Watching live streams in the middle of a match? Do we have any professional integrity left? Seeing the cheerful expressions of a few, they immediately slumped. Aren't you the first to open the stream? Xiaotian murmured. What did you say? Xiaotian could no longer contain himself, yelling. I said you are right. What are we watching a live stream for? We should be preparing for the next match. He slapped Xiaotian on the back of the head. Why are you yelling so loudly? I'm Elo. Fearless at the peak of competition, Mozillion Yogurt bought from Li Ning on JD, Mercedes-Benz. Milo felt immense pressure. I really don't want to read this advertisement again. Why is it me reading and not Wawa? Go, go, go. The screen was flooded with comments. Benz, 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 Benz. The commentator who doesn't tee by Su Chen a Benz should hurry and roll out. Last match was like that, and still they're biased? Truly lacking in intellect. Of course, before the match, one must also take a jab. This match will be an easy win. Just wait to see them get slapped in the face. Playing strange tactics daily, they can only beat up on such a trash club. When it comes to JD, they will immediately show their true colors. The World Championship will surely flop. Winning a few matches by luck does not mean they can qualify for the World Championship, right? Some matters are indeed strange. Exploding all professional players, yet failing to silence the trolls. Su Chen, when he performs well, still cannot silence the critics. One can only say, being stubborn in this regard is inexpressibly delightful. After a few awkward moments of music, the players took their seats in the arena, pretending to stand behind everyone. For the first time, feeling a twinge of nervousness. Is Zhu Kai actually me? Cough, what is this match? Just normal. Su Chen had already made up his mind. The last match had been tested. With the super strong bonus of $50 top laner, it was indeed impossible to lose. Thus, seizing this precious opportunity, he planned to choose the least suitable hero from the 3 random heroes of the Void God. This way, he could avoid playing this hero in the future. Even if it was a tough win, it could still be considered a benefit. Simultaneously, a challenging victory would serve to heighten the vigilance of others. The recent atmosphere within the team had grown overly relaxed. Though it may seem amusing, Su Chen has a thick skin. What did I ever claim to be a normal person? 5 years of countless nights of rank despair had long rendered Su Chen's heart darker than 100 Xiaotians combined. After the first 3 picks, he initially selected a Debong Zone 1, hoping to ease the early game for the little bug. If things went awry, it wouldn't be too painful. Su Chen began to randomize. Although mentally prepared, I had no intention of intervening. Yet, my heart inexplicably trembled in response. The first hand revealed the eternal nightmare. Observing my opponent's awakening nightmare, I was momentarily taken aback, given my understanding of Su Chen. He had never considered that this nightmare would be the one Xiaotian wished to play. Internally, I was screaming no. Please, not again. I cannot endure another tutorial session. The thought of retirement loomed over me, and I lacked the courage to confront the disdain for youthful naivety. Fortunately, in the next instant, the hero Callista was selected. As this hero lit up the screen, my breath steadied. I was no stranger to the Vengeance Sister. It was a tolerable choice. Meanwhile, a Shui began to tousle his hair, already contemplating which hero he would use to roam the map. Watching a Shui's little routine of donning a mask of agony while sliding under his chair. I couldn't help but smile. Clear in my throat, I remarked, choose whatever you like. Naturally, Su Chen would not select the Void God, for choosing a hero already used in a prior match would forfeit the doubled rewards. Thus, Su Chen still had 2 opportunities for random selection. Upon the next random draw, the champion Braum emerged. However, much like the Nightmare, this hero was also off the table. Fantastic. My eyes lit up. This could work. Could it be that Su Chen had an epiphany? With a glimmer of hope, Su Chen initiated another random selection. Teemo. Su Chen, satisfied, locked in immediately. He feared that if he encountered a champion like Renekton, he would be forced to choose from 3 mediocre options. My anxious heart finally found solace. Indeed, I should not have harbored such unrealistic expectations. He was not genuinely selecting suitable champions at random. He was only interested in peculiar picks. The audience erupted in astonishment. A young lady adorned with a Teemo hat covered her mouth in excitement. Many fans speculated that I was a fan of Shui. How absurd. Do you not understand by now? I am a fan of Su Chen. Chapter 72. This problem I cannot solve. Wow. Su Chen. Many young women shouted in exhilaration. The match was truly captivating. Could Teemo even make an appearance? Live viewers were inundated with question marks. He has begun. Top lane Teemo. Chen Su is indeed full of surprises. I wager a Mercedes-Benz that this will not be a top lane Teemo. Laughing emoji. It is once again impossible to predict what fortune lies ahead. What does it mean to have a sea of heroes? It must be this audacious. I love it. Are you asking me to let Chen Shun play a conventional hero? 4,000 games as Teemo declare that from this moment, I am a lifelong fan of Su Chen. At this point, Su Chen was about to speak, but he had already begun. No need for further discussion. Just tell me where you were going. He had no desire to hear Su Chen's rehearsed lines about his expertise with the hero, the hours of practice, or the notion that this match was perfectly suited for him. I had already anticipated all those cliches before he even opened his mouth. Top lane. Regarding his devoted brother, Su Chen felt a twinge of guilt. Putting myself in his shoes, I realized how incredibly tolerant he had been towards me. All right, what will the others choose? Xiaotian looked at Su Chen. What should I pick? Su Chen replied, anything is fine, just playing normally. However, Yijin, are you willing to play Nico since she is available? Song Yijin promptly requested Xiaotian to lock in Nico for him. Shui was elated. As long as Su Chen did not select Callista, he felt like he had survived a near-death experience. He even hummed a cheerful tune. Today is a splendid day. As for Wawami Lu, there was little to discuss. I could only briefly mention that this might be the least spoken commentary in their professional careers. The atmosphere had already unraveled. The previous match had been utterly ridiculous, with Malzahar and Lucian brazenly overpowering their opponents, leaving viewers with headaches. With Teemo now on the field, my headache only intensified. This Teemo could be a top laner, jungler, mid laner, or even a support. Moreover, there was another possibility. Teemo might not even be played by Su Chen. After acknowledging that I had spoken a great deal of nonsense, I could see the growing frustration on the faces of the 5 team members. Yet, what could I do? It was simply too difficult. I cannot solve this problem. I cannot predict anything. After all, Su Chen had consistently chosen whatever he desired in the first slot, but it was always something unexpected. Who would have thought he would play time in the top lane? Callista in the top lane? Lucian in the jungle? Now, selecting a Teemo who might very well go top lane. Who could guarantee this would not become another chaotic shuffle? With a tentative mindset, I looked toward the opposing team. Indeed, every movement of theirs exuded effortless confidence. For words, self-assured and composed. How on earth should we confront such an enigmatic team? I knew I was not an exceptionally competent coach, but I was not a mere friend masquerading as one either. Yet, I had truly given my all. Now, I could only entrust everything to the players. Breath, what will you play this match? The light in Breath's eyes had dimmed. He lethargically responded, anything is fine. After all, he will not be playing top lane Teemo. Breath was quite confident in his assessment. How could Teemo manage in the top lane? Did he truly believe it was a silver match? Time could go top lane, at least he could farm decently early on and benefit from his experience boosting passive. The critical issue was that if he was forced into a difficult position, he could still manage. Teemo, prior to level 6, the jungle could provide assistance without needing to gank. Just controlling the lane would suffice, rendering him ineffective. This was not a matter of skill. It was a question of champion mechanics. What about Xiaotian? I proposed. Breath nodded, and his teammates locked it in. With this decision made, it became even more unlikely for Teemo to be played in the top lane. Unable to secure any kills against Xiaotian, pushing the lane would be out of the question. After some hesitation, I suggested, then I will go with Victor in the mid lane. Dealing with Teemo should be simple. Green Hair then conferred for the bot lane. How about we wait for Samira and Thresh? We need not fear Teemo. All right, there's a lingering sense of apprehension. Just moments ago, I felt as though I was about to soar, only to plummet straight to the depths. The drastic fluctuations in my mindset were somewhat disconcerting. The anticipated lineup had now been established. Aside from the initial selection of Debang, the remaining champions were capable of normal lane matchups, while also effectively countering Teemo. Meanwhile, the bot lane secured Thresh and Kalista. Despite the immense power of the 3-level Samira and Thresh combination prior to level 3, they would be utterly overwhelmed by Kalista and Thresh synergy. Xiaotian opted for Monkey, which might yield excellent results in conjunction with Nico. Sighing, I glanced at the opposing team, their expressions remaining unchanged. I understood that, on their end, they had already lost. What was more terrifying was that I had no idea where the defeat lay. Brother, you are truly impressive, I couldn't help but remark. His silhouette stiffened. Why did I feel that lately, whenever others praised me, it was laden with sarcasm? Even if they seemed sincere, I could not accept it. I felt guilty. Thus, I could only pretend not to hear, striding away. I watched his retreating figure in a daze. What does it mean to possess the demeanor of a strategist? This is it. I would gladly bestow upon you the title of the world's greatest coach. I could only imagine how hard he worked behind the scenes. The coach stood by the players, daringly experimenting with numerous lineups, executing them with remarkable boldness on the stage. This ultimately led to the strategies meticulously crafted to counter Su Chen being utterly dismantled, inadvertently allowing Su Chen to seize victory. A profound realization emerged within my heart, revealing that fame and wealth are merely gifts that come unbidden after one has devoted themselves wholeheartedly. Inquiring about the current fervor of this team, who could rival it? With a deep sigh, I experienced a moment of enlightenment. Let us strive to showcase our unique talents. As for my breathing, I once wronged you. I have indeed witnessed your efforts. Regardless of today's outcome, I hope we can regroup and step boldly into the World Championships. The competition has officially commenced. Over there, the fans still proudly display their enormous flags, though the number of supporters holding them has significantly dwindled, causing them to sag. The cheers are not as fervent as they were. However, the fans of our team remain unwavering and even more enthusiastic. Some supporters are shouting with great enthusiasm, yet peculiarly. The fabric peeking from beneath their team uniforms bears a striking resemblance to the team colors. In this match, the team composition includes top lane Teemo, Jungle Monkey Brother, mid lane Selfie Stick, Skateboard Rose, and support Solok War. Su Chen's proficiency with Teemo is alarmingly low, as it is nearly his first encounter with the champion. Nonetheless, this presents no significant issue. Given Su Chen's various buffs, this champion easily inflicts damage upon the opposing team. The top lane is an arduous challenge, but Su Chen has a clear objective, to demonstrate that reliance on teammates is not always guaranteed. Welcome to League of Legends. The moment Su Chen took the field, the atmosphere ignited. You are truly playing Teemo in the top lane? Are you even human? During the practice match, when you picked Kalista for the top lane, I thought you did not regard me as a person. However, after you played again, I realized this was your signature move. When played at an elite level, it is indeed formidable in the top lane. Now that you face us, you initially chose Lux merely to take on the jungle role, which I accepted. But this time, you opted for Teemo in the top lane? This is outrageous. Help me out in this match. I shall surely dominate him. Breath could barely contain himself. To reclaim the dignity of a professional player is our solemn duty. He nodded slightly, yet still cautioned, let us ensure we maintain vision. Teemo may attempt to disrupt me at level 1. The team formed a disciplined line, determined not to allow Su Chen to secure any jungle monsters this time. On this side, the system announced, congratulations to the host for successfully igniting Breath's fervor. The system is now conducting an automatic lottery. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Why has Breath ignited again? This is quite exaggerated. How could he start the match in such a fervor? I thought our relationship was amicable. Do you not recall that day when you vouched for me, and we deftly placed the blame on Shui, celebrating our victories together? Was that night not joyful for you? Congratulations to the host for receiving a permanent reward, 4 points of champion mastery, and the Void God attribute has doubled to 8 points. Su Chen chuckled. Well done, Brother Breath. Keep it up. After purchasing his items, Su Chen began to strategize. Due to his low champion mastery, he anticipated a challenging game. However, he would not opt for enhancing his mastery through skill points. Thus, he needed to find a way to secure an economic advantage at the outset. Otherwise, if Xiaotian's economic lead far surpassed his own, it would be comical if he failed to trigger the top lane. Under Su Chen's guidance, the opening strategy involved transforming into Teemo and accompanying the team to greet the opposition in the bottom river. Millen, having observed the earlier game, was astonished. Divine Disciple? Nonsense. Su Chen is performing so many tricks that after only a few matches, he is almost regarded as a new deity. Regardless, I shall remain neutral in this match. I will praise when deserved and critique when necessary. We are trained commentators and shall never show bias, unless we cannot resist. As they observed the dynamic transformation of the champion, the crowd erupted in excitement. Haha, brother Shui seeks revenge. I want to see him trap Su Chen in a pokeball. It was evident that Shui yearned for confrontation but hesitated. As the commentary suggested, Shui indeed lacked the courage. Even if he sought vengeance, he would not dare to act so recklessly in an official match. Su Chen's audacity seemed to stem from some peculiar boon, for he was undeniably formidable. Yet Shui was not. To truly engage Teemo in a match would be a blatant disregard for professional integrity. Ignoring Shui, who buzzed around like a fly, Su Chen proceeded down the lane. Millen's eyes widened in recognition. Wow, this scene is all too familiar. Su Chen is heading to the bottom lane again. The remaining 4 players, with one of them resembling Teemo, realized that the bottom lane was now devoid of opponents. They needed to be cautious. Another level 1 assault from Teemo could prove detrimental. Meanwhile, the atmosphere was tense. In the upper quadrant, Breath maintained vision, unwilling to venture into the lower jungle to thwart the enemy's incursion. What if Teemo took advantage of the opportunity to invade the upper jungle again? Following the conclusion of the first match, they had reviewed how Lux entered the upper jungle and stole the small red. The thought made several players shudder. Su Chen's control of vision was terrifying. He had successfully deceived them by appearing in the vision for less than a second. Now, as they observed the 4 champions visible in the vision, they began a brainstorming session. This Nico is truly hard to distinguish. The cerebral deduction commenced. Su Chen is undoubtedly preparing to ambush Breath in the top lane. The first to speak voiced their thoughts. He would not likely break into a dance to express himself. Green Hair raised a question. Indeed, given his nature, he typically would not do so. A nod of agreement followed. No, brothers. He did not display the duck bathing emoji. That is a ruse. They discovered a flaw in their reasoning. Wait, what if this is a deception within a deception? Breath raised a valid concern. Furthermore, such skepticism aligned perfectly with Su Chen's character. Brothers, even if we recognize the ruse, what difference does it make? Let's remain vigilant. Safeguard the jungle vision. If necessary, we shall use our first smite on the initial jungle monster. After much deliberation, the team prepared to charge forward. Due to 2 players guarding the vision in the upper lane, the lower quadrant was inadequately manned, necessitating a retreat. The vision left behind was swiftly cleared by Xiaotian's scan, allowing 4 players to completely invade the lower jungle. Only Teemo remained, hidden in the deepest brush of the bottom lane. The team was perplexed. Encountering such a smooth invasion was unprecedented, with champions like Thresh and Victor on the opposing side. One would expect at least a skill or 2 to be expended. Even Victor could have used a skill to stack his layers. How could they allow such an effortless entry without any resistance? While they found it pleasant, did the opponents not feel discomfort? Titan and Shamila are unlikely to reach level 3. They're about to be forcibly tower dived. Thus, the strategy of arriving early to slow down the opponent's push is indeed sound. However, Su Chen's Teemo has been patiently waiting in the bottom lane for quite some time. The 2 commentators cannot help but admire the design at this level. It is calculated to perfection. Upon seeing Su Chen's signal, he wisely maneuvers to flank the bottom lane. Sugu, we are coming. They will surely retreat at the first opportunity. Can we flash out directly? As Callista, Thresh, and the Monkey King approach the bottom lane simultaneously, the duo immediately retreats. There is no panic. They had anticipated this scenario and did not overextend. Taking a deep breath, they decisively flash to Hook. The hook lands on the green-haired Titan. His finger is already poised over the heal spell. The green-haired player exclaims, it's fine. I have the hook and the flash. No need to use the heal. He seems a bit perplexed. Has he lost his mind? To leave me at this distance, and still use the flash when your damage is insufficient? The commentator also expresses confusion, stating, in this situation, a decisive flash and hook is warranted, but from this position, it is truly impossible to secure a kill. Both the green-haired player and his partner are exceedingly cautious. Despite arriving early, they did not delve too deeply. Moreover, the Titan still has the option to hook the wall and flash available. The damage simply isn't enough. The crowd rushes in to pummel the Titan, but the Titan's decision to hook the wall results in an unexpected block from Teemo lurking in the grass. The commentator is left stunned. The arena erupts with gasps. Can this truly be blocked? Many fans familiar with Su Chen are still replaying that sequence from this week as highlight reel. Notably, all 5 plays of the week feature Su Chen. The base, initially filled with joy, suddenly becomes tense upon witnessing this moment. Indeed, several teammates, wearing smiles, take turns patting him on the shoulder, bowing in respect. Calm down, calm down. The green-haired player insists. At that moment, the Piglet's block was at least due to Su Chen's flash, but this Titan's block was purely accidental. He never expected Su Chen to be level 1 in the bottom lane. A commentator promptly plays along. Ah, indeed, indeed. Back to the match. The green-haired player is left astonished. The entire team guessed for a while, only to discover that Teemo had been right in front of him the whole time. This hook effectively ensnared both Teemo and himself for more than a second. The green-haired player, caught off guard, wasted a bit of time with Titan's auto attack. At this moment, he hurriedly flashes and applies the weaken effect to Kalista, while Shami La quickly assists with a heal. However, Kalista, having learned the blade of the Ruined King at level 1, is terrifyingly powerful. Thresh also applies a slow to the Titan. Finally, Nico has enough distance to unleash her abilities. Although the green-haired player dodges, the Monkey King attacks twice, combined with the auto attacks from Thresh and Teemo, leaving the green-haired player with barely any health. Shui hastily flashes. Yet, a single auto attack isn't sufficient. No worries, I will take the damage. Shui grits his teeth. Standing resolutely by the tower, Miller passionately exclaims, again, he is tanking the tower. Meanwhile, Su Chen's Teemo maintains a forward position, requiring no flash. He merely needs to advance to effortlessly secure the kill. Su Chen's Teemo has just earned 400 gold. The momentum painstakingly built at the start has just suffered a harsh blow. The veteran player, who had been cautiously maneuvering in the top lane, now realizes that Teemo is indeed in the bottom lane. I've been engaging in a battle of wits with thin air, have I? Xiao quickly advises, breathe, steady yourself. Taking a deep breath, he suppresses his discomfort. Fortunately, it isn't a level 1 captain with a light I should still be able to endure. However, what he never anticipated was that after the lane commenced, he would not find it as distressing as he had imagined. Su Chen's Teemo seems to be playing rather ordinarily. The moment this thought crosses his mind, he immediately dismisses it. He knows that Su Chen must be pretending to be inept to lure him in. Within 3 steps behind, there must be Xiaotian. Yet, gradually, Xiaotian reveals himself in the mid lane. Still, he remains skeptical. He has meticulously studied every public match of Su Chen. He cannot forget the match that marked Su Chen's official entry into the professional scene, which is still a topic of admiration. In that match, Su Chen faced off against Gang Z. Su Chen's early game also seemed to have numerous issues. However, when Gang Z could no longer restrain himself and charged in, he fell perfectly into Su Chen's trap. That was when he intentionally allowed Gang Z to engage, only to execute an extreme counterkill, followed by taunting. An absolute masterclass in gameplay. Not to mention the torment he inflicted on Lu with the Time Lord, chasing him to secure a solo kill at the high ground, and later collaborating with teammates for devastating damage, achieving a flawless pentakill. Furthermore, Kalista's incredible evasion against Zhe Li, completing a faux pentakill, etc. Could this Teemo right before him truly be so simple? Yet, after 3 minutes of landing, Xiaotian can no longer contain himself. I must take him down. Xiaotian truly intends to strike. He can no longer bear it. Even if it is your trap, I shall tread upon it without hesitation. Am I afraid of Sejuani? A little indeed. But continuing like this, if Sejuani doesn't die, my professional career may very well perish, and I will be mercilessly criticized by the audience. With no semblance of bravado, how can I possibly compete? I refuse to believe you can master every champion. I shall test my mettle against him. As Xiaotian declares this, the remaining 4 players are involuntarily stirred. A warrior, a valiant one. Courage is humanity's anthem. Hesitation leads to defeat. However, decisiveness may lead to downfall. But do not recklessly charge in and throw your life away. As they shift their perspective to the top lane, they realize that Teemo indeed seems incapable of executing a counterkill against a well-maintained Sejuani. Thus, they fall silent, harboring a glimmer of hope. What if Xiaotian truly secures a solo kill? Chapter 75, The River Battle. The duo in the top lane. Xiao, to be cautious, calmly states, "Do not rush." Xiaotian, I can assist you this wave. If we cannot catch him, I can at least help you control the wave. Xiao has been playing the jungle with trepidation. Every time he farms, he must keep an eye on Su Chen's whereabouts. If he disappears from the map for even a moment longer, Xiao feels a sense of unease. Initially, it should not be this way. The only strategy before arriving was to crush Su Chen. Yet, that has instead allowed him to secure A. At this moment, Xiao heads straight for the top lane, not even considering vision issues. The Mingpai assists on the wave. In the mid lane, Xiaotian promptly states, "Su Ge, the Bang has gone to the top lane. I cannot make it, so I will control the dragon." "Yes, just play normally," Su Chen encourages. He wishes to instill a sense of pressure in his teammates, but cannot act like a puppet, remotely controlling them or deliberately feeding kills. The commentator, somewhat perplexed, observes, "We can see that Zhao's Debang has gone to the top. Teemo has already sensed this wave and avoided it. However, it seems unnecessary for Debang to do so. Sejuani can push efficiently on his own. Perhaps it is for safety, ensuring Teemo is locked down under the tower, while Debang can attempt to invade Xiaotian's jungle. The invading Debang, however, finds himself at a disadvantage in lanes, as Song Yijin arrives just in time to drive him out of the jungle. With no opportunities, he plans to wait for the river crab to respawn before consuming it, subsequently controlling the Rift Herald. Meanwhile, Xiaotian Sejuani begins to control the wave. Teemo has reached level 6. Xiaotian, having shared experience with Debang earlier, is just a few minions shy of hitting level 6. Teemo quickly pushes forward. Already past the middle brush, Miller immediately comments, "It seems Xiaotian has some ideas. If he does not act this wave, will not his controlled wave simply assist Teemo in pushing?" As the match unfolded in the top lane, the excitement surged through the commentator, Wawa, who exclaimed at an electrifying pace, "Teemo must secure that cannon minion." Xiaon unleashed a strike and hit. The slow effect has taken hold. Xiaon immediately raised his axe, charging his ability. The warlord has emerged from the bushes, ready to flank and prevent Teemo from escaping with a flash. Teemo activated his swift move, nearly evading Xiaon's range. Xiaon had no choice but to apply a brief slow. That was quite sufficient. In this position, Teemo is trapped. In the base, all but one player rose to their feet. Alu, unconsciously chewing on a straw, was fixated on the unfolding drama. With teammates absent, even if Teemo used his flash, escape seemed impossible. Xiaon was on the verge of reaching level 6. How could he possibly survive? In the backstage, De Huang, who was diligently massaging shoulders, appeared mesmerized, nearly drooling. Could this be his moment to shine? He abruptly rose from his relaxed posture, pushing De Huang's face away, staring blankly at the encircled Teemo. The teleportation had been used earlier, leaving no means of protection. Could it be that Su Chen would face such an embarrassing demise in his first appearance on the battlefield? Yet, Su Chen remained calm. With low health, the 50 gold top laner sparked his creativity, and a counterkill seemed like a distant fantasy. However, a chance to slip away did arise. Su Chen had formulated a plan. Meanwhile, the warlord, leveraging the slow from Xiaon, moved in. He directly approached the smallest patch of grass in the upper lane. A blind from the warlord, with Xiaon lacking skills, stepped on a mushroom and was slowed. By the time he arrived, Teemo had successfully entered stealth, while Wa and Miller were momentarily stunned. Was this scene truly so dramatic? Teemo had vanished into the bushes. Even if the diminutive warlord scanned and detected Teemo, he could only engage in a silent stare-off with the slow-moving Xiaon, awaiting their skills. Meanwhile, Niku and Xiaotian were en route to assist. Would they really drag it out like this? Teemo surely couldn't hold on much longer. After all, the bush was too small. Both Xiaon and the warlord had a high probability of hitting, and Teemo had little health left, offering scant room for movement. Teemo was once again struck by Xiaon, but fortunately, he dodged the warlord's abilities with skillful positioning. It must be noted that without their ultimates, both the warlord and Xiaon required time to eliminate Teemo. The warlord with bloodshot eyes had gone completely mad. He shouted incessantly, "I must claim Su Chen's first blood. I must make him lose sleep tonight." While there was nothing inherently wrong with his words, to everyone else, they felt somewhat off. But it mattered not. Su Chen was destined to perish. In a certain sense, he had already lost. Xiaotian was fully equipped. It would only take a couple more skill rotations, and Timo would be done for. Wawa could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Now the two brothers from the top in jungle are fiercely guarding this bush." A wave of minions had already reached the tower, yet the warlord was not one to relent. He was determined to claim this kill. Miller added, however, "Green Mao and others are also rushing this way, because the Rift Herald will respawn in 8 minutes. If Timo falls first, the warlord will reach level 6, and they will undoubtedly secure that herald." Everyone's attention was riveted on the top lane. The warlord noticed the river position where Xiaotian had already collided with the enemy. So he quickly instructed, "Xiao, you go help them in the river. I can handle this here." Xiao nodded and rushed to support his teammates. In that moment, all members from both teams began to alter their routes, heading toward the river in front of the herald. A chaotic skirmish was inevitable. Only the two top laners remained quietly in the bushes, playing a game of hide and seek. The director had no choice but to shift the main camera to the river, fully aware that doing so would invite criticism from the audience. Thus, he opted for a smaller window, showcasing the dramatic encounter between Timo and Xiaotian in their patch of grass. Wawa and Miller found themselves a loss for words, their commentary on the river battle falling silent. Every viewer held their breath, filled with varied emotions, awaiting the climactic moment. In the midst of the gathering storm, the broadcasters fell silent, attentively watching. This man, who had stirred significant waves since his debut, was about to face his first defeat in such a comical and casual manner. Anyone could fall victim to this, as everyone has their moments of carelessness. But for Su Chen it was different. His popularity soared. His choice of champion was peculiar. He had amassed a considerable number of detractors. At that moment, the crowd gathered. They were parched and restless in the live chat, fingers poised over their keyboards, desperate for action. Suddenly, as Xiaotian stood in the bushes, he launched another attack, and from the edge of the other side of the bushes, a flash of golden light appeared. Just as expected. "I knew you would do that." The warlord's mind raced as he immediately pursued, darting from the second bush into the first. He promptly unleashed an ability. However, the bush remained empty. No prompt for a successful kill echoed. The warlord's heart sank. His earlier focus morphed into impatience. "Oh no, I forgot he had that trick." The memory of Su Chen's previous clever flash with Xiaotian surged in his mind. He dashed toward the restroom position, but remained empty. How could this be? Timo needed to remain motionless for 2 seconds to become invisible outside of the bush. Was that enough time? Perhaps it was, or perhaps not. The warlord immediately cast a skill at the restroom position, but it missed. That meant he was truly not in the restroom. Panic gripped the warlord. No matter how Su Chen flashed from the edge of the second bush, he could only retreat to the first bush or the restroom position. Stay calm. The warlord reminded himself to remain composed. Of course, he must have flashed into the first bush. Suddenly, it dawned on him. If Timo remained in stealth after flashing into the bush, he would maintain his invisibility. Su Chen's tactic was brilliant. He nearly deceived me. He must have flashed into the first bush and then swiftly repositioned to dodge my ability. Although this decision placed him farther from his tower, it was a deliberate misdirection. Realizing this, the warlord felt a sense of calm wash over him, continuing to unleash skills in the first bush. At that moment, everyone witnessing this spectacle erupted in laughter. The commentators were at a loss for words. Every broadcaster was astounded. What a stylish play by Timo. His ingenuity was truly extraordinary. Timo had been played to perfection. The barrage of laughter flooded the chat. Flashing in place in a professional match? If it were me, I wouldn't have thought of that. He truly is a master of mischief. Indeed, Su Chen had just executed a flash in place. He remained in the second bush, preserving his stealth. At this moment, Hushi was engaged in a battle of wits with the air, struggling to find himself amidst the chaos. It was inevitable that he would ultimately have to retreat, so he decided to lay a mushroom to delay his impatience and the speed at which he would choose to withdraw. Perhaps this tactic would allow him some respite. He ventured from Cao to Sanchao, taking a detour into the restroom. After placing a mushroom in Cao, he then placed another on top of the first, causing the second mushroom to spring forth from Cao. Hushi was momentarily stunned. In his perspective, a mushroom had unexpectedly emerged from Earth Sao. How could this be? A flash of realization struck Hushi. He had just blinked in place. Anger surged within him. Had he become a fool? With so many spectators watching, he had wasted so much time, and now a mushroom was laid upon him. Hushi was furious, his face flushed with embarrassment. Yet, he still did not receive the prompt for killing Timo. Hushi's stubbornness ignited. So, you think your movements are good? Fine. Let us see how many times you can evade me. Today, I will surely blow you up. I refuse to believe you can dodge forever. Meanwhile, everyone watching this scene was utterly astonished. This was pure comedy. How could a perfectly good match turn into a farce? They were eager to witness the outcome, as they anticipated an opportunity to feast on the lanes. The commentators, Wawa and Milu, had lost all focus on the main team fight. Their attention shifted to the top lane. This is it. Hushi has lost his composure. A clever Timo has come forth to exert intellectual dominance. The two top laners had been playing for ages, failing to farm properly, while Hushi finally reached level 6. But his mana was insufficient to unleash his ultimate for the team fight. He was even casting spells at empty bushes. Could someone please talk some sense into Hushi? Yet, evidently, no one was willing to intervene. Everyone was genuinely hoping for Su Chen to perish at least once. Losing the team fight was acceptable, but Timo simply could not escape unscathed. This match could be lost, but Su Chen must not have an easy time. The barrage of comments transformed into a sea of merriment. Goodness. Shunjin's IQ is 180. This is hilarious. It was evident that Hushi was genuinely intent on eliminating Timo. Losing the team fight was acceptable, but Timo had to die. Hushi abandoned his lane, directly confronting the situation. The broadcasters were equally astonished, their eyes widening in disbelief. What a clever lad. He has managed to control Hushi for 3 minutes. The team fight was now missing a key player. Remarkable. A genius. Absolutely brilliant. The backstage crew could not help but chuckle. What started as a serious match had been transformed into a joyful spectacle by this young man's antics. How bold! As Hushi continued to grapple with the air, distressed by his dwindling mana, he suddenly spotted a fully health, fully mana, and newly equipped Swift Scout waddle up alongside the minion wave. Hushi's Xiaotian halted in the brush, his mind momentarily blank. Darkness enveloped his vision, and he felt as if the air he had been striking just moments before had abandoned him. He could no longer breathe. Hushi was on the verge of suffocation. Chapter 77, The Unyielding Will. The royal family never surrenders. As Timo arrived, he relentlessly pursued Hushi, who was not the one exclaiming, "Goodness," but rather the voice of a teammate beside him. Hushi's face blushed with an intensity that was frightening. It was terrifying. He felt he might need to seek medical attention. "Huxi, run. Your damage isn't enough." His teammates shouted frantically in his ears. Huxi, who prided himself on his professional demeanor, longed for a moment of respite. He was utterly disoriented. He was now playing purely on instinct, anxious and frantic. The current circumstances were overwhelmingly unfavorable. He had journeyed through countless trials, having been criticized, belittled, and even faced moments of despair. Yet, he had never contemplated relinquishing his professional career. Moreover, with his father's declining health, the immense toll of choosing this time-consuming path weighed heavily on him. The prospect of becoming a substitute was unbearable. He had to try once more. "Hushi, calm down. We must showcase our capabilities. It's not as formidable as it seems." Haven T, we analyzed their matches before. Xiao stretched out a hand, firmly patting Hushi on the shoulder. "It's okay, Hushi. It's all right to lose as long as we give it our all." Hushi was momentarily taken aback, his voice hoarse as he replied to Xiao, "Thank you, Fei Dun." The pressure on the entire team had reached its zenith. If they couldn't endure, today's 2 matches might become haunting memories. Wawa and Milu believed this match would be an easy victory, especially as Hushi appeared to be losing focus. Hushi's Xiaotian managed to evade Timo's damage during this team fight, resulting in a 1-4-1 trade with Victor, which was somewhat acceptable. No one gained the Rift Herald. They would have to wait for the next opportunity. In the previous team fight, they hadn't used their flashes, but Thresh had sacrificed his flash for the Rift Herald. Would this be a prelude? The extreme distance from Debang's spear struck true. He charged in. However, this engagement seemed challenging. As Shui's Callista possessed her ultimate, Xiaotian's monkey was approaching, but his ultimate still had over 20 seconds remaining. Hushi's abilities were now available. Wawa and Milu were astonished at this scene. The top, mid, and jungle were all opting for starvation strategy. They were determined to target the bottom lane. This was indeed a 5-on-3 situation. Indeed, Hushi had also descended. He noticed his teammates' urgency. He felt Xiao's concern. Since he couldn't gain an advantage in lane, he resolved to sacrifice himself to pave a path for his teammates, a path that might offer a glimmer of hope. Additionally, there was a strategic advantage. In the previous team fight, the Monkey, Thresh, and their own Debang and Titan had all utilized their ultimates. But Hushi had his ultimate available. Without hesitation, he charged toward the bottom lane's first tower, armed with a resolve to sacrifice himself. Wawa exclaimed in shock. Staying in the top lane for tower damage is also a viable choice, but Su Chen unhesitatingly chose to protect his teammates. Hushi's ultimate forced two opponents to reposition, blocking the path and stunning both Shui and another. Why didn't Shui activate his ultimate immediately? Xiaotian's monkey entered the fray, attempting to shield his teammates from damage, but to no avail. Xiaotian landed a blow. Titan followed suit. The chain of crowd control connected perfectly. Victor unleashed his ultimate from a cunning angle, dealing full damage. Samira charged in for the finish. Finally, Teemo had arrived. Yet, it was futile. The teammates had absorbed too much crowd control and damage. Was Shui about to fall? No, he barely survived. As the control ended, would Shui use his ultimate to escape? Victor's ultimate interrupted him. Milu was exhilarated. Was this still our familiar teacher doing? Every skill was executed flawlessly. Samira unleashed her ultimate, and Shui fell. The monkey and Xiaotian also succumbed. However, Xiaotian had a resurrection available, while Samira and Victor continued to deal damage. Xiaotian made a blunder. He inadvertently used a death flash. If he had coordinated with Teemo and counterattacked earlier, they could have potentially secured another kill. Wawa remarked, 3 players have fallen. It's a 1-4-3 trade. Only a meager amount of blue remains. Yet there is no option for further pursuit from Teemo. He has withstood the pressure in this moment and seized the opportunity, achieving a resounding victory. However, the mid lane tower's health is dwindling. Fortunately, they have also managed to inflict damage on Su Chen. This sequence was riddled with blunders. Shui should have activated his ultimate immediately, and Thresh misfired, leading to a delayed arrival of Xiaotian's monkey. The team fell into a hushed silence, all eyes turning towards Su Chen. He remained silent, clearing the wave in the bot lane. His composure was faltering. There were already considerable issues, and though it was merely the regular season of the summer tournament, the more they exposed, the more beneficial it would be for the future. This was one of the reasons Su Chen selected Teemo. Yet, he did not anticipate such a multitude of errors. Each player seemed to falter in succession. How could they be defeated so thoroughly? Su Chen initially equipped Breathe, merely wishing to test its effectiveness should an opportunity arise. This is a critical aspect of being an exceptional professional player. However, Su Chen would rather not utilize this trait than believe his teammates could perform so poorly. The other members were visibly anxious. They had been too relaxed in their minds, and this wave of mistakes was excessive. Firstly, they had not reported mid lane for quite some time. The bot lane duo had been neglecting the mini-map, exerting relentless pressure. When the enemy Xiaotian descended, Shui failed to activate his ultimate in time, and his skills went awry, missing spectacularly. Xiaotian's monkey rushed in too hastily, only to absorb a full set of damage. Though they managed to mitigate some losses and retaliate, he panicked and used his flash recklessly. Su Chen could have preserved everyone this time. In fact, had the opposing team forced a dive, it would have resulted in utter devastation and a complete collapse. Yet, due to a confluence of errors, they inadvertently allowed a gamble to secure victory. A tremendous cheer erupted. Breathe fervently waved his fist. Incredible. All 5 players were flushed with excitement. They had endured for far too long. Chapter 78. Shui flashed forward. Shui engaged. Shui has fallen. With a hint of weeping, the team voice chat erupted with enthusiasm. Well played, brothers. Incredible. We just need to keep looking for opportunities. Stay calm. They made too many mistakes last time. As long as we do not err, we will slowly build our advantage. Can we check the jungle? Xiaotian did not expect me to still be here. The green-haired Titan, having successfully tower dived, headed into the jungle to prepare for the next dragon, creating a bit more vision. Meanwhile, Samira was in the bot lane, preventing Teemo from pushing and taking down the tower. The green-haired player astutely recognized this opportunity. He shouted, "Let us ambush in the brush together." The two commentators also exclaimed, "If he dies, we lose this dragon." The Titan struck. He hooked him. Moreover, his ultimate was ready. Xiaotian was immobilized. The others dealt damage, and he was eliminated instantly. Xiaotian transformed into a stone monkey and fell, his golden staff writhing like a worm before ultimately burying itself in the ground. Xiaotian began scratching his head. He stole a glance at Su Chen. To his surprise, Su Chen did not berate him. Yet his expression was stoic, which appeared even more intimidating. At this moment, the tide of public opinion in the comments had begun to shift slightly. They started to grow excited. Can they turn this around? Is this all they have? Su Chen might be laughing at me now, watching his teammates fall, utterly ineffective. Look, they are panicking again. Let the bullets fly a little longer. Trust in Shin Su. Was Timo selected merely to please the female fans? What good is that? Xiaotian is making me nauseous with his incompetence. Get out and take the blame. The spectators grew increasingly serious. Is this truly the way to defeat? Can Su Chen's Timo create another miracle? 15 minutes later, their momentum was building. Even though there were two waves attempting to catch Su Chen's Timo, he either escaped by cleverly utilizing mushrooms or was saved by Thresh Lantern after going invisible. And the entire team maintained their composure. After all, the advantage was theirs. Aside from Breathe in the top lane, burning himself out and conceding all the gold to Timo, who was economically dominating his lane, the rest of the team's economy was quite healthy. The little Debang was mercilessly beating Xiaotian's monkey. With the cooperation of the green-haired Titan, the jungle support constantly found opportunities. Moreover, Xiaotian did not require much gold. Even now, he was undoubtedly more effective in team fights than Timo. After securing the Herald Dragon, they collectively sighed in relief. How about we split push? Let us take down their mid-tier tower, then wait for the Dragon Soul to force a fight? No problem. Let us avoid the jungle. I've used all my scans, and am a bit wary of mushrooms. Aren't we going to force a fight around the dragon? I'm slightly concerned that Su Chen might actually steal the dragon. That would be quite strange. Then let us attempt to split push first. We'll discuss the Baron after securing the Dragon's Soul. Brothers, let us go. United as never before. The backroom staff was nearly moved to tears. He never imagined that after becoming a coach, he could develop such feelings for his team. They were sure to win this match. Meanwhile, with a casual mindset, he was eating while opening the live broadcast of the match. He planned to casually glance at it. However, he miscalculated the timing and muttered to himself, only to see a temporary lead of 10. He was about to close the broadcast when he suddenly noticed that the advantage in this second match was substantial. Instantly elated, he dove right into the broadcast, relishing the match. From the perspective of a professional player, this match was secure. But what if they were suddenly defeated? So he decided to wait a little longer. He had already crafted a narrative for Su Chen. The prodigy makes an entrance. The audience praises him. Arrogance ensues. Random hero selections lead to a loss, and he is left dejected, immersed in online games, despised by thousands, while the streamer did not retire. Simply because no one wanted him. Did he truly believe that playing professionally was easy? Who isn't a genius? 5 minutes later, the Dragon's Soul fight. They must come. It was already an uphill battle, and if they secured this Water Dragon Soul, it would be even more challenging. Su Chen cautioned, Xiaotian is relying on his fake monkey to bait the enemy's skills. But in the next moment, the green-haired player suddenly struck. The Titan flashed in diagonally to target the monkey. The commentator quickly explained, the team fight is about to erupt. Xiaotian tried to flee after engaging, but the Titan's attack was locked onto him. Thresh immediately tried to hook him to intervene, but was blocked by Samira. Xiaotian was knocked up and exposed. The Titan approached. This hook was bound to connect. He attempted to block, but not only did he fail, he was also severely damaged by Victor. Xian was on the move. Shui's ultimate was still mid-cast, and Thresh Flash was futile, leading to his demise. He should have sacrificed the monkey first. The situation was crumbling. Shui's Callista was now no different from a cannon fodder minion, believing that even 5 of them could not turn the tide. He equipped his push stick, guardian angel, and magic penetration stick, but his hat was still far off. His damage output was insufficient. At this moment, only Timo could deal damage. Su Chen felt his breath quickening as his teammates repeatedly made blunders, flashing a warning in his mind. Alert! Alert! Su Chen's situation is turning critical. However, Su Chen was aware that if they allowed this water dragon soul to be taken, defeat was inevitable. Thus, Su Chen shouted, "Go! We cannot let them have this dragon. Even if we do, we must ensure they receive a bounty." Shui hesitated for a moment, but could only follow Su Chen's lead. Under the influence of 50 gold top lane, Su Chen tossed out several mushrooms and shouted, "Shui, go in and absorb some skills." Shui reluctantly charged forward. Had this been before, he would never have done such a thing. After all, he had learned his lesson after being used as a crystal ball twice. In particular, in the case of his underdevelopment, even to the point of being somewhat pitiful. Merely surviving to the end is devoid of meaning. It is far better to proactively engage and utilize skills to create opportunities for teammates to output damage. Thus, Shui's gaze grew ever more resolute. His fingers hovered over the flash button, and he pressed it. The entire arena erupted in excitement. In such a precarious situation, would the elder brother still dare to step forward? The two commentators were equally exhilarated, fervently exclaiming, "Shui has flashed forward." He charged right into the opponent's face. Astonishingly, this flash evaded the Titan's hook. Shui has truly entered the fray. Is he about to unleash a flurry of attacks? Shui has fallen. Chapter 79. Su Chen has been slain for the very first time. Ecstasy. At the cost of merely a few minor abilities, he has brutally eliminated Shui. Yet, during this tumult, Timo was dealing relentless damage. Ijingu, wait until they are right in front of me before you speak. Don't engage. After Su Chen spoke, he too chose to charge forward. The commentators couldn't help but widen their eyes. Su Chen has taken down the wounded Titan in a heartbeat. This explosive power was utterly unexpected. However, his blinding arrow was precisely blocked by Shamira's timely shield. The crowd surged forward. This time, Su Chen was inevitably going down. And indeed, that was the case. Everyone was nearly leaping from their seats. Initially, it was thought that although they could win this round, they might have to wait for the next match to take down Su Chen. To their astonishment, he countered so boldly. Get him, just go after him. No need to worry about Ni-Ku. Her damage is insufficient. Eliminate Timo, secure the dragon, and then pivot to the Baron. The excitement was palpable. Su Chen's Timo maneuvered skillfully in the confined space, dealing several hits to Shamira before he was on the verge of collapse. At that moment, Song Yijin activated the push stick and flashed in, with Ni-Ku charging into the fray. Bloom, for were lifted by Ni-Ku into the sky, only to crash down violently. Timo had barely time to plant a mushroom, which detonated and affected several opponents. Immediately following, Ni-Ku executed a retreat. Everyone had absorbed considerable damage, but it was of little consequence. Victor, having successfully maneuvered, swiftly eliminated Timo. Splendid. Incredible. The entire audience erupted in cheers. This wave of killing Su Chen was more exhilarating than winning the championship at the finals, filling their eyes with tears of joy. The broadcast switched to a small window in the bottom left corner, capturing the live scene. Their shouts resonated, echoing through the venue, with massive banners waving in the background. The momentum was electrifying. Let us pursue them. Let us pursue them. Let us pursue them. Many voices called out names. The cheers from the crowd surged like crashing waves. Viewers in the live stream were fervently spamming the chat. They have secured it. I never dreamed that Teacherda and will be the first to claim Su Chen's first blood in the match. This match is lost. Xiaotian is making me nauseous. Does Chen Chu not stick to the pot? What blame can you assign to Su Chen? All responsibility falls on Chen Chu. I've long stated that their skills are fabricated. If they met now, they would undoubtedly be obliterated. How could they speak as if today's match was already won? Their faces were lit up with glee. However, he still refrained from hastily tweeting. He had learned to maintain composure in the face of Su Chen. He would wait until the base was smoking to post. Even if this match had nothing to do with Timo, the audience would not comprehend. Hence, the blame must rest with Su Chen. Even if it wasn't his fault, it must be his. The two commentators also felt that the tide had turned against them. In such a scenario, the bounty on Su Chen's Timo would also be claimed by the already affluent Victor. Although the remaining four were in poor condition, they could reliably secure the dragon. However, the well-conditioned Ni-Ku was harassing from the side, deciding to pursue her nonetheless. This match had strayed far from their grasp. After the fervor, everyone forced themselves to calm down. Must we eliminate Ni-Ku? Can we not secure the dragon first, and then the Baron? There is still time. No time. No time. Ni-Ku will be harassing from the edges. If we allow her to swap for the Baron, We want T be able to engage. Let S eliminate her first. After that, we can take the Baron, and they want T be able to contest the dragon next. The four began their pursuit of Eiko. Calming down, they mindlessly followed Su Chen's signals, embarking on a journey of retreat. Just as Su Chen had advised, they gained an advantage and forced the opponent to spend time discerning which was the real body and which was the illusion. Excellent. PS running towards mid lane. Killing him would be perfect for the Baron. Oh, be wary of Teimo's mushrooms. Alas, Shamira stepped on a mushroom, and with her health depleted, she could not withstand the damage. Following Teimo's demise, he exchanged his gold for items. That mushroom was tremendously painful. Oh dear, this is a bit uncomfortable. The group hesitated momentarily. Their conditions were all quite poor. Scanning, the true sight had also been nearly exhausted in the preceding team fight. Securing the dragon's soul, they would regroup for the next Baron fight. Does he still intend to make plays? We can kill, he shouted. His attack connected with an opponent who had misstepped. He charged in, continuing to flee. However, Victor had already followed up, applying a slow, and with a quick strike. Everyone pursued. Shamira and Eiko fell instantly. Exclamation point. But in this wave, 3 of them stepped on 2 mushrooms in quick succession. Victor has fallen. The ban has fallen. Only the breathless Xiaotian remains, alongside Shamira, who narrowly avoided 1 mushroom. Left with but a sliver of health, the group felt a twinge of regret. This was somewhat unfortunate. Yet the kills were all concentrated on Teimo, so it could be worse. And Eiko was unable to summon her hat. We can continue to pressure in the next wave. The doll expressed some regret. This wave probably won T allow us to take the Baron. The perfect bait, cleverly coordinated with Su Chen's mushrooms, had taken out several opponents. The players were all wary, avoiding a straight pursuit, instead opting for a diagonal route to evade the mushrooms. Little did they know that everything was calculated by Su Chen. If they had pursued in a straight line, they would have avoided stepping on even 1 mushroom. Miller added, as for the next Baron fight, it's fundamentally impossible to engage head-on unless 2 of them make simultaneous mistakes and are caught out. Otherwise, this fight is a 9-to-1 scenario. The doll remarked, 9-to-1? I feel that 9-to-1 is still too conservative. Chapter 80. No one can share the blame with me. No one. With the adverse circumstances and errors mounting, many in the live stream began to clash. They are still pursuing? How foolish. If they had remained, they would have undoubtedly secured both the Baron and the Dragon. What? It was fine last match. But now it's problematic? There's nothing to see. Let us move on to the next match. It has been proven that my favorite Teimo in the top lane is truly ineffective. Even Su Chen cannot secure a victory. Woe is me. Mother S. Hook, roll away. Within the game, after respawning, Xiaotian went out and was once again caught and killed. Su Chen's temper flared. Su Chen's mindset had truly faltered. He even contemplated expressing his shock at Xiaotian's handoff of the red buff. However, he chose to take a few deep breaths instead. Breathe. Activation triggered. Suddenly, Su Chen's mind cleared. His grasp of the situation had improved. At that moment, his teammates had begun to willingly take the blame. Sugu, this match is on me. It's my fault. I played too casually and gave away too many opportunities. No, it's my problem, he declared without hesitation. How could the blame be yours? Do you not regard me, the designated scapegoat? However, Su Chen, at this moment, had perceived the singular opportunity. Enough chatter. We can still fight. Su Chen directed for another coordinated attack, just as the opponents began to establish vision near the Baron, intending to force a team fight. Su Chen's Teimo stealthily made his way to the lower jungle. At this moment, as the upper jungle area is being invaded, they observe that many are striving to regain vision, and among them is Teimo. A few of them quickly exchanged thoughts. This Teimo must be the real deal. Nico is surely hiding, hoping to create more opportunities for a comeback. We're not afraid. He used his flash during the last dragon encounter, and it will take about 190 seconds for him to have it again. Meanwhile, Teimo, taking advantage of the pushed minion wave, skillfully utilized the vision control of Lianhua and cautiously made his way to the enemy's red buff. Su Chen recognized that this was their only chance. He had studied this player's game footage. This individual has an immense need for red buffs. Before every team fight, if given the opportunity, he would undoubtedly secure a red buff. As long as he arrives, it would grant them a breath of fresh air. The commentators grew tense as they witnessed Teimo approaching the red buff alone, completely oblivious to the fact that he had already planted several mushrooms in wait. The brothers in the upper jungle had infiltrated deeply. The enemy had revealed most of their vision. He never expected that during the critical dragon fight, one of the opponents would not be in the upper jungle, but instead lying in wait in the lower jungle for him. The most alarming aspect was the significant disadvantage in the bottom lane. Yet, there was no one to guard the lower route. It seemed as if everyone was willing to risk it all for the dragon. Thus, the minion waves in both the mid and bottom lanes remained untouched. Who could have anticipated that there were indeed people in the lower jungle? Samira was drawing nearer, habitually checking the bushes next to the red buff. She felt reassured only after finding it empty before consuming the red buff. While hitting the red, she moved towards the dragon area, specifically to position 6. Bang! Samira stepped on a mushroom. At that moment, Teemo revealed himself beneath Samira and unleashed a blind effect that left her no chance to react. She shuddered, exclaiming, "How is he here?" Teemo quickly created distance, while already reaching the pit at position 6. However, he unexpectedly stepped on another mushroom along the way. Teemo's damage was terrifying, and he fell on the spot. Oh my, he was waiting for me. Everyone was astonished. Oh no, can we force the dragon on them? We have a chance. Teemo had 1-2. Teemo dashed to the mid lane to push the wave. What to do? No matter. Force the dragon team fight. After all, it would be at most a 4v4. Teemo, having cleared the mid lane minions, unexpectedly flanked behind the entire enemy team. He began tossing mushrooms frantically. Mushrooms kept bouncing into the fray. Su Chen, empowered by the blue buff obtained from Samira, relentlessly cast his skills. The crowd was furious. Is he showing off in our jungle? How audacious! They charged at him. Everyone rushed in, severely damaging Teemo and forcing him to use his flash. Yet, they could not pursue further. Otherwise, their formation would scatter, and a mistake could easily lead to a turnaround. Moreover, they could certainly kill Teemo if they forced him, but they had already started taking damage from the dragon, which was below half health. Ignore him. He is in no condition to do anything. However, they did not anticipate that due to his low health, Su Chen's 50 Kwai top laner would trigger. Additionally, he was now far wealthier than Xiaotian. His equipment was extraordinarily luxurious. Su Chen quickly instructed his teammates while continuing to toss mushrooms. Gradually, they sensed something was amiss. What the heck? How are they playing so smoothly? We don't have Samira, so we can't just rush in to eliminate one. We still have to kite. Ugh, those mushrooms are disgusting. While Wami Lu was also astonished, his eyes wide. Shui and the team are pulling back in the front and using their skills. Teemo's mushrooms bounce. To dodge the skills from the front, they must step on the mushrooms. To avoid the mushrooms, they have to take the skills. He has turned what should be a trap into a nuclear bomb in their faces. Yet, they can't just retreat, or they will lose the dragon. This Teemo is indeed playing annoyingly well. The commentator exaggeratedly jumped out of his seat. What the heck? After the useless jungler fell, the savior appeared. Teemo. Can Teemo really play like this? With his level up, combined with his equipment and blue buff, the mushrooms are so quick. But that's not the key. The key is that his mushroom placements are so cunning. I can't take it anymore. Is it really that disgusting to play with such a huge advantage? We don't even get a chance to use the water dragon soul. We are continuously being worn down. He is stuffing mushrooms right into their faces. But at that moment, a Shui suddenly got hooked. Callista fell instantly. Su Chen nearly lost his composure and wanted to lash out. Are we done eating? Well, this is an opportunity. Under Su Chen's command, Song Yi-Jin activated his ultimate, and everyone retreated. Su Chen charged forward to shoot toxic arrows. Moreover, he placed another mushroom at his feet. Chapter 81. Enjoying the home invasion while Wa directly reached a climax, incredulously shouting. Everyone rushed up to eliminate Teemo, but they stepped on mushrooms, leaving them all with a sliver of health. With precise skill usage, they completed the execution. This Teemo captain is truly a trump card. In such a dire situation, he managed to pull off an incredible turnaround, achieving a team wipe. However, there might be a slight issue with everyone's mentality that needs adjustment. Su Chen had already died twice in this game. Yet, at this moment, no one would criticize him for those 2 deaths. Not even a single person. Anyone with eyes could see that his Teemo was leading the team forward. Everyone was invigorated again, preparing to pressure the dragon once more. They knew Teemo was without flash. Save skills for Teemo and Nico. Shui's Callista was useless this match, so just ignore her. After everyone respawned, with bloodshot eyes, they charged towards the dragon. This time, aside from the 6 God Victor, Everyone had 2 true sight wards. Samira even sold a pickaxe just to buy true sight wards. After all, they were not lacking in damage. Everyone also brought scanning devices. All defensive items were built with magic resistance. They were determined to face the enemy head-on. But at that moment, Teemo ran to the bottom lane to split push. If this dragon fight went well, we could finish the game in one push. He had garnered too much gold in the previous wave, and his equipment was quite luxurious. Fine, we'll also split push. Hushi went to the top lane. Alright, I'm bringing demolition. I want to be slow at taking towers either. Instantly, everyone continued to maneuver. Hushi activated his ultimate and rushed to the top lane. Milu analyzed. This decision may seem abstract, but it is indeed quite effective. Although Xiaotian cannot match Teemo's tower-taking speed due to his advanced equipment, the minion wave in the top lane is advantageous. Meanwhile, in the front, they are missing a crucial Teemo. However, what they lack here is an inconsequential Xiaotian. In this situation, there is virtually no chance. Both sides continued to maneuver. Teemo's push speed was faster. The disadvantage in the minion wave was quickly neutralized by him. There could be no hesitation. Of course, they understood this. However, Nico occasionally revealed herself, and they feared being engaged by too many enemies. Finally, the green-haired player couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Let us directly engage the dragon. Whoever can focus fire, do it." They began attempting the dragon. The dragon's health rapidly decreased, and in no time, it was down to a third. They merely continued to harass from the edges, seemingly waiting for Xiaotian's monkey to find an opportunity to pounce in for a smite. Yet, when the dragon's health reached 3,000, they paused. Xiaotian's monkey charged in as if possessed, flailing outside the dragon pit. Xiaotian was sweating profusely at this moment. He had already given away too much this game. This seemed more like a pure sacrifice. But there was no choice. It was simply to fulfill Su Che's orders. What are you hesitating for? A voice rang in his ear, urging him on. Xiaotian gritted his teeth. He charged in. Xiaotian executed a swift displacement, forcibly snagging the hook of Titan. Even the green-haired player was taken aback. Has Xiaotian truly lost his senses to such an extent? Focus fire on him. Focus fire on him. Watch out for an Ico. Watch out for an Ico. Several players emerged from the dragon pit, intending to eliminate Xiaotian's monkey. Xiaotian unleashed a grand chaos, momentarily disrupting their plans. However, Xiaotian's monkey soon collapsed as if struck down by pure white light. At that moment, Ico charged forward. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Yet, this was merely an illusion of Ico. Teemo was already making his way to the high ground. Just then, a Callista leaped into action. A Shui's gaze turned steely once more. I shall deliver the blow. With a swift displacement, he inflicted scraping damage upon Titan. He barely managed to chip away half of Titan's shield. Simultaneously, his ultimate was activated. Thresh soared forth, forcibly knocking up the 2 opponents. Subsequently, both players unleashed a flurry of abilities. The commentators were left bewildered. What are they doing? This is not a case of the Calabash brothers rescuing Grandpa. It's as if one by one, they are stepping up to be consumed. A Shui is recklessly using his flash? He seems to disregard everything, throwing out abilities without a care. Is he not allowing Ku to enter the fray? What on earth is happening? The 2 of them are merely rushing in, haphazardly slamming their keyboards. They eliminated 2 opponents in an instant. However, they needed to retreat. No one wishes to endure the wrath of a fully equipped Ku. Excitement surged among the team. Though Teemo was rapidly pushing lanes, they were not lagging behind. Steady. At this moment, they joyfully opened Weibo. Editing the message, they posted, "After losing the second game, reflection is necessary. Perhaps their strength is not inferior, but due to the choice of top lane champions and possibly some issues with their professional attitude, they ended up losing this match." They laid bare their sentiments. After all, selecting Su Chen in the previous game was clearly targeting themselves, right? With a stroke of luck, they believed they could continue winning with bizarre champions. Fans swiftly flooded the comment section of Weibo, vehemently criticizing Su Chen. Halfway through, champagne? What nonsense! If they don't lose this match, it would be an affront to justice. Back at the arena, before the dragon pit, the Ku charged forward once more, and Titan, regardless of the real or the fake, hooked him up. He had no qualms about absorbing Ku's ultimate. The others pulled back slightly. However, Ku suddenly vanished. Only then did everyone realize that a wave of minions in front of Timo lit up. This Ku was merely an illusion. After deploying this illusion, he had swiftly retreated to the bottom lane. At this moment, he had already landed. Due to the earlier deployment of many illusions, everyone assumed he was merely lingering around to cause chaos. Now that all teammates had perished, a sudden appearance made it seem as though he was prepared to make a bold play. This is bad. There is no time for the dragon. The green-haired player shouted, but he called out, 8 seconds. These 8 seconds felt interminable. The first turret was swiftly taken down by the terrifying damage of Timo and Ku, and just as the second turret was left with a sliver of health, did they dare to steal the base? We have 3 formidable champions defending. What about you? Chapter 82. The crystal that was nearly pushed down. So close, yet so unattainable. Ku and Timo had already retreated, now far from the high ground and without vision, and Timo was present. The others hurriedly shouted, "They are merely pretending to steal the base, not wanting us to secure the dragon. Chase, chase, chase. We can do it in one wave." Indeed. Meanwhile, the duo on the top lane, Shui and Bang, were directly stealing away the victory. They were already pushing the small crystal, soon reaching the turret. Before them appeared a wave of advancing minions, but something seemed off about their numbers. Suddenly realizing, they shouted, "Be careful," before the warning could finish. Samira swiftly used her flash, but a single minion simultaneously blinked forward. Furious eruption. The 3 were lifted into the air, bound, and then crashed down violently. Samira couldn't escape the confines. Meanwhile, Timo had already thrown out mushrooms as Ku's disguised minion blinked in. He was not far from the crowd. The recently activated scan nearly detected him. In a flurry, the 3 were taken aback. Oh no, but who would have expected they would suddenly choose to counterattack now? Such audacity. Timo first eliminated Samira to prevent her from activating her abilities later, while Ku ensnared Victor. Timo skillfully dodged Victor's retaliatory abilities and struck him down. Watching the blackened screen, anxiety surged within, and they quickly shouted, "Our base." The Bang and Xiaotian are already pushing the second turret. Yet the green-haired Titan remained surprisingly resilient. Timo and Ku could not eliminate him in an instant. But at that moment, Timo unexpectedly flashed. He moved 2 steps into the nearby brush. The green-haired player was startled. He immediately attempted to hook. However, Ku swiftly activated her ability, using her illusion to block the hook. Timo's presence illuminated from his own minion. Every spectator watching this match could not help but hold their breath, adrenaline surging. They were tense. Fans of Chen Chu were anxious. Various streamers were on edge. The audience in attendance felt the tension as well, with a girl wearing a Timo hat covering her mouth, her hands clasped to her chest, even beginning to pray silently. Wawa had completely lost his composure. Forget about favoritism or any other distractions. He simply wanted to witness how this thrilling, suspense-filled match would conclude. Timo's flash was purely to create distance from Titan. However, while Titan was indeed obstructed, his ultimate and peace could still interrupt. At this moment, all skills were on cooldown. To eliminate Titan, he would have to wait for the next sequence. He could not halt Titan's advance. Titan approached Timo. Yet, why did he suddenly freeze? Green-haired, what are you doing? Miller discerned the reason and felt a rush of excitement. He was genuinely awed by Su Chen and this bold, audacious synergy. Su Chen remained calm and terrifyingly composed. No, the green-haired player wasn't merely frozen. He was rendered helpless. Timo had just flashed into the brush to become invisible. After becoming invisible in the brush, he maintained that state. Ku's next set of abilities was ready. The green-haired player was eliminated. The turret was about to fall. Timo descended. No, to be precise, this was a base raid. Both of the turrets had completely fallen. The main crystal was being frantically assaulted. Timo had his blind effect. The Bang activated his ultimate, but Timo charged straight at him. And the Bang could not withstand that damage. Shui was tanky, but his attack speed and damage were insufficient. Ku had also arrived on the scene. Shui was still in the fight. However, Timo's blind effect was ready once more. They began to push the main crystal. Shui's blind effect expired, yet he remained. There was no escaping the speedier Timo. He could only stand his ground. Both sides were truly engaged in a fierce base demolition contest. The director provided split screenshots. Both main crystals were losing health rapidly. However, the health of the opposing crystal was nearly a third less than their own. Shui's teeth were chattering. His heart raced wildly. Wawa spoke at lightning speed. Both crystals are losing health rapidly. This side still holds a slight advantage, but the enemy's crystal is critically low. But that blind effect is deadly. Both sides are on the verge of simultaneously demolishing the opposing base. Who would emerge victorious? The tension reached its peak. The hands gripping the mouse were drenched. The gray screen made it impossible to resist glancing at Hushi's first-person perspective. They truly wanted to win. They genuinely did not wish to be overturned. Each of them had their own compelling reason to win. Wawa shouted, "My goodness!" Hushi has flashed. He stood steadfast in his position, feigning a stance of defiance. He possessed the ability to blink, evading the colossal crystal, and ultimately unleashed a final strike. The sound echoed, as the breathtaking vista of the canyon swiftly drew him back to his home. The scene culminated in an explosion of his home crystal. Ku, having acted first, had already shattered the large crystal. The sensation of suffocation enveloped him. He blinked forward in haste, yet Teimo's blinding arrow followed closely behind. His final attack missed its mark, leaving the audience momentarily stunned before erupting into a cacophony of cheers. The roar was deafening, rendering the entire crowd in a state of shock. He stared blankly at the computer screen, the exhilaration and tension of the previous moment dissipating. A profound sense of loss gradually enveloped him. Unable to contain his grief, he succumbed to tears, his body trembling. The ambient noise transformed into a muted gray world. Xiaotian suppressed his own fatigue and approached, gently patting his back. "It's all right. Brother Hushi, we did our best. I didn't push it. Hushi wept, tears streaming through his fingers, his voice trembling. "It's not your fault. It's not your fault." Xiao also broke down, softly offering comfort amidst his own tears. In the stands, many fans remained silent, while others unleashed a torrent of insults. A cacophony of harsh words filled the air. Leaning against his esports chair, he couldn't help but recall his ailing father, his eyes vacant as he stared at the screen, displaying the crimson of defeat. "I'm sorry, I didn't take care of my family. Nor did I become an exceptional professional player." The former runner-up status now felt like the pinnacle of his aspirations. The summer tournament had already witnessed multiple defeats. This match, with a significant advantage, had still slipped away. He closed his eyes, pondering, "If only I could have performed slightly better, if only I had been more cautious." Reminding my teammates to be wary of Teimo and Ku's counterattacks, would we have still had a chance? Let's congratulate 20 triumphs. The spotlight illuminated the other end, where jubilant smiles surrounded Su Chen, the savior who had secured victory in this match. Su Chen stood there, lost in thought, gazing at Hushi, who was trembling with tears, inevitably reminding him of his own past. In the days leading up to the match, Su Chen had observed how Hushi was always present. We prepared for sleep. Hushi was there. Upon waking, he remained. Thus, Su Chen contemplated the answer. He would never have reached his current strength, nor received such acclaim, and the probability of winning would have been greatly diminished. However, Su Chen was acutely aware that he would strive with the same fervor as Hushi, perhaps even more fervently. He would be willing to sacrifice many things, even everything, without causing offense to anyone. Even if he had no chance at rebirth, he would never yield in the depths of despair. Su Chen understood that this world was never fair. In his previous life, he was of mediocre talent, exerting countless efforts to become a professional player, but never having the opportunity to shine before being confined. Yet, many aspiring players worked tirelessly every day, still far from even the position of Su Chen at the water cooler in his past life. How many such individuals could only look up, no matter the circumstances? Thus, even if Su Chen were merely a shadow of his former self in this life, even if his advantages stemmed from 5 years of relentless toil, he would never consider himself superior, nor would he view his enhancements as anything but a means to seize opportunity. Like those endowed with exceptional talent, he regarded his gifts as fate's benevolence and would not squander the chance. In comparison to the harsh realities, the Summoner's Canyon, where one began with a mere 500 gold, was relatively fair, was it not? Su Chen empathized with Hushi, understood him, and respected him, yet he would never indulge in pity or concession. He would seek every opportunity to elevate Hushi, thereby enhancing his own standing. And indeed, he acted upon this conviction. Departing from his team, he disregarded Xiaotian's puzzled inquiries and strode toward the others. The crowd fell silent, all eyes on the unfolding scene. Hushi, ears ringing with the jeers of the audience, remained unbothered, raising his fist toward the approaching figures. Leading the procession, Su Chen approached with a calm demeanor, exuding the radiance of a victor. Shi, in a daze, extended his fist. Su Chen lightly tapped it, offering praise. Well played, brother Shi. Su Chen respected players with a serious professional attitude, even if he held disdain for the club. Shi was momentarily taken aback. Was he mocking him? It didn't seem so. Su Chen acknowledged each teammate with a fist bump, commending their performance. Unable to contain himself, Shi remarked, "If we truly played well, how could you have one?" "Because I was lucky," Su Chen replied sincerely. Without that stroke of fortune, he would not have experienced rebirth, nor would he have had the opportunity for enhancement or even the chance to step outside. At this juncture in his previous life, Su Chen remained bound by contract, relegated to watching Shi and others train and compete. He had even conversed with Shi, who had encouraged him to become a streamer. Shaking his head, Shi pondered, is it truly just luck? He opened the post-match data panel. After regaining his composure, he questioned why Teemo's attack had been so swift and reviewed the post-match statistics. The others were equally astonished. Su Chen's equipment had inexplicably transformed from damage items to cooldown reduction gear. Shi was left stunned, maneuvering towards his fountain while auto-attacking. Had he switched his gear in the fountain? Only then did he recall the moment he blinked, only to be struck by Su Chen's well-timed blinding shot. Shi found it laughable. Just moments ago, he had comforted himself that the opponent merely had a stroke of good luck to win. Now, he realized that what he deemed luck was merely the humility of the strong. Yet why was he so strong? Strong to the point of being almost unattainable? Shi bowed his head, his confidence shattered like the impending triumph that was swiftly dashed. In that moment, he felt as though he could never escape the extraordinary day, nor could he distance himself from what was an exceptional match for Su Chen. "Keep it up. I have great faith in you," Su Chen said softly, turning to leave. A wave of confusion washed over the group. They were momentarily stunned, realizing Su Chen was not mocking them, but speaking earnestly. Shi lifted his gaze, staring blankly at Su Chen's retreating figure. The spotlight followed him, the audience's cheers resounding. He draped his jacket over his shoulder and walked away, the applause gradually receding. Chapter 84. Review. We must review. The group remained on stage. Hands in pockets, he approached, observing the lack of reaction from the crowd. Directing his words to Shi, he remarked, "Once again, the standard coach's rhetoric. It's identical to what you said after losing to Su Chen in the practice match." Shi interrupted, his gaze piercing. "Are you sincere in your words? Do you truly wish for me to be the starting top laner? Do you genuinely hope for me to regroup? Do you honestly desire our team to progress further?" Xiao cast a glare filled with fury. He had many words to express but could not voice them. Suddenly, he broke into a smile. In the brief span of 2 matches, along with audacious gameplay experiments, he found himself contemplating profoundly. He candidly expressed, "Xiao, I am aware of your thoughts. I know you all perceive me as an inadequate coach. Indeed, I'm not a good one. My intentions are rather straightforward: fame and fortune. Typically, I approach my duties with indifference, merely glancing at the games. However, this battle, should we triumph with Su Chen, promises both notoriety and wealth. Thus, I am genuinely eager to win. This is why I dedicated myself to thorough research in the days leading up to it." The crowd was taken aback. Why this sudden admission of guilt? He continued, "The efforts exerted over these days have made it evident to me that he is fervently striving to win, eager to grow stronger and reach the world championship. You all must have felt his influence. Haven to you? You have all been working diligently these past few days. You have performed admirably. I recognize your relentless efforts. The losses in these 2 matches stem from a weak foundation, from me, and even from the club and the owner, rather than solely from you. The attitude you now exhibit towards me further illustrates your yearning for victory and my previous unreliability. It is of no consequence. We still have the opportunity for change." He chuckled. "Though we lost, we have a new goal: to exhaust every avenue to enter the playoffs and, subsequently, to find every means to qualify for the World Championship." The assembly stared in astonishment. Xiao Quan clenched his fists, somewhat entranced, gazing at the fan group, with a flag bearing Uzi's image lay in tatters. Could it be that our team has truly rekindled hope? He patted Shi's shoulder. Shi looked back and nodded with a smile. Shi silently gathered his keyboard and mouse, striding out of the arena with determination amidst the jeers of fans, which gradually receded with his departure. Yet within, a tempest brewed. Someone exclaimed, "Su Ge, you're amazing. When did you change your equipment?" Xiaotian could not help but chime in, while Shui praised. That first wave at the bottom lane, I thought we had lost this match. Who knew Su Ge could lead us to victory? Laughter erupted. Wow. Listening to Su Chen direct the game is truly effortless. How do we manage to turn around? Su Chen, we are indeed formidable. However, Su Chen maintained a stoic demeanor, his back turned to the others, his expression complex. Enjoy the owner's apology. What is wrong with your boss? Do you understand this game? Who is at fault? Su Chen? The other players? Myself? No, it is your mindset that is flawed. Just state whether we won or lost. He swiftly countered the owner. Thank you for your understanding and financial support. Our team is on a positive trajectory that can be sustained. Yet, he was acutely aware of the myriad issues evident in the second match beyond just Su Chen. Ironically, he had initially thought Su Chen to be the least reliable, selecting champions based on whimsical choices. According to his judgment, this match was destined for defeat, yet they emerged victorious. He immediately scrutinized the footage, discovering Su Chen's remarkable maneuver at the fountain, shortening the cooldown of the blinding arrow to its minimum, ultimately preventing Xiaotian from landing that crucial blow. Frankly, the scalp tingled with astonishment. Incredible. How can farming translate into such exceptional performance on the professional stage? The accompanying footage was shared with various official accounts across platforms. A superstar must indeed possess numerous extraordinary plays to uphold their status. Although each match previously showcased extreme plays, Su Chen had appeared too infrequently, and premature praise could lead to embarrassment should they falter soon after. Now, however, he regarded Su Chen as the most stable component of the team. Yet, he initially anticipated a loss in this match, preparing to deliver a stern lesson to the others. Winning the match complicated the dynamics of the review process, as they had too many issues to address. But he had not done his part, and it seemed Su Chen's influence was surpassing his own. What if he was overly harsh and displeased Su Chen? If Su Chen was upset, it would alienate him from the team's foundation. What then? Yet, if he did not rouse them from complacency, the team's current state would not be sustainable. The group remained in high spirits. Wow, that comeback was exhilarating. Why is Su Ge silent? Is he hungry? What has for dinner tonight? Let us have him treat us. Just as he was caught in a dilemma. Unexpectedly, Su Chen spoke up. After playing like this, are you still thinking about dining out to celebrate? That extreme comeback felt great, didn't it? Have you considered why we were pushed to such a brink? He slammed his thigh. Good. Wonderful. I love you. My darling. Savior. Morning God. From now on, my tablet will only order takeout that suits your taste. Instantly, he coughed twice, straightening his face. A significant gesture pointed towards the screen. Review. We must meticulously analyze. Aside from Su Chen, the other mistakes were unimaginably grave. Chapter 85, he truly made me cry. Playing professionally for the idol. In the backstage room, he spoke earnestly soon. You will encounter formidable opponents. Do you understand? After this, it will be over. Right now, they are proclaiming invincibility. This year's deity, the hope. When you face them, with your current skills, you will undoubtedly be humiliated. Su Chen was absolutely right. You all are still thinking about dining out to celebrate? Do you think you could take it easy and still perform well? Thinking there's no rush, you'll address it later? Let me tell you, this year is aimed at the Grand Slam. Do you believe they want to start studying our team meticulously tonight? His frustration intensified as he spoke more passionately. A group of youngsters. Thankfully, Su Chen intervened, prompting them to reflect on their issues. Otherwise, they would inevitably face disgrace. The group, reprimanded, could barely raise their heads, stealing glances at Su Chen's expression, which clearly indicated his approval of his actions, bolstered his resolve and seriousness. Now, why does it feel somewhat intimidating? With your current attitude, your level. The manager knocked on the door. Interview. He decisively stated, Su Chen, you go. The rest of you sit tight. We will begin the review now. First, discuss what mistakes you made in these two matches today. The manager accompanied Su Chen on his way, his face beaming with joy. God, Su Chen is now a deity, truly divine. The boss even called to confirm it. However, it was evident that the attention surrounding today's matches had reached a new level. The official Weibo followers surged dramatically. Keep in mind, the match had just concluded. He cleared his throat. Regarding Lu Xian's jungle performance, the boss called to ask if you have any dissatisfaction with your salary. We could discuss it further. Su Chen shook his head. Let us talk about it after we secure the championship. He smiled. By the way, look at this. He showed Su Chen a screenshot of a recently deleted Weibo post. Despite its removal, how could the numerous trolls fail to retain evidence? Su Chen chuckled at the display of the little chubby one's stubbornness. For the interview, just go with the flow. The club had concerns about Su Chen being excessively harsh, which could backfire. But the situation had changed. Su Chen's prowess had instilled confidence. So, you're a deity? Is truly a new era for rookies. With Su Chen's spectacular performance today, the boss and the operations team now regard Su Chen with darling support. Big brother. Love you. You can act however you wish. You can criticize however you like. Black but red? In esports, strength speaks. Black can also transform into true red. Little Uzi? How laughable. Su Chen was well aware of the situation and nodded as he made his way to the interview site. Today, it was Luo Xian conducting the interview. In her mind, Luo Xian reflected that typically, if Xiaoyu had the opportunity, she would discuss a shift with the other female host to maximize her chances of interviewing the teams present. However, on this occasion, it was her turn to conduct the interview, yet Xiaoyu had proactively swapped with her. The root cause of this was the seemingly refined and amiable man before her. The director had already prepared reminders, ensuring that the questions posed would have a clear direction, and it was imperative that Su Chen's name was not mentioned. Luo Xian felt confident about this. What would the first question be? First, let us eliminate the query regarding the selection of Lu Xian as the jungler. Welcome, Su Chen. Luo Xian beamed sweetly, primarily to prevent any animosity from Su Chen towards her. The last time, Xiaoyu's emotional breakdown was still fresh in her memory. Furthermore, she was eager to ride the wave of Su Chen's popularity. If she could stir up some excitement, it would be even more thrilling. To be honest, she felt a bit envious. Here was a new superstar, handsome and charismatic, making the old commentators irrelevant. Su Chen took the microphone. Hello everyone, I am Su Chen. Hello everyone, I am the father, simply put the priest. Hello everyone, I am Timo. Hello everyone, I am a devoted fan, a user of Saint Gunner in the jungle. Hello everyone, I am Chinsu. Hello everyone, I am a distinguished owner of a Mercedes-Benz. Hello everyone, I am the founder of the Underworld top laner. The director's team couldn't help but marvel at how the viewership surged whenever he appeared. The new king of traffic had ascended. Luo Xian coughed lightly and posed a meticulously prepared first question. Today, Su Chen has brought us 2 exciting matches, achieving a double victory. Is there anything you would like to say to your teammates and coach? Luo Xian felt quite proud. This question was unlikely to shift the focus onto her. Even if Su Chen was aware of the recent critiques on Weibo, he would not be able to exact revenge in an official live broadcast. Surely, he would express gratitude towards his teammates and coaching staff. Su Chen smiled slightly. I appreciate my teammates and my brother for supporting my ideas. It's likely that other teams would not trust the heroes I selected. However, I'm quite confident. Many years ago, I learned this jungling technique with Lu Xian from my idol, and today, I finally had the opportunity to try it out. Thank you. Luo Xian remarked. That's fair. He indeed expressed gratitude, but it seems he may have overdone it a bit. The barrage of comments erupted in laughter. The god's Weibo has quietly been deleted, and he still hasn't learned his lesson? I truly believe he is a fan. He genuinely moved me. To play professionally for the sake of his idol, and to select the lineup his idol prefers. Without further ado, I'll go play Lu Xian in the jungle. At that moment, Su Chen unexpectedly mentioned today's performance and expressed his respect for the players. He believed that these individuals had also suffered greatly. Winning against him was one thing, but losing would leave them with nothing. The public perception of these players was abysmal, and even a glance would cause an explosion. However, his supportive comments yielded mixed results. While many in the comment section praised his respect, others viciously criticized the players further, including some of Su Chen's own fans, who belittled them. This was inevitable. In the realm of esports, the principle of to the victor go the spoils was ever present, and fans were always ready to attack. Luo Xian felt her composure fracturing. Wait, how can you redirect this to yourself? What kind of attacking power does a top lane superstar possess? As Luo Xian grappled with her thoughts, she recalled Su Chen's unexpected praise for several current players. Did Su Chen think it was about time to ease up on the criticism directed at the gods? Tentatively, she asked the second question. Su Chen, you have shown considerable respect for your opponents. This mutual understanding and camaraderie among players is truly moving. For the second question, we noticed several impressive plays you made with your teammates today. How do you assess your teammates' overall performance? Surely, this question would remain on topic. My teammates performed quite well. Su Chen continued. Any critiques should be saved for private discussions. In front of the public, we must maintain our team's dignity. He continued. However, there were a few minor issues with Shui's play in the first game. Luo Xian's interest peaked. It was clear that the second game had more mistakes. The first game was quite standard, with Shui performing as expected. Why would Su Chen say that? Suddenly, Luo Xian realized something and quickly attempted to switch to the next question, but Su Chen spoke up again. Shui chose the wrong skin. If he had selected the Champion Series skin like I did, he would have performed better. Su Chen consistently maintained his sharpness. On one hand, his straightforward critiques were undeniably entertaining. On the other hand, the powerful attributes Su Chen possessed were undoubtedly blessings bestowed by the gods. So, when asked which team he looked forward to facing the most in the future, it would undoubtedly be one with the gods present. Let the new grievances and old grudges accumulate. The audience could hardly contain themselves. Is this the attacking power of a top lane superstar? I accept that. The comments flooded in, top-notch in lane. Even better in team fights. How dare you not submit an application and still use someone else's champion skin? How dare you command your teammates to use it too? Luo Xian's grip on the microphone trembled slightly. She had awakened to the truth. She fully understood that, regardless of the situation, Su Chen could always steer the conversation towards his beloved idol. Previously, when Xiaoyu asked him about image management, he had somehow managed to mention baby shampoo. The sweet smile on Luo Xian's face was beginning to falter, but she still remembered her task. Before the interview, the two commentators had asked her to bring up the Mercedes joke with Su Chen. By doing so in front of the audience, Su Chen would be less likely to escalate the matter seriously regarding Mercedes, allowing everyone to save face. The two commentators backstage were ready, anticipating Su Chen's lighthearted response. And afterwards, they would privately express their gratitude to him. From then on, they would undoubtedly become loyal supporters of Su Chen. This Mercedes reference would transform into an amusing inside joke. Luo Xian cleared her throat. For the third question, it relates to something already mentioned. However, since Su Chen had already discussed the Lu Xian jungling, she couldn't revisit that. If he managed to redirect it again, how would he do so? Luo Xian felt a twinge of curiosity. Ahem, Su Chen, before the match, the two commentators made a joke. Watching this unfold, the backstage staff, including Hua and Milu, grew increasingly anxious. After Luo Xian finished speaking, Su Chen suddenly realized, no wonder people have been mentioning Mercedes during the live stream. He recalled that two individuals had added him on WeChat earlier. They must have been the commentators. But it wasn't as simple as they thought to share success with him. With that thought in mind, Su Chen decisively replied, of course, the two commentators were just joking. I have no desire for a Mercedes. Yogurt or Li Ning clothing is fine as well, but I do need a better bathtub. Luo Xian gasped in shock. Wow, you can actually turn this into a discussion. You are truly remarkable. The audience was equally astonished. Previously, Su Chen mentioned that he played professionally to get a better bathtub. What a perfect circle. Su Chen's obsession. Ha ha. I am dying of laughter. The two commentators must be losing it. Are you watching? Send me the link to your bathtub. Hua and Milu were utterly baffled. What? We truly aspire to maintain a stance of pure neutrality in our commentary, or perhaps even to praise you. However, when you unexpectedly execute such an unforeseen maneuver, what are we to do? Both individuals are acutely aware of the situation. Now, they face two paths, offend CHNX or upset Xiaotian. It seems they are forced into an extreme binary choice. WW and ML exchanged a wry smile, recognizing that neither side is to be underestimated. Yet, it is abundantly clear that, at least thus far, SCHN possesses an alarming level of offensive prowess, both online and offline. Perhaps it is best to observe a few more matches before making a decision. Fortunately, neither of them is responsible for commentary in the upcoming matches. They have both formed a plan. As long as SCHN can lead and secure victories, they shall switch allegiances and become ardent supporters of CHN. After all, this year's strength is indeed formidable, exhibiting the momentum of a Grand Slam. The Spring Championship title has been effortlessly claimed. With the departure of Zhu Shu and the increasingly overwhelming performance of our Ing, they have decisively outclassed other teams. Whether this newly formed team with SCHN is truly golden remains to be seen, as they must endure the crucible of competition. Nonetheless, the upcoming matches against weaker opponents do present a point of interest. The once towering figure, GOD-SHW Ing, is now serving as a jungler. Meanwhile, the mid lane holds familiarity with N-Ing W Ing. The two commentators pondered deeply before ultimately resolving to await the match against Su Chen. However, before that, they are confronted with a pressing reality. WW side, should we buy the bathtub or not? ML donned a mask of anguish, replying, let us postpone the decision until after the match. After SCHN concluded his interview, Lu XN inexplicably blushed and handed him a card. Upon examining the card, it appeared to be related to a murder mystery game. What S with the blushing? SCHN furrowed his brow, scrutinizing it further. It turned out that the card contained the address for the game, located beneath a certain hotel. SCHN tossed the card aside, dismissing it as an unwelcome distraction. Chapter 87. In ancient times, a fish could be consumed in 4 ways. Today, one can enjoy a dish in 3. In the training room, one individual insisted on jotting down questions, forcing himself to engage in writing. This proved somewhat challenging for the less literate members of the group. Shu mumbled to himself as he wrote, the reason for this blunder was that I forgot to place the word. JG, how do you write place? Shu turned to S-ing-YJN for assistance. S-ing-YJN, bewildered, replied, I'm Chinese. Why not ask Xiaotian? Shu then queried Xiaotian, PTIN, how do you write place? Xiaotian hastily gestured, I've never placed a ward, don't spread rumors. Shu looked towards another, who, before he could ask, confidently smiled. I know how to write it. Shu slapped him on the back, exclaiming, I know how to write it. You silly fool. I'm asking how to write place. He shook his head, well, I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out how to write ward. Standing nearby, another individual cradled his forehead in frustration. Shu pleaded for SCHN's help. SG. Our review must clearly convey our mistakes to anyone who reads it. For words I don't know, I've used pinyin. Could you help me out? SCHN took a brief glance and nodded. Yes, it's evident what your errors are. Shu beamed. SG is truly a good person. Despite the numerous typos in pinyin, he managed to articulate my thoughts. If it weren't for the daunting murder book incident, Shu would have pledged brotherhood with SCHN right then and there. However, SCHN scoffed. Your previous 1,000-word review was entirely plagiarized from the internet. Shu's mind flashed with realization. Wait a minute. That explains it. How could that review be so articulate? Aside from a few ugly words, it felt like a bit too much fluff, yet there were no typos or pinyin. You must have copied it after generating it. Once again, he employed his brilliant tactics. Pointing ominously at Shu, you must add an additional 1,000 words to today's review. Shu donned a mask of despair. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. SCHN glanced at Xiaotian. This one is particularly troublesome. He retrieved the phone for him. Xiaotian, your phone is ringing. It's someone named MBO. Xiaotian shook his head. Ignore her, I want to answer. Really not answering? Xiaotian, unable to bear it any longer, glared at SCHN. I absolutely will not. The review process was tedious and monotonous. Xiaotian repeatedly contemplated rebellion. But Shu and S-ing-YJ-N each delivered a light slap to his back, cautioning him to stay focused. Unyielding, Xiaotian attempted to resist, but the two dragged him to the restroom, revealing the murder book matter. Xiaotian was instantly deflated and even suggested gifting SCHN something. Uncertain of the murder book incident, he only heard that others were planning gifts, so he too hazily began preparing one. After the review concluded, it was already 3 a.m, and in the coming days, they would need to assess their training results. In the dormitory, SCHN lay on his bed, somewhat dazed as he placed the luxurious sleep pillow, the stylish jacket from Shu, and the top-quality headphones from Xiaotian aside. He then logged out of the game, having received an overwhelming amount of raw materials from his account. What's the deal with these people? After a few games, they are so eager to flatter? SCHN couldn't be bothered to speculate further and began contemplating serious matters. The recent matches had yielded substantial benefits. With a boost from Void God, he gained 32 points in any hero mastery, enhancing his positional awareness and operational skills. SCHN estimated that 100 points in hero mastery equated to a typical high-scoring player's understanding of their signature hero. 110 points would be akin to a master like Ji Engzi's profound comprehension of Jinji, albeit in his peak form. At 120 points, SCHN's mastery of Time Warden mirrored his peak proficiency with YOJ Ing from years past. Mastery is one thing, yet the possibility of error remains. Just as SCHN had a deep understanding of Time Warden, allowing him to strategize optimal damage output, he had once planned for an early ward placement. However, that ward did not provide significant opportunities for gain, yielding perhaps a couple of kills in the bot lane. It wasn't until the 20-minute mark with favorable minion waves that the ward he saved for last became the catalyst for a stunning team fight. Yet, chance played a part as well. It seems that the highest mastery for a single hero caps at 130 points. Xiaotian has yet to experience the effects of reaching that level. Currently, he has accumulated over 200 points of mastery to allocate. Coupled with his existing mastery of many top lane heroes exceeding 80 points, he could create several heroes with exceptional proficiency. But there is no rush. He will wait for the right moment to utilize them. Moreover, individual heroism in professional League of Legends is not particularly reliable, especially against formidable opponents. If the opposing team is steady and composed, showcasing skills may yield limited results. Thus, the significance of traits cannot be overstated. If 50 Yuan top lane provided the same bonuses against all teams as it does against weaker ones, Xiaotian could practically coast through matches. Unfortunately, that is not the case. Thankfully, traits can be gradually accumulated, and their slots can be upgraded. The limited time task still exists. As long as he obtains the official title of Rookie of the Year before the conclusion of the summer playoffs, along with success in the playoffs, he can unlock 2 additional slots. Su Chen feels that, with such momentum and through collective effort with the team, there should be no significant issues. This time, having acquired the breathe skill, Su Chen finds its effects quite favorable. However, he hopes to avoid needing to utilize it in the future. If his own mentality is unstable, it inevitably leads to teammates exhibiting erratic behavior similar to today as performance. Should such erratic behavior persist during competitive matches, it is likely that the team will suffer significant setbacks before he can properly develop. Reflecting on this team brings a smile to Su Chen's face. In his past life, this team was notorious for creating the famous scene of a triple kill with a single trap. The Jinx's traps could ensnare 3 players without any assistance on the professional stage, which was utterly ridiculous. Chapter 88. The Gaze from 1. Ning Wang arrives at the club. Su Chen believes that, given the ability to execute such a remarkable maneuver, defeating this team should pose no challenge. Even in today's second match, despite his teammates' frequent errors, victory seems feasible. One could say that it merely provides an additional opportunity for growth before the match. After tomorrow's training match, he looks forward to observing how many fans Traffic True God has gained. At this moment, the training facility remains brightly lit. Most professional players adhere to a nocturnal schedule. Unlike Su Chen, who typically retires early unless circumstances dictate otherwise. Is Su Chen really this peculiar? 369 finds it hard to believe. Witnessing the bizarre turnaround in the second match, he cannot help but analyze it repeatedly. The more 369 observes, the more relieved he feels that he had already departed. Otherwise, he might have found himself benched like Dahuang. He attentively reviews the footage, analyzing every action of Su Chen's teamo. How could this lead to a comeback? What exactly is the reason? As Xiao comments, his strength lies in his strategic mindset. It is quite commendable. 369 admits he did not grasp it at first and requests Xiao to repeat himself until he finally understands. While privately lamenting Xiao's unclear articulation, he nods in agreement, acknowledging, this teamo of his is indeed unpredictable. The jungle champion Lucin is acceptable, but his bold strategies are primarily what stand out. After some contemplation, he concludes, he is impressive, but we are formidable as well. If we focus our strategies, we should secure victory in the upcoming match. The others nod in agreement. In the land of the morning calm, at Club 1, a newcomer sits on the sofa, bouncing his short legs. Suddenly, he spots something amusing. Bro, look at this. He showcases his tablet. What is it? It's a rookie. They say this person is an inventor. He chuckles, a hint of shyness in his smile. His aggressive support playstyle on the battlefield has earned him the nickname Support Core. His diverse pool of heroes has made him widely recognized as an inventor by audiences across the global competitive scene. He feels quite pleased with this title. Meanwhile, a new top laner has also received this title and has even played unusual champions like Time Lord and Lucin. Hence, he has developed a keen interest in this individual. Sipping on a protein shake, he casually remarks, previously, those 2 teams were together, right? We won't meet them for a while. Let us focus on the summer season first and discuss the World Championship later. Ah, bro, this person is... Who? Oh, are you referring to the one who has consistently ranked first in Korean servers? He nods excitedly. He quickly leans in to watch what this newly appointed top laner is capable of. He is somewhat astonished. I remember he played quite well in the top lane. I can't believe he has turned professional. The World Championship may have just gained another formidable adversary. Yoshi will have to work hard now. Having just concluded his training match, Su Chen prepares to stream shortly when a guest unexpectedly arrives at the club. Ning Wang, Xiaotian bursts in wearing the latest Nike gear. In the training room, Shui and Ji spring up, pushing Ning Wang outside. He awkwardly smiles and nods at them, while Xiaotian remains in a daze, choosing to ignore the situation, absorbed in his own world. Ning Wang looks puzzled. What is going on? Why is there no warm welcome? Shui sighs. It's not that we don't welcome you. We just had a rough training match, and everyone is on edge. Please don't disturb us. Ning Wang, confused, replies. Isn't it normal to not perform well in a training match? You won yesterday. Why are you all so tense? Nevertheless, Ning Wang secretly envies the positive training atmosphere. After winning a championship, he had become overly arrogant, and his worth had plummeted. Finally joining a professional team this year, he finds it rather underwhelming. It's impossible for one person to carry the team. Baolan is even more exaggerated. He joined in the spring season with Ning Wang, yet he performed worse than those obscure rookies. He was even kicked off the team after the spring season concluded. In the next match, they will be facing each other. Hence, Ning Wang came to check on his old teammates while flaunting his new shoes. Yet, Shui outright drives him away. Things have changed. Feelings have changed. Ning Wang glances at Song Yijin, who awkwardly nods in agreement. If he remembers correctly, Ning Wang is also on the kill list. Run. Quick run. Brothers can only assist you this far. No way. How can you two be this humble? Oh, I get it. Is that rookie a connection child? Is that why? Ning Wang boisterously claims. He has recently noticed Su Chen's rapidly rising popularity. All major platforms are singing his praises. Moreover, in both matches, he has been the one interviewed, daring to challenge openly as a newcomer. If he isn't a connection child, Ning Wang finds it hard to believe. Both of them shudder and fall silent at his words. Su Chen emerges, puzzled by this strange scene. Song Yijin, not particularly tall, is tiptoeing to cover Ning Wang's mouth. Su Chen clears his throat. Ning Wang? Hello, Brother Zhening. Wow, those shoes are stunning. Ning Wang's eyes light up as he deftly escapes the grasp of the two and extends his hand for a firm handshake with Su Chen. Right? It's just average. I've recently collected several pairs that are even more stylish. I've always known Brother Zhening has exquisite taste in shoes. Brother Zhening, what shoes do you think would suit me? Whatever you recommend, I will buy. Wow, rare to find a kindred spirit. No need for you to buy. I'll get you 2 pairs. Thank you for helping Shui and Ji win the game. What size are your feet? Chapter 89. The dreadful defeat of the Madman S armor. How can I accept that? Brother Zhening, you don't know. We are about to face your team, and I'm feeling nervous, afraid of being crushed by your jungler, so I've been dragging them to practice. Wow, you're too humble. I used to be a decent jungler, but now I'm pretty average in my teammates. No way. Did you see how I performed as Lucen in yesterday's match? The results are all due to learning from your livestream. Wow, buddy, your personality is just to my taste. Have you eaten yet? Don't eat here at the base. Let us go out for a meal? Shui and Ji watch in disbelief as 2 individuals who have known each other for less than half a minute casually throw their arms around each other. What do you mean we are afraid of encountering a rigorous training session? It's clear that it's all about preparation. They even question whether they should analyze the hero pool and tactics from previous matches, with Ning Wang asking, do you lack confidence in winning? They've lost so many matches. What is there to analyze? Su Chen also tacitly agrees that there is no need to worry. However, just moments ago, Su Chen referred to Ning Wang as a two-faced scoundrel. Song Yijin and Shui were further alarmed. Su Chen had even complimented him offline for his adorable appearance. Yet, in the context of the match, the name associated with him was as bruised as his face after a game. Ning Wang's name was among those mentioned. Just now, Ning Wang spoke ill of Su Chen, though it was uncertain whether Su Chen overheard. Who could guarantee that Su Chen wouldn't retaliate? The two hurried to catch up. Upon exiting, they were momentarily stunned before joining the fray. Xiaotian was left alone in the training room for a long time, only to realize that he was the sole occupant. It was nothing more than a replica of Iceland. Tears of sorrow streamed down Xiaotian's face. Just because he resembled the heavens, did it mean he was unworthy of love? Xiaotian was truly at a loss. He resolved to fight back. He opened Su Chen's drawer, eager to discover if Song Yijin and Shui were deceiving him. The Demon Codex? Such a thing truly exists? Xiaotian flipped through it, reminding himself to remain calm, pleading with his mind not to malfunction. He hastily recalled the exact angle and position where his original notebook was placed in the drawer, vowing not to make a mistake or allow Su Chen to notice his discovery. With everything in place, Xiaotian's heart raced. Fear dissipated like mist. Meanwhile, after a joyous meal, Ning Wang cryptically remarked, "Su Chen, I must not deceive you. You should be cautious when facing our team." Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Ning Wang waved his hands dismissively. "I shan't say more. It would be unwise. You'll understand when the match comes in a few days." Su Chen, with a grand gesture, replied, "We are all brothers. Matches are also about bonding. I have no fear." Ning Wang appeared regretful. "If only drinking during training wasn't prohibited, I would have definitely indulged in a couple of bottles. Next time for sure." The meal concluded with Ning Wang truly pleased. A confidant in life is rare, and today he found one. It was merely the drinking during matches that was excessive. After Su Chen left for the restroom, Ning Wang, dissatisfied, pulled a Shui and Song Yijin aside. "Such a good brother in Su Chen, and you didn't introduce him to me. What's going on? Has our bond truly weakened?" A Shui and Song Yijin exchanged awkward glances. "How do they explain?" A Shui hesitantly said, "Su Chen, is he a problem?" No, he's perfectly fine. It's just when it comes to matches." Ning Wang immediately understood, chuckling as he patted a Shui's shoulder. "I see. I've watched those videos. It's just that his opponents find it unbearable to face him. Within 2 minutes of the lane, they turn red. Rest assured, you know my mindset, and I'm in a much better place than before. After 2 years away from professional play, I'm already grateful to be competing again. Even if you two beat me in a couple of games, it won't faze me. Though we may be inexperienced, we are well prepared." Song Yijin wanted to offer some psychological preparation for Ning Wang, but Ning Wang responded with discontent. "You two truly do not understand me. You're even worse than Baolon. I find Su Chen to be quite impressive. Playing games involves some flair. Do you really think that could affect my mindset in reality? No need to elaborate further. Su Chen is without fault." A Shui and Song Yijin exchanged knowing glances. "Amen." Ning Wang took the initiative to suggest that the two teams gather for a get-together after their match in a couple of days before departing. Su Chen began his stream, playing a few matches. To his astonishment, the traffic god had amassed an astounding 5.8 million followers. Consequently, he permanently gained enhancements to his speed, positioning, and teamfight techniques. Yet, he felt something amiss. A Shui and Song Yijin tiptoed around during his stream, seemingly hesitant to make a sound. Xiaotian inexplicably transformed into a cheerful presence, surrounding Su Chen with warmth and concern. Su Chen initially envisioned gradually winning over his teammates and coach through his prowess, thereby obtaining absolute authority within the team. Yet, after only a few matches, why did his teammates show him such respect? Although he had indeed performed well, it seemed excessive. Puzzled, Su Chen could only leave the answers to time. As for Ning Wang's remark during dinner about being cautious in the upcoming match, Su Chen paid it no mind. It was likely just an extreme offensive strategy. Having witnessed countless matches in his previous life, he had seen too many losses and lackluster performances. The coach had completely deviated from the norm, allowing the entire team to select the output heroes they desired, with Ning Wang being the sole player assigned a tank. To be fair, a few matches had indeed yielded positive results. In the past few days, he had chosen various peculiar heroes for his matches. This team would likely need to make adjustments sooner rather than later. After all, they knew they couldn't compete head-on with conventional lineups. Opting for unconventional strategies in ranked play might yield slightly better outcomes, resulting in more explosive kills and perhaps even a glimmer of opportunity, even if they still lost. It would at least be entertaining. 2 days swiftly passed. Today was the day. Reclining comfortably on the backstage sofa of the arena, Su Chen was engrossed in watching videos. His popularity soared. Out of every 3 videos he encountered, 2 featured him. This brought him immense joy, a sense of shared pride. To indulge further, he created a secondary account to stealthily join Su Chen's fan group, successfully serving as an elite vanguard in the offensive squad. Another challenge? Taste my berserker armor. He gleefully spammed several emoticons. The origin of these emoticons is worth mentioning. After the match, the players were infuriated. The crux of the matter was that Su Chen consistently performed brilliantly, while their own performance could not be deemed remarkable, often providing opportunities for the opposing team. Unable to vent their frustration in the official livestream, they resorted to the comment sections of various video platforms, igniting a wave of berserker armor hype. The berserker armor referenced screenshots from Su Chen's matches, depicting him in his team uniform transformed into the Berserker armor. After all, Su Chen was an aggressive player in the arena, making it difficult to criticize his skills. Thus, they resorted to calling him uncouth and overly arrogant. Su Chen's fans retaliated with fervor, posting images of time-old man, Hong 1, bath scenes, sword gestures, mid-game milk breaks, lanterns left unpicked, trophy backgrounds, and ducklings in the bath. The fans triumphed in the meme battle, even adding a cheeky comment about a narrow victory. Chapter 90. What does it mean to be the world's greatest coach? Tactical recline. Regarding their defeat in the meme war, they were left furious but helpless. Consequently, many of Su Chen's devoted fans began to embrace the Berserker armor imagery as a meme. Even the Berserker reference evolved into a tool for attacking others. Is it not shameful? Can one only criticize Su Chen for being arrogant? In the ongoing meme battles, a single Berserker emoticon often flustered the opponent. Now, they could only place their hopes on others. Few held faith, as most placed their hopes on 369, yearning for him and his formidable teammates to temper Su Chen's brashness. Following yet another victory in the meme contest, satisfied, they casually opened the comment section of a Su Chen video. Wow, I just watched how Su Chen handled Teemo at the end. His fountain swap was utterly insane. Su Chen loves to do some farming. His precision is exquisite, as fine as a needle. Even the finest steed requires a discerning trainer. I believe the coach is simply invincible, absolutely unprecedented as the world's greatest coach. He suddenly stood up. This compliment garnered an unexpectedly high number of likes. Numerous comments echoed the sentiment. They all expressed that it was indeed the man behind Su Chen. With a beaming smile, he scrolled through the comments, and suddenly, an idea struck him. He searched for his own name and discovered a plethora of videos related to himself. Eagerly, he clicked on them. The content of this video showcases a calm and confident demeanor, exuding an air of mastery through expressions and actions. The seemingly professional video blogger engages in extensive analysis, leading to decisively encouraging Su Chen to select the jungler Xiaotian. The entire scene unfolded in under 10 minutes, yet this particular video analysis stretched over 30 minutes. Numerous viewers expressed their approval, resulting in a notably high rate of likes and positive comments, leaving smiles plastered across faces. His adaptability is commendable. Transitioning from insecurity and anxiety about becoming Zhu Kai to understanding and ultimately embracing the role, the process was remarkably swift. Observing their self-praise, one feels exhilarated. Yes, continue. Amplify the intensity. It's captivating and delightful. Ah, this too is visually appealing, one murmured. In another video related to Su Chen, several screenshots captured players in trances before a match. Among the audience, a stunning and exuberant young woman enthusiastically stuffed a pillow emblazoned with Su Chen's image into a bear. In stark contrast, Su Chen maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly oblivious, while his four teammates appeared almost agog. The comment section buzzed with affirmations of their own, praising the purification of the fox's allure, thumbs-up emojis, and a few despairing memes poking fun at Song Yijing. It brought a grin to one's lips. Fantastic. Perfect. Su Chen is flawless. Suddenly, a frown appeared. Within the fan group he infiltrated, some individuals seemed intent on stirring trouble. The previously overlooked young woman appeared dissatisfied. Encouraged by other ladies, they conspired to create a minor shock for Su Chen during the match. They couldn't fathom him ignoring them entirely. However, it became evident that this was no trivial matter, as several influencers were at the helm, attempting to leverage the situation for attention. A discontented voice in the group remarked that such behavior was inappropriate, given that he is a professional player. Why not simply support him quietly from the stands? Yet, this sentiment was entirely disregarded by those plotting mischief, and the ensuing gossip garnered numerous friend requests from eager admirers. Indeed, the infiltrator was a soft and endearing girl. At that moment, the 5 players entered the backstage area, their expressions instantly shifting to seriousness. Approaching Su Chen, hands in pockets, they calmly stated, "Su Chen, some of your ardent fans may engage in rather exaggerated actions today. Be prepared." "What actions?" Su Chen inquired, perplexed. "I'm uncertain, but there's a possibility," they replied. Su Chen felt somewhat bewildered. Meanwhile, a Shui quietly leaned closer, whispering, "Brother, you're referring to those fervent female fans in the group, right?" Raising an eyebrow, Su Chen asked, "How do you know about that group?" "The one you just mentioned, of course." "Also, brother, Your act as a girl is quite distasteful. Shocked, he quickly managed his expression. Nonsense. I did not. I have your alternate account in my friends list. Have you forgotten? Finally, the moment arrived. Welcome to the 2023 Summer Championship. I am commentator 957, and I am commentator Jida. The excitement was palpable. The backstage director observed the barrage of comments and silently mourned for the unfortunate Mi Lu for 2.5 minutes. Remarkably, there were comments ridiculing Su Chen for not purchasing Dudu in the past, leading to the emergence of these two incompetent commentators. Nevertheless, the promotional impact was undeniable, and the sponsors must have been quite pleased. Let's welcome the players. The entrance did not create much of a stir, except for an excited fan reaction when Ning Wang appeared. He warmly greeted the crowd, having chatted with Su Chen backstage moments ago. Everything was perfectly fine. Su Chen remained as enthusiastic and friendly as ever, complimenting Ning Wang on the battle shoes he had donned specifically for today. Shui and Song Yijin, however, were rather underwhelming. Competing alongside someone like Su Chen was undeniably a thrilling clash of titans. There was no reason to worry about overshadowing him or fearing conflict. That was simply out of the question. Let's welcome the players. A resounding cheer erupted as Su Chen made his dazzling entrance. The fans erupted with excitement. A group of young women donned in Timo hats cheered, collectively shedding their outer garments. They were prepared to make a statement. In the audience, after the girls removed their jackets, the fabric of their outfits matched that of the yordle attire. Under the arena lights, the cheerleader outfits were strikingly short and vibrant, embodying youthful exuberance and allure. Xiaotian, soar freely. Forever with you. They collectively chanted, their faces adorned with red hearts featuring artistic fonts spelling Xiaotian. They held up fan signs emblazoned with Timo's thumbs up. The male audience found it impossible to look away, and the director skillfully directed the camera toward these girls, invigorated by the moment. After all, he had long been displeased with the online consensus regarding the quality of their female fans compared to those at the rural competitions. Today, they would showcase their prowess. Su Chen, Xiaotian, soar freely. Go Timo. After a prolonged display of enthusiastic support, the director shifted the focus to Su Chen and his teammates. Upon their entrance, everyone struggled to maintain composure, visibly astonished. Only Su Chen remained indifferent, appearing as a heartless professional. Jida was taken aback. A few days prior, he had spent over 10,000 on a script murder, lavish hot pot, arcade, and luxury hotel package, which he gifted to Luo Xian. Although she accepted, she declined the invitation, stating she wanted to enjoy it with a few friends. However, Jida noticed that her acquaintances were all live streaming in recent days, causing him to fret that she might be spending time with someone he was unaware of. Could it be another man? Jida pondered, and as he observed Su Chen's complete immunity to the beautiful young women in the audience, his mind raced. He suddenly recalled that Luo Xian had appeared quite flustered after interviewing Su Chen, her cheeks flushed. When he inquired about it, she remained tight-lipped. Could it be? Jida's gaze toward Su Chen transformed. He was losing his composure. How could Su Chen remain unaffected by such a throng of lovely women? No, there was only one explanation. He had reached a sage mode with Luo Xian. Jida's mental state began to unravel, and he even felt reluctant to commentate on this match. It was entirely his fault. Luo Xian simply failed to provide him with any sense of security. Jida found himself at a loss. He could only blame Su Chen. Unbeknownst to Su Chen, he was being unfairly speculated upon. He was preoccupied with contemplating which runes to bring. It was impossible for him to be overshadowed. All that remained was selecting a hero. However, given his teammates' attitudes in recent days, Su Chen felt it might be time to stretch his influence a bit and offer more guidance. Moreover, he had vaguely hinted before arriving that he could provide more input. Therefore, Su Chen ventured to say, "Brothers, could you save a spot for me later?" "Of course. No problem." To his surprise, his teammates genuinely trusted him. With a perplexed inquiry, he asked, "Are you not considering my perspective?" His teammates, with resolute gazes, responded, "What? I perceive that he has aged. He lacks speed, and his ferocity is insufficient." "Brother?" They afford him the courtesy of addressing him thus. Yet when they choose not to, they merely huff in disdain. Su Chen,